In an instant, the mysterious image that Yi Yuan had built in a year collapsed with a boom. Even Lin Lan had a shocked expression on his face too. He thought that Yi Yuan, this kind of heaven-defying figure, his aptitude should be the very best. He did not expect that it was actually terrible until like this. But he was different from the rest. He did not think that Yi Yuan was ridiculous, but was unbelievably shocked in his heart instead. Someone who such a poor aptitude could actually ascend to the 33 heavens. Furthermore, after ascending, he could still be so heaven-defying. Just what did he rely on? Lin Lan was very certain that Yi Yuan definitely would not stop at his present cultivation realm strength. His future was very bright. Facing this tsunami-like ridiculing, Yi Yuan was very calm. He had never cared about other people's gazes and also never felt that aptitude could mean anything. The aptitude that this array formation tested was a test of the body's conditions. This kind of aptitude was external. It was natural. Even if Yi Yuan cultivated to grand completion rank 9, it could not change too. But the array formation was unable to pry into some intrinsic things, such as comprehension ability, such as willpower. In Yi Yuan's view, this was more important than aptitude. Moreover, Yi Yuan discovered that aptitude was not unchangeable. Didn't his affinity grow? As long as his alchemy path strength improved, his affinity might be able to grow to 50 or 60 in the future. All right, finished laughing too. But it's also time to settle our scores. Senior apprentice Brother Han, I'll have to trouble you to do it. After laughing, Lu Zhanyuan's gaze turned cold as he said. Han Qinyun smiled and said, Junior apprentice Brother Lu, making me kill such a person. I'm afraid that after today, I'll become the laughingstock of the entire heavenly sect too. He, Han Qinyun, was a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, a dignified red wing protector. He was actually killing the guy with the worst aptitude in history. No matter how one looked, it was somewhat degrading himself. Sky Du Jade Pith Lu Zhenyuan's face turned red again, and he said, Senior apprentice Brother Han, although this boy's aptitude is extremely poor, his ability in poisoning isn't weak. I reckon that he should have obtained some poison path inheritance after ascending. Senior apprentice brother, kill him and I'll give you that bottle of Sky Du Jade Pith. Han Qinyun's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, This is what you said. Sky Du Jade Pith was a prenatal item being extremely precious. It had a great effect on limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses too. It could be said that Lu Zhanyuan put forth a huge blood capital in order to kill Yi Yuan. I said it. Lu Zhanyuan gritted his teeth and said. Han Qianyun looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Boy, a trash like you, I was originally disdainful to take action. But, for the sake of the Sky Du Jade Pith, I can only take action. Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Protector Mo and said coolly, You let that burly man test his skills? Can you let me test it too? Protector Mo could not help laughing as he said, Boy, stop struggling. He can't do it, less of all, you. Just now, Yun Qing merely used 50% strength. What? Oh, only used 50%. When the Ascenders heard this, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared with their mouths agape. An outer sect disciple cultivated for 10 years only used 50% strength and jumped realms to defeat the burly man. This disparity was too great. I wasn't talking about him, but him. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and pointed at Lu Zhanyuan and said smilingly, What? He wants to challenge Lu Zhanyuan. This guy is mad, right? Who does he think he is? A guy whose aptitude is terrible until not even his parents love him. Actually wants to challenge the inner sex number 3. The moment Yi Yuan spoke, everyone directly exploded. The current Yi Yuan was an ant on the ground in their eyes, while Lu Zhanyuan was a flood dragon in the sky. These two people were not in the same world at all. But now, the ant wanted to challenge the flood dragon? Was this guy being funny? Lu Zhanyuan was also stunned for a long time before he could not help laughing as he said, Boy, your aptitude is bad, is your brain spoiled too? Or is it that you want to use windward topple to paralyze me? Yi Yuan shook his head very seriously and said, I won't use poison. You just need to suppress your cultivation realm to the same level as mine. Lu Zhanyuan could not help laughing as he said, Boy, do you know who you're challenging? Forget about suppressing to the same as yours. Even if I suppress to lower lesser sublime heaven, I can wreck you too. Of course, you're not allowed to use poison. Who was Lu Zhanyuan? He was a Jade Sovereign Heaven Powerhouse's personal disciple, the intersect's top 3 super powerhouse. Now, he was actually being challenged by an ant. He felt that his dignity was challenged. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "In that case, you agree? Didn't you want to kill me? I'll give you this opportunity. Let's have a life and death match. How about it?" When Protector Mo and Han Qianyun heard that, they both smiled. Even on the ascenders this side, there were roaring peals of laughter too. Yi Yuan's words at this time sounded like a deathbed struggle. Lu Zhanyuan also smiled very brightly. "Okay, as long as you don't use poison, so what if I agree with you? Just based on your lower inferior aptitude, can you still stir any waves?" Lu Zhanyuan jumped right down and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. A great battle was about to start. Yi Yuan's action was a death-seeking behavior in everyone's eyes. Even if he suppressed his cultivation realm, the intersect's top 3 could absolutely sweep away lesser sublime heavenly stratums too. Protector Mo looked at Han Qianyun and said with a smile, "The Skydew Jade pit that reached your hands flew away." Han Qianyun also smiled and said, "Junior apprentice brother Lu is a rarely seen prenatal grade 5 Sun Dao physique. His strength can virtually insta-kill same ranks. Only Su Lingfei and Xianxia, those 2 freakish Dao physiques, can barely manage to suppress him a notch. Master shows favoritism toward him. If he wants to kill with his own hands, how can I stop him?" Protector Mo smiled and said, "Then you guess how many moves can that boy last?" Han Qianyun laughed in spite of himself and said, "How many moves? Isn't it insta-kill? Invincible in the same rank isn't said for fun. Furthermore, suppressing his realm, junior apprentice brother Lu's comprehension of rules isn't what an ant can compare to. This battle is without the slightest suspense." Protector Mo smiled and said, "True. Really don't know where this boy's courage comes from. Didn't he see Yun Qing and that burly man's fight at all? He's already significantly lacking when compared to that burly man. How can he compare to junior apprentice brother Lu?" On this side, Yi Yuan said to Yao Qing, "Brother Yao, borrow your sword to use." Yao Qing threw the sword over and said with a frown, "Brother Yi, you're too reckless. Windward Topple is powerful, that's why he'd be wary of you. Now that you've tied your own hands and legs up, what will you use to fight with senior apprentice brother Lu? If something were to happen, how do I explain to Lord Luo?" Yi Yuan caught the sword and said with a smile, "If I die in battle, so many people can prove that I brought about my own destruction. Why would Senior Luo blame you? All right, no need to worry. Who you should be worried about is that fellow. If I kill him, I reckon that the entire sect will be shaken, right?" Lu Zhanyuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha, brat. I discovered that you really have the talent for comedy. You? Kill me?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right, kill you." Lu Zhanyuan laughed loudly and said, "This is the funniest joke that I've heard in my lifetime." Finished speaking. The moment his aura released, it crushed over toward Yi Yuan like a blazing sun. So strong. This is the rule of Yang. It can be said to be half of the power of the world. This power completely crushes those of the same rank. Although Lu Zhanyuan suppressed his realm to upper lesser sublime heaven, his strength can probably sweep across lesser sublime heavens, right? Not on the same level at all. That Yun Qing is simply weak like a child in front of Lu Zhanyuan. The moment Lu Zhanyuan made his move, it immediately evoked a series of exclamations. Compared to Yun Qing, Lu Zhanyuan was like a tumultuous violent wave, while Yun Qing was just a little trickle. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Lu Zhanyuan's sun rule was peerlessly domineering. Great trichiliocosm soon yang palm. Unleashing a palm, it was as if a world was fired over, being unbelievably terrifying. Yi Yuan swung his sword in a circle, being composed and collected, and he uttered coolly, "Universe." The moment the domain formed, there was no weakness to exploit. Boom! The two clashed and were actually evenly matched. Dual polarity. 4 symbols. 6 unity. 8 diagrams. Yi Yuan's sword art was akin to raging river waters, stretching long and unbroken. The changes in the sword art also contained the maxim of great Tao. Tao begets 1, 1 births 2, 2 births 3, 3 begets myriad life. The beginning had come again with endless variations. No matter how fierce and domineering Lu Zhanyuan was, he could only fight with Yi Yuan until they were evenly matched in strength. Those people mocking Yi Yuan were long already dumbfounded. The originally one-sided battle actually fought until they were locked in battle. Yi Yuan's sword Dao was ever-changing, suave and carefree, elusive and unpredictable. How can he be so strong? That's the intersex number 3, prenatal grade 5 Sun Dao physique. A trash can actually comprehend sword Dao to such a realm? Truly inconceivable. No Dao physique, lower inferior aptitude. This entrance assessment is simply a joke. This was really gaining worldwide fame and success in one battle. Yi Yuan's sword art that was impregnable truly exhibited sword Dao to the extreme. His sword Dao did not oppress people by force and was also merely at the first level of sword Dao rule. But his application of sword Dao reached the acme of perfection, a realm that took people's breath away in astonishment. Ingenuity in varying tactics depended on mother wit. Therefore, even when facing the powerful Lu Zhanyuan, he still did not show the slightest signs of defeat. Protector Mo and Han Chenyun, two people, were dumbstruck with amazement from watching. Is this guy really of lower inferior aptitude? This sword art is likely not beneath Luo Yunqing already, right? Protector Mo said in surprise. More than just not beneath him. If Luo Yunqing suppressed his realm, I'm afraid that he isn't this person's match. Strange, could it be that this assessment grand array is actually spoiled? This guy is really a genius. Han Chenyun similarly said in surprise. Seeing Yi Yuan's breathtaking performance, many people had the idea that the grand array was broken. Protector Mo said at this time, it's not good for junior apprentice brother Lu. That boy is too stable. Han Chenyun recovered from the surprise and said smilingly, no need to worry. Junior apprentice brother Lu, he isn't so easy to deal with. He has already comprehended that move. Protector Mo said in surprise. You're talking about birthing Yin from Extreme Yang? Han Chenyun smiled and said, what else can there be? Protector Mo said in shock, if he comprehended this move, then that brat will be in danger. Junior apprentice brother Lu is probably going to employ a killer move. Sure enough. Right at this moment, Lu Zhanyuan gave an angry yell, the imposing aura on his body skyrocketing. Terrific lad. I underestimated you. Your ability to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger is very good. But it ends here. My prenatal grade 5 Sun Dao physique isn't a joke. Lu Zhanyuan gave a loud cry and said, watch out. Extreme Yang birth scene. Grand Heaven Yang melancholy cloud hand. Extreme Yang was not scary. What was scary was Extreme Yang birthing Yin. This was the same logic as extreme toughness birthing softness. It was just that this rule of sun power was God knows how many times higher level than extreme toughness birthing softness. Once this move was unleashed, the power increased by more than 10 times. No matter how perfect Yi Yuan's swordsmanship was, it was also impossible to block this kind of powerful strength. A shame, this move is too strong. Yi Yuan probably won't be able to block it. This person is too arrogant, insisting on offending the intersex number 3. Otherwise, with his strength, the sect will definitely want him. Challenging an upper superior aptitude with a lower inferior aptitude, Yi Yuan can be sufficiently proud too. When many people saw Lu Zhanyuan's move, they could not help sighing. Yi Yuan's combat power made them have a feeling of rising phoenix-like from the ashes. It let them see hope too. It was just that this life and death fight was ultimately still Lu Zhanyuan who won. However, Yi Yuan just smiled coolly and said, Extreme Yang birthing Yin only carries a trace of the power of Extreme Yin, that's all. You're still too far away from Yin-Yang harmony. Today, I'll let you take a look at what's called Yin and Yang complementing mutually, universe forming naturally. 8 diagrams. 6 unity. 4 symbols. Dual polarity. Verse. Originally, Yi Yuan's sword technique went from simple to complex, incomparably gorgeous. But now, Yi Yuan's sword technique went from complex to simple, returning to one's original simplicity, returning to universe again. This process was not a process of regression, but contained the maxim of great Tao. Going from simple to complex, deriving myriad life. Going from complex to simple, great Tao returning to one. Yin and Yang complementing mutually, universe formed naturally. Sword Tao was also a great Tao that developed heaven and earth. The power in this increased exponentially. Even if a greater sublime heavenly stratum was here, they might not be able to block this strike of Yi Yuan's too. On the grandstands, the group of protectors suddenly stood up, looking at Yi Yuan with astonished faces. Impressive. This boy's comprehension ability is absolutely seldom seen in the world. Inoculating great Tao with sword Tao, the sword Tao should be his own comprehension. Universe forming naturally, mowing down all resistance. Sigh. Lu Shangyuan's comprehension of Tao can't compare to Yi Yuan's even if he whips his horse. The disparity. The disparity. People who understood the sword could see through the sharpness of the sword with one glance. Going from simple to complex, many people could do it. But the power of going from complex to simple was tremendous. The difficulty also increased exponentially. Without an extremely deep understanding of Tao, there was no way of using this move at all. Only to see Yi Yuan unleash a sword. The fierceness of this sword directly split the force of the grand heaven-yang melancholy cloud hand and landed on Lu Zhenyuan's body. Eft. Lu Zhenyuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. He was defeated. However, it was not over. This was a life-and-death battle. Yi Yuan did not stop, the long sword following like a shadow, following right after. Lu Zhenyuan's expression changed wildly, a feeling of danger welling up in his heart. It was just that he was already injured at this time and could only forcefully resist it. Boom! Another sword. Lu Zhenyuan was directly sent flying. If not for him being a major cultivation realm higher, his divine essence incomparably thick, that sword previously would have already taken his life. It was just that Yi Yuan clearly did not have the intention of letting him go. Each sword faster than the last. Lu Zhenyuan was pushed to his limit and his heart was burning with anxiety. Boom! He did not hesitate in the slightest, instantly unlocking all of his strength, and he roared angrily, "Damn thing, I'm going to kill you." The current Lu Zhenyuan had already completely fallen into a rampage. He did not expect that he actually lost to a lower inferior aptitude trash in a fair fight. He could not accept this result. Dong! The previous second, Lu Zhenyuan had a threatening manner. The next second, he fell out of the sky and convulsed non-stop. Spasmed. Again. Everyone did not even find out when he was poisoned. When Lu Zhenyuan flew off the handle, everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But in a blink, he was spasming. But in the next second, something even more surprising happened. Yi Yuan brandished his long sword and stabbed toward Lu Zhenyuan like lightning. He was going to kill. Protector Mo and Han Qianyun's faces changed greatly, and they exclaimed in unison, "You dare!" These two people did not hesitate at all, displaying their movement techniques and turning into two sharp arrows rushing over. Two mighty, limitless, sublime, heavenly stratums. Their speed could be imagined. But sadly, they were fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than them. Yi Yuan unleashed his spatial rule, his movement technique being swift to the extreme. Although it could not compare to the two great protectors, he had an edge in that he was closer to Lu Zhenyuan. Pucci. This sword of Yi Yuan's directly attacked a vital. Lu Zhenyuan died. The whole place was deathly silent. On the day of the entrance assessment, a guy who had not entered the sect yet, he actually killed the inner sex number 3. This was too arrogant. Too domineering. Too seeking death. They said that it was a life and death battle, but everyone did not take it seriously at all. Originally, it was a one-sided killing. How could an ant be the opponent of a giant dragon that pranced in the sky? Yet, this ant trampled the giant dragon to death. Everyone was caught off guard. Two great limitless sublime heavenly stratum protectors were too late to save two. Spatial rule, Protector Mo said in surprise. Originally, he thought that with his speed, even if he was slightly far away from Lu Zhenyuan, he could save him too. But who knew that Yi Yuan's speed was unbelievably fast? No one could have thought that apart from his sword Tao being unparalleled, Yi Yuan's spatial rule was also so formidable. In the battle with Lu Zhenyuan, Yi Yuan only used sword Tao rule from start to end. It could be seen how powerful his sword Tao was presently. and spatial rule had an unexpected effect at the last moment. Han Qianyun's gaze was dark as he said in sullen anger, "You very good. You haven't entered the sect yet and already dared to kill the heavenly sect's inner sect disciple. What audacity." Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "There are thousands of people bearing witness here that Li Jianyun said a life-and-death battle with me. What's wrong with me killing him?" Han Qianyun said with a cold smile, "Insolence. What status did junior apprentice brother Lu have? Who the hell do you think you are? A lower inferior aptitude and also dares to compare to junior apprentice brother Lu in the same breath." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm an ant. But he died at this ant's hands." Han Qianyun said in a great rage, "Rubbish. That's you being treacherous and cunning. Using poison to paralyze junior apprentice brother Lu." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Either way, you just refuse to see reason. Everyone saw that it was him who broke the rules first. I think that if it was me who was killed right now, you guys would probably say serve him right very calmly, right?" Han Qianyun smiled coldly and said, "That's how it is. Today, even the Jade Emperor can't save you too." Done talking, the limitless sublime heavenly stratum aura on his body suddenly released. Everyone's faces changed. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and looked at Protector Mo and said, "I won. So can I enter the sect now?" Protector Mo frowned and said, "Are you a fool? Killing junior apprentice brother Lu, you actually still want to enter martial secure heavenly sect? You probably don't know that he's Elder Shi Feiyu's personal disciple. And Elder Shi Feiyu is a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. What junior apprentice brother Han said is right. Even if the Jade Emperor comes today, he can't save you too." The Ascenders all shook their heads and sighed, thinking to themselves that Yi Yuan was too impulsive. Take a step back and it would be endless blue skies, enduring for a short while and it would be smooth waters. The difference in their status from inner disparity was too great. Even if Yi Yuan killed Lu Jianyuan, there was only a road that led to death too. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan was in the right. But who would talk reason with him? Is that so? Then I wonder if this thing can save my life. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and took out a token. It was precisely the Green Wing Protector token. Green Wing token? How can you have a Green Wing token? Protector Mo exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yuan said coolly, "This token was naturally given by Senior Luo." After finished speaking, Yi Yuan raised his hand slightly and threw the token to Protector Mo. Protector Mo inspected the token and discovered that there was indeed Yi Yuan's identity information on it. There was also Luo Yunqing's divine sense branding inside. It was absolutely true. This is impossible. How can senior apprentice brother Luo possibly hand the Green Wing Protector token to a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? What capability do you have? Protector Mo could not believe it. Han Qianyun's gaze turned sharp too. This reversal scene caught him by surprise. A lower inferior aptitude trash became the sect's Green Wing Protector with a sway of his body. His status was even a level higher than his? What? Green Wing Protector. Lesser sublime heavenly stratum? Luo Yunqing gave the Green Wing token to him? This guy wouldn't have picked it up, right? This sort of thing is too fantastical. Martial secure heavenly sect's protectors and disciples were all shocked until they could not be more shocked. Martial secure heavenly sect's purple wing protectors that were responsible for guiding new ascenders had the right to directly bestow the authority of a green wing protector. This kind of situation had occurred before in the past. It was not uncommon. Some ascenders were very tenacious and were able to survive in the 4 great heavenly regions and even reach limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Only for such a person would a purple wing protector grant the green wing token, letting them directly become green wing protectors. But Yi Yuan was just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. This sort of thing had never happened before in the entire sect's history. Yi Yuan was merely a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Furthermore, he was even a lower inferior aptitude lesser sublime heavenly stratum. What right did he have? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "How do I know? Perhaps Senior Luo found me pleasing to the eye." Believe my ass. Found you pleasing to the eye and gave the green wing token to you? One had to know only by reaching limitless sublime heavenly stratum did one have the qualifications to become a protector. As for a green-wing protector, not only did one's strength have to reach upper limitless sublime heaven, they even had to have made great contributions to the sect. This fellow who had just ascended had yet to make the smallest contribution. His cultivation realm was even just lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Luo Yunqing actually gave such an important token to him. Puzzled, shocked, depressed. In martial secure heavenly sect, one needed to endure at least several thousand years to get a green wing token. But Yi Yuan actually got it before even entering the sect. Protector Mo looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Why didn't you take it out earlier if you have the green wing token? Is it very interesting to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger like this?" He wished to kick a foot onto Yi Yuan's face right now. Clearly Yi Yuan had the green wing token, but he wanted to turn the martial secure heavenly sect upside down before taking it out. This fellow did it on purpose, right? Right now, how should he clean up this mess? Protector Mo could not help feeling his head hurt. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You look at their reaction." Protector Mo was taken aback and could not help turning his head to look at the rest. Sure enough, the expression on each person's face was fascinating to the extreme. I originally planned on entering the sect first. I'll wait for Senior Luo to come back before talking. But this Lu Zhanyuan provoked me time and again. Just now, he even wanted to kill me in a flagrant manner. Could it be that he shouldn't be killed? Yi Yuan said indifferently. This matter is huge. It's already not what I can handle. I'll report it to the sect master to handle this matter personally. Protector Mo said in a solemn voice. No matter what, Yi Yuan, this green wing protector was real. The rank was even above his. Yi Yuan said indifferently, anything then. Protector Mo said in a loud voice, "The entrance assessment is suspended. After I report this matter to Martial Uncle Sect Master, I'll make a decision again." His voice had yet to fade when a terrifying aura suddenly descended. An old man dressed in black clothes arrived from the horizon with a howl, his arrogance billowing to the sky. Who killed this old man's disciple? The thunderous voice shook until everyone almost could not stand firm. Eldershire, Master! Protector Mo and Han Chenyu exclaimed at the same time. This person was precisely Lu Zhanyuan and Han Chenyun's master. Martial secure heavenly sect's Jade Sovereign Heaven Elder, Shi Feiyu. The moment a Jade Sovereign Heaven appeared, everyone was suppressed until they found it hard to breathe. Too strong. The black-clothed old man landed on the ground. Looking at Lu Zhanyuan's dead body, he was beyond furious. Chenyun, who killed Zhenyuan? Shi Feiyu said angrily. Han Chenyun pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "It's him." Shi Feiyu could not help being taken aback and said, "Lesser sublime heavenly stratum? Just the likes of him can kill Zhenyuan? Could it be that he's a peerless genius that's hard to come across in a million years?" Han Chenyun's expression was ugly as he said awkwardly, "No, he has a lower inferior aptitude. Furthermore, his affinity is only 4 points. However, his means of using poison has reached the acme of perfection." Junior apprentice brother was suddenly caught off guard and was paralyzed by him using windward topple. Shi Feiyu's gaze turned grim and he said in a cold voice, "Then what are you doing? Why haven't you avenged your junior apprentice brother?" Han Qinyun said with a bitter smile. Senior apprentice brother Luo gave him the green wing token. His brat is now a green wing protector. What? Nonsense. Luo Yunqing, this punk, is becoming wilder and wilder these few years. Giving the green wing token to a Luo Yunqing heavenly stratum, and he's even lower inferior aptitude. What is he trying to do? Shi Feiyu was extremely enraged. The others were all silent like cicadas in winter. The deterrence of a Jade Sovereign Heaven was seriously too strong. No need to care about him. Lesser sublime heavenly stratum, lower inferior aptitude, he isn't worthy to possess the green wing token at all. Chen Yun, do it. Shi Feiyu was unparalleled and domineering. He could not be bothered to say anything at all, directly sentencing Yi Yuan to death. Even if it was the green wing token, he did not think anything of it either. Yi Yuan's gaze turned chilly, and he said with a sneer, "Your esteemed self is so awe-inspiring." Shi Feiyu's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Boy, you dare to talk to this old man like this?" Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Why? You already want to kill me. Could it be that you still want this Yi to be overflowing with gratitude towards you? Did your head spoil from your advanced age too? Hiss. The sound of a series of cold air being drawn came from all around. This guy was really crazy. That was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Hoo-hoo, a newborn calf really doesn't fear the tiger. Do you think that with Luo Yunqing backing you up you can act recklessly without caring for nobody? Let me tell you. He's nothing in front of this old man. You played tricks and killed Zhang Yuan. So you'll have to pay for it with your life. Shi Feiyu said with a cold smile. As a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, every action and movement of Shi Feiyu's brought tremendous pressure on these lesser sublime heavens. When he talked about killing people, everyone was practically about to faint. Oh? Is that so? Martial Uncle Shi is really getting more and more overbearing. You can even kill Greenwing protectors without authorization now. Right at this time, a leisurely voice sounded out. Han Qinyun and Protector Mo's expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise, Luo Yunqing. It was only to see a person walk out with a sword behind his back. Who could it be if not the jade-faced swordsman Luo Yunqing? Seeing Luo Yunqing return, Yi Yuan also let out a long sigh in relief. The pressure that a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse brought to him was seriously too great. Shi Feiyu's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, Humph. As an elder, could it be that this old man can't even sentence a MN? You broke through? Shi Feiyu spoke halfway when he suddenly discovered that Luo Yunqing's aura was not quite right. It had clearly already surpassed limitless sublime heavenly stratum and reached Jade Sovereign Heavenly stratum. This shock was by no means insignificant. Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, in this 1 year, I challenged 12 branches of the Jade-Ru Heavenly Sect in a row and fought with 28 limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses one after another, narrowly escaping with my life many times, killing 6 Jade-Ru Heavenly Sect protectors. I finally pierced through this layer of windowpane paper. Limitless sublime heaven to Jade Sovereign Heaven was a massive reach. Even if Luo Yunqing was peerlessly talented, he was stuck for many years too. The matter of sneak attacking Green Bull Town this time completely enraged Luo Yunqing. He killed Jade True Sex people until they were utterly routed with his power alone. But he did not expect that under the fierce fighting, he actually broke the shackles and broke through this huge threshold. Shi Feiyu's expression was ugly to the extreme. He did not like Luo Yunqing's arrogance and stubbornness to begin with and suppressed him a lot. But he did not expect that this punk actually broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven now and is on an equal footing with him now. Congratulations, Senior Luo, Yi Yuan said sincerely. Actually, if not because of Luo Yunqing, Yi Yuan might have gone straight down the mountain previously. Whatever Green Wing Protector, Yi Yuan did not care at all. He had his own pride. It was just that Luo Yunqing laid low in Eastward Country for 10 years in order to solicit him. If he left here and now, it was letting down Luo Yunqing's high regard too much. Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, speaking of which, I still have to thank you, Brother Yi. If not for you giving me those few things, I might really have not been able to come back this time. Let alone talk about breaking through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly stratum. Luo Yunqing went too overboard this time, virtually inciting the entire Jade-Ru Heavenly Sect's strength. The Jade-Ru Heavenly Sect even mobilized Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, wanting to cut him down. It was just a shame that Luo Yunqing's movements and traces were elusive and secretive, one person fighting as a guerrilla, leaving them nowhere to start. But even so, facing so many same-rank powerhouses, Luo Yunqing also narrowly escaped death many times. Although those few toys that Yi Yuan threw to him did not have much effect on limitless sublime heavenly stratums, they indeed had unexpected effects. Just like Windward Topple, it only needed to paralyze that tiny bit at the crucial moment. Facing an expert like Luo Yunqing, it was absolutely fatal. The two people's conversation was akin to a clap of thunder to the ears of the bystanders. Luo Yunqing, who already broke through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly stratum, actually addressed Yi Yuan as his brother. It seemed like this green wing token was really not anyhow given. It was just that what right did a lower inferior aptitude fellow have to make him being regarded so highly? Just based on him being able to defeat Lu Zhanyuan at the same rank? Not enough, right? Brother Yi, don't call me Senior Luo in the future as well. If you don't mind, call me Big Brother Luo, Luo Yunqing said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not pretentious either, clasping his hands and saying with a smile, "Big brother Luo." Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, "Good brother. Leave your matter to your big brother. This Lu Zhanyuan, I've already found him displeasing to the eye for a very long time already. Well killed. I indeed didn't misjudge things. Brother Ye's temperament really suits my Luo Yunqing's tastes? Ha ha ha. Martial Uncle Sure? Oh. Wait, senior apprentice brother Sure, I'm shielding Yi Yuan. If you don't feel happy about it, let's have a fight now, how about it? As a swordsman, they were arrogant and unyielding, their will billowing to the sky. They could not bear the sight of injustice in this world most of all. Lu Zhanyuan was very arrogant and domineering in the sect by relying on the fact that there was Shi Feiyu backing him. Luo Yunqing could not bear the sight of it and made a move to teach him a lesson a few times. It was also precisely because of this that Shi Feiyu was very displeased with him. Hitting his disciple, that was slapping his face. Speaking of which, Shi Feiyu, this lineage really descended from the same lineage. From Shi Feiyu to Lu Zhanyuan, then to Lu Zhua, they were all of the same virtue. Overbearing, rude, and unreasonable. It was just that, in the past, Luo Yunqing was wary of Shi Feiyu's strength and could not go too overboard. However, Luo Yunqing did not expect that Yi Yuan was even more impressive than him. He actually killed Lu Zhanyuan just like that. This kind of temperament that had no scruples and did not fear power suited his tastes a lot. It was just that on that side, Shi Feiyu having his face slapped repeatedly, he was long already beside himself with rage. His disciple was killed. Now, he even said well killed. Did he really take him, this elder, to be trifled with? Good, good, good. This old man wants to see how the young are to be feared. Shi Feiyu said 3 goods in a row. His rage currently could be seen. The moment the imposing aura of a jade sovereign heaven released, the terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Luo Yunqing. Middle jade sovereign heaven. Luo Yunqing's countenance did not change, the sword intent on his body surging to the sky. Although he was a minor realm lower than Shi Feiyu, Luo Yunqing's fighting intent tore through the firmament. 2 great jade sovereign heaven experts confronted each other. Everyone's faces changed one after another. 5 great heavenly regions, those able to reach jade sovereign heaven were feudal kings of a region. Regardless of being in which sect, their statuses were extremely high. This level of powerhouse would not take action easily. But once they made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Without waiting for anyone to instruct, everyone retreated far away one after another, fearful of being involved. Swoosh! Luo Yunqing's figure suddenly disappeared. He was actually the first to make a move. Rumble. The 2 exchanged blows, instantly fighting until sand and rocks flew everywhere, the earth quaking and mountains swaying. On Tianhui Peak, there was a stretch of wasteland. It was just that although Luo Yunqing was a minor realm lower than Shi Feiyu, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Protector Mo stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape and said in shock, "Senior apprentice brother Luo's sword intent billows to the sky. The moment he entered Jade Sovereign, he's fighting with Elder Shi until they are evenly matched in strength. He is already someone of a completely different world from us." While Han Chenyun's gaze flickered, clearly feeling awful, when someone around them suddenly leaped over the dragon gate, becoming someone who stood above the masses. Only they themselves knew the grief. The 2 people were in the midst of fierce fighting when suddenly a ray of sword light flew over from beyond the horizon. Boom! A loud bang came over, directly sending the 2 people flying. Following that, a sagely-looking middle-aged man came over from the sky. Seeing this person, everyone's faces suddenly changed, directly bowing down. Even someone as proud as Luo Yunqing also bowed in salute, paying respects to sect master. Yi Yuan was extremely surprised. He did not expect that it actually alarmed the sect master. At this time, his handsome face was like carved jade, his expression restrained. One look and it was clear that he was an extremely strong person. The middle-aged man said in a solemn voice, "Humph. 2 great jade sovereign heavens actually came to blows in front of their own mountain pass gates. Where's the sense of propriety? Do you guys still have me, the sect master, in your eyes?" Clearly, he was rather upset about his own people's internal strife. Feiyu acted like the villain who sued the victim first before he got prosecuted, hurriedly saying, "Sect Master, please investigate." Luo Yunqing, this punk, fetched a scoundrel from God knows where. He killed this old man's beloved disciple before even entering the sect. This guy actually still said that it was well killed. This old man was indignant. That's why I fought with him. Suppressing the two mighty experts, the sect master was not as angry as before anymore. He gave Luo Yunqing a glance, a hint of approval showing in his gaze as he said, "Not bad, Yunqing." Luo Yunqing said, "Thank you, sect master, for your praise." The sect master said coolly, "Since you've already entered Jade Sovereign, you're the heavenly sect's elder. I'll hold a conferment ceremony for you another day. It's just that, shouldn't there be an explanation for today's matter?" Luo Yunqing said coolly, "Lu Zhanyuan sought death, there's no need to explain anything. Moreover, in Yunqing's view, if Lu Zhanyuan dying can soothe Yi Yuan's heart, it's worth it." You, Luo Yunqing. By the side, Feiyu was about to explode from anger. This was saying that his disciple died in vain just like that. His face was slapped in vain just like that? Moreover, it was even slapped by a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Where would he, this Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, put his face? When the others heard this, they were dumbstruck with amazement too. They all knew Yi Yuan's aptitude, although the combat strength that Yi Yuan exhibited was surprising. His talent was placed there was limited room for improvement. But Luo Yunqing said that as long as it soothed Yi Yuan's heart, one Lu Zhanyuan dying did not matter at all. The meaning of the words was saying that, if he died in vain. Sect Master, you listen. What does he mean by that? Zhanyuan is of the prenatal grade 5 sun physique. He has extremely high hopes of stepping into Jade Sovereign Heaven in the future. His death is actually just for the sake of currying favor with a lower inferior aptitude trash. Feiyu berated sharply. Sect Master also frowned slightly and looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Lower inferior aptitude?" Feiyu gave a wink. Han Qinyu got the meaning and hurriedly said, "Reporting to Sect Master, Yi Yuan already passed through the array formation just now and doesn't have any Dao physique. His aptitude is lower inferior, and his affinity is only 4. Sect Master's brows knitted together. Right now, he somewhat felt that Luo Yunqing vented his pent-up feelings on some pretext. "Yunqing, this matter isn't a trivial matter. It concerns the feelings of the sect's people. If you're unable to give an explanation, this sect master will definitely punish you severely." Sect master's tone also became serious. The moment Feiyu heard, he was ecstatic in his heart. These two fellows were so arrogant. See how you guys could still be arrogant. Luo Yunqing was indifferent and said coolly, "So what if prenatal grade 5 sun physique? I, Luo Yunqing, am merely a grade 3 Dao physique. Didn't I also step into Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum now?" On the contrary, the sect recruited quite a number of grade 5 Dao physique disciples, but how many can step into Jade Sovereign Heaven? Therefore, aptitude doesn't mean everything. Feiyu sneered and said, "You're twisting logic to win the argument." Luo Yunqing completely ignored him and said coolly, "When I was in True Yang Heavenly Domain, I heard by chance that the little country of Eastward had an ascender who actually refined a heavenly pill with 1-point affinity. So I went to inquire about it. Later, I laid low in Eastward for 10 years, observing Yi Yuan, and saw his growth and rise with my own eyes, cultivating grade 1 heavenly pills to the extreme. Such a genius has much more potential than that Lu Zhanyuan." "Hang on, you're saying that the reason you gave the green wing token to him is that he knows how to refine pills?" Feiyu suddenly said. Luo Yunqing said coolly, "Exactly. Ha ha ha." Feiyu laughed loudly and said, "It's really making people die of laughter. A guy whose affinity is only 4 points cultivated grade 1 heavenly pills to the extreme. This extreme is also too worthless, right? Hang on. Sect Master suddenly spoke up. Just now, you said that he only has 1-point affinity? What kind of character was Sect Master?" The crucial information in these two people's words was captured by him very quickly. Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, "That's right. When Yi Yuan just ascended, he only had 1-point affinity, but he has 4 points now. Sect Master, the significance of this doesn't need me to say anymore, right? His affinity actually increased?" Affinity is innate. How can it possibly increase? This Luo Yunqing started talking nonsense in order to save his life. The moment these words came out, it naturally caused a shock. Sect Master's eyes also narrowed slightly, revealing surprise. At this time, Qin Shun suddenly said, Luo Yunqing, your words are insulting us heavenly alchemists. If even a 1-point affinity can refine heavenly pills, then wouldn't we, these people, become jokes? Affinity was the biggest threshold for heavenly alchemists. Many ascenders were alchemists in the lower realms before but had no choice but to give up after ascending. Luo Yunqing smiled and said, actions speak louder than words. It's time to see what someone is worth. If Master Qin feels that Yunqing is joking, why don't you guys compete in a match? When Qin Shun heard that, he said in a great rage, Luo Yunqing, you're becoming more and more condescending. This old man is a dignified grade 3 heavenly alchemist. How noble is my status? You're asking me to compete in alchemy with a 4-point affinity trash. Although Luo Yunqing was already a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, Qin Shun did not feel inferior in front of him. The status of a grade 3 heavenly alchemist in the sect was too high. He could sit on equal footing with the elders. Luo Yunqing laughed in spite of himself and said, since Master Qin refuses to compete, what are you going to do about it? Qin Shun thought about it and said, Jingxian, you come. Behind Qin Shun, a girl in a yellow shirt walked out. This girl had Danfeng eyes, her lips like cherries, giving people a feeling of otherworldliness. Truly as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Many ascenders stared until they could not pull their eyes away. Qin Shun looked at Yi Yuan and said smugly, my disciple Jingxian has learned alchemy from me for 10 years. If you can win against her, I'll consider it that you pass this hurdle. How about it? When Jingxian frowned and said, Master, how can him having 4-point affinity be able to refine pills? Even if I win, it's also winning unscrupulously. In these 10 years, you've followed me to learn alchemy and rarely showed your face in the sect. Today, just nice to borrow this opportunity and let them take a look at your achievements of 10 years in front of Sect Master. Qin Shun did not hide his selfish motives at all, directly saying it straightforwardly. Heavenly alchemists wanted face the most. Not only did they have to be impressive, but they also had to make their own disciples seem impressive. He made Wen Jingxian come out to prove that he taught better than Wu Chengqiao. All right. When Jingxian hesitated for a bit but still agreed, Wu Chengqiao's expression was very ugly by the side. When Shi Feiyu saw the situation, he immediately said, Sect Master, if he loses to Jing Yuan that last, this old man will definitely seek justice for Zhen Yuan's death. Luo Yunqing knew Yi Yuan's strength, so he was not worried at all. Instead, he smiled and said, then if Yi Yuan wins, what about it? Shi Feiyu sneered and said, if he wins, this matter will be dropped at this. Luo Yunqing laughed and said, okay, it's a deal. Sect Master also nodded and said, in that case, wait a minute. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Shi Feiyu smiled coldly and said, why? Know how to be scared now? It's too late. Yi Yuan gave him a glance like looking at a fool, turned to Qin Shun, and said, you're a protector, I'm a protector too. You sent a disciple out to compete with me? Isn't this insulting me? Qin Shun laughed loudly when he heard that and said, you, a mere lesser sublime heavenly stratum, also wants to be on equal footing with me? What qualifications do you have? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't want to be on equal footing with you. You are not qualified to be on equal footing with me. Just as everyone thought that Yi Yuan was terrified, he changed his tone and shocked people when his words came out. This guy is really impressive. I just want to know why a lesser sublime heavenly stratum can be impressive until like this. The ignorant is fearless. A series of cold air being sucked in came from all over the entire Tianhui Peak. Yi Yuan's words were too domineering. Luo Yunqing was taken aback when he heard that and immediately laughed and said, ha ha. Brother Yi, I'm really feeling more and more optimistic about you. Qin Shun's smile suddenly froze, and he shouted, what did you say? Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, Lin Lan. Lin Lan stepped forward when he heard and said respectfully, disciple is here. Yi Yuan said, this disciple of mine has followed me to learn alchemy for more than 3 years. If you can beat him, come and challenge me again. As for that Wen Jingxian, who was as beautiful as a celestial fairy, she was directly hung out to dry at one side. Yi Yuan was talking about Qin Shun. Face slapping. Blatant face slapping. You used a disciple to challenge me. I'll use a disciple to challenge you. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan's posturing points simply rose up vertically. That was a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. A guy whose affinity was only 4 points actually talked wildly. Hoo-hoo, good. Very good. Sect Master. This boy is insulting me. What should be done about it? Qin Shun's expression was grim until it was about to drip water. By the side, when Wu Chengqiao saw Qin Chao getting deflated, he secretly rejoiced. Before waiting for Sect Master to speak, he said, Sect Master, I feel that Yi Yuan's words are reasonable, no matter what his cultivation realm is. Since Luo Yunqing gave him the Green Wing token, he's our sect's Green Wing protector, his status similar to ours. This is our martial secure heavenly sect's rule. It can't be broken. It isn't appropriate for Qin Shun to challenge Protector Yi with a disciple. Wu Chengqiao you. Qin Chao was angered until his beard billowed and he glared. When Jingshuan's brows also furrowed slightly and she looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, you're using a made-up directive to order people around. A mere 4-point affinity, what are you pretending here for? If you have the capabilities, fight with me. Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, you're not qualified enough. Sect Master also felt a headache. He discovered that this Yi Yuan was really too capable of causing trouble. A tiny little sect assessment had a hole poked through the sky by him. Sect Master said in a solemn voice, Protector Yi, whether or not you're qualified to take on the position of Protector is still to be discussed. If you insist on doing so, then this Sect Master can only strip you of your position of Protector. Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, all right, then I'll give Sect Master face. You compete in alchemy with Lin Lan. If you win, you'll have the qualifications to challenge me. If you lose, let that old fellow come. I'll compete with him. Sect Master, this is my bottom line. If you don't agree, you can do as you please. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. These words were said to Wen Jingxian. Sect Master thought about it and said with a nod, okay, do as you say. Since Luo Yunqing gave the token, Yi Yuan was a protector in reality. The rules could not be broken. He had to give this face. Not giving to Yi Yuan, it was giving it to Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing entered Jade's sovereign heaven at a young age. He was the best successor candidate for the next Sect Master. If Yi Yuan really had this ability, then his face had to be given. He understood Luo Yunqing. There were not many people that could make Luo Yunqing hold in esteem. Wen Jingxian had an indifferent personality in the first place. But at this time, she was triggered badly by Yi Yuan too. She came before Yi Yuan and said in a chilly voice, Protector Yi, I'll definitely make you reveal your fox's tail. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, I already said, you're not qualified. Not just you, but that master of yours isn't qualified either. One was good-natured and lovely, full of youthful spirit. The other was old and decrepit, lifeless and apathetic. When Wen Jingxian stood with Lin Lan, there was a clear distinction between purity and impurity. Young lady, this old man is a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. I can't bully you. You choose the heavenly pill. Choose the one that you're best at, Lin Lan said coolly. When Jingxian sneered and said, a mere grade 2 heavenly alchemist, pretending in front of this young lady for what? This young lady's grade 1 heavenly pills are much stronger than ordinary grade 2 heavenly alchemists. In a while you'll taste defeat. Lin Lan just remained silent and declined to comment. When Jingxian gave a cold snort and said, okay, since you let me choose, then I'll pick the most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill. Lin Lan was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, young lady, I advise that you'd better choose others. Foundation establishment heavenly pill. You have no chance of winning. These few years, what he cultivated the most was foundation establishment heavenly pill. His current foundation was already very solid. Although far worse than Yi Yuan, it was God knows how many times stronger compared to ordinary heavenly alchemists. However, the more he was like this, the more Wen Jingxian felt that he was afraid of being found out. Hoo-hoo. You think that a grade 2 heavenly alchemist will definitely be stronger than a grade 1 heavenly alchemist? Master didn't teach me advanced heavenly pills in these 10 years. He only told me to lay down a solid foundation. And foundation establishment heavenly pill is precisely what I'm most proficient in. Competing high-level heavenly pills, I'm not as good as you. But competing in the foundation establishment heavenly pill, you're far behind. When Xianxia said with a cold smile, the words shocked Lin Lan until he stared dumbfoundedly. When Xianxia saw the situation, she even thought that she had intimidated Lin Lan and said smugly, "Why? Scared?" Lin Lan shook his head and said, "What a coincidence, my master taught me the same way too. Men? Looks like that old man still has some knowledge." When Xianxia heard that, she said in a great rage, "You're an old man yourself. You actually dare say that my master is an old man?" Lin Lan said, "Your master is an old man compared to my master." You! When Xianxia was choked badly. On the grandstand, Yi Yuan could not help but smile, thinking to himself that Lin Lan was really much cuter now, while Qin Shun's face became black as the bottom of a pot. "Just you wait. You'll be crying in a while." Finished speaking, when Xianxia calmed her spirit and focused her mind, and started extracting the heavenly medicines. The moment she made a move, Lin Lan could not help being surprised. This young lady's strength really could not be underestimated. If not for him having followed Yi Yuan, he would really not be this little girl's match. When Jingxuan's refinement was like floating clouds and flowing water, natural and smooth, looking incomparably skillful. Clearly, she had real skills. She was not blowing her own trumpet. Even Wu Chengxiao also had a look of surprise as he said, really didn't expect that this little girl only used 10 years' time and laid her foundation down so solidly. Given time, she'll be another grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Maybe she can break through to grade 4. Qin Shun said smugly, "Jingxian girl's foundation is much more solid than ordinary grade 2 heavenly alchemists. What's laughable is that this punk thought that by sending a grade 2 heavenly alchemist out, he'll be able to smoke his way through. Brat, you think that by having a protector token, you can treat it as a death exemption gold token." Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Wen Jingxian but did not pay the slightest attention to Qin Shun. Qin Shun thought that Yi Yuan would answer back sarcastically and prepared a whole bunch of words. But now it was so awkward. With regards to Wen Jingxian, Yi Yuan still quite approved of her. This girl's basic skill was indeed quite solid. Furthermore, her refinement gladdened the heart and was very pleasing to the eye without that sense of stagnation. Clearly, this girl's understanding of alchemy was very accurate. Her talent was not bad. Most of the 33 heavens considered alchemy talent to be affinity. But Yi Yuan never thought so. Affinity was indeed very important, but just relying on affinity, it was just too biased. Yi Yuan rarely had the thought of taking in disciples. But this time he was indeed somewhat moved. If Qin Shun knew that Yi Yuan was actually planning on poaching, who knew how he would feel? A lesser sublime heavenly stratum was actually snatching disciples with him, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Very soon, when Jingxuan's foundation establishment heavenly pill was completed, through the Cloud Mount Motherstone's testing, it was actually as high as upper 7th grade. When the result came out, it immediately caused a burst of exclamation. "That's amazing! Upper 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, the vast majority of grade 2 heavenly alchemists can't reach it, right? Heh. Foundation establishment heavenly pill reaching 5th grade is easy. But if you want to reach upper 7th grade, most likely even many grade 3 heavenly alchemists can't do it. No need to compete anymore, that old man will lose for sure." When Jingxian had a look of pleasant surprise on her face. In her rage, she performed exceptionally today and actually reached upper 7th grade. Normally, she only reached middle 7th grade at the highest. Furthermore, it was even very unstable. She looked at Lin Lan with a proud look and said with a cold smile, "Old man, how is it? Do you yield?" Lin Lan nodded and said, "To have such skill at a young age, this old man is impressed." When Jingxian said with great joy, "That means that you admit defeat?" But Lin Lan shook his head and said, "Before following master, I wasn't your match. But now you're not my match. Your talent is pretty good, but it's too much of a shame to follow that old man. Do you want to follow my master?" When Xianxia was taken aback, this old man actually wanted to poach her? Yi Yuan was stunned too and immediately laughed in spite of himself. He did not expect that Lin Lan actually verbalize his own thoughts. This old man was a little interesting. Hoo-hoo? Just you brag. If you have the ability, refine an 8th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill for me to see. When Xianxia said in a great rage. Lin Lan nodded slightly and did not say anything further either, and he started refining. The moment he made his move, everyone's faces changed. Lin Lan's refinement technique was dreamlike and mystical. It was a little more brilliant compared to when Xianxia. The entire refinement was completed in one go. With regards to the cultivation of the foundation establishment heavenly pill, Lin Lan was long already thoroughly familiar with it. There was no difficulty at all. Furthermore, he was not as erratic as when Xianxia. The foundation establishment heavenly pill that he refined, more than 90% of them were 8th grade. When Lin Lan's foundation establishment heavenly pill landed on the Cloud Mount Motherstone, everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Shun even stood up abruptly and cried out in surprise, "You upper 8th grade? How is this possible?" What did upper 8th grade mean? It meant that Lin Lan's attainments in the foundation establishment heavenly pill were even stronger than him. This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. A hint of surprise also flashed across in the sect master's eyes. It was also his first time seeing an upper 8th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. When Xianxia looked like she was battered out of her senses, not quite daring to believe everything before her eyes. She actually lost. Lost to an old geezer. It was clear that this old man was an average slag with one glance. He should be a rookie among grade 2 heavenly alchemists. But she lost. Furthermore, she sensed that Lin Lan's affinity was significantly worse than hers. But the quality of the foundation establishment heavenly pill was greatly better than hers. Upper 7th grade and upper 8th grade seemed to only have the difference of 1 grade. But there was a distance of 108,000 miles in the middle. One had to know, even Qin Shun, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist, could not refine an upper 8th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill too. Lin Lan looked at Wen Jingxian and said coolly, "Lass, your talent is really very good, but following that old man has stifled you. Why not follow my master in the future? Your talent will be brought to play to the greatest extent." At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly got up and said, "Old man, it's time for us to go down and compete." Everyone roused themselves. This arrogant and flaunting guy was finally going to make a move. Was this trash-like aptitude really impressive, or did he hold a position without qualifications? It was going to be revealed to the world. The arrogance from before already whetted everyone's appetites. But in everyone's view, the likelihood that Yi Yuan was posturing was higher. Really arriving at this time, he should be nervous. But now, Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to provoke. It seriously exceeded everyone's expectations. Qin Shun's gaze turned intent and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, you wouldn't be thinking that you can beat me because that fellow won Jingxian, right? Hoo-hoo, this old man also wants to see how high the quality the heavenly pill refined by a 4-point affinity can be." Yi Yuan gave him a deep look and suddenly turned to Sect Master and said, "Sect Master, this girl's talent is very good. It's too wasteful to be put in this old man's hands. Why not let her come to me? How about it?" Sect Master was stunned. Qin Shun was taken aback too. They did not expect that he had not even competed in alchemy yet, and Yi Yuan actually started to publicly poach people. Qin Shun flew into a great rage when he heard that and said, "Brat, you're also too impudent. Shouldn't you think about passing this old man's hurdle first before talking?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I think that this alchemy battle isn't necessary anymore. It's too troublesome." Qin Shun sneered and said, "Brat, what tricks did you think of again? Want to avoid this alchemy battle? Hoo-hoo? Let me tell you, you have to compete in this alchemy battle whether you want to or not." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're mistaken. What I mean is, you pick 3 kinds of grade 1 heavenly pills. I'll refine first. After I refine finish, if you feel that you can surpass me, then you refine it. If there's a heavenly pill that you surpass me in quality, consider it that I lose." What? This guy is also too arrogant, right? Master Qin is, at any rate, a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. This guy doesn't take him seriously at all. Impressive. Really impressive. Your father has grown so old and has never met such an arrogant fellow before. Got personality. It's just that I don't know whether he has the strength to support his arrogance or not. Yi Yuan's words caused a stir again. Such arrogant words could simply be described as condescending. A guy who was not even sure whether or not he was a grade 1 heavenly alchemist actually completely ignored a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Impudent. Arrogant. Ignorant. Who do you think you are? Qin Shun was completely filled with anger. His lungs were about to explode from anger. A second ago, Yi Yuan openly poached his disciple from him. In the next second, he directly treated him as heir. How proud was he, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist? When had he been insulted by someone like this before? But Yi Yuan had a smile on his face as he said to Qin Shun, "Actually, I'm saving time for everyone too. Old man, I say, if I ruin my first medicinal pill, wouldn't you and Elder Sure be able to kill me right and properly? Moreover, there are so many grade 1 heavenly pills. You can make things difficult for me. You can take out your private pill formulas. All in all, you can use all means to humiliate me. This way, everyone also saves time, isn't that right?" Everyone was completely speechless. Yi Yuan really let them witness what was called arrogant without limit. What he said was in order to save everyone's time. But as long as one was not a fool, they would be able to tell that Yi Yuan's subtext was that no matter what means you employed, your father could completely crush you. This kind of arrogance without limit was already not arrogance, but extremely conceited. Hoo. Your meaning is that even if I take out a pill formula that you've never refined before, you can refine it all the same? Qin Shun laughed from extreme fury. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "That's right. If you stump me with your first pill formula, everyone can save time. How about it? Consider it." "No need to consider, this old man agrees to you. This method is very good." Qin Shun suddenly calmed down. It was just that his words carried an icy cold killing intent. Everyone knew that there was a show to watch. While Sect Master shook his head slightly, he felt more and more that this boy Luo Yunqing found was not reliable. Young people could be frivolous, but being like Yi Yuan, it was not frivolous at all, but courting death. Qin Shun took out a jade slip, threw it to Yi Yuan, and said, "This is Crimson Cloud Heavenly Pills pill formula. If you can refine it, consider it my loss." Wu Chengchao said in surprise, "You actually have the Crimson Cloud Heavenly Pills pill formula. I heard that these heavenly pills can cure myriad poisons under the heavens. It's extremely powerful. I heard that this pill formula has already been lost. Furthermore, the refining difficulty is extremely high. I didn't expect that you would actually have it in your hands." Qin Shun smiled coldly and said, "This old man has already obtained this pill formula for decades. To this date, I can only refine lower 3rd grade. I really want to see whether or not this master can refine it." Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard it. A medicinal pill that a grade 3 heavenly alchemist could only refine lower 3rd grade, the refining difficulty could be imagined. How could a grade 1 heavenly alchemist possibly refine such a pill formula? Yi Yuan received the jade slip and said with a smile, No, we'd best stick to what was said before. 3 heavenly pills, as long as you can surpass me in one, consider it my loss." Qin Shun sneered and said, Hoo. Since you're courting death yourself, then this old man will grant your wish. Come, men, prepare the heavenly medicine." Yi Yuan's figure floated down and he arrived in front of Wen Jingxian and said, "Lass, how about it? Consider my proposition." Wen Jingxian smiled coldly and said, "Talk to me about this again if you can live." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and was not long-winded either, sitting down cross-legged and started studying the pill formula. This pill formula was indeed extremely difficult. But ever since Yi Yuan obtained Zhong Jiancho's 3 pieces of jade slips, he had already pretty much studied entirely these basic pill formulas during the past few years. Yi Yuan achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of these basic pill formulas and already reached the grand completion realm of the first level of heavenly pill rule. Refining extremely high-difficulty medicinal pills on this foundation was not considered very hard. 2 hours later, Yi Yuan arrived in front of the medicine cauldron solemnly. That appearance looked somewhat comical in the eyes of the others. Many people had cold smiles, waiting to see Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. However, the moment the extraction started, everyone's expressions changed. That transcendent, brilliant to the pinnacle fire-controlling technique, that incomparably pure heavenly medicine, it all displayed Yi Yuan's unparalleled strength without exception. Before this, there had already been 2 masters who demonstrated their extraction technique. But if Yi Yuan's extraction technique was a perfect score of 100, then Lin Lan's extraction technique was only 1 point. As for Wen Jingxian, she did not even reach 1 point. This was simply the difference in levels. The refinement that followed even made everyone feel bedazzled and incredibly shocked. Shi Feiyu, Qin Chao, Wu Chengchao, Shi Feiyu, even including Luo Yunqing. They were all shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. How is this possible? His affinity is only 4 points. So how does he feel the power of rule in the heavenly medicines? If he can't feel the power of rule in the heavenly medicines, how does he refine heavenly pills? Qin Shun opened his mouth wide, his face full of puzzlement and shock, pretending to be mysterious. He must be purposely misleading people by being deliberately mystifying. Shi Feiyu said in a solemn voice. That's right. It must be deliberately mystifying things. With a 4-point affinity, if he can refine this crimson cloud heavenly pill, then wouldn't we, these heavenly alchemists, become jokes? Qin Shun said with a cold smile. It looks like that, but inside must already be a pile of paste. Shi Feiyu said. These 2 people chime in one after another, continuously cheering themselves up. But right at this time, Yi Yuan finished condensing the pill. Everyone held their breaths, staring fixedly at the medicine cauldron. Whether it was a mule or a horse, it was time to verify it. Open. The moment the medicine cauldron opened, a golden light dazzled until people could not open their eyes. 9th grade golden pill. This is impossible. Such an obscure heavenly pill, could it be that he has refined it before in the past? Furthermore, he only has 4 points of affinity. 4 points! This is also too fake. Freaking hell, this is also too impressive. Settling the matter in one go, how can Master Qin still compete? The audience exploded. Everyone fell into fervent shock. They had thought of 10,000 possibilities. The only thing that they never thought of was that it was a 9th grade golden pill the moment Yi Yuan made his move. Only at this time did they suddenly come to a realization why Yi Yuan dared to spout a stream of empty rhetoric, saying that Qin Shun did not need to take action anymore. Freaking hell, how to do it still. Qin Shun said it before too. He studied this crimson cloud heavenly pill for decades and only barely refined lower 3rd grade. Even if he were to refine until he vomited blood, he could not refine 9th grade too. Ha ha ha. Beautiful. The moment Brother Yi takes action, it crushes all sides. With this, everyone has to shut up, right? Luo Yunqing stroked his palm and laughed loudly as he said. Even he also did not expect that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it would actually be so breathtaking, directly settling the matter in one go. By the side, Sect Master's eyes were full of shock. Such a heaven-defying 4-point heavenly alchemist, he really only saw it once in his life. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shun and said, Old man, why don't come down and give it a try too? This is my first time refining. There were still some flaws during the refining process. If you can reach grand completion 9th grade, you can still beat me. Qin Shun's face turned black, wishing to tear Yi Yuan to shreds. Try your sister. Already 9th grade. Was your father going down to make a spectacle of myself? And at this time, Yi Yuan's arrogant remarks did not arouse the full audience's ridicule. At this moment, all of Yi Yuan's arrogance became a matter of course. The strong naturally had the capital to be arrogant. Did you not see that even Qin Shun shut up? When Jingxian looked at Yi Yuan, her cherry lips opened until she could not close her mouth. The fox's tail was revealed. But this tail was too big. She prided herself on being extremely talented and had never placed anyone in the sect in her sights before. However, a 4-point affinity lesser sublime heavenly stratum trampled her into the dust with 1 foot. Not, it was her and her master together. Originally, Yi Yuan was just a jumping clown in her eyes. But now, Yi Yuan's image became incomparably tall, as if a lofty mountain crushing her until she could not breathe. Why are you not speaking anymore? No rush. You just underestimated the enemy this time. You still have 2 chances. Buck up. You can do it. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shun and said with a smile. Qin Shun's face turned black. This guy was too arrogant. He gritted his teeth, fished out another jade slip, and said, "This is the pill formula for the Fish Dragon 9 transformation heavenly pill. If you can refine it, this old man will admit defeat immediately." Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Don't say that. You need to be careful or you might just slap your own face. Better stick to what we said." 3 times. Everyone was rendered speechless. However, Qin Shun taking out the Fish Dragon 9 transformation heavenly pill's pill formula caused a stir once again. This pill formula was even more monstrous and freakish than the Crimson Cloud heavenly pill. Not only was it extremely obscure, but the refining difficulty was also even greater. Could be seen that Qin Shun really put forth the blood capital this time. But unfortunately, Yi Yuan's refinement went rather smoothly. Several hours later, the heavenly pill came out of the furnace. 9th grade. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. If Yi Yuan happened to have refined the Crimson Cloud heavenly pill previously before, then what was going on with this Fish Dragon 9 transformation heavenly pill? Such an obscure heavenly pill, forget about in the 5 light heavenly region, even in the 4 great heavenly regions, there were extremely few people who grasped it too. But Yi Yuan seemed to have refined it countless times before. The moment he made a move, it was 9th grade. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shun and said with a smile, "Already said it. Don't be so sure. It's easy to get slapped." Qin Shun's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He said in a great rage, "This old man doesn't believe that you can refine this." Finished talking, he took out another jade slip and threw it right at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's divine sense swept and his eyes could not help lighting up. This pill formula was pretty good. He did not say another word either, immediately started deducing. The others had curious looks too, not knowing what pill formula Qin Shun took out this time. But they knew that it must be Qin Shun's ultimate pill formula this time. Several hours later, the furnace was opened. Still 9th grade. That's the legendary Yuqi Dust Cleansing Heavenly Imperial Pill. Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill. And 9th Grade Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill. Wu Chengxiao suddenly stood up, looking at that medicinal pill with an astonished face. Incredibly shocked. He had always harbored the mentality of watching Qin Shun make a fool of himself. But this time he could not sit still anymore. Yi Yuan refining an Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill to 9th grade directly made him explode. Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill was the highest grade among heavenly pills. Each grade had a top-notch kind of heavenly pill. That was the Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill. Lesser sublime heavenly stratums were unable to withstand the medicinal properties of Grade 2 heavenly pills at all. Once consumed, they might very likely be blown up by the Grade 2 heavenly pills' medicinal properties. However, Imperial Grade heavenly pills would not. The medicinal properties of Grade 1 Imperial Grade heavenly pills did not lose to Grade 2 heavenly pills. But its medicinal properties were very gentle. Lesser sublime heavenly stratums could consume them too. But Imperial Grade heavenly pills had the most terrifying aspect. It was that the refining difficulty was exceedingly high. Whatever Jasper Regeneration Pill, whatever Fish Dragon 9 Transformation Heavenly Pill, all were weak to the max in front of an Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill. Therefore, to the vast majority of heavenly alchemists, Imperial Grade Heavenly Pills were just a legend. Because even if they obtained the pill formula, they could not refine it at all too. But Yi Yuan refined it. Not only did he refine it, furthermore, it was 9th grade golden pill. 9th grade Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill. Sect Master. I wonder if this brother Yi of mine can take on the position of a green wing protector? Luo Yunqing said with a light smile. He was similarly extremely shocked in his heart. But at this time, he actually had a feeling of exultation upon fulfillment. Yi Yuan's breathtakingly explosive performance proved that his eyesight was correct. Honestly speaking, he also did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually be fearsome to such an extent. That was an Imperial Grade pill. Furthermore, it was a 9th grade Heavenly Imperial Pill. Sect Master's entire body trembled, and he nodded his head deeply and said, "Yes, of course, he is worthy of it. No, Becoming a green wing protector isn't enough. Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, actually, when I went to guide him back then, I wanted to give him the authority of a purple wing protector. But unfortunately, my greatest authority was also just giving him the status of a green wing protector. Brother Yi has a lofty heart and must be treated with sincerity. Otherwise, he could not care even if given the position of elder. For this reason, I laid low in Eastward Country for as long as a decade. Sect Master slowly said, Yunqing, you did very well. This matter, you've made great contributions to the sect. It's just that I can't give him this green wing protector. Everybody listen up. I, Feng Shuani, immediately issue a sect master order and order Luo Yunqing and Yi Yuan, 2 people, to become martial secure heavenly sects elders. A grand conferment ceremony will be held on another day, Sect Master said in a loud voice. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone was shocked. Elder. A lesser sublime heavenly stratum actually became an elder. Sect Master has such breadth of spirit. It's just that, is this position given a little too high? This is probably an unprecedented thing for our 5 light heavenly regions, 5 great heavenly sects, right? A grade 1 heavenly alchemist directly becoming a green wing protector was already sufficiently shocking to begin with. But Yi Yuan actually rose straight to elder, reaching the heavens in one step. One had to know, in martial secure heavenly sect, only Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could serve as elders. There were more than 2 major realms between Lesser Sublime and Jade Sovereign Heaven. Feng Shuani's action truly shocked everyone. Yunqing thanks Sect Master. Luo Yunqing said, Thank you, Sect Master. I also thank Protector Qin for bestowing the pill formulas, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Seeing Yi Yuan's smile, Qin Shun's expression became black as the bottom of a pot. It turned out that this guy playing this move, it was actually in order to cheat his pill formulas. This was really suffering a double loss. It was just that who could have thought that this boy could even refine a heavenly imperial pill? His gaze turned cold and he said, Sect Master, a grade 1 heavenly alchemist taking on the position of elder. It's not enough to convince the masses. If Sect Master insists on doing so, this Qin will withdraw from Martial Secure Heavenly Sect henceforth. Martial Secure Heavenly Sect will only have either him or me. Everyone's faces changed, not expecting that Qin Shun actually clashed with Sect Master. But one had to admit this move was vicious. No matter how high Yi Yuan's talent was, he was also merely a grade 1 heavenly alchemist, that was all. He could refine imperial grade heavenly pills, but could not refine grade 3 heavenly pills. But Qin Shun was a living grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Feng Shuani's expression was very ugly too. Being locked horns with by Qin Shun in public like this, it put him greatly on the spot. His gaze turned dark and he said, Protector Qin, you've been in my martial secure heavenly sect for many years, and know what an extremely talented heavenly alchemist means to the sect. Moreover, Yi Yuan is different from the rest. This matter has indeed somewhat embarrassed you, but this sect master will compensate you afterward. Alright? Those ascenders were all stunned. The exalted sect master actually lowered his head to a protector? Could it be that in this martial secure heavenly sect, one could come and go as one pleased? Just a protector, even if martial secure heavenly sect's heavenly alchemists were extremely few, it was also not to such an extent, right? Even Yi Yuan was very puzzled too. Feng Shuani's concession did not make Qin Shun stop. It was only to see him snort coldly. He said, Sect Master, there's no discussion about this matter. Either the sect sentences him to death, or I, Qin Shun, leave. Feng Shuani's gaze turned intent, revealing unhappiness. Qin Shun's request was already not the position of elder, but to sentence Yi Yuan to death. This was too much. Disregarding how Yi Yuan's talent was, if he really agreed, who would still take him, this sect master, seriously? Your Qin Shun's face was bigger than me. The sect master? Furthermore, Yi Yuan's talent gave him a great shock. Heavenly Imperial Pill, affinity growing, the significance of these two was too great. If affinity could really be increased, wouldn't that mean that ascenders could become heavenly alchemists too? Therefore, even though Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still low, his significance to the sect was extremely far-reaching. Otherwise, How could he possibly hand such an important seat as an elder to a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? But what was damning was that Qin Shun's identity and background were extremely not simple. How to make his choice was something that gave him a headache. If it was an alchemy battle in private, it was still fine. But now he had to make a choice in front of the whole sect. Was it Yi Yuan or Qin Shun? And at this time, Luo Yunqing's figure suddenly swayed, landing beside Yi Yuan. He did not speak, just stood there silently, quietly waiting for Feng Shuani's ruling. That meaning was already very clear. He was standing together with Yi Yuan. The whole audience was deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were staring at Feng Shuani, wanting to see how he made his choice. While Qin Shun had a smug look as if victory was already within grasp. He, a Qin Shun, was naturally nothing much. But the Leviathan behind him, who on this rain-clear continent dared to provoke. Therefore, Yi Yuan would definitely die. He was already furious to the extreme towards Yi Yuan. Even at the risk of offending Feng Shuani, he had to doom Yi Yuan to death too. Suddenly, Feng Shuani's gaze turned intent, and he said to Qin Shun, "Since that's the case, leave." Qin Shun was currently looking at Yi Yuan with a smug expression. Hearing this, his smile immediately turned stiff on his face, and he said solemnly, "Feng Shuani, what did you say?" Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice, "I said to have you leave the martial secure heavenly sect. From today onward, you're no longer my martial secure heavenly sect's purple wing protector." Everyone turned pale with fright, being shocked by Feng Shuani's words. Shifeiyu said, "Sect master, you mustn't. Offending the Pill Alliance, how will we contend with the 4 great heavenly sects in the future?" Protector Mo also said, "Sect master, you mustn't act on impulse. No matter how formidable this Yi Yuan is, he's also merely a grade 1 heavenly alchemist. Whether or not he can grow up is still unknown. If we offend the Pill Alliance because of this, our martial secure heavenly sect will struggle to stride forward." Han Qianshan said, "As long as we kill Yi Yuan, Protector Qin will definitely be even more devoted to our sect." For some time, all the protectors present came out to urge. Everyone supported Qin Shun one-sidedly. "All shut up for me." Feng Shuani shouted coldly and said, "This place is martial secure heavenly sect, not the Pill Alliance. Although my martial secure heavenly sect relies on the Pill Alliance, it's also not what a puny little grade 3 heavenly alchemist can order around. Qin Shun, you leave." Qin Shun's expression was already gloomy to the extreme. Hearing that, he smiled coldly and said, "Hoo-hoo? Feng Shuani, you're very good. I, Qin Shun, am indeed just a measly little grade 3 heavenly alchemist. But don't you forget who my master is." "Fine, I'll go. It's just that today's humiliation. I'll return it to the martial secure heavenly sect with interest." "Jingxian girl, let's go." Luo Yunqing frowned and said, "Jingxian is martial secure heavenly sect's disciple, not the Pill Alliance's disciple. What right do you have to take her away?" Qin Shun smiled coldly and said, "She is my, Qin Shun's disciple. Of course. She's also the Pill Alliance's disciple. I'm bringing her away today. See who dares to stop me. Jingxian, come over." When Jingxian had a look of struggle, she completely did not expect that things would actually become such a mess. One was the master who taught her cultivation, the other was the sect who provided for her. It was really very hard to make a choice. But at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly blocked in front of Wen Jingxian and said coolly, "She won't go with you." Qin Shun said in a great rage, "Who the hell do you think you are? Is it your turn to come and tell me what to do with my apprentice?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You don't want to take her away for something just as simple as teaching an apprentice, right?" Qin Shun's expression changed and he said in a great rage, "Impudent! Jingxian is a piece of uncut jade. Placing her in the martial secure heavenly sect is a waste too. I'm bringing her to the Pill Alliance for the sake of her future. What else can there be? Is that so? Then the worrisome heart callousness is also in order to teach her to test poison." Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shun and said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Shun was immensely shocked and scolded angrily, "Bullshit! What worrisome heart callousness? What nonsense are you spurting?" Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "There are really quite a number of wondrous formulas in your hands. It's just a pity that this worrisome heart callousness, this he knows about it too. Not admitting is fine. Bring a stalk of pity stargrass here. It will naturally be verified. Xianxia's expression changed wildly and he actually fell silent, while the others had baffled looks, not knowing what the two were talking about. When Jingxian frowned and said, "Master, what are you guys talking about?" Xianxia's expression was complicated, but he did not open his mouth. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Worrisome heart callousness is a kind of strange poison. There are very few people who know about it. The poisoner just has to fuse his own blood into the poison, then let the woman drink it, and he'll be able to turn her into his most loyal furnace. However, this poison isn't easy to refine, and poisoning is likewise not easy. Of course, the symptoms after getting poisoned aren't obvious. If it's someone who doesn't know it, it's extremely difficult to discover. Fortunately, you aren't poisoned deeply and can still be saved. Once this poison encounters the pity stargrass, the pity grass star will wither and turn yellow." Hearing that, everyone was incredibly shocked. This Xianxia was actually a beast in human clothing, posing as someone with high morals and plotted against his own disciple? Wu Chengqiao opened his mouth wide and said with a look of shock, "Worrisome heart callousness. No wonder Chen Yuerong and Li Xinran, those girls, became somewhat odd after becoming your disciple. After that, they died in sect missions. It turns out that you actually poisoned them with such an unscrupulous poison? Heh? You got bored of them and made them go and seek their own doom, is that it?" When Jingxian had a blank face, she was stunned by what Yi Yuan said. The master that she respected actually did such a shameless thing. This old thing was simply coveting her looks. Therefore, are you still planning on going together with him? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Good. Very good, brat. I've remembered you. In the future, this old man will definitely tear you to shreds. Also, Feng Shuani, you should know the consequences of offending the Pill Alliance." Xianxia turned angry from embarrassment and threw down harsh words, then flicked his sleeves and left. His face was utterly lost. If he left because of a dispute, he could still garner some people's sympathy. But now, the matter of the worrisome heart callousness was exposed. He really lost all standing and reputation. Worrisome heart callousness. Even Wu Chengqiao could not tell. He did not expect that it was actually seen through by Yi Yuan. Therefore, he hated Yi Yuan to the bones. Swoosh! Luo Yunqing's figure flashed, blocking Xianxia's path. Xianxia sneered and said, "What, Luo Yunqing? Could it be that you're still planning on killing me? Do you know the consequences of offending the Pill Alliance?" Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice, "Let him leave." Luo Yunqing had a look of unwillingness on his face, but in the end, he still moved aside, while Xianxia had a smug look as he strutted away. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not expect that an entrance assessment actually played out until like this in the end. After Xianxia left, Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice, "It ends here today. The entrance test will be conducted on another day. All withdraw. Yi Yuan, Yunqing, Elder Shi, you guys come with me." In the hall, the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. The sect producing a scum like Xianxia, nobody looked good. "Yi Yuan, you were too rash in this matter. Offending the Pill Alliance. Our sect's heavenly pills in the future will get into an even more dire state." Shi Feiyu shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare and said, "Enough." Feng Shuani shouted coldly and said, "Shi Feiyu, if not looking on the account of your face as an elder, I'll definitely punish you severely today. You, a dignified elder, don't think about looking for talents for the sect and even want to doom Yi Yuan to death. I don't believe that you can't tell Yi Yuan's value to the sect. Also, have you ascended for too long and already forgot about hot-bloodedness when in the lower realms? No matter how formidable the Pill Alliance is, when can they ride on top of our martial secure heavenly sect's head? He, a puny little grade 3 heavenly alchemist, is even a second-rate existence in the Pill Alliance. His face is bigger than my Feng Shuani's face." Shi Feiyu completely did not dare to make a sound being countered by Feng Shuani. Only then did he know that Feng Shuani had already tolerated him for very long. At this time, Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Is this Pill Alliance very powerful?" Luo Yunqing nodded his head and said, "More than just powerful. It can be said that they are Rainclear continent's #1 major faction. It turned out that this Pill Alliance was actually the Heavenly Alchemist Alliance. Of the various major factions on this Rainclear continent, more than 60% of the Heavenly Alchemists originated from the Pill Alliance. Not only did they control the massive amounts of heavenly medicines, pill formulas, refining techniques, they even controlled the most abundant Heavenly Alchemist resources. Many sects Heavenly Alchemists originated from the Pill Alliance, such as Wu Chengqiao. However, those like Wu Chengqiao did not belong to the Pill Alliance's own people. Their internal faction had strict ranks. It was not what anyone could enter as they liked. And Qin Shun was a proper member of the Pill Alliance. Martial secure Heavenly Sect's Heavenly Alchemist's strength was too weak. It was difficult for one person to support it. Being helpless, Feng Shuani moved out in person and spent a lot of money to hire Qin Shun. Who would have thought that this guy was actually such a despicable and shameless person? Furthermore, the Pill Alliance's Heavenly Alchemists were very strong. The Heavenly Alchemists that the various major sects sent over to the Pill Alliance, their strength was significantly worse compared to them. Qin Chao was not considered very strong in the Pill Alliance, but his strength was much stronger than Wu Chengqiao. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help suddenly seeing the light. Even Feng Shuani did not want to completely offend the Pill Alliance too. This Pill Alliance controlled all of the Rainclear continent's alchemy path resources. The other sects could only depend on them to survive. The other Heavenly Alchemists' outcomes were much worse compared to those from the Pill Alliance. So how to compete? Therefore, no matter how you sects fight among yourselves, I stand firm as a rock. It was also precisely because of this that he could take out so many valuable and obscure pill formulas. It was just that Qin Shun never expected that the pill formulas were all swiped away by Yi Yuan. Luo Yunqing finished explaining, and then Feng Shuani followed up, saying, Yi Yuan, this sect master carried out a huge bet for you. I hope that you won't let this sect master down. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, since sect master bet on Yi Yuan, then Yi Yuan naturally can't let you down. Competing in refining pills, I, Yi Yuan, examine my own conscience and feel that I won't lose to anyone. Only then did Feng Shuani turn his anger into joy and say, does Elder Yi have a way to increase my martial secure Heavenly Sect's alchemy path strength within a short time? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, could sect master be joking? Alchemy, this sort of thing, how can there be a crash course? Not the slightest hint of lies can be allowed on this. Isn't it because there's no choice either? You're able to increase affinity. As long as affinity increases, our strength will naturally rise. Feng Shuani said. What he valued Yi Yuan most of all was also precisely this aspect. To Ascenders, affinity was a weakness. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, it's useless. The effect of Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill on greater sublime heavenly stratums is negligible. Let alone talk about limitless sublime heavenly stratum protectors. Sect Master, if you want to make martial secure Heavenly Sect's alchemy path become strong, leave everything in this area to me. Don't ask too much about other things. Otherwise, forgive the sea for being powerless to do anything too. All right? The worrisome heart callousness in your body has already been completely cured. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, the poison of worrisome heart callousness was rather formidable. Yi Yuan needed to expend considerable effort to cure the poison too. When Jingxian looked at Yi Yuan with a grateful look, if not for Yi Yuan, she really did not dare to imagine the consequences. She got up and bowed towards Yi Yuan with folded hands at the lower right side and said gratefully, Jingxian, thanks Elder Yi. MN? What did you call me? Master. Hesitating for a moment, when Jingxian finally called, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, I, Yi Yuan, have only taken the initiative to accept a disciple just this once walking all this way. However, I don't like to force things. There's only this one chance, so you have to think about it well. He knew that when Jingxian could not get over this in her heart. However, where did he, Yi Yuan, this person come from? How could he thicken his skin and beg people to acknowledge him as her master? If when Jingxian was willing, that was fine. If she was not willing, it was okay too. He only gave this one chance. Miss it means she missed it. Sure enough, when Jingshuan's expression changed and she hurriedly said, This disciple knows that I'm wrong. Yi Yuan said coolly, this isn't your fault, but I, Yi Yuan, have always been extremely strict in accepting disciples. If not looking on the account that your talent is really pretty good, I wouldn't have cared about your affairs. When Jingshuan's expression was sad as she said, Many thanks, master. Yi Yuan gave her a glance and did not say much. Some roads needed one to walk themselves, and right at this time, there was a commotion coming from outside. Elder Yi, you come out for me. I, Wu Chengqiao, am not convinced and want to seek justice. This old man is a dignified grade 3 heavenly alchemist, and yet you're making your father refined foundation establishment heavenly pills day in and day out. What the hell is this? Even if foundation establishment heavenly pill is cultivated to the acme of perfection, what the hell use is it? We're not convinced. What right does a grade 1 heavenly alchemist have to be an elder? The moment Yi Yuan went out to take a look, he saw Wu Chengqiao taking the lead in causing trouble. A group of grade 2 heavenly alchemists also followed behind to make a fuss. These were all the backbone people of the martial secure heavenly sex alchemy path. Although it was a little weak. Ever since Qin Shun left, Yi Yuan took over the alchemist hall. And the first thing that he did when he took office was to have everyone relearn the foundation establishment heavenly pill from the top again. Lin Lan was everyone's head coach. It was just that this order was only carried out for 2 days and Wu Chengqiao and the rest took the lead to make trouble. Although Yi Yuan's performance before was very astonishing, to make them, these grade 2 and grade 3 heavenly alchemists go and practice the most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill, this was simply the biggest joke in the world. How could they be willing? Among them, Wu Chengqiao especially made the biggest clamor. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone's faces, and he said with a frown, Where's Lin Lan? The voices abruptly stopped. Master! And at this time, a voice sounded out behind everyone. Yi Yuan looked over, who could it be if not Lin Lan? It was just that he was covered in wounds all over his body. Clearly, he had suffered considerable injuries. Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, Who did it? Everyone exchanged glances, no one said anything. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he sneered and said, Looks like you all see that my cultivation realm is low, and aren't convinced of me taking on the position of elder. Wu Chengqia said, It's not that we're not convinced. It's just that this guy used a made-up directive and forced us to recultivate the foundation establishment heavenly pill every day. What the hell is with that? It can't be that refining the foundation establishment heavenly pill can make one break through to grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes at Wu Chengqiao and he said with a sneer, So, you made a move to injure this elder's disciple? Yi Yuan looked straight at Wu Chengqiao. Wu Chengqiao also met eyes with Yi Yuan. But very soon, Wu Chengqiao avoided Yi Yuan's gaze. He could not withstand Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. Wu Chengqiao was shocked in his heart. He actually lost to a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. I didn't do it alone, Wu Chengqiao said awkwardly. Jingxian, Yi Yuan suddenly said. When Jingxian was taken aback and hurriedly said, This disciple is here, everyone was uncertain what it meant. Turning their gazes toward Wen Jingxian, Yi Yuan turned to her and said with a smile, Your talent is pretty good, your affinity reaching an astonishing 59 points. Then do you want to improve further? When Jingxian was taken aback again and immediately said with wild elation, Master, see can I? Yi Yuan smiled and said, If I say can, of course you can. Hearing this, everyone trembled all over. Affinity. Elder Yi was finally releasing his big move. They all knew that Elder Yi was able to become this elder by relying completely on this ultimate move. A means that could increase affinity was seriously too attractive. The significance of this move was extraordinary. Even Wu Chengqiao could not resist swallowing his saliva. No one would mind affinity being too high. Maybe if their affinity increased by 1 point, their strength would increase by 10. Many thanks, master, when Jingxian said agitatedly. The haze on her face was swept clean and what replaced it was a face full of excitement. The allure of increasing affinity was too great. She could not resist it. Yi Yuan said coolly, You're my disciple, so your treatment is naturally different from the rest. As he said, he held his palm out and took out a medicinal pill. When Jingxian saw the medicinal pill, the expression on her face could not help becoming stupefied as she blurted out, "F Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill? Can Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill increase affinity? Elder Yi, you're joking, right? Sect Master let you be this elder because he pinned high hopes on you. Yet, you're showing us this." Yi Yuan actually taking out the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill immediately aroused mass ridicule. They had never heard that the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill could increase affinity. "Wasn't this a joke? Fetch the prenatal cloudstone," Yi Yuan instructed. When Jingxian suppressed the curiosity in her heart and fetched the prenatal cloudstone. "Test your affinity," Yi Yuan instructed again. When Jingxian followed suit and placed her palm on the prenatal cloudstone. Very soon, the scale marks on the prenatal cloudstone reached 59 points. Although everyone already knew this result, having witnessed it again, they were still incredibly envious. This number was something that they would have to look up to all their lives. However, with regards to Yi Yuan's way of doing things, they all turned their noses up in disdain. If the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill could increase affinity, would it still be your, Yi Yuan's, turn to come and discover it? Eat it and refine it on the spot, Yi Yuan repeatedly instructed. When Jingxian did not hesitate, directly swallowing this 9th grade Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. Very soon, when Jingxian seemed to have been reborn, her entire person becoming much graceful. A stench came over, her body and marrow had actually been cleansed. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being extremely surprised. The Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill still had this effect? Finished refining, when Jingxian only felt that her entire body was indescribably comfortable, and she said excitedly, "Master, this Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill actually has such a miraculous effect?" Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Go and test again." When Jingxian followed suit and placed her palm on the prenatal cloud stone again. Although they felt that it was impossible for a miracle to happen, everyone still held their breaths, staring at the prenatal cloud stone without blinking. Very soon, the scales reached 59. But this time, it did not stop at 59. 6 to 61. Are really increased. Affinity really increased. My God. I'm not dreaming, right? The Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill can actually really increase affinity. The scale mark finally stopped on 61 points. Although it was only 2 points, it was enough to shock everyone. They all thought that Yi Yuan was joking. They did not expect that it was actually true. The most rubbish Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill can actually increase affinity. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Chengqiao and said coolly, "Wu Chengqiao, now you tell me whether the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill is useful or not." Wu Chengqiao's expression turned stiff, and he said in embarrassment, "You useful? But why is this?" Yi Yuan did not answer, but said coolly, "Now what should you do?" Wu Chengqiao's expression was somewhat ugly. However, this miraculous thing still evoked his limitless desire. Moreover, he knew that he could not escape this hurdle. Wu Chengqiao cupped his fists towards Lin Lan and said, "Younger brother Lin, I was reckless before, this old man apologizes to you." While Lin Lan gave a cold snort and paid no heed to him, Wu Chengqiao froze there, very embarrassed. If it were before, being apologized to by a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, Lin Lan would definitely be in fear and trepidation. But now he was Yi Yuan's disciple. So he was proud. You struck Elder Ye's disciple and want to brush it over with a mere apology? Dream on. Yi Yuan's gaze swept and he said, "Who else did it?" "Martial Uncle Lin, I'm sorry. I am sorry." Those who did it just now all came over to apologize very conscientiously. When it was over, Yi Yuan said to Lin Lan, "Go and invite Elder Luo over. Those who beat you, hand them over to the punishment hall to wait for sentencing." Lin Lan chuckled and received the order and left. The pain on his body immediately lessened significantly. The expressions of Wu Chengqiao and the rest all became extremely grim. Luo Yunqing was in charge of the punishment hall now. His relationship with Yi Yuan was good until they could wear a single pair of trousers. So how could they have a good outcome? They already apologized and actually still had to be handed over to the punishment hall. Elder Yi was really ruthless. And right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly took out another foundation establishment heavenly pill. Everyone's eyes turned sharp, looking over. Their bodies were very honest. You all look carefully. What's the difference between this foundation establishment heavenly pill and ordinary 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pills? Yi Yuan said. Just now, everyone only saw the 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill and did not look closely. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone could not help sizing it up carefully. Upon looking, everyone really found it unusual. Although this foundation establishment heavenly pill is 9th grade, the light doesn't seem to be dazzling, but much more restrained instead. See, could it be that this is? After Wu Chengxiao sized it up carefully, he suddenly thought of something and could not help looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked expression on his face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "At least you, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist, have some knowledge." "That's right, it's a grand completion 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. Therefore, you tell me whether cultivating the foundation establishment heavenly pill is useful or not." G grand completion 9th grade. The legendary grand completion 9th grade. There's actually really someone who can reach this level. No wonder. No wonder Elder Yi can cultivate the heavenly imperial pill. So that's how it is. All of the heavenly alchemists were shocked until they could not close their mouths. Only then did they know what Yi Yuan relied on to refine the heavenly imperial pill. While Wu Chengxiao had an embarrassed look as he said with a bitter smile, "Elder Yi, but this grand completion 9th grade isn't what anybody can achieve. Is spending so much time on a basic heavenly pill really worth it?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a look of disgust, "That's why you're not as good as Qin Shun. For so many years, the feeling of being suppressed by Qin Shun, that old fellow, must feel great, right?" The moment Wu Chengxiao heard, he said in a great rage, "Elder Yi, you're actually comparing me to that scumbag." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Irrespective of character, only in terms of refining pills, he's indeed much stronger than you. Do you know what's the difference between you guys?" Wu Chengxiao reined in his expression and said seriously, "I naturally know. My foundation is not as good as his. But he comes from the Pill Alliance. Although I went to the Pill Alliance, I couldn't come into contact with their core cultivation methods at all." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "So, I sent Lin Lan to go and help you all consolidate your foundations, and yet you all beat him until like this?" Wu Chengxiao's old face turned red and he blushed with shame as he said, "Was it because this old man was unaware? Elder Yi, this old man is completely convinced by you. This foundation establishment heavenly pill, you can actually cultivate it to the legendary grand completion 9th grade. Then can you?" "Can't," Yi Yuan said with decisiveness that could chop iron. Everyone's expressions changed, secretly regretting immensely. This time they offended Elder Yi badly. However, the heavenly alchemists present were really wholeheartedly convinced by Yi Yuan. Although 9th grade golden pill and grand completion 9th grade golden pill were both 9th grade, they were two completely different concepts. 9th grade golden pill, someone had reached it before. Grand completion 9th grade only existed in the legends. But Elder Yi relied on his 4-point affinity aptitude, and he actually reached the grand completion realm of 9th grade. This already could not be described using monstrous. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Starting from now, all of you be more obedient. Whoever cultivates the foundation establishment heavenly pill to 9th grade first will be awarded 1 pill. If you can't do it, forget about it." "What? 9th grade? Elder Yi, are you trying to take our old lives?" When the group of heavenly alchemists heard that, they immediately cried of excruciating suffering. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Of course, you all can also don't practice. You can naturally forget about that foundation establishment heavenly pill too." As he said, he threw the foundation establishment heavenly pill in his hand to Wen Jingxian and said, "Eat it, continue refining." When everyone saw this scene, their eyeballs were almost popping out. Wu Chengxiao said in a great rage, "Elder Yi, you're biased." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "I'm biased. So what? My disciple. I'll give her however many I want to. Furthermore, you rest assured, Jingxian and Lin Lan's training is absolutely 100 times crueler than yours. Yi Yuan don't have any shortcuts when refining pills. It's just practice. If 100 times won't do, 1,000 times. If 1,000 times won't work, 10,000 times. 10,000 times don't work, 100,000 times. 1,000,000 times. All the way until you master it. Seeing the serious expression on Yi Yuan's face, everyone's expressions could not help turning somber, revealing a look of admiration. Only then did they know that Yi Yuan's success was not accidental. Suddenly, a dozen over figures fell from the sky. Luo Yunqing had arrived. Wu Chengchao's expression changed, and he begged, "Elder Yi, old Wu, know that I was wrong. Spare me this time around. All right?" But Luo Yunqing blocked in front of him and said coolly, "Although Elder Ye's cultivation realm is low, his significance to the sect is tremendous. Sect Master has already ordered it. Those who disrespect Elder Yi will be punished severely. According to sect rules, those who offend elders, 100 strikes of the rod and paraded in public for 3 days. Come, men, bring away." Finished saying, the members of the punishment hall gave no chance to explain too, directly taking everyone away by force. "Elder Yi, I really know that I was wrong. Elder Yi, spare us this time around?" Wails of doom filled the sect immediately. After all the disturbances, they all became obedient. For a grand completion 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, the martial secure heavenly sects heavenly alchemists started cultivating like crazy. Of course, it was also not aimless cultivation. Yi Yuan had naturally fumbled out a set of his own methods, having cultivated to the realm of grand completion. He had long already imparted the set of methods to Lin Lan. Therefore, the one really teaching them was all Lin Lan. Without the slightest surprise, the one who broke through to the realm of 9th grade first was precisely Wen Jingxian. In fact, she was even faster than the grade 3 heavenly alchemist Wu Chengchao. She only used half a year's time and broke through from 7th grade to 9th grade. Of course, Wen Jingxian already had no need of the grand completion foundation establishment heavenly pill, because her affinity was already saturated. In the end, it only stopped at less than 62 points too. When Jingshuan's talent could be seen at a glance. The second to break through was precisely Wu Chengchao. As a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, his foundation was naturally incomparably solid. Originally, he already had upper 8th grade strength, breaking through to 9th grade reasonable too. However, after breaking through to 9th grade, he discovered to his pleasant surprise that when he refined other heavenly pills, there seemed to be some improvement. Even when refining grade 3 heavenly pills, he was that tiny bit stronger than before too. Although it was just that tiny trace, he felt it distinctly. As for grade 2 and grade 1, this kind of increment was even more obvious. This discovery made Wu Chengchao wildly ecstatic. Only at this point did he understand Yi Yuan's painstaking efforts. Elder Yi is really too impressive. You bunch of bastards all keep your chin up for me in the future. Whoever dares to slack off. See if this old man doesn't break your damn legs, Wu Chengchao said ferociously in front of everyone. At this time, he already went from being a skeptic into Yi Yuan's staunch advocate. However, only after reaching 9th grade did they realize that this was just a new beginning. Each tiny bit of improvement of the heavenly pill's quality was extremely difficult. Even having a talent as strong as Wen Jingshuan's, her improvement was very slow too. It was also precisely after reaching this step did they realize how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was. 9th grade, almost all could reach it through hard work. But wanting to improve further, the requirement of talent was close to freakish. Only at this time did the disparity in talent truly manifested itself. Wu Chengchao cultivated to middle 9th grade and was unable to advance an inch forward anymore. Even when Jingxian also stopped advancing after reaching peak upper 9th grade, she was unable to break through to the realm of grand completion from start to end. This final step was akin to a heavenly chasm, she could never cross it. Yi Yuan did not let them continue. He instructed them to switch to cultivating other basic heavenly pills. With the foundation establishment heavenly pill as the foundation, the cultivation speed of other basic heavenly pills was undoubtedly much faster. It was also precisely under this kind of training that the collective strength of the Alchemist Hall was increasing rapidly. Coupled with the increase of the foundation establishment heavenly pill on affinity, martial secure heavenly sex alchemy path strength had a qualitative leap on the whole. This sort of thing was naturally not empty talk, but it could absolutely be manifested in the heavenly pills. The heavenly pills rewarded by the sect improved significantly in terms of quality. Regardless of whether inner sect disciples or outer sect disciples, they sang praises of the medicinal efficacy of the heavenly pills. A slight tug in one area would affect the situation on the whole. This way, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's overall strength naturally increased a lot. With regards to this change in the sect, Feng Shuani took it into his sights and was delighted in his heart. A short few years' time, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's appearance took on a completely new look. Of course, Feng Shuani understood that this was just the beginning. Along with the passing of time, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's strength would become stronger and stronger. It might be able to return to the peak someday. Feng Shuani knew that he had gambled correctly. Elder Yi, you've made great contributions to the sect. Whatever reward you want, as long as my Martial Secure Heavenly Sect has it, this sect master definitely won't be stingy. Feng Shuani said with a smile. I want the method to condense the divine soul. When Yi Yuan heard that, he said without hesitation. To him, nothing was more important than reviving Mu Lingxue. But Feng Shuani smiled bitterly and said, You've stumped me. The method to condense the divine soul is an extremely profound origin divinity mystic art. Hence, our Martial Secure Heavenly Sect doesn't have one. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help revealing a look of disappointment. Then may I ask Sect Master who is proficient in this origin divinity mystic art on this rain-clear continent? Yi Yuan asked. 5 great heavenly regions said. To talk about who is the most proficient in origin divinity mystic arts in this 5 great heavenly regions, it's naturally the Day Creek Heavenly Region soul-driving heavenly sect. This sect's cultivation method is the most mysterious and unpredictable. Even our Martial Secure Heavenly Sect is extremely apprehensive towards them too. Yi Yuan silently remembered the name soul-driving heavenly sect, thinking to himself that when he became stronger, he had to take a trip to that sect. It was just that, at present, it was still increasing his strength that was more urgent. All right, since that's the case, I want to go to the land of exile. Yi Yuan said. The expressions of Feng Shuani and the rest changed. No way. You can't go to the land of exile. Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan had long expected Feng Shuani's reaction and said with a smile. Just now, didn't Sect Master say that whatever the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect has, you definitely won't be stingy? Feng Shuani's face turned black, feeling like he had fallen into a pit. The land of exile was the place where the 5 great heavenly sects suppressed prisoners. This land of exile was personally built by the 5 light heavenly regions sovereign back then, Zhua Bufan. Imprisoned inside were all some extremely violent and wicked people. Not only were these prisoners powerful, but they were also extremely hostile towards the 5 great heavenly sects' disciples. The reason why the 5 great heavenly sects made this land of exile, the purpose was to provide a place for experience for the disciples. It was just that the disciples who entered inside rarely made it out alive. Furthermore, even if they came out alive, some people had drastic changes in temperament too, becoming bloodthirsty and murderous. Therefore, the number of disciples who went inside to train became fewer and fewer. However, there were still some bold and strong ones who would enter inside. But there were few that could come back alive. If others entered the land of exile, Feng Shuani naturally could not be bothered to care. Life and death are up to fate, not experiencing the tempering of blood. How could one possibly become a powerhouse? But Yi Yuan was different. He shouldered the heavy burden of Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's resurgence. If he fell in the land of exile, the loss to the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect would be too great. Martial Secure Heavenly Sect could not bear it. Other things, this sect master can agree to it. Only this matter can't. You should know how much you mean to the sect. Feng Shuani said. Yi Yuan said, My alchemy path understandings have already been imparted to Jingxian and Lin Lan. With them around, as long as they followed the routine to cultivate, Wu Chengqiao might be able to break through to grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. Even if I stay in the sect, it won't be very useful either. But Feng Shuani said firmly, even if Wu Chengqiao can become a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, he's unable to replace your position too. There's no comparison between you and him. This sect master is helming the martial secure heavenly sect. Could it be that I can't even see this? There's no discussion about this matter. Finished saying, Feng Shuani turned around and left without leaving any leeway. Halt! Yi Yuan was stopped by Han Qianyun as soon as he arrived at Flowing Cloud Peak. The land of exile was an independent space. The 5 great heavenly sects all had transmission arrays that led there. The martial secure heavenly sect's transmission array was on Flowing Cloud Peak. Seeing Han Qianyun, Yi Yuan said with a frown, I want to enter the land of exile. Han Qianyun said with a cold smile, Sorry, Elder Yi. The land of exile is under the jurisdiction of my master. Without master's orders, nobody can enter the land of exile. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, You dare stop me? Han Qianyun said coolly, So what if I stop you? It's also not that you can't enter. As long as you get the warrant from master there, you can. Or you can defeat me and step over my body. Yi Yuan did not argue either, turning around and leaving. Han Qianyun looked at Yi Yuan's departing back view and could not help feeling the delight of having taken revenge. After he left, a figure came out. Who could it be if not Feng Shuani? You did very well, Feng Shuani said. Han Qianyun hurriedly said, Sect Master, rest assured. With me around, it's absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to break through. Feng Shuani nodded and said, I naturally feel reassured about you. But this period of time you have to be on alert and not slack off in the slightest. Below limitless sublime heavenly stratum he can easily break through. Han Qianyun said, Yes, Sect Master. After that day, Feng Shuani took various measures to prevent Yi Yuan from entering the land of exile. He knew that Yi Yuan's methods were strange and unpredictable, so he even transferred Han Qianyun this protector over to guard Flowing Cloud Peak. Of course, he used Shi Feiyu as the shield so as to also reduce Yi Yuan's bad impression. After Yi Yuan returned, he was surprisingly quiet and did not find him to make a big fuss. 1 or 2 days, Feng Shuani was naturally uneasy, but several months passed in a row. Yi Yuan was just cultivating in close seclusion or teaching the heavenly alchemists to refine pills. Feng Shuani also naturally set his mind at ease. However, Feng Shuani still had Han Qianyun wait in full battle state to prevent Yi Yuan from slipping in. On this day, Yi Yuan finished giving pointers to Wu Chengqiao as usual. Wu Chengqiao was naturally endlessly grateful. Elder Ye's alchemy path strength grows deep with each passing day. Wu Chengqiao benefited a lot each time, Wu Chengqiao said with vicissitudes of emotion. These few years of guidance, they were not the only ones who improved. Wu Chengqiao could also clearly feel that Yi Yuan was improving. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's improvement speed was unimaginably fast. This was the scariest part. The longer it became, the more Wu Chengqiao felt that Yi Yuan's talent was terrifying. As for affinity, this benchmark, it was long already tossed to the back of his mind by him. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Your cultivation of grade 1 basic heavenly pills has already approached consummation. You can start the cultivation of grade 2 heavenly pills already. The moment Wu Chengqiao heard, he said, Really? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Would I still lie to you? Go to your residence. I want to give you special training. Wu Chengqiao was ecstatic and did not suspect anything, repeatedly saying yes. The two arrived at Skywater Peak. Wu Chengqiao resided here. As a grade 3 heavenly alchemist protector, there was naturally a pill room in Wu Chengqiao's residence too. Wu Chengqiao had a look of excitement on his face as he said, Elder Yi, how are you teaching me? Yi Yuan casually beckoned his hand. A row of heavenly medicines landed on the table neatly. You extract all of these heavenly medicines first, Yi Yuan said coolly. Wu Chengqiao looked at these heavenly medicines doubtfully and said in confusion, Elder Yi, what heavenly pill can these heavenly medicines refine? I've never heard of it. Yi Yuan said solemnly, This is an obscure kind of grade 2 basic heavenly pill. That's why you don't need to know its origins. In a while, you just refine according to my instructions. I want to see what problems exist in your refinement of grade 2 heavenly pills. When Wu Chengqiao heard that, he came to a sudden realization and said sincerely, Brilliant, Elder Yi. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and did not say anything. It was just that Yi Yuan could not help being amused in his heart. In a while, you won't be calling me brilliant. Wu Chengqiao did as he said, extracting entirely all these heavenly medicines and sending them into the medicine cauldron all at once. Start refining pills. Yi Yuan talked on and on in a flow of eloquence, issuing one order after another. Wu Chengqiao was like a robot being controlled, operating frantically according to Yi Yuan's instructions. If it were before, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to complete these instructions. But now, he was actually able to keep up with Yi Yuan. This discovery made Wu Chengqiao wildly ecstatic. Elder Yi is Elder Yi. My current alchemy path strength has improved too much compared to before. This is still just having cultivated grade 1 basic heavenly pills. If I finish cultivating grade 2 and 3 basic heavenly pills, I probably won't be far away from grade 4 heavenly alchemist too. Wu Chengqiao thought in his heart. These few years, the growth in Wu Chengqiao's strength was crystal clear in his heart. It could be said to be a qualitative leap. When he refined grade 1 heavenly pills now, it could basically all reach 7th grade and above. Refining grade 2 heavenly pills could basically all reach 5th grade and above too. As for grade 3 heavenly pills, those that he could not refine in the past, he could refine them now. Those that he could refine in the past, their quality also improved greatly now. His current alchemy path strength was definitely not worse than Qin Shun. All these were due to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to Yi Yuan. When there's a chance in the future, I must repay Elder Yi. Wu Chengqiao made up his mind secretly. It was just that he did not know that his chance to repay had already come. Wu Chengqiao's refinement went very smoothly. Very soon, the refinement was completed. Wu Chengqiao looked at Yi Yuan with a fidgety face and asked, Elder Yi, I wonder if my refinement this time is still okay? Yi Yuan smiled and said, whether it's okay or not, wouldn't you know when you open the furnace? Wu Chengqiao nodded repeatedly and flipped his palm. He opened the furnace. Boom! A cloud of yellow smog gushed out. Wu Chengqiao was caught off guard and directly sucked in a deep mouthful. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fell stiffly to the ground, spasming endlessly. While Yi Yuan's figure had already disappeared, looking at the smoke billowing on Skywater Peak, Yi Yuan smiled and said, this enhanced version of Windward Topple is really strong. Zhong Jianqiu probably also didn't expect that Windward Topple could become so fierce, right? Heh. Sect Master, you miscalculated. Can a mere Han Qinyun stop me, Yuan? Finished saying, his figure sped by, heading for Flowing Cloud Peak. On Skywater Peak, thick smoke billowed, virtually enveloping the entire mountain peak. What's going on? Just what the hell did Wu Chengqiao this fellow refine? On Skywater Peak, a protector directly collapsed on the ground before finishing his sentence, convulsing endlessly. There were many protectors staying on Skywater Peak. However, after the smoke came out, it was condensed and did not disperse. Those protectors were all being alarmed. But as long as they touched this thick smoke, they directly fell to the ground and spasmed. Very soon, the commotion on Skywater Peak naturally attracted the attention of all peaks. Quick look! What's happening on Skywater Peak? I heard that the limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses on it all collapsed. Let's quickly go up and take a look. Not good. You all quickly look. That thick smoke is headed for Flowing Cloud Peak. Sect Master. This cloud of thick smoke is very formidable. We can't get close at all. I'm afraid that an enemy has attacked. A purple wing protector came to report. Feng Shuani's gaze turned slightly dark and he said in a cold voice, go and prepare quickly. Open the sect protecting Grand Array and meet the enemy. Yes. The purple wing protector received the order and left. At this time, the entire martial secure heavenly sect entered a state of combat readiness. Everyone was waiting eagerly for battle already, planning on dealing a painful strike to the invading enemy. Behind Feng Shuani, Luo Yunqing came out brimming with fighting intent as he said, Sect Master, I'm going to Skywater Peak. But Feng Shuani shook his head and said, don't panic. The enemy's intention is unknown. If you launch an attack rashly, you'll likely fall into passiveness. This poison fog is very formidable. It has obviously been planned for a long time. There's probably already no survivor on Skywater Peak anymore. Luo Yunqing gritted his teeth lightly, his eyes full of killing intent. Right at this time, another person came to report, Sect Master, things are bad. That thick smoke has gone with the wind. and it already floated to flowing cloud peak. The moment Luo Yunqing heard, he could not endure it anymore and said, "Sect Master, this poison fog doesn't dissipate when the wind blows. If we allow it to continue floating, I'm afraid that there is no need to wait for the enemy to attack. Our martial secure heavenly sect will already be destroyed." Feng Shuani's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, "Go and inform all elders to go to Flowing Cloud Peak and await orders." Yes, that protector received the order and left. Wait, the protector had not left yet but was stopped by Feng Shuani again. "Just now you said Flowing Cloud Peak?" Feng Shuani said with a frown. The protector nodded his head and said, "Yes. Skywater Peak is located to the southeast of Flowing Cloud Peak. The northwest wind blows there all year round. The poisonous smoke has already drifted to Flowing Cloud Peak along with the northwest wind." Hoo! Hoo hoo hoo! Ha ha ha! When Feng Shuani heard that, he was taken back first, then smiled faintly, and turned into a peal of roaring laughter in the end. Luo Yunqing and the protector were baffled, not knowing why Feng Shuani laughed. "What's wrong, Sect Master?" Luo Yunqing frowned and said. Feng Shuani laughed until tears were almost coming out. Hearing that, he shook his head and said, "I'm laughing at how Yi Yuan's, that punk, methods are really formidable. This sect master refused to let him enter the land of exile, and so he turned the entire martial secure heavenly sect upside down." Luo Yunqing was stunned and said, "Yi Yuan? What does this have to do with him?" Feng Shuani's laughter gradually ceased, and he said with a cold snort, "What has it got to do with him? This punk must have long already calculated the wind direction, and then he cast poison on Skywater Peak. Then he let the poisonous smoke move with the wind and float toward Flowing Cloud Peak? Heh? Nice trick. Really excellent trick." The moment Luo Yunqing heard this, it suddenly dawned on him, but listening to it still felt fantastical. "Sect Master, this isn't too likely, right? After all, Yi Yuan is just a grade 1 heavenly alchemist. So how can he possibly refine such a powerful poison?" Luo Yunqing said. Feng Shuani's expression became solemn and he said, "What you said is true too. This matter can't be slipshod. It's better we go to Flowing Cloud Peak to take a look at the situation first. You, quickly go and check on Yi Yuan's movements for me. After investigating clearly, tell me right away." Yes, that protector received the order and left. On Flowing Cloud Peak, powerhouses gathered. Even some elders who were reclusive and did not emerge were also alarmed. Currently, on Flowing Cloud Peak, just the Jade Sovereign Heaven elders were as many as more than 20. A figure came down from Flowing Cloud Peak. Feng Shuani said with a frown, "How is it, Yunqing?" Luo Yunqing drew a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, "They are all fine. It's just that they are poisoned. Their entire body spasming endlessly. Looking at the appearance, it should be windward topple." Feng Shuani was taken aback and said, "Windward topple? When did this poison become so powerful?" Windward topple poison had long already become renowned. The entire martial secure heavenly sect knew about it. It was just that they also knew that this poison could only paralyze below limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Limitless sublime heavenly stratums were immune to this poison. Luo Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, "Although their symptoms are the same as windward topple, this poison is indeed extremely powerful. Even when I went up, I also felt quite uncomfortable." "What? How is this possible?" Feng Shuani as well as the group of elders all had shocked expressions on their faces. They had never heard before that windward topple could actually be so powerful, able to even affect Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Luo Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, "It can basically be ascertained that this matter was caused by Yi Yuan. When I found Han Qinyun, there was also a shoe print on his face. He was clearly stepped on by someone. The transmission array to enter the land of exile has already been touched by someone." By the side, Shifeiyu's expression could not help turning black. This Yi Yuan was really shameless to the extreme. Feng Shuani's expression was ugly too. But in his heart, he already approved of Luo Yunqing's judgment. Because when Han Qinyun let out the harsh words, he was hiding not far away. Han Qinyun said, or you could defeat me and step over my body. This damn guy really did it. Feng Shuani covered his face with his hand. He was seriously unable to accept such a result. He already considered all possibilities and had never slackened off in these past few months too. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually caused such a huge commotion in order to enter the land of exile? This boy was really too frightening. If he really wanted to deal with the martial secure heavenly sect, they would probably be pretty much completely annihilated apart from the elders now. A lesser sublime heavenly stratum, this deterrence was also too terrifying. And right at this time, that protector who went to investigate Yi Yuan came back. "How is it? Where did Yi Yuan go?" Feng Shuani hurriedly asked. That protector said, "Today, after Elder Yi finished giving pointers to everyone's pill refinement, he said that he was going to teach Wu Chengxiao alone. Afterward, the two of them went up Skywater Peak, and no one saw him again." Feng Shuani's expression flickered indeterminately and he gritted his teeth and said, "Heh? A fine borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. Good. Good. Good." The three goods exuded endless helplessness. He calculated everything and also never expected that Yi Yuan actually used such an ingenious move. The elders and protectors present also could not muster up any temper. He already ran. Their bellies full of anger had nowhere to vent to. But this guy was really lawless and unbridled. In order to enter the land of exile, he sent the entire martial secure heavenly sect into pandemonium. That protector asked weakly, "Sect master, what should we do?" Feng Shuani's expression was grim until it was almost dripping water. He snorted coldly and said, "What else can we do? All elders, listen up. You all go up the peak together and scatter the poisonous smoke. The rest, stay where you are and wait for orders." The poisonous smoke seemed to have grown roots, unable to disperse at all. Only elder-level Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could scatter it with their profound power. When Feng Shuani saw this scene, he was shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such terrifying strength. He naturally knew about the poison windward topple. But there definitely wasn't such a powerful windward topple. That could only mean that this thing was invented by Yi Yuan himself. He looked at Flowing Cloud Peak and said with a sigh, "Scoundrelly punk. I hope that you can come back alive. No, wait. Maybe if you go to the land of exile, those wicked and ferocious villains will probably have a headache when they see you too, right?" Wang Tai. This white pine melody was discovered by our Ning Sea City first. You guys dare to snatch it? Liang 1, is your brain freaking spoiled? Who will talk to you about who discovered it first in this land of exile? Whoever snatches it first belongs to whom? Screw you. I will hack you to death. Am I scared of you? Brothers, kill for me. In the dense woods, two groups drew their swords against each other at a word of disagreement. Although both sides were all lesser sublime heavenly stratums, their combat strength was extremely intrepid. For some time, they were locked in a struggle. Especially Wang Tai and Liang 1. The two people exchanged dozens of moves in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. No one could get close. Fucking hell. If our Ningxi city can't get it, your resplendent Sun City can forget about getting it too. Zhangyang, go and destroy the white pine melody for your father. Don't leave a single one behind. Liangwen gradually faltered in strength and fury immediately rose up in his heart, and he was going to destroy this stretch of white pine melody. White pine melody was a grade 1 heavenly medicine that was very hard to come across. With several dozen stalks appearing here all of a sudden, both sides naturally coveted it greatly. Having gotten the order, Zhang Yang forced his opponent back with a single saber blow and moved toward the white pine melody like lightning. His movement technique was extremely fast. His opponent could not catch up in time at all. Seeing the white pine melody in front of him, Zhang Yang raised his hand and dealt a saber blow. However, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Zhang Yang only felt a blur before his eyes, a figure already blocked in front. Bang! Before he could see his opponent clearly, his figure directly flew out. I didn't expect that the moment I came to the land of exile, I ran into so many white pine melody. My luck is really good. A youth in white played with the white pine melody in his hand, his face seemingly full of satisfaction. This youth was in white was naturally the Yi Yuan who had just entered the land of exile not long ago. He was currently at a loss when he suddenly heard that there was the sound of fierce fighting over here, and he came over following the sound. But unexpectedly, he saw such a large stretch of white pine melody. This white pine melody was precisely a main medicine for the imperial-grade heavenly pill, Yuqi Dust Cleansing Heavenly Imperial Pill. But Yi Yuan's sudden arrival made both sides' fierce fighting come to an abrupt end. Yi Yuan started collecting the white pine melody unhurriedly and said nonchalantly, "You guys carry on. Don't need to care about me. I'll leave after collecting all of them." Both sides stopped fighting and quietly surrounded Yi Yuan in the middle, blocking all of his paths of retreat. "Heh? Another brat who doesn't know life from death," Wang Tai said with a playful smile on his face. "Looking at this attire, it should be the martial secure heavenly sect, right? Looks like it's a fool who came in this time," Liang Wen said with a cold smile. "Brat, hand over the storage ring on you and kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Elder Brother Tai, I can spare your life and let you follow Elder Brother Tai in the future," Wang Tai said with a smile. Not only did Wang Tai and Liang Wen not get angry, but they also seemed to be very happy instead. The various sects' disciples that came to train in the land of exile would normally carry all sorts of treasures on them, which were much more valuable than the white pine melody. The various sect disciples who came to train were all cautious after entering, akin to treading on thin ice. This guy was good, directly running in front of 2 great factions to posture. How ridiculous. Since that was the case, they naturally would not be courteous either. They would kindly accept the treasures on Yi Yuan. With regards to everyone's encirclement, Yi Yuan remained indifferent. After collecting the white pine melody, he pointed at Wang Tai and said, "You come and tell me about the distribution of this land of exile's first level, and then kneel down and kowtow thrice, and get lost." Wang Tai was stunned. This boy who came to train seemed to be somewhat different from the rest. Ugh. Seems like he was really a fool. Ha ha ha. Boy, you probably don't even know what's your surname, right? Making Elder Brother Tai, I kneel for you. Can you bear it? Wang Tai said with a loud laugh. Listen up, our big brother Tai is Resplendent Sun City's ranked 29th big shot. If you don't know what 29th place means, then let me tell you. His strength is invincible among your sect's lesser sublime heavenly stratums. Punk. Why haven't you knelt down to apologize for your offense? The small fries immediately brought out Wang Tai's identity, attempting to scare Yi Yuan. It was just that Yi Yuan was aloof and indifferent and said coolly, "You just kneel down. I can bear it." Wang Tai's gaze turned cold and he said, "Refusing face when it's given. Since you're courting death yourself, then Big Brother Tai, I will send you off. Attack!" Swoosh! 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 Under Wang Tai's word of command, more than 10 figures rushed towards Yi Yuan. Liang Wenxing was afraid that the good stuff would be snatched by Wang Tai, so he also brought his men and rushed over. More than 20 upper and grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratums swarming over, their commotion was quite shocking. None of these people were mediocre. Those able to survive in the land of exile were all veterans of 100 battles. No one knew how much fresh blood had stained their hands. Their combat strength was far from what Cultivation realm could measure. These people, even if it was just a small fry, they could also jump realms to battle when placed outside. With over 20 people dealing with one person, that feeling of oppression could only be imagined. However, Yi Yuan dodged in the crowd, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard. Occasionally flicking his finger, sabers and swords would slip out of the hand directly. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Liang Wen slashed over with a saber. Yi Yuan turned sideways slightly and guided with his fingertip. Liang Wen staggered and could not pull his saber back in time. This blade just happened to stab right through Wang Tai. Wang Tai did not dare to believe everything that happened before his eyes until death. How could a trial taker be so strong? It turned out that he was that fool. Wang Tai's eyes gradually dimmed, completely losing consciousness. How can it be like this? S so strong. He hasn't even attacked and Wang Tai already died. This trial taker is different from the others. Liang Wen similarly had a look of disbelief. He could not quite imagine that his blade actually killed Wang Tai so easily. That blade just now, he seemed to have been bewitched, thrusting it out involuntarily. The timing was just right. It was as if Wang Tai himself got tired of living, colliding onto the edge of his saber. One had to know he was evenly matched in strength with Wang Tai. Even if he wanted to kill the opponent, it had to at least be after several hundred moves too. He's not saying anything. So why don't you tell me then? Yu Yuan said coolly. Why yes. Why your excellency. Spare my life. Liang Wen let go of his saber and directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan. The others knelt down one after another. The land of exile did not have any rules at all. Whoever's fist was harder, whoever would be the boss. The people here also had ways of seeking death. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest psychological burden in killing any one of them. Yi Yuan said coolly, I don't like to kill people, but I'm not afraid of killing people too. What happens will depend on your performance. Liang Wen hurriedly kowtowed incessantly and said, Your Excellency, just ask away. This lowly one will definitely spill everything that I know. Very soon, Liang Wen introduced the Land of Exile's first level's forces. Land of Exile, each major cultivation realm lived on a level. The first level was the place where lesser sublime heavenly stratums were at. If one reached greater sublime heavenly stratum, they would ascend to the next level. The first level had 10 great factions gathered in 10 cities respectively. The 10 cities were ruled by 10 sovereigns respectively. Friction would often occur among them. In the Land of Exile, no one would look at how your cultivation realm was. Because here, for someone to jump realms in a battle, it was too normal. A grand completion lesser sublime heaven being finished off by an upper lesser sublime heaven. This sort of thing was very common. In fact, there were even precedents of grand completion powerhouses being finished off by middle lesser sublime heavens. As for the sovereigns of these 10 great cities, they had practically reached the limits of lesser sublime heavenly stratum already. As long as they were willing, they could break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum at any time. But ascending to the next level, they could only be the small fries. Therefore, they would rather not ascend. But it was said that these 10 people's combat power already rivaled greater sublime heavenly stratums. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Okay, then take me to Resplendent Sun City. Liang Wen and the rest naturally did not dare to refuse and could only bring Yi Yuan into Resplendent Sun City. This place originally did not have a city. Later on, the number of people who were captured increased, giving birth to all kinds of factions. Hence, there were gradually cities. This place did not have too many rules. A big fist was the absolute principle. Regarding this point, Yi Yuan had already heard about it before coming. Entering the city, Yi Yuan immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Eh? It's an outsider. Looking at his appearance, he seems like a martial secure heavenly sex disciple. Heh, boy, just came out to experience the world, right? To actually dare swagger your way into the city like this, hand over the items on your body. A grand completion level powerhouses saw Yi Yuan and thought that he was easy to bully, so he came up to show off and posture. In the end, before he finished talking, he was split apart by Liang Wen with one slash. Liang Wen spat and said disdainfully, Hand over your ass. Damn blind thing to actually dare offend His Excellency. What are you looking at? Get lost to one side. Keep posturing and the outcome will be the same as him. He was somewhat doubtful. Was this fool stupid or not? Liang Wen was following behind like a grandson and yet he actually dared to come up and posture. Sure enough, a saber swinging down, the world became quiet. Everyone looked toward Yi Yuan with looks of surprise, extremely shocked. Liang Wen was Resplendent Sun City's bit shot, an existence whose strength ranked in the top 30. If even he became a follower, this martial secure heavenly sect disciple was so impressive. Which place has the most people? Yu Yuan asked. Liang Wen hurriedly moved closer and said, Resplendent Sun Plaza. Lead the way. Liang Wen trotted to the front and led the way for Yi Yuan. Before long, they arrived at an open square. Yi Yuan swept a glance and discovered that there were indeed streams of people on the plaza and was quite satisfied. Under Liang Wen's puzzled gaze, Yi Yuan slowly walked towards the center of the plaza. His subordinate had a puzzled look on his face and asked, Big Brother One, this guy is being secretive. What does he want to do? Liang Wen rolled his eyes and said crossly, "How would I know? However, our little lives are saved at any rate." The subordinates had looks of approval on their faces, feeling like they had just made a trip to and fro the gates of hell. And right at this time, Yi Yuan arrived at the center of the square and said loudly, "From now on, Resplendent Sun City will be taken over by me. Within 3 days, the top 100 powerhouses in the city who don't come and submit will be killed without mercy." Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a bolt out of the blue, reverberating throughout the entire Resplendent Sun City. When Liang Wen and the rest heard it, they could not help being stunned. Terrific fellow. This was really domineering. What is he saying? I didn't hear it wrongly, right? This boy is probably a lunatic who turned silly from cultivation, right? Did he come to train or seek death? Hoo-hoo, what a joke. A series of ridiculing voices came over from the plaza. Regarding Yi Yuan's declaration, no one felt that it was very domineering, they just found it funny. Over the years, there were some who challenged city lords and also those who challenged the top 10 powerhouses. But no one dared to challenge the top 100 powerhouses so arrogantly at the same time. The top 100 represented the entire Resplendent Sun City. This person was declaring war on the entire Resplendent Sun City. This was not domineering, this was courting death. Ha ha, Marshall Secure Heavenly Sex Punk, do you feel that the land of exile is too boring and specially came to make jokes? I'm Resplendent Sun City's 85th place Jiao Duo. I won't submit to you. Try killing me for me to see, Jiao Duo said with a loud laugh. In the crowd, Liang Wen rolled his eyes and said, "Idiot." Sure enough, his voice had yet to fade, only to see a streak of cold light flash past. Jiao Duo was decapitated. From start to end, Yi Yuan did not even look at him. The loud laughter abruptly stopped. They could not laugh anymore. This guy's strength was too horrifying. This, how can he be this strong? Is he really a sect disciple? When did Marshall Secure Heavenly Sect produce such a monster? No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It turns out that he really had his reliance. It's just that he probably doesn't know about the terror of the land of exile yet, right? Yi Yuan's strength made everyone incredibly alarmed and terrified. But while they were surprised, they did not agree with Yi Yuan's approach. The guys who were ranked higher, their strength became more terrifying. Killing Jiao Duo with a single sword, the top 20 powerhouses could all accomplish it. However, this also showed that Yi Yuan was equipped with the strength of the top 20. In the crowd, Liang Wen did not immediately come out to express surrender. He knew that someone would come very soon. The land of exile was such a bloody place. If you dared to come forward, you would be killed. Let alone someone as arrogant as Yi Yuan. According to Liang Wen's estimation, Yi Yuan's strength was far from just top 20. He definitely had the strength of top 10. It was just that which ranking in the top 10 was hard to say. Therefore, he was waiting to see. Stepping forward at this time to submit, if Yi Yuan lost, he would be screwed. Having lived in the land of exile for so long, one naturally had to know the way of protecting personal interest and staying out of trouble. Those who did not understand it had long turned cold. Hoo-hoo? Resplendent Sun City really hasn't been so lively for a long time. Now any random Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to jump out. At this time, a figure walked out of the crowd. It's the 19th place Quickblade. Qiu Qingji? Heh? There's a show to watch now. The moment this person appeared, he was immediately identified by people. Yi Yuan did not even look up and said coolly, "Do you choose to submit or die?" The moment Qiu Qingji heard, he was amused. He laughed and said, "I choose you die." Amidst the laughter, his blade was already out of its sheath. People only saw things in a blur, unable to see the trajectory of the blade at all. The name of Quickblade was displayed in its entirety at this moment. His blade became faster, Liang Wen exclaimed. However, in the next second, everyone was petrified. Clank, clank, clank. Sparks from metal clashing continuously set off in the space around Yi Yuan, only to see Qiu Qingji's figure moving around constantly. While Yi Yuan did not move a muscle from beginning to end, he did not even make a move. Rays of sword energy wandered around Yi Yuan non-stop. In an instant, Qiu Qingji had moved no idea to how many locations and unleashed God knows how many cuts. But he could not get close at all. Liang Wen's eyes were full of astonishment. The subordinate said in shock, "Be big brother one, this guy is also too monstrous, right?" Quick blade Qiu Qingji actually can't even force him to make a move. Liang Wen smiled bitterly and said, "That's aura perception. He doesn't need to take action at all. As long as Qiu Qingji enters his domain, there will be sword energy exchanging blows with him of its own accord." The subordinate said in shock, "Then isn't it unsolvable?" But Liang Wen shook his head and said, "Not unsolvable, but that Qiu Qingji's blade isn't fast enough." Quick blade was not fast enough. This was perhaps the greatest irony. Pooh, pooh, pooh. All of a sudden, sword light flashed past. Qiu Qingji was struck by several swords in an instant, landing miserably. Blade technique is decent, but it's just a pity that it isn't there yet. Yu Yuan said coolly. Blade intent and sword intent were both at the first level of rule. Qiu Qingji was completely defeated. Qiu Qingji struggled to get up and knelt in front of Yi Yuan and said, "Qiu Qingji, thanks your excellency for your grace of not killing. I'm willing to follow your excellency." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Get up, wait at one side." Qiu Qingji did not dare to disobey and got up to stand at one side droopily. Humph! What a trash. Qiu Qingji, you're really declining the longer you live. Since you've lost, why aren't you dead? Right at this time, a cold snort came from the crowd. The piercing cold spear intent seemed to have come out of the underworld, locking onto Qiu Qingji firmly. Qiu Qingji's expression changed wildly, and he exclaimed, "Absolute spear, Zhang Tianyang." This spear carried an imposing momentum that dominated the whole world but was also unpredictable. People could not even detect where the spear was at. Number 10, Zhang Tianyan. He came too. What a strong spear. He's going to kill Qiu Qingji. Qiu Qingji is to be killed when he was the first to submit. This is slapping face. Those present were not fools. Someone immediately guessed Zhang Tianyang's intentions. It was just that up until now, it was all just hearsay without seeing the person. Suddenly, there was a blur before everyone's eyes. An ice blue long spear already appeared 3 feet in front of Qiu Qingji. 3 feet, for a spear technique that pressed forward indomitably, it was just a matter of a single breath. This already determined Qiu Qingji's death. Universe. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he already blocked in front of Qiu Qingji. Boom! An intense explosion sound came over. Zhang Tianyang's figure fell back over a dozen steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. While Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, Zhang Tianyang's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan full of dread. His indomitable strike was actually blocked by Yi Yuan. Furthermore, it was when his spear momentum reached its pinnacle and clashed head-on to forcibly block it. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently standing with his hands behind his back as he looked at him indifferently and said, "Spear technique is not bad, but you can't arouse my interest. Submit or die." Yi Yuan naturally did not come here to dominate the resplendent Sun City. He did it in order to borrow the hands of these powerhouses to temper himself. These ferocious and wicked people who were veterans were absolutely the best opponents for training. But that also depended on who the opponent was. At least, the top 10 had already taken the stage, but Yi Yuan did not have the interest of making his move. Zhang Tianyang was very strong, but he still could not arouse his interest. Zhang Tianyang's expression flickered indeterminately. Finally, he cupped his fists and gave a bow as he said, "Zhang Tianyang is willing to submit. Not submitting was death." That blow just now, the victor was already determined. There was no need to fight anymore. While he was a great deal stronger than Qiu Qingji, it was also merely just forcing Yi Yuan to leave where he was standing. If they really clashed, he would definitely die within 3 moves. Zhang Tianyang was not a fool either, so why would he seek death himself? It was just that the scene looked incomparably shocking in everyone's eyes. Talking about it was slow, but actually, from Zhang Tianyang opening his mouth to being repelled back, it was merely 3 breaths of time. Many people still had not figured out what was going on, and it already ended. A second ago, Zhang Tianyang was still mocking Qiu Qingji for being a good-for-nothing. In the next second, he himself submitted too. Really a comical scene. It was just that no one laughed. On the contrary, they were deeply shocked. Even the 10th place Zhang Tianyang could not last a single move under Yi Yuan's hands. Just how strong was he? After Zhang Tianyang, it was immediately much quieter. No one came out anymore. Yi Yuan was still seated on the ground, waiting for the next challenger. 2 hours later, 6 figures walked out of the crowd, surrounding Yi Yuan. These 6 people, each of them had threatening and imposing auras. The appearance of these 6 people made everyone seethe with excitement all at once. Number 9, Zhou Jian. Number 8, Qian Yuhuai. Number 7, Luo Jin. Number 6, Xianxia. Number 5, Lingbu. Number 4, Zhao Chendong. 6 of the top 10 powerhouses came all at once. Too exciting. Too explosive. Didn't expect that this outsider can actually force 6 people in the top 10 to join forces. Furthermore, these 6 people's strengths are not close. Each of them is extremely stronger than the last. It looks like the 6 of them don't have the confidence to win for sure too. That's why they chose to join forces. The land of exile was never a place that obeyed rules. The creed here was the fist. When they felt that they might not be able to defeat you, they would join forces to kill the enemy without the slightest hesitation. One-on-one did not exist. The 6 people got into position with their killing intent already linked up together. Although the 6 of them had never joined forces before, amidst the endless killing, their control of killing intent had long already reached the acme of perfection. So when cooperating, it would not seem unsmooth. The 5th place Lingbu said in a solemn voice, "Outsider, you're very strong. But you're too arrogant. In the land of exile, arrogant people only have one outcome. That's death." The 7th place Luojian said with a cold laugh, "Hoo-hoo, punk, do you think that this place is the same as outside and that we'll come and challenge you one-on-one? What a joke." Seeing the arrival of these 6 people, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said with a smile, "I can feel that you guys are very strong. I hope that you guys won't let me down." Luojian sneered and said, "We won't let you down. We'll be sending you on your way. Kill." With a word, the 6 people launched an attack at the same time. That commotion made the faces of everyone present change. The cooperation of the 6 was simply brilliant to the peak. No one could have imagined that this was actually their first time joining hands against an enemy. The rules that the 6 people were skilled in were different, but cooperating together, it was like nature itself, as if completely covering this world. And everything inside would be crushed. So strong. The combined attack of the 6 of them should be able to forcefully contend with the 3rd place Dixing, right? That boy was too haughty. With these 6 people working together, even a greater sublime heavenly stratum will pale in comparison to. With just him alone, can he stop them? The battle has ended. This boy's talent was really wasted. The 6 people's perfect cooperation attracted a series of exclamations. However, the cooperation was secondary. These 6 people's strength by itself already reached the limits of lesser sublime heavenly stratum. As long as they were willing, they could break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum at any time. Furthermore, their application of rule already reached the level of instinct. Right at the tip of their fingers. That spear strike of Zhang Tianyang would definitely be instantly crushed under these 6 people's combined attack. It was not on the same level at all. Therefore, in their view, Yi Yuan was dead without a doubt. Facing such a powerful attack, Yi Yuan's face revealed a smile, and he said, "Not bad. This makes it a little interesting. This land of exile indeed has tigers crouching and dragons hiding." He felt a strong pressure. With 6 people joining forces, it was truly a thunderbolt blow. But this also triggered his powerful fighting intent. Universe. Dual polarity. For symbols. Yi Yuan's sword art swept out one move after another. However, facing the suppression of 6 great experts, Yi Yuan was still somewhat in a strained situation. Especially facing the 4th place Zhao Chendong, he gave Yi Yuan tremendous pressure. The experts of the land of exile, their talent might not be as strong as the outside world's experts. But the slaughter that they experienced shook the outside world powerhouses off by more than 10 streets. Fighting was already fused in their blood. In this place, not fighting meant death. That Zhao Chendong used the sword too. But the path that he took was extremely different from others. Each time he unleashed a sword strike, it was like an old lady swinging a sword. It was unbelievably slow. However, each of his slashes would appear at your most uncomfortable place, seemingly slow, but in reality fast. With regards to Zhao Qindong, Yi Yuan was incomparably surprised too. He deduced the Tao of fast and slow of sword art to the extreme. Just a quick sword naturally did not count as anything. But the Tao of fast and slow was similarly a perfect cycle. In other words, Zhao Qindong's sword technique was similarly a deduction of Great Tao. The Great Tao of Universe was integrated into Yi Yuan's sword art, being all-encompassing. It was naturally stronger than Zhao Qindong's. It was just that the others were not easy to deal with either and could compensate for Zhao Qindong's inadequacies very well. Yi Yuan fell into a bitter fight. However, this scene still shocked everyone. His sword technique is actually even stronger than Zhao Qindong's. This boy is fighting 6 people by himself. His strength can probably squeeze into the top 3 already. When did Martial Secure Heavenly Sect produce such a monster? In the beginning, Yi Yuan's action was just talking big to impress people in everyone's eyes. But now, no one went to laugh at him anymore. Even if he could not rival 6 people, his strength obtained sufficient proof too. In the crowd, 2 figures were currently chatting about something. A man in black clothing said, "Hoo-hoo? I was wondering how capable he was. It looks like it's only this and nothing more too." Beside him, a man in green clothes stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "His strength shouldn't be just this." The man in black said in surprise, "How so?" The man in green clothing said, "To dare provoke the powerhouses in the entire city like this, it's either a fool or their strength is extremely formidable. You look at his appearance. Does he look like a fool?" The man in black frowned and said, "You're saying that he's the same as us, grasping 2 or more power of rules. But he doesn't have the advantage right now. Why doesn't he use his full strength yet?" The man in green smiled and said, "He's naturally tempering his sword art. Regarding Zhao Qindong's 6 people's strength, they are neither high nor low. They are just nicely a piece of decent wedding stone. And this is probably precisely his goal of coming to the land of exile, right?" The man in black said disdainfully, "Just the likes of a sect disciple also has this thinking and strength? I don't believe it. This land of exile, how many sect disciples have come in to train before? Didn't they all become deceased souls under our blades? This boy is naturally no exception either." The man in green smiled and did not speak. Amidst the fierce fighting, Yi Yuan's sword seemed to be getting slower and slower. That tempo showed some signs of approaching Zhao Qindong. And this change made the originally unassailable universe actually reveal quite a number of flaws. Yi Yuan also suffered quite a few injuries because of this. How could Zhao Qindong not understand Yi Yuan's thoughts? He then said disdainfully, "Imitating others and losing one's own individuality, incurring the ridicule of experts. This sword art was only honed through my countless life and death instances. How could it be learned overnight? Heh, this is sharpening one's spear on the eve of battle. Don't you feel that it's too late?" Lingbu also said with a cold smile. With regards to Yi Yuan's approaching of secretly learning, everyone turned their noses up in disdain. But to the 6 great experts, they were naturally happy to see it happen. They just had to kill the opponent. As for how he died, they did not care. The most worthless thing in this place was human lives. Yi Yuan's universe was all-inclusive. But it was just a framework. The more things contained in universe, the more complex it would be, and the stronger it would get. Zhao Qindong's Tao of fast and slow undoubtedly gave Yi Yuan a new train of thought. Integrating fast and slow sword Tao into universe would definitely greatly increase its power. But saying and doing were 2 different things. Just as Zhao Qindong said, this was only honed through his countless life and death instances. How could it be comprehended so easily? Let alone that he even had to fuse it into the universe sword Tao. But Zhao Qindong still underestimated Yi Yuan. His universe sword Tao was extremely high level to begin with, and fast and slow sword Tao was just a part of it. Operating from a strategically advantageous position, it was not far beyond reach for Yi Yuan to comprehend it. Coupled with that, this kind of comprehension amidst life and death forced Yi Yuan to do his utmost. Yi Yuan's universe was gradually started reaching grand completion again. Zhao Qindong had clearly detected Yi Yuan's transformation too. His expression changed wildly as he said, "Not good. This guy's sword Dao is going to be perfected even more. This brat is going to defy the heavens." Yi Yuan was riddled with wounds, but a faint smile hung on his face as he said, "Imitating others and losing one's own individuality, is it? Hoo-hoo? Looking on the account of the fast and slow sword Dao, I'll spare your lives." Great Dao returning to one. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's sword light radiated brilliantly. It was still that universe, but there was the additional change of fast and slow tempo in it. This sword was truly strange to the extreme. Zhao Qindong and the rest unleashed all of their abilities and were unable to block the edge of the sword too. Chi! 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 The 6 people were directly struck by the sword light and flew out. One sword defeating 6 powerhouses. When the man in black saw this scene, he was immediately stunned. Is this guy a freak? Secretly learning in the midst of battle and integrating it into his own sword Dao. Freaking hell. This is also too monstrous. A hint of surprise flashed across in the eyes of the man in azure clothes too, and he said, such astonishing comprehension ability. Although his sword Dao was stronger than Zhao Qindong's, fast and slow sword Dao is another facet of sword Dao. It doesn't just link with his sword Dao. He can actually comprehend the sword Dao within such a short time and fuse it into his own sword Dao. Truly monstrous. In his view, Yi Yuan was planning on using these few people to temper his sword Dao and then to use his trump card to defeat the opponents in the end. Who knew that Yi Yuan directly comprehended sword Dao in the middle of the fight? The man in black said, "Xianxia, it's your turn to take the stage. If you lose to him, I'll directly surrender." This man in black was none other than precisely Resplendent Sun City's rank 3, Dixing. And the man in green was the second place Xianxia. Xianxia did not speak. Walking out of the crowd, he walked straight toward Yi Yuan. Dixing chuckled and said, "Looks like it's another fierce struggle between 2 evenly matched opponents. If it's Xianxia, he should be able to force out all of his strength. Right?" Xianxia coming in front of Yi Yuan immediately caused a commotion. "It's Xianxia. There's a good show to watch now." Xianxia fused 2 kinds of power of rules. His combat power is unparalleled. I wonder between him and this boy who's stronger. Rubbish. Of course it's Xianxia. You have to know, he's a powerhouse who has been a city lord before. If not for Changsun Xingyu's sudden emergence later on, he'd be this Resplendent Sun City's #1. I, Resplendent Sun's #2, Xianxia, am willing to submit to your excellency. Xianxia arrived in front of Yi Yuan and gave a deep bow, uttering words that shocked everyone. Dixing was immediately stupefied on the spot. He thought that Xianxia went to find Yi Yuan to fight it out. But who knew that he actually yielded right away? "Big brother, have some backbone, all right? You're #2 at any rate." Sure enough, with his sentence, the entire city exploded. Is there a mistake? Xianxia actually directly submitted. Shouldn't need to go so far, right? Although that boy won, he won with great difficulty. It's impossible for Xianxia to not even be able to beat the few of them. Xianxia admitted defeat. Doesn't that mean that that boy is going to directly face off against Changsun Xingyu? They did not dare to believe it. Xianxia actually did not have any backbone at all, directly conceding defeat before even fighting. In their view, Yi Yuan was so arrogant, Dixing and Xianxia should not have let him go. In fact, the 2 people joining hands was also not impossible. Expectedly, he actually yielded. Yi Yuan looked at Xianxia and said coolly, "Your strength isn't weak. Don't you want to have a match?" Xianxia said, His strength isn't weak. But I know that your excellency didn't use your full strength." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Who's #1? Xianxia was taken aback and said, "Changsun Xingyu." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, 3 days later, if Changsun Xingyu doesn't show up, you go and tear down the city lord manor. Xianxia's expression changed, a hint of surprise flashing across in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan saw through his plan with one glance. Indeed, he dreaded Yi Yuan a lot. But he directly submitted because he still had other plans. He planned on making use of Yi Yuan to go and deal with Changsun Xingyu. If Yi Yuan won, there would naturally be nothing wrong with his surrender. If he lost, it would not have been much of a loss to him. But Yi Yuan had clearly seen through his thoughts. Yi Yuan made him go and tear down the city Lord Manor. It was to make him go and be the vanguard. Once he really made a move, that would be tantamount to losing all decorum. He Yunxiang completely did not expect that this sect disciple who looked very inexperienced would actually be so experienced and cunning. I obey your order. He Yunxiang hesitated for a bit but still agreed. He kept having a feeling when he faced Yu Yuan it was like facing Changsun Xingyu back then. In fact, it was even more terrifying than Changsun Xingyu. This was the instinct of an expert. It did not make sense, but it was very accurate. Just like how Yi Yuan knew that his strength was uncommon without exchanging blows with him, it was the same logic. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, He Yunxiang still chose to submit to Yi Yuan. But when his actions and conduct landed in Di Xing's eyes, it shook his heart greatly. He was just surprised for a moment just now, and then he understood He Yunxiang's goal. But who knew that after Yi Yuan compelled, He Yunxiang still chose to submit? This was too surprising. Could it be that this guy was really so formidable? After repeated hesitation, Di Xing also came before Yi Yuan and said with clasped hands, "Resplendent Sun City's number 3, Di Xing, is willing to submit to your excellency." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Emin, since you chose to submit too, you should go together with He Yunxiang then." The corners of Di Xing's mouth twitched slightly, but he still answered, "Yes." With these 3 people taking the lead, how could the others in the top 100 dare to not submit? Those people came out one after another, expressing their surrender to Yi Yuan. Everyone fell into shock. This sect disciple came to Resplendent Sun City for less than half a day and completely brought 99 out of the top 100 people into submission. This kind of strength truly took people's breath away in astonishment. One had to know the powerhouses of the land of exile were not born so powerful. They only gradually became stronger in the midst of countless life and death battles. But the moment Yi Yuan entered, he was already strong to such an extent? Then how great was his potential? 3 days passed in a flash. Yi Yuan waited for 3 days, but Changsun Xingyu did not arrive. Then he could only go and find himself. Words that were said and water that was spilled naturally could not be taken back. Changsun Xingyu has already not made a move for 10 years. 10 years ago, 10 of me added together wouldn't even be his match. As for how strong he is now, nobody knows. Your Excellency, do you really want to challenge him? He Yunxiang said with a solemn expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's not to challenge him. It's that those who don't submit kill." He came to conquer the first level of the land of exile. The people who were exiled here all had ways of seeking death. Yi Yuan already gave the chance. Since Changsun Xingyu did not know how to cherish, then he would not be courteous. While the expressions of He Yunxiang and the rest turned somber and did not dare to say anything. City Lord Manor was not luxurious. In reality, in this space where the weak were prey to the strong, people would not pursue luxury. What they pursued was ultimate power. Because these people all understood that luxury would only make them go downhill. Even this Resplendent Sun City's number 1 person could not slack off in the slightest too. Otherwise, they would be replaced by others very soon. He Yunxiang, Di Xing, Yi Yuan said coolly. These 2 people were full of unwillingness. But at this time, it was already not up to them anymore. If they did not make a move, it would be fighting. But the consequences of battle would have to be borne by themselves. The 2 exchanged a glance and made a move at the same time. The 2 people each unleashed a palm. The commotion was extremely shocking. Even a hint of appreciation flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes too. But right at this time, a palm wind fluttered out of the city Lord Manor, directly clashing with He Yunxiang 2 people. Boom! The 2 people spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, figures flying out backward. A young man in a blue shirt stood with his hands behind his back and walked out of the city Lord Manor. A hint of astonishment was revealed in He Yunxiang 2 people's eyes. Changsun Xingyu. This guy became significantly stronger again than 10 years ago. Di Xing said. He Yunxiang clutched his chest and said in a solemn voice, The 10 great city lords will have a Tao debate every year. Only they themselves know who won and who lost. Looks like Changsun Xingyu improved significantly in these 10 years. The 10 great city lords were this land of exile's first levels overlords. They already had no opponents. Sparring with the people below was just a waste of time. Hence, among these 10 great city lords, they would host a Tao debate every year. But this Tao debate would never be made public. How terrifying these 10 people's strength was, only they themselves knew. Looking at it now, this Changsun Xingyu's strength was more than a magnitude stronger again than 10 years ago, repelling 2 powerhouses with a palm. This strength, probably even 30 Xianxiangs, would not be a match anymore as well. Changsun Xingyu strolled out and said coolly, "Boy, your talent is pretty good. I gave you the chance. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hell has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. Since you're courting death, then I can't be blamed." There was a confidence that considered everything and everyone beneath his notice on Changsun Xingyu's face. As the city lord, with such a major thing happening in the city, it was naturally impossible for him to not know. But him not coming already showed an attitude. He was disdainful to take action against Yi Yuan. Or should he say, Yi Yuan was not worthy of making him take action. But Yi Yuan launching an attack on the city lord manor was another matter altogether. Yi Yuan looked at Changsun Xingyu and said coolly, "Is that so?" These words were precisely what I was going to say to you. With 2 great supreme powerhouses confronting each other, it made everyone's breathing become ragged. One was a veteran overlord, a saber god of his generation who had once dragged Xianxia down the horse. The other was a new king who challenged the entire resplendent Sun City with one sword. To which direction these 2 people's fight would develop, it stirred up everyone's nerves. Back then, Xianxia and Changsun Xingyu fought fiercely for 300 rounds before they barely managed to determine the victor. Now, Changsun Xingyu defeated him with a light palm. The 2 are already not on the same level anymore. 10 years of Tao debate. Changsun Xingyu has already been reborn anew. No matter how formidable this boy is, it's also impossible to be Changsun Xingyu's match anymore. The striking impressiveness of this palm immediately let everyone realize Changsun Xingyu's terror. Although Yi Yuan was powerful, it was impossible to reach Changsun Xingyu's height. After all, that battle previously where Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 6, he barely managed to win too. Changsun Xingyu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Brat, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I'll only unleash 1 saber cut. If you can block it and not die, I, Changsun Xingyu, will leave you with an intact corpse." The words were full of contempt. In his view, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to block his saber cut. Even if he blocked it, he would be seriously injured on the verge of death too. Then he would grant him death. Everyone's expressions turned fearful, feeling Changsun Xingyu's killing intent. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said indifferently, "This saber cut of yours, I'll receive it. If it can harm me, I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Hiss. Domineering. There were already glints and flashes of cold steel in these 2 people's speeches. Changsun Xingyu gave a cold laugh and said, "Sect disciples like you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Forget it. Since you're wholeheartedly seeking death, I'll send you off then." His voice had yet to fade and Changsun Xingyu moved, only to see him take a step out. The saber intent on his body billowed straight to the sky. Amidst this sharp and fierce saber intent actually even had other power of rules mixed inside. The rule of life. The rule of death. These 2 great rules fused perfectly together with Changsun Xingyu's saber intent, forming into one entity. Everyone's countenance changed visibly. Under the coercion of this saber intent, they actually fell back without prior agreement. They could not withstand the saber intent. Even Xianxia and Di Xing could not withstand it either. Xianxia's face was first shocked. Following that was a bitter smile. "I didn't expect that in 10 years, his life and death saber intent has actually already been perfected to this point. It's already akin to heaven and earth between me and him. Looks like I gambled wrongly this time," Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Di Xing said in shock, "Didn't expect that Changsun Xingyu's talent was so strong. Looks like even if that boy has hidden means, it's also impossible to be his match anymore." let alone that Changsun Xingyu is a minor realm higher than him. Xianxia had a firm look as he said if he doesn't make a move within 3 steps, he won't have the chance to make a move any longer. With this saber cut, he'll definitely die. Di Xing nodded slightly, expressing his approval. Because Changsun Xingyu was accumulating momentum. Once the saber momentum was formed, it would be a heaven-exterminating power. Yi Yuan absolutely could not stop it. While talking, Changsun Xingyu took another step. The saber intent rose again. This rise directly doubled. Under this saber-intent suppression, everyone retreated again and again. Everyone's faces became incomparably solemn. Only Yi Yuan remained unmoving. He did not seem to feel this saber intent and did not have the intention of using his sword. He just looked at Changsun Xingyu quietly like this. Xianxia shook his head and said, "This boy is still lacking in knowledge and experience in the end. Not making a move at this time, he won't have the chance to make a move any longer." Di Xing said, "Fool, what is this guy thinking in his head? Not making a move at this time, is he going to wait until his saber momentum is achieved? Then take action." Changsun Xingyu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Boy, your composure is pretty good, but if I take this final step, you won't have the chance to live anymore. Are you sure that you want to wait?" He was extremely confident in his saber momentum. Although he did not plan on using his full strength, the saber momentum of 3 steps was sufficient to kill Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan heard that, he just smiled faintly and said, "If I don't let you posture to your heart's content, you won't feel satisfied too. Bring it on." Changsun Xingyu's face turned black and killing intent immediately arose. This boy was not looking for abuse in an ordinary way. Even Xianxia, they all were also stunned. Witnessing Changsun Xingyu's heaven-defying combat power, this guy could still be so cheeky? Could it be that he really had some reliance? But, thinking about it, Xianxia still denied this notion. Changsun Xingyu's success was not just the countless times of life and death fights. His talent itself was also extremely monstrous. That was how he had today's achievements. And Yi Yuan should be the talented type of powerhouse. Compared to fighting, Changsun Xingyu shook him off by more than 10 streets. Therefore, even if the two were similarly talented, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to be Changsun Xingyu's match too. Just as everyone was shocked at Yi Yuan's ignorance, Changsun Xingyu took the 3rd step. This 3rd step, it doubled the momentum again on the foundation of the 2nd step. The saber intent at this time had already condensed until it was corporeal, fearsome until it made people's heads tingle. Changsun Xingyu gave a cold snort and said, "Brat, today, I'll use my saber to tell you that the price of wild arrogance is death." Finished saying, Changsun Xingyu took out a saber from God knows where, and a saber cut left. This saber cut was silent. Everything seemed to be at a standstill. Everyone only felt a life and death samsara intent, lingering in their hearts. Although this saber intent was not directed at him, they were all greatly affected. As if they had died and lived again, lived and died again. That horror of pacing back and forth between life and death almost made them asphyxiate. And the Yi Yuan who was in the center of the storm, the pressure that he was enduring could be imagined. However, in the instant that Changsun Xingyu unleashed his saber, there was finally a change on Yi Yuan's body. Universe, sword formation. 3 power of rules instantly hovered beside Yi Yuan. Rays of sword light became illusory. It turned into a domain around Yi Yuan. Not sword intent, but a sword formation that condensed and formed after 3 kinds of power of rules fused. Changsun Xingyu was currently being pleased with himself. When he saw this change, his expression could not help changing wildly. But at this time, it was already too late to pull back the saber momentum. He was not prepared to pull back the saber too. Boom. The life and death saber intent erupted with tremendous energy when it faced off against the universe sword formation, directly sending everyone flying out. Many people were even crushed into meat paste by the sword intent and saber intent that scattered flying everywhere. This strike was utterly fearsome. Yi Yuan and Changsun Xingyu each fell back several dozen steps before barely managing to stabilize their figures. The 2 people were evenly matched. Changsun Xingyu looked at Yi Yuan with a shocked face as he exclaimed in surprise, "Sword Dao rule." Spatial rule. Formation Dao rule. Boy, you concealed so deeply. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, it's not that I concealed deeply, but that no one could force my full strength out. You're not bad. You did it. But you can't continue posturing anymore. What a shame. You failed to harm me. Therefore, I don't plan on leaving you with an intact corpse anymore either. Changsun Xingyu's expression turned dark, his eyes full of coldness. Shock was written all over the faces of He Yunxiang and the others. No one expected that the strength that Yi Yuan concealed was actually this strong. How is this possible? He comprehended 3 rules too. 3 kinds of rules. Among them even included spatial rule, this kind of heaven-defying rule. Sword, space, formation, 3 great rules fusing into one. It's only stronger and not weaker when compared to Changsun Xingyu's 3 rules. Resplendent Sun City's powerhouses fell into deep shock at this time. Yi Yuan's trump card was really formidable until it gave people chills. Changsun Xingyu fusing life and death rules into his saber intent was already 1 in a million. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan was even more freakish, to actually fuse spatial rule and formation Dao rule into sword Dao? This kind of talent was simply defying the heavens. They finally understood why Yi Yuan was so calm. He really had the capital to be composed. How is this possible? Spatial rule, just comprehending it is already extremely difficult. He can actually fuse it into sword Dao. He Yunxiang's face was full of shock, almost not daring to believe everything that he saw in front of him. He expected that Yi Yuan had hidden strength. But, in his view, even if he hid his strength, it was impossible to be Changsun Xingyu's match too. After all, being able to cultivate life and death rules to Changsun Xingyu's level of boundary was too rare. But who knew that Yi Yuan was even more heaven-defying than Changsun Xingyu? Only at this time did he know that he already overestimated Yi Yuan as much as possible before, but it was still not enough. He Yunxiang could not help secretly somewhat rejoicing in his heart. If he really provoked Yi Yuan back then the one who was dead would be him. Beside him, Di Xing had a blank look too as he murmured, "Old He, I owe you a big favor this time. Otherwise, I fear that I'd already become a corpse." Changsun Xingyu could not help feeling a fiery burn on his face. He boasted too much earlier. Now he really could not quite get off the stage. What, I'll only unleash 1 saber cut? What, I'll leave you with an intact corpse? Looking at it now, it was really a joke. Changsun Xingyu was not a fool. He guessed that Yi Yuan had some reliance too. But he completely did not think that Yi Yuan's trump card was actually so heaven-defying. Turning angry from embarrassment, his fury already billowed straight to the sky. Heh? Very good. I didn't expect that there's actually still someone who dares to make fun of me. Changsun Xingyu, do you think that by fusing 3 kinds of power of rules, you can be invincible under the heavens? Then I'll tell you today where the might of the land of exile lies. Boom. Under his fury, Changsun Xingyu's saber intent climbed to a new level. Previously, he had the intention of humiliating Yi Yuan. So it looked scary, but actually he did not use his full strength. Now, he exerted at least 80% of his strength in one go. This saber slashing over, it was domineering. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, the universe sword formation directly greeted it. Looking down on the opponent tactically, showing regard to your opponent strategically. Yi Yuan was still very cautious about Changsun Xingyu. This guy was one of the few guys who could arouse his fighting intent. In the same realm, there were not many people who could fuse 3 great power of rules the same as him. Furthermore, in the outside world, even if the opponent fused 3 kinds of power of rules, they were most likely not his match too. But this place was the land of exile. Each of the powerhouses here was veterans of 100 battles. Their fighting instinct was powerful to the extreme. Let alone that Changsun Xingyu's cultivation realm was even higher than his. Such an opponent was precisely what Yi Yuan longed for. Boom! 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 The 2 people came and went, each blow was astonishing. With lessons learned from the past, the powerhouses of Resplendent Sun City long already avoided far away, fearful of being affected. Changsun Xingyu was indeed worthy of being Resplendent Sun City's #1 person. Each of his moves was stronger than the last. Life and death saber intent, life with 1 thought, death with 1 thought. Life and death were governed by him. Furthermore, his saber technique was not like those greenhouse flower saber techniques. It could be said that each saber cut was deadly. Changsun Xingyu's saber technique was not the slightest bit sloppy. Each saber cut was brilliant to the max. His saber only had one objective, which was to kill. The first few saber cuts, Yi Yuan could still barely manage to hold out. But the more towards the back, the pressure that Yi Yuan withstood grew greater and greater. The entire sword formation even showed signs of being hacked apart. After 10 saber cuts, Yi Yuan already sustained considerable injuries. His universe sword formation was challenged by a powerhouse of the same rank for the first time. Brat, why did you become a mute? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Not leaving me an intact corpse? With just the likes of you. Changsun Xingyu laughed wildly as he said. He was genuinely enraged by Yi Yuan's words. At this time, he only wanted to doom Yi Yuan to death. Although Yi Yuan's universe sword formation had no weakness to exploit, under this kind of powerful attack, Yi Yuan's innards were injured. He had a stifled breath blocked at his throat area and was naturally unable to talk. Actually, when Yi Yuan fused fast and slow sword Dao, the universe sword formation's power already increased greatly. As far as power of rule was concerned, he was only stronger and not weaker than Changsun Xingyu. But this kind of might was still inadequate to make up for the gap in cultivation realm. Under this kind of limit state, even a tiny difference in cultivation realm was fatal. Seeing this scene, Xianxia could not help shaking his head and sighing as he said, "What a shame. If Yi Yuan could reach grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum, Changsun Xingyu would definitely be defeated. This gap of a minor cultivation realm is fatal." Di Xing said. This boy was too hasty. Who among the land of exile's top powerhouses aren't grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum? This guy came to challenge with the gap of a minor cultivation realm. It's really courting death. Yunxiang smiled bitterly and said, this boy's talent is really strong. It's just a pity that he's too young and aggressive. He still understands too little about the land of exile's cruelty. The other people's thoughts were pretty much the same as Yunxiang's. They were all lamenting that Yi Yuan should not have been so cocky to show off. The talent made them jump in fright. But the final outcome could not be changed. In this place, defeat was death. Yi Yuan did not care about other people's views. This was precisely the state that he wanted. At this time, he was already not holding back at all. All of his strength had already been brought out, without any trump cards left. He was already backed into a corner. Of course, he had poison in his hands and could easily kill Changsun Xingyu. But Changsun Xingyu's attacks grew greater than the previous wave. Yi Yuan did not have the chance to use poison at all. This kind of battle with extremely close strength, even if there was the slightest diverting of attention, it would be fatal. Therefore, he could only break through. Under this kind of limit state, not breaking through would be death. The current Changsun Xingyu was just like the Yi Yuan inside the death cultivation space back then. It was just that that mirror image was dead. But Changsun Xingyu was alive. No matter how transcendent the mirror image mimicked, it was also impossible to fully replicate a person's consciousness. In terms of changes, he was not as good as Yi Yuan in the end. Therefore, Yi Yuan won every time. However, Changsun Xingyu would not give Yi Yuan any chance. The situation at present was even more perilous than at that time. But Yi Yuan gladly endured the hardship. He had always been a madman. Refining pills was like so, cultivating the martial path was the same. Under Changsun Xingyu's frenzied suppression, every cell in Yi Yuan's body was activated. His entire being entered a mysterious realm. Between life and death. Boom! A domineering saber fell down. Yi Yuan was slammed heavily onto the ground. Although his saber could not breach Yi Yuan's defense, it already shocked Yi Yuan until he was seriously injured. At this rate, Yi Yuan's defeat was only a matter of time. Changsun Xingyu's aura was somewhat chaotic. Wanting to break Yi Yuan's tortoiseshell, he had to go all out too. But seeing Yi Yuan getting abused, his dignity was finally recovered. Felt awesome. Brat, weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to leave me with an intact corpse? Just based on your wretched appearance currently, you want to defeat me? Changsun Xingyu looked at Yi Yuan and said full of delight. He raised his saber again, killing intent piercing cold as he said, "This saber cut is my strongest saber cut. It's called Illusory Clutch, and I'll use it to send you on your way." Carrying the pinnacle saber intent, Changsun Xingyu rushed over again. When this saber attacked, everyone's countenance changed. This was not an ordinary saber cut. This was a saber cut when Changsun Xingyu's saber momentum had accumulated to the peak. This saber cut was the great achievement of his rule comprehension. The several dozen cuts previously were all just accumulations. This saber cut was the fatal blow. Everyone realized that Yi Yuan's tortoise shell was about to be broken. He Yunxiang shook his head slightly and said, "The difference of a margin, separated by life and death. This saber cut, it should end the battle." Everyone nodded one after another, expressing approval. No one thought that Yi Yuan could still survive under this saber cut. This one saber cut, it would definitely split a person into two. A hint of cruelty hung at the corner of Changsun Xingyu's mouth, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in an instant. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's universe sword formation suddenly withdrew, disappearing. Changsun Xingyu was stunned. This guy gave up? However, he did not hesitate. When he unleashed his saber, he would not hesitate. No one realized that a young sprout was currently breaking out of the soil in front of Yi Yuan. The bud grew very quickly, growing two tender green tree leaves that were very lifelike. Seemingly sensing Changsun Xingyu's piercing cold saber intent, one of the green leaves on the sapling actually turned into a sharp sword and stabbed toward Changsun Xingyu. Boom! Changsun Xingyu was caught off guard, only to feel a sword intent that could pierce through the firmament shattered his saber intent and penetrate his body. Eft! Changsun Xingyu spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure shooting out backward. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Changsun Xingyu's certain kill saber cut was actually broken just like that? What's going on here? That tiny sprout actually defeated Changsun Xingyu's strongest attack. This guy is too monstrous. At this point, he actually still has a hidden trump card. Are you freaking dumb? That boy clearly comprehended it in the middle of the fight. Really monstrous. Just a second ago, no one felt that Yi Yuan could survive under Changsun Xingyu's saber. But in a blink, Changsun Xingyu was actually defeated. They could tell that just based on the power of that strike, Changsun Xingyu already no longer had the power to fight. The few dozen saber cuts that he hacked Yi Yuan with before were not as strong when compared to this sort of Yi Yuan's. It was just that they were very surprised. This sword intent transformed into a tiny sprout. So why would it have such formidable power? Changsun Xingyu landed on the ground with a loud bang. The frenzied sword intent wreaked havoc within his body. It was just that he could not care about the injuries on his body. Seeing that young sprout in front of Yi Yuan, he was inexplicably shocked. Great Tao transformation. You actually comprehended Great Tao transformation. Changsun Xingyu roared wildly. Yeah. If not for your pressure, my rule fusion would not have been able to achieve the realm of grand completion yet. Naturally, let alone talk about breaking the cocoon to become a butterfly, Great Tao taking form. Yi Yuan wiped the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth and said with a faint smile. Sure enough, under the heavy pressure, he finally still broke through. Being in the state of life and death, it was easier for people to comprehend certain Great Tao maxims. Yi Yuan was like that. The powerhouses of this land of exile were similarly like so. It was just that each person's talent was different. Their speed of comprehension and limit were naturally different too. Changsun Xingyu's talent was strong. He could perfectly fuse life and death Great Tao into his saber intent. But Yi Yuan's talent was even stronger than Changsun Xingyu's. After his 3 power of rules was perfected, reaching the realm of harmony and resonance, it broke the cocoon and became a butterfly in the end, comprehending Great Tao transformation. What the hell is Great Tao transformation? Everyone was puzzled. He Yunxiang also had an extremely shocked expression on his face as he said, Great Tao transformation is the high-level form of the power of rules, perfectly fusing the heavenly Tao that you comprehended into the power of rules, exhibiting Great Tao in some form. This is Great Tao transformation. You can understand it as the power of rules borrowing the power of heavenly Tao to release. The power is boundless. When everyone heard that, They were incredibly shocked. The high-level form of the power of rules. Hearing these few words, they gave a sophisticated and top-grade impression when one heard them, and they saw the power too. A young sprout that was seemingly too weak to stand up to a breeze defeated Changsun Xingyu, this supreme powerhouse. Xianxia sucked in a deep breath and said, "Great Tao transformation. The form varies. Some transform into true spirits, some transform into plants, some transform into celestial phenomena, so on and so forth. Their power is also different, but even the lousiest Great Tao transformation would crush same-rank powerhouses too. If not for Changsun Xingyu being too strong and also a minor realm higher than Yi Yuan, he would likely have already been torn limb from limb with that attack just now." Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they heard it. No one could have thought that this tiny little sprout was actually so terrifying. Finally, Xianxia's eyes shot out rays of brilliance as he said, "However, I feel that Yi Yuan's Great Tao transformation is very strong. Even Great Tao transformation had distinctions of superiority and inferiority too. Some people transformed into a fierce tiger, seemingly fierce, but their growth ability was actually limited. While some people transformed into a true dragon, their growth potential was naturally more than a level stronger. But Yi Yuan only transformed a tiny stalk of a young sapling, looking too weak to stand up to a breeze, but it was unbelievably strong. One had to know. Changsun Xingyu was not an ordinary opponent. His comprehension of the power of rules was only a step away from Great Tao transformation too. Cultivation realm plus the power of rule, Changsun Xingyu had practically already reached the limit of lesser sublime heavenly stratum, but Yi Yuan was a minor realm lower than him. Even if he comprehended Great Tao transformation, it would be easy to defeat him, but killing him would not be easy. However, Xianxia saw it clearly. This blow of Yi Yuan just now did not use his full strength at all. He only utilized one green leaf and completely defeated Changsun Xingyu. Then, if he unleashed 2 green leaves? Right at this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, "In order to thank you for helping me to comprehend Great Tao transformation as well as to fulfill my promise previously, I'll let you experience the strongest strike of the first form of the all-encompassing sacred tree of the universe's first form before you die." The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions turned somber. Changsun Xingyu's eyes revealed an even more desperate expression. He urged his movement technique, turning into an arrow that left the bowstring, attempting to escape. And right at this time, Yi Yuan urged the young sprout. 2 green leaves shot out in unison. Puchi! Changsun Xingyu was directly cut into 3 pieces. The invincible Changsun Xingyu was killed just like this. It was unexpected but also reasonable. When Yi Yuan comprehended Great Tao transformation, Changsun Xingyu's demise had already become inevitable. In the land of exile, a king being replaced by another king, this was the norm. It was just that Changsun Xingyu's talent was outstanding. That was how he suppressed the others for many years. Originally, with Changsun Xingyu's talent and strength, there should have been no one who could replace him unless he ascended to the next level. But Yi Yuan, this freak, appeared. Gaining enlightenment on Tao at the last moment, he slayed Xingyu with his sword. Xianxia and Di Xing led everyone and said respectfully, "Xianxia leads everyone to pay respect to City Lord, Your Excellency." Yi Yuan's aura was very chaotic, but his imposing aura rose to the peak at this time. Even if he was in poor condition, no one dared to make a move against him too. One battle, stabilizing heaven and earth. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, "From today onward, I'll go into closed seclusion. All of Resplendent Sun City's affairs will be managed by you. Everything else, maintain the status quo." Xianxia was not surprised at all, hurriedly bowing to say yes. These 3 days of battle definitely benefited Yi Yuan immensely. At this time, he naturally had to enter closed seclusion to consolidate. Yi Yuan threw Xianxia a jade slip and said, "Help me collect the heavenly medicines according to the list inside. 1 year later, there will naturally be your benefits." Xianxia received the jade slip to take a look and could not help drawing a cold breath as he said in shock, "His imperial-grade heavenly pills. Your Excellency can actually refine heavenly imperial pills." Yi Yuan was also rather surprised as he said, "You actually know about heavenly imperial pills?" Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Before this lowly one ascended, I was an alchemist too. After ascending to the 33 heavens, I'd once tried to become a heavenly alchemist too. It's just a pity that this lowly one's affinity is too poor and couldn't become a heavenly alchemist. However, this lowly one more or less studied heavenly pills a little too. These heavenly medicines that your excellency is looking for are very precious. Only heavenly imperial pills will use them. No wonder your excellency is so heaven-defying. I presume that your excellency must be of an extremely high-grade prenatal Tao physique. In his view, for Yi Yuan to be able to refine heavenly imperial pills, his affinity should at least be 70 and above. Among ascenders, this was absolutely heaven-defying among heaven-defying. This kind of monstrousness, it was not strange that he had such comprehension ability. Martial secure heavenly sect really picked up a treasure. But when Yi Yuan heard that, he smiled meaningfully and said, "Prenatal Tao physique? Hoo-hoo. I'm merely of a mortal physique. That's all." Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around and left, leaving behind the He Yunxiang with a stupefied face. Mortal physique? A mortal physique can refine heavenly imperial pills? A mortal physique can comprehend great Tao transformation? He's joking, right? He Yunxiang said with a look of shock. These few days of continuous tough battles, Yi Yuan had indeed benefited a great deal and needed time to digest. Even this all-encompassing sacred tree of the universe, Yi Yuan needed to perfect it carefully. This transformation was obtained by chance under Yi Yuan's sudden enlightenment. When he killed Changsun Xingyu, it was not perfected. After perfecting it, killing Changsun Xingyu would merely be a matter of snapping his fingers. In addition, the heavenly medicines that he made He Yunxiang collect were medicinal materials to refine the Yu Qi dust cleansing heavenly imperial pill. He planned to use this heavenly imperial pill to assault grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum. 1 year later, Yi Yuan thoroughly perfected the all-encompassing sacred tree of the universe's first form. Its power was much stronger compared to before. If he ran into Changsun Xingyu again now, Yi Yuan would be able to kill him with a wave of his hand. However, the complexity of this great Tao transformation also far exceeded Yi Yuan's imagination. Although the first form was just a young sprout, the complexity of this move was far from comparable to that of a universe sword formation. Integrating the power of great Tao, this was the power of heaven. The high-level form of the power of rules was not a boast. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was exceedingly high. He polished it carefully for a year before completely perfecting this move. With regards to the speed, Yi Yuan found it a bit slow. But if he let the people who had similarly comprehended great Tao transformation know, they would definitely drown him in spit. To comprehend great Tao transformation, ordinary martial artists needed to spend several decades, even hundreds of years before they could completely perfect it. Yi Yuan only used 1 year and actually still found it too slow. 1 year later, Yi Yuan spent another 2 years focusing on assaulting grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum. He refined all of these white pine melody into Yu Qi dust cleansing heavenly imperial pills. Under the revolution of the wordless heavenly skill, he was finally still successful in assaulting. Using so many grand completion 9th grade heavenly imperial pills to assault cultivation realm, probably only Yi Yuan could do it. If this matter were to spread, it naturally could not avoid drawing hatred. The medicinal effects of heavenly imperial pills were not worse than grade 2 heavenly pills. This wordless heavenly skill was well deserving of being a cultivation method that could let Jade Drew heavenly sect overlook Rainclear continent proudly. It was indeed very strong. Heavenly imperial pills coupled with the wordless heavenly skill were truly a perfect match. Yi Yuan only used 2 years and succeeded in assaulting. Furthermore, his foundation was incomparably solid and could assault greater sublime heavenly stratum at any time. Yi Yuan's chaos world also shone with a flourishing vitality. Exiting seclusion in 3 years gave He Yunxiang and the others a huge fright. They thought that Yi Yuan needed to go into a retreat for at least a decade or two. Did not expect that he exited seclusion so quickly. Congratulations to your excellency for breaking through to grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum. It's just, doesn't your excellency plan on perfecting great Tao transformation? He Yunxiang asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, it was already perfected 2 years ago. Since it's already comprehended, how can perfecting it be so troublesome? He Yunxiang, Di Xing. and the rest opened their mouths wide, their faces being pale. This lord was truly a god. Yi Yuan casually threw to He Yunxiang few people, each a Yu Qi dust cleansing heavenly imperial pill, and said indifferently, "These few heavenly imperial pills will be bestowed to you guys. Eat it and break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum. In a place like the land of exile, one will either advance or regress. Staying here, you guys will be dead sooner or later." He Yunxiang took a look after he got it and almost threw the medicinal pill onto the ground. G Grand Completion 9th grade. Your Excellency, you aren't joking, right? He Yunxiang stammered. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Do you think that I'm joking with you?" He Yunxiang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. Your Excellency is mistaken. This lowly one is just surprised that Your Excellency can actually refine Grand Completion 9th grade heavenly imperial pills with your mortal physique. It's simply too amazing. This medicinal pill, probably even grade 4 heavenly alchemists might not be able to refine it." He Yunxiang discovered that this city lord's alchemy path talent was actually even more terrifying than his martial path talent. Martial path, with Yi Yuan's current strength, he could at most kill a lower greater sublime heaven, that was all. But in alchemy, he could cross 3 major realms and instantly kill grade 4 heavenly alchemists. This level of strength already could not be described using the word monstrous. What was even more terrifying was that His Excellency said that he was only of a mortal physique. Mortal physique? Yi Yuan said coolly. Who said that mortal physiques can't refine pills? Some things, it's just that your skill level is lacking, that's all. Oh, right, help me issue challenge letters to the other 9 cities' city lords. From tomorrow onward, I'm going to challenge the 9 cities' city lords. The moment He Yunxiang heard, he smiled bitterly and said, "Your Excellency, I'm afraid that this can't go according to your wishes." "Amen? Why is that?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Just issuing a letter of challenge. Why could it not go as he wished? He Yunxiang smiled bitterly and said, "Your Excellency, during these 3 years that you were in close seclusion, the other 9 cities already had 6 city lords who ascended to the 2nd level. Right now, in this 1st level, there are only 3 of the original 10 great city lords left." When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help being stunned and said they didn't ascend for so many years. "Then why did they, eh? It wouldn't be because of me, right?" He Yunxiang nodded and said, "Who else can it be if not you? Your battle with Changsun Xingyu was too shocking. It spread throughout the 10 cities very quickly. The city lords of Qingliang and Baixia, these 2 cities, chose to ascend within 3 months. The other 6 city lords also ascended one after another within 2 years. Nobody was a fool, let alone these supreme powerhouses who were standing at the summit of the 1st level. Yi Yuan made Changsun Xingyu the first target of attack. He was bound to challenge them later. This battle was too shocking. They did not wish to become Yi Yuan's wedding stone. This kind of pinnacle battle, a moment of carelessness, and it was the outcome of perishing and Tao dissipating. Although these city lords were exceptionally talented individuals and did not fear fighting to the death either, they also know how to pursue good fortune and avoid disasters. No one would go and choose to fight to the death under the circumstances that they knew they would definitely die. That was an old person eating arsenic, courting death. Therefore, they chose to ascend. Can't provoke. I can hide. Of course, you could ascend too. But reaching the 2nd level, the opponents you would be facing would plenty. You naturally would not come and pester the few of us. Actually, these overlords not ascending was also not completely because they wanted to live the life of being a local despot. They were accumulating strength. Only by ascending with sufficient strength could they live better after reaching the next level and also walk even further. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched and he said, "Aren't there still 3 city lords? Since they haven't ascended yet, then they can't be wasted too. Go and issue the challenge letters." He Yunxiang smiled bitterly again and said, "That won't work either. Fu Guang, and Yun, and Lanling, 3 city lords have already arrived at Resplendent Sun City half a year ago to express surrender to Your Excellency. Apart from this, the other 6 cities' new city lords are also all in the city." Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. This bunch of grandsons really did not give any chance at all. One would not hit a smiling face. With Yi Yuan's personality, since the other party took the initiative to submit, He really could not find it in him to take action anymore. However, Yi Yuan also understood that the land of exile was such a realistic place. If you were strong, you could bring everything to its knees. Helpless, he waved his hand and said, "Since that's the case, bring them over then." Fu Guang's lord, Lin Tong, pays respects to Lord Yi Yuan. And Yun's lord, Wei Xiang, pays respects to Lord Yi Yuan. Lanling's lord, Su Weiqing, pays respects to Lord Yi Yuan. With Fu Guang 3 cities' city lords leading, the other city lords stepped forward in unison to pay respects. This also symbolized that Yi Yuan had completely compelled the land of exile's first level into submission. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across everyone and discovered that Lin Tong 3 people faintly exuded an extremely strong aura. It was even a notch above Changsun Xingyu. He could not help being a little surprised and said, "I originally thought that the 3 of you should be the weakest among the 9 great city lords. Looking at it now, it doesn't seem to be the case." Lin Tong stepped out of the ranks and said with a bow, "What your excellency said is true. The 3 of us were ranked top 3 among the original 10 great city lords. And Changsun Xingyu was ranked 4th. This ranking only the 10 great city lords themselves knew." Now, Lin Tong saying it in public still surprised everyone greatly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he became curious and asked, "Since that's the case, then why didn't you guys ascend but come to submit to me?" Lin Tong said respectfully, "Your Excellency gained enlightenment on greater sublime transformation. Now you also broke through to grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum, were naturally not a match. But ascending just like this, we have unwillingness in our hearts too." Yi Yuan said, "You guys also want to comprehend great Tao transformation?" Lin Tong did not shy away and said with a nod, "That's right. The reason we, the original 10 great city lords, had a Tao debate every year was in order to break through the shackles and comprehend great Tao transformation. With your Excellency's talent, you should know the logic of the stronger the foundation, the greater the potential. Therefore, unless there were no alternatives, we didn't want to ascend. Unless we're already sure that our talents have already been exhausted." With regards to this statement, Yi Yuan naturally approved of it. Lin Tong 3 people came to submit while bearing humiliation and were also not willing to ascend. This proved precisely that the 3 of their martial path hearts were very firm. However, Lin Tong's words let Yi Yuan thought of another possibility. This land of exile city lords changed very fast. There would always be people like Lin Tong 3 people who also wanted to consolidate their realms in lesser sublime heavenly stratum as much as possible and feel great Tao rules. Could it be there was actually not a single one who comprehended great Tao transformation after so many years? This was unlikely. Yi Yuan did not doubt that his talent was high, but he similarly did not think that others were losers. Especially in the land of exile, this sort of place, some people had it forced out by force. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan asked hopefully, "Then in this first level, are there still powerhouses who comprehended great Tao transformation?" Lin Tong said, "Of course there are. In fact, there are quite a few." When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help being overjoyed, thinking to himself that it was indeed the case. "Oh? Where? Tell me," Yi Yuan said. Lin Tong said, "There's a snow-capped mountain in the land of extreme north called Xianyun Mountain. It's the land of exile's first level's holy land. Only powerhouses who gained enlightenment on great Tao transformation are allowed to step into this mountain." Yi Yuan's gaze flickered slightly and he said, "So, you guys stayed in order to enter the Xianyun Mountain?" Lin Tong nodded slightly and answered, "Your Excellency is wise. It's precisely so." The other 6 city lords were all rendered speechless. Only now they learned that the first level actually still had such a place. And what the city lords assiduously seek was this kind of supreme realm. What was laughable was that they were all a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. That was all. But when Yi Yuan heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Then what are we still waiting for? Lead the way." Lin Tong 3 people were taken aback and said, "Your Excellency, we've never comprehended great Tao transformation and can't enter the holy mountain. Violators will be killed without mercy." Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said, "If I said that you can go, you can go. Whatever bullshit holy mountain, it's merely a bunch of lesser sublime heavenly stratums, that's all. If they know what's good for them, fine. If they don't know how to appreciate favors, I'll exterminate their whole mountain. See if that lousy mountain still dares to call itself Holy Mountain or not. Yi Yuan could not bear the sight of this kind of trickery the most. It was clearly just a bunch of lesser sublime heavenly stratums, yet they wanted to feign an appearance of standing high above the masses. Who were they scaring? Yi Yuan had virtually paralyzed the entire martial secure heavenly sect. Wouldn't dealing with a bunch of lesser sublime heavenly stratums be easily accomplished? Posturing in front of him, at least in this first level, there was definitely no one who could do it. When Lin Tong three people heard that, they were immediately rendered dumbfounded. This guy was so wildly arrogant. How did such a person survive until now? One had to know, some of those great Dao transformation individuals on Xianyun Mountain had already stayed for as long as several thousand years, with their strength being unfathomable. This guy actually completely did not place the Xianyun Mountain in his eyes. On top of the mountain, snow gleamed white, with floating clouds coiling, akin to a wonderland. The party arrived at Xianyun Mountain, which was also at the foot of the Holy Mountain. The land of exile indeed has talented people remaining in concealment. I didn't expect that there's still such a formation path expert. Yi Yuan suddenly stopped and said with a faint smile. In front of him was a huge array formation, interlinked and connected. Not only was Yi Yuan's formation Dao already perfected, it even transformed into the all-encompassing sacred tree now. Just slightly trying to feel it and he already detected it. His all-encompassing sacred tree was not transformed from the path of sword Dao but the universe sword formation. Inside the universe sword formation it contained sword, space, formation, these three Daos. The strength was more discernible for this kind of transformation. As for time rule, after Yi Yuan ascended, he had been unable to open up a new prospect all along. Not because his comprehension ability was lacking, but that the time rule he comprehended in the Heavenspan world was simply in disorder. The Heavenspan world's flow rate of time was completely different from the 33 heavens. Yi Yuan reckoned that there might be Yen Jaitru's work involved. Those who trespass the holy mountain will be killed without mercy. Get lost. Right at this time, a melodious voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, akin to heavenly thunder rolling, stirring people's souls. These words seemed to be said by heaven. Behind Yi Yuan, the countenances of Lin Tong and the rest changed visibly. Your Excellency, you've already arrived at the holy mountain. How about you go in alone, and those of us who haven't achieved great Dao transformation withdraw for the time being? Lin Tong said with a slightly pale face. This voice seemed to be a celestial deity descending, giving him enormous pressure. The other few people were also the same. But Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, already here, don't you want to go up the mountain to take a look? Lin Tong smiled bitterly and said, of course I want to. But this lowly one wants to live even more. Limit you all to quickly leave within 3 breaths. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. 3. While talking, that voice came over again. The expressions of Lin Tong and the rest turned deathly pale, turning around, wanting to escape. Playing tricks. Go! Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. Holding his palm out, a tiny sprout already emerged from his palm. A piece of tender leaf flew out, directly striking somewhere in the void. Courting death. A startled and furious voice came from the void. But with a loud bang, a middle-aged man dressed in white robes was actually directly being shocked out, his appearance looking rather ragged. His gaze was fixed on Yi Yuan with a hint of dread in the shock. This brat actually saw through the weak area of the array formation with one glance and shocked him out with a sword. Terrifying. While Lin Tong and the rest who were behind Yi Yuan had dumbstruck faces. It turned out that this guy was not empty talk. He was really a lunatic. Who would enter the holy mountain like this? However, the combat power that Yi Yuan displayed still made them incredibly shocked. The saints who guarded the mountain were all transformation powerhouses. Furthermore, they were even hiding in the grand array. Yi Yuan found him with one glance and even shocked him out with a sword. If it were any other transformation powerhouse, they probably would not be able to do it. The middle-aged man in a white robe stared at Yi Yuan as he said with an unkind expression, Brat, do you think that by comprehending great Dao transformation, you're invincible under the heavens? Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said with a smile, Yeah. The middle-aged man's face turned black. almost tumbling to the ground. This brat really knew how to climb up the rope hand over hand. The middle-aged man sneered and said in a solemn voice, someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know that there are several hundred transformation powerhouses on this holy mountain? Even if Lin Tong and the rest were very knowledgeable and experienced, they were also frightened by this number. They thought that there were at most several dozen people on this holy mountain. They did not expect that there were actually hundreds of transformation powerhouses. They could not help worrying whether Yi Yuan's action of barging into the mountain would arouse the public outrage of the transformation powerhouses. Unexpectedly, Yi Yuan just said coolly, so what if several hundred? What bullshit transformation powerhouse, aren't you also just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? Do you really think that you're some whatever bullshit saint? Where did this sense of superiority come from? The middle-aged man saw that Yi Yuan was impervious to reason and could not help saying in a great rage, "Punk, you're courting death." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Is that so? Then I want to see how you make me die." He had not even spoken yet, and this person was playing tricks here, telling people to scram. With an appearance like he was number one in the world, it would be weird if Yi Yuan's attitude could be good. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said in a solemn voice, "Brat, I was just sneak attacked by you earlier. Do you really think that you're very formidable?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said nonchalantly, "Yes, I'm very powerful." The middle-aged man gave a cold snort, holding his palm out. A halberd condensed and formed. His great Dao transformation form was a weapon. This was also one of the most commonly seen transformation methods. It was only to see him smile coldly. He said, "Boy, I've already reached great Dao transformation 50 years ago. With just the likes of you, this sort of fellow who just comprehended it, you also dare to contend for glory with the bright moon." Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? Then try receiving a sword cut of mine. Go." The tender leaf turned into a light sword once more, chopping towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was furious, brandishing the painted Chinese halberd in his hand, directly chopping towards the green leaf. Boom! In an instant, the two transformation weapons clashed. The middle-aged man spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward, while Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. It broke. Lin Tong's eyes were full of amazement. The halberd in the middle-aged man's hands actually broke under this strike. With great Dao transformation, the object transformed was even tougher than material objects. But now it actually broke under Yi Yuan's one strike. Furthermore, the transformed object was connected to the mind of the martial artist. Now that it broke, the middle-aged man already suffered a great loss in vitality, suffering serious injuries. Most likely, without 8 to 10 years, he could forget about recovering his vitality. They had long known that Yi Yuan's strength was extremely formidable, but this was also too outrageous, right? He had already comprehended great Dao transformation for 50 years, while Yi Yuan only had 3 years at the very most. Now, he actually defeated the enemy with one move. This was also too strong. Yi Yuan looked at the middle-aged man and said disdainfully, "Just the likes of you are also called the bright moon? Over 50 years and you only cultivated this bit of strength? Go find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. I can't even be bothered to kill you." This middle-aged man's great Dao transformation was not perfect at all. He could not even achieve perfection in 50 years. He was really incredibly stupid. Yi Yuan only used 1 year and perfected it. Furthermore, what this middle-aged man comprehended was a single rule. But what he comprehended was 3 great fused rules. The difficulty was not on the same level at all. He could not even perfect it in 50 years. He should really go find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Poowork. The middle-aged man was choked badly by Yi Yuan's words and spewed out another mouthful of old blood. "The few of you, come with me." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to the middle-aged man and left leisurely, directly passing through the grand array. This array formation was not too complicated to him. Could be easily broken. However, this scene was even more shocking and inexplicable when it landed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Which crevice in a rock did this boy pop out from? Coming to the holy mountain, what on earth did he want to do? Lin Tong and the rest had upset expressions on their faces and could only pluck up their courage and follow after. Whoosh! A bright light rose into the sky. The expressions of Lin Tong and the rest changed greatly, and they cried out in surprise, "Your Excellency, that person went to report just now." Now, the entire Holy Mountain's transformation powerhouses probably all know that we're here. Yi Yuan said indifferently. If they know, then they know, no harm. The faces of Lin Tong and the rest turned black, criticizing endlessly in their hearts. This guy was also too bold, right? Even several hundred transformation powerhouses could not scare him. After traveling several more miles, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. Lin Tong and the rest were overjoyed, thinking inwardly that this guy finally had a change of mind and was going to run. However, Yi Yuan circled one round around the few of them and said coolly, "The few of you don't leave the circle that I've just walked. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die." Lin Tong and the rest had baffled faces. Right at this time, 6 to 7 figures suddenly came from all directions, surrounding Yi Yuan. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face who was leading said in a solemn voice, "Punk, to actually dare trespass the holy mountain, are you courting death?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I heard that there are transformation powerhouses on Xianyun Mountain, so I wanted to come and have an exchange. I didn't expect that the person guarding the gates doesn't know how to speak human language, so I taught him a lesson. How did it become trespassing?" The man's expression changed when he heard that, and exclaimed in surprise, "What? You defeated Jiang Zhenyu?" Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said, "Is it very strange to beat him? Or is it that it's all the likes of him on this so-called holy mountain?" The muscles on the few people's faces were all twitching when they heard that. The likes of him? When did transformation powerhouses become like that? Brat, don't be arrogant. You, a sect disciple, can you really overturn the heaven on the holy mountain? Attack together, kill this boy. The man with the scar gave a cold yell and rushed up along with the people around him. Yi Yuan broke the grand array and defeated Jiang Jinyu forcefully and then trespassed the mountain. The man did not dare to underestimate him. Hence, he directly called his companions to attack together. 7 to 8 transformation powerhouses rushed forward together. The commotion was quite shocking. Some took the form of weapons, some took the form of predatory birds, and some took the form of celestial phenomena to attack. The terrifying power made the faces of Lin Tong and the rest who were not far away to change drastically. 7 to 8 transformation powerhouses, they had never seen it before. It was just that these people's transformations were mostly just the great Tao transformation of a single rule. It was too weak to stand up to a single blow in Yi Yuan's eyes, and even worse than Jiang Zhenyu. It was also no wonder that they would be so surprised at him defeating Jiang Zhenyu. Yi Yuan was rather perplexed. Since these people comprehended great Tao transformation, why did the perfection process be so slow? After he ascended, he had been studying alchemy Tao most of his time and did not come into contact with great Tao transformation people. No need to talk about Eastward Country, there definitely was not. Martial secure heavenly sect definitely had, but at least even Lu Zhanyuan, that level of powerhouse, did not comprehend it. Luo Yunqing might have comprehended it. It was just that he had never displayed it before. Hence, Yi Yuan did not have a clear contrast. He thought that since they could comprehend great Tao transformation, their comprehension ability naturally would not be poor. Even if it was not as good as his, it should also have been perfected in 8 to 10 years. In the end, Jiang Zhenyu comprehended for 50 years and did not even fully perfect it. Therefore, in his eyes, this bunch of people was really unbelievably trash. He reckoned that they hit the jackpot. That was how they comprehended great Tao transformation. Under the environment of the land of exile, it was not necessary to be extremely talented to break through. Wandering on the edge of life and death countless times, as long as one could kill their way over, even if their talent was slightly poor, they could comprehend it too. These people might belong to that type. All in all, Yi Yuan did not face much pressure dealing with the Scarman, these few people. In fact, he did not even need to use 2 swords at once. One sword, swimming between the 7 to 8 people, there was plenty of room for playing the butcher's knife. By the side, Lin Tong and the rest were long already dumbstruck with amazement. They knew that Yi Yuan was strong, but they did not expect that he was so strong. Fighting 1 versus 8, he was actually still overpowering the other side. One had to know, Yi Yuan only comprehended great Tao transformation for a short 3 years. Suddenly, Lin Tong's expression changed, discovering that there were over a dozen people flying over here swiftly. Those people right now were all attracted by Yi Yuan. Then this batch of powerhouses that came over this time would definitely make them the first target of assault. Freaking hell! Fight it out! Su Weiqing drew his saber and was about to fight it out to the death with this group of people. Lin Tong suddenly remembered Yi Yuan's instructions and said, "Old Su, don't be impulsive. His Excellency made us stay where we are. He must have some means." Su Weiqing's expression turned heavy and he immediately became quiet. They knew that Yi Yuan had a lot of methods. It was just that they could not understand just what method Yi Yuan had deployed. Humph! A bunch of outside world ants also dare to trespass the holy mountain? You're really tired of living. The few of you go and die first then. An old man in a blue shirt had an extremely vigorous aura, pouncing over towards Lin Tong and the rest. The three people's expressions changed greatly, immediately feeling the threat of death. The moment transformation was released, the imposing aura became completely different. Even if their cultivation realm was the same, their combat power was vastly different. But right at this time, the old man in blue shirt suddenly vomited blood, his body falling from midair. When he fell to the ground, he had actually already breathed his last. Lin Tong and the rest exchanged glances, all extremely shocked. He was poisoned. When did His Excellency use the poison? Su Weiqing said with a look of shock. Lin Tong pondered for a moment and said, "It should be when he walked a circle around us. What a brilliant method of poisoning. We actually didn't detect it at all." Wei Xiang smiled bitterly and said, "Not just us. These transformation powerhouses, their sensitivity to poison is many times stronger than us. Even they are completely unaware." The three people were deeply shocked inwardly. Only then did they understand why Yi Yuan dared to be so arrogant. With such means, it was simply overwhelming in this first level. So what if a transformation-level powerhouse? Killing you was as easy as blowing off the dust. It was just that Yi Yuan came here to temper himself, so he was disdainful to use it. Looking at it this way, Yi Yuan saying to slaughter all the transformation powerhouses on the mountain previously was not empty talk. Only with confidence did he dare to look down on them. Sure enough, when the others saw the blue-shirt old man's bizarre death, each and every one of them did not dare to get close to Lin Tong and the others. They simply rushed toward Yi Yuan together. More than 10 transformation powerhouses surrounded Yi Yuan all at once. Some of them, their strengths were not weak. Yi Yuan killed his way in and out of the crowd with one person and one sword and already severely wounded 3 to 4 people, as if it was a no-man's land. The so-called Holy Mountains powerhouses were akin to toddlers learning how to walk in front of Yi Yuan. Very comical. Without the threat of transformation powerhouses, the minds of Lin Tong and the rest also relaxed, observing the battle carefully. The more they watched, the more alarmed they got. His Excellency is too strong. His opponents are too trashy. They are completely not on the same level at all. Furthermore, His Excellency's sapling has 2 leaves, but he only utilized 1 leaf. So he clearly isn't using his full strength. Just what kind of a monster did Martial Secure Heavenly Sect produce? Lin Tong said in horror. The other 2 people nodded one after another in deep agreement. All withdraw. Stop making a spectacle of yourselves. Right at this time, a voice sounded out. A handsome youth walked down the mountain. The group of transformation powerhouses stepped back one after another, their faces full of shame. The youth had red lips and white teeth and was extraordinarily handsome, like the boy next door. But when Yi Yuan saw him, he felt pressured. This kind of pressure was like facing Changsun Xingyu back then. This person was very strong. 3 laws transforming, indeed formidable. You all didn't lose in vain. I didn't expect that a genius such as yourself actually appeared in the outside world. The youth looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes revealing a look of appreciation. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "You're not bad either." Beside the youth, a burly man immediately scolded, "Insolence! How are you speaking to Holy Lord, His Excellency?" The youth waved his hand slightly, motioning for the burly man to back down, and said coolly, "His strength isn't beneath Li Cheng's. From today onwards, he's the Holy Mountain's 4th Holy Lord. You all are not to be impolite. The burly man was greatly alarmed and repeatedly said yes. Bowing toward Yi Yuan, he said, I pay respects to Holy Lord. The others also had shocked expressions on their faces. No one expected that this newcomer actually became a Holy Lord, but an unwillingness to submit was clearly written on their faces. It was just that they did not dare to say any more. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to the burly man and said to the youth, Oh? There are actually 2 powerhouses such as yourself on this mountain. The youth nodded and said, I'm called Han Yi, the chief Holy Lord. The second Holy Lord is called Jizha. Third Holy Lord is called Li Cheng. From now on, you'll be the Holy Mountain's 4th Holy Lord. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, What bullshit, Holy Lord, not interested. I came here to find people to spar with. Your strength is not bad, so why don't we have a fight? He had no interest in living a life of being a local despot. What Yi Yuan wanted was to consolidate his foundation, then break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum. He did not have time to keep wasting in the land of exile. However, all the powerhouses in the mountain looked at Yi Yuan with surprise. This guy actually refused to be a Holy Lord. Furthermore, he even dared to be so unbridled in front of Chief Holy Lord, really courting death. The youth took it in stride and said smilingly, You're not my match. Yi Yuan said coolly, Haven't fought before. How would you know? The youth shook his head and said with a smile, You're an extremely rare 3 rules transformation, but I am 5 laws transformation. Do you feel that you have a chance of winning? Although Yi Yuan had never heard of 3 laws transformation, it was very easy to guess that the meaning of 3 laws meant 3 kinds of power of rules. He was a little surprised. This youth actually comprehended 5 kinds of rules at the same time. No wonder he could live a life of being a local despot and proclaim himself as Holy Lord. He indeed had some capability. However, Yi Yuan did not think that his own 3 laws were lousier than the other party. Sword, space, formation, 3 paths, they seemed as different night and day, to be as different as chalk and cheese, but Yi Yuan forcibly combined them together and it transformed and took shape. When these 3 paths reached the extreme, they could all form their own universes. They were absolutely top great DAS. If you understood more rules, it would definitely be stronger. Yi Yuan never thought this way. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, If I was sure of success, I would have killed you with 1 sword and be done with it. Why would I go so far as to talk nonsense with you here? It's because there's no certainty of winning that we have to fight. Otherwise, what's even the point of me coming to the land of exile? The youth looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said with a nod, You seem to be different from the rest. Forget it. I'll have a battle with you today and let you know the disparity between 3 laws and 5 laws. Finished saying, a lotus platform already appeared in the youth's palm. There were 5 lotus seeds on the lotus platform. Clearly, each lotus seed represented a kind of power of rule. The moment this 5-star lotus appeared, Yi Yuan felt unprecedented pressure. But his all-encompassing sacred tree was already raring to go. Fear did not exist. This word was not in his Yi Yuan's dictionary. The youth smiled and said, My transformation form is called 5-star lotus. If you can last 30 moves under the 5-star lotus, you'll be 2nd Holy Lord from now on. Jizha can only last 28 moves under my 5-star lotus. He's the same as you, also 3 laws transformation. When everyone heard it, each and everyone was extremely shocked. Even this mountain full of transformation powerhouses was also like that. They only knew that the 3 great holy lords were not what they could compare to. But they never knew that the gap between Chief Holy Lord and 2nd Holy Lord was actually so great. Hearing these, their gazes when looking towards Yi Yuan became sympathetic. This boy was so arrogant he finally ran into his match now, right? But Yi Yuan was disdainful and said coolly, Bring it on. So much nonsense. All-encompassing sacred tree. Go! Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, his entire person turning into a sharp sword, flying straight for Han Yi. 2 rays of sword light surrounded Yi Yuan's body, overflowing with a murderous aura. After leaving seclusion, it was Yi Yuan's first time unleashing both swords together. That power was more than a level stronger than when fighting with everyone previously. Everyone's countenances changed one after another. Only now did the transformation powerhouses who besieged Yi Yuan previously know that they had already made a trip to Gates of Hell and back. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely fast, arriving in front of Han Yi in virtually a blink of an eye. Han Yi's pupils constricted too, being startled by Yi Yuan's strength. However, what kind of figure was Han Yi? Although he was startled, he did not panic. Only to see him urge his spell, the 5 lotus seeds flew out instantly, splitting into 5 directions, completely enveloping him. And at this time, Yi Yuan arrived. Boom! A loud noise, the 2 people each took several steps back. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. My eyesight isn't failing, right? That boy actually fought to a draw with Chief Holy Lord. This is impossible. How can 3 laws versus 5 laws possibly fight to a draw? Just what the hell did this boy comprehend? 5 laws transformation. This was virtually the ultimate form of transformation. Could be said to be invincible. However, Yi Yuan actually fought to a draw against Chief Holy Lord, Han Yi's 5 laws with 3 laws. Although they only exchanged 1 move, Yi Yuan's skill level was evident at a glance. It was not up to them to not be surprised. Yi Yuan beamed and said, "Bragged too hard. I was wondering how formidable you were. 5 laws are also nothing more than this." The expression on Han Yi's face finally changed. Sword, space, formation? Heh? Terrific lad, I underestimated you. These 3 kinds of ultimate rules, you actually fused them into one, and even succeeded in transformation. 2 swords. 1 yin and 1 yang. Perfect without any flaws. How formidable. You have the qualifications to have a battle with me. Although surprised, Han Yi did not turn angry from embarrassment but was faintly very excited instead. It was as if feeling happy to find an opponent. He saw through that Yi Yuan was 3 laws transformation with 1 glance, but as for the specifics he could not tell without fighting. In the collision just now, he clearly felt sword, space, and formation, these 3 great rules. He could not help being greatly surprised. He naturally knew how formidable these 3 rules were. What was even scarier was that the great Tao transformation that this boy comprehended was the perfect form. Perfect form was a form with no weakness to exploit. Just like a world, like nature itself, without defects. The budding 2 green leaves seemed normal, but in fact they represented the 2 polarities of the universe. The power that these 2 extreme forces burst forth with was unimaginable. Although he comprehended the 5 elements rule, he did not reach this realm. Hence, even though he comprehended 5 laws, his power was greatly discounted. Feeling the other party's fighting intent, Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. That's more like it. Fight again." Boom, boom, boom. 2 streaks of sword light and 5 lotus seeds, they erupted with extremely violent rumbling sounds from time to time. Sword light intersected. The 5 elements rotated. Yi Yuan was locked in a struggle with Han Yi. By the side, everyone was dumbfounded with amazement. A transformation powerhouse said in surprise, "Fucking hell, this boy's great Tao transformation has already reached the acme of perfection. Still entering the land of exile to train my ass. This guy came in purely to abuse people, right?" No one thought that Yi Yuan's combat power would actually be so fearsome. Chief Holy Lord Han Yi rarely took action, but they knew about Second Holy Lord and Third Holy Lord. The power of 3 laws when compared to Yi Yuan was simply heaven and earth. Whatever 30 moves, it seemed to be a complete joke now. Yi Yuan did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest, facing 5 laws with 3 laws. Of course, Han Yi was not someone who was easy to deal with either. The 5 elements rule started running, akin to a painting scroll of heaven and earth with a majestic and grand atmosphere with no weakness to exploit. Even Yi Yuan could not find the method to crack it for some time too. When Lin Tong heard this, he immediately retorted, "His Excellency didn't comprehend great Tao transformation in the outside world. He just comprehended great Tao transformation 3 years ago in Resplendent Sun City." When the group of transformation powerhouses heard, their eyes immediately became wide saucers. "What? 3 years ago? You punk, you aren't bragging, right? Just 3 years and he completely perfected his great Tao transformation." That transformation powerhouse almost jumped up. Something that people did in 3 years, they could not do it even in 30 years. Furthermore, the completion of 3 laws transformation was not as easy as theirs. Easily several hundred years was normal too. But Yi Yuan only used 3 years? Freaking hell! Who to reason this out with? By the side, Xianxia's mouth curled and he said, bragging? Hoo, you probably don't know that 3 years ago, His Excellency was still just an upper lesser sublime heavenly stratum. In these 3 years' time, he probably still used a lot of time to increase his cultivation realm. What? Upper lesser sublime heaven. That transformation powerhouse's voice got louder and louder, almost overshadowing Yi Yuan two people's fighting sounds. It could be seen how strong his shock currently was. When Xianxia, he was actually also in mayhem in his heart. Prior to this, he did not understand the world of transformation powerhouses. He thought that upon entering transformation, one would be a top powerhouse. Only all the way until Yi Yuan rampaged in all directions did he know that transformation was merely just learning the rudiments. 1 law and 3 laws, the difference was too great. Of course, 3 laws and 5 laws, the difference was likewise immense. Furthermore, comprehending was one thing, perfecting was another thing altogether. This process was extremely long, but Yi Yuan only used 2 years, maybe even less than 2 years' time, and completed it. Amidst the shock of the numerous transformation powerhouses, Yi Yuan two people's battle also entered a white-hot stage. The 2 people fought until they were locked in a struggle truly evenly matched. Yi Yuan's great Tao was perfected and had no weakness to exploit. But it was weak in that the time spent was short, hence it was not as strong as Han Yi. While Han Yi was strong, the 5 elements had not reached the realm of perfection. He was still a hair's breadth away from 5 elements consummation. Most likely, it was also precisely because of this hair's breadth distance that he had been reluctant to ascend all along. If the foundation was not solid, when he ascended to greater sublime heavenly stratum, this shortcoming of imperfection would become more and more of a hindrance. This was what he was not willing to see. But at this time he was forced to the limit by Yi Yuan. Facing Yi Yuan's formidable Tao of universe, Han Yi unleashed all of his abilities. He could not slack off in the slightest. A moment of carelessness and he would be defeated. He had become the chief holy lord for so many years, and yet it was still his first time encountering such a formidable opponent. Invincible was always the loneliest. These few years he yearned for an opponent too. But sadly there was none. The realm that he had reached was too high. In reality, the 2nd Holy Lord and 3rd Holy Lord below him had already changed one batch after another. But he stood steadfast. Because those people's potential had already been exhausted. There was already no need to cultivate anymore. But he was not. He knew that he could perfect his 5 elements transformation even further and greatly improve his strength. But sadly, he was lacking an opportunity. All the way until today, he discovered that this opportunity finally came. Yi Yuan was simply the gift that heaven gave him. Under Yi Yuan's frenzied battle, his 5 elements rule that had already not moved for hundreds of years finally showed signs of loosening. This discovery made him wildly ecstatic. Did he not want to ascend? Of course, he wanted to. Who would willingly be just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum all their lives? But he was reluctant to submit. Not perfecting the 5 elements, he would leave behind regrets in the lesser sublime heavenly stratum realm. This regret would be magnified more and more along with the increase in cultivation realm. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, the 2 people had exchanged blows no idea how many times. That ever-changing application of rule, the bedazzling fighting techniques, all these made the onlookers see things in a blur. Boom! No idea how long had passed either. After the 2 people had a violent clash, they each stopped. Yi Yuan and Han Yi were both panting heavily at this time, their auras chaotic, almost collapsing. Clearly, the 2 of them had unleashed their abilities to the limit. Then, it fell into a death-like silence on the holy mountain. Only the 2 people's panting sounds were reverberating. These 2 people looked at each other just like that. Ha ha! Suddenly, the 2 people started laughing loudly at the same time. Yi Yuan said, "Didn't you say 30 moves? Now it's been more than 3,000 moves, right?" Han Yi laughed loudly and said, "All right. I admit that I postured too much. You are an opponent bestowed upon me by heaven. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, likewise, your 5 elements aren't at the level of perfection and are precisely in need of tempering. No wonder you refuse to ascend. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing either. Han Yi disregarded his image and plopped his bottom onto the ground and said, no choice. My power of rules reached a bottleneck, and I haven't been able to break through all along. I can only live a life of being a local despot here. Yi Yuan also sat down on the ground and said smilingly, so, you made a holy mountain to posture, so it's in order to wait for an opponent? Han Yi nodded and said, that's right, but there are far too few people capable of 5 laws transformation. I've never been able to wait for an opponent that I want. Seeing that you were 3 laws transformation, I was disappointed in my heart. Yi Yuan smiled and said, in the end, I didn't disappoint you, right? Han Yi laughed and said, disappoint? Haha. Every pore on my body is being ignited right now. Oh, right. Still don't know your name, brother. Yi Yuan. Okay. Yi Yuan. 10 days later, fight again here. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, just so. Finished saying, Han Yi got to his feet and went straight up the mountain. After Yi Yuan got up, he removed the poison formation and walked down the mountain. Everyone had baffled looks. These 2 people fought and became friends? Could this be the legendary friends are made after a fight? No, wait. It should be a hero valuing another hero. They really met their match. These 2 people are both of peerless aptitudes. Their strength is evenly matched. Such an opponent is hard to come across in 10,000 years. Many people gave birth to vicissitudes of emotion in their hearts. It was hard to meet a confidant in life, but it was even harder to meet an opponent in life. The logic of an expert being lonely, this was not what most people had the qualifications to experience. These 2 people finally found their match. From this day on, the 2 people would undergo a great battle on Xianyun Mountain every 10 days to half a month. After a fight, the 2 people would each go into a retreat to comprehend what they learned in this battle. Yi Yuan's strength and Han Yi's strength were not that much different. One could not do anything to the other. In each battle, the 2 people practically fought until they were close to collapsing. Both parties' battles also had mutual wins and losses. In the beginning, Han Yi's odds of winning were still a little higher. After all, his 5 laws transformation had been comprehended for a long time. His first form was also a little more mature. But along with the passage of time, Han Yi's advantage was continuously being eroded by Yi Yuan. The 2 were both peerless geniuses. Under such battles where they both met their match, they made rapid progress. However, Yi Yuan was a notch better in the end. Although the 2 people were both improving rapidly, Yi Yuan's improvement was clearly faster. 3 years later, Yi Yuan and Han Yi's victories were basically equilibrium already. Another 3 years later, Han Yi could rarely beat Yi Yuan anymore. Another 2 years passed, Han Yi could basically just take a beating. 9 years later, Han Yi's first form 5-star Lotus finally reached the realm of perfection. Because of this too, his strength improved greatly, suppressing Yi Yuan once again. 5 elements not perfected and 5 elements perfected was 2 entirely different concepts. 5 elements circulating, reproducing in endless succession. It was absolutely one of the most powerful rules closed loops. But the Tao of universe that fused sword, space, and formation, these 3 rules, was no less inferior in comparison. What Han Yi was strong in was his rule realm. However, Han Yi was not smug for too long. 5 years later, Yi Yuan caught up again. The 2 people's combat power was once again equal. Later, Han Yi was completely suppressed by Yi Yuan again. This time, he was utterly convinced. On Xianyun Mountain, rumbling sounds came from time to time. 2 figures crisscrossed, making the group of transformation powerhouses incredibly shocked. Similarly, transformation powerhouses, the disparity was too great. Lord Yi Yuan is really a monster. In just a short 14 years, his first form is almost reaching grand completion. What's scary is that his fighting talent is too strong. These recent few matches, he suppressed Chief Holy Lord until Chief Holy Lord can't lift his head at all. Isn't that so? I originally thought that Chief Holy Lord was incredibly talented. But only after seeing Lord Yi Yuan did I know what's called there's always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. During these 14 years of fighting, these people had witnessed Yu Yuan's growth with their own eyes. Those able to comprehend great Tao transformation, their talents were all 1 in a million. But Han Yi's talent absolutely left people far behind in the dust among this group of people. However, Han Yi was far worse when compared to Yi Yuan. Hence, that was why they would feel vicissitudes of emotion. Boom! Yi Yuan caught Han Yi's slip-up and was unforgiving after gaining the momentum, the universe dual swords aiming for the vitals with each move, and finally completely defeated Han Yi. I concede. Han Yi was helpless and could only admit defeat. Universe dual swords returned to their places. Presently, the young sprout had already grown a lot. It would be a seedling if it continued developing. This also indicated that Yi Yuan's first form already reached the realm of grand completion. Han Yi rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "You this fellow, can't you save me some face?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Face is earned by yourself, not given by others. If I gave way to you, what's the point of this spar?" Han Yi's mouth curled and he said unhappily, "You're really boring. Not fighting anymore. Not fighting anymore. There's also no point in continuing to fight anymore. Your father is going to ascend." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in agreement, "Indeed, there's no point in continuing to fight anymore. You and I have both reached our bottlenecks. We can't improve even if we carry on fighting like this. It's time to break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum." Yi Yuan's all-encompassing sacred tree and Han Yi's 5-star lotus had both already reached the limit of lesser sublime heavenly stratum. It was very hard to make any more breakthroughs. Wanting to improve further, they had to break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum. Breaking through to greater sublime heavenly stratum was just water that flowed naturally when the channel formed to these two people. If they were willing, they could have long broken through. But a hint of reluctance flashed across Han Yi's face, and he said disappointedly, "With this farewell, I also don't know when we can see each other again." He was different from Yi Yuan. After he ascended, he would go to the land of exile's 2nd level. But Yi Yuan would be directly teleported out. These two people fought for 14 years and also improved together for 14 years. It was naturally inevitable that some feelings of appreciation of each other would be born. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'll be waiting for you outside." Han Yi's entire body trembled, his gaze suddenly turning to Yi Yuan. But very soon, it dimmed again and he said with a bitter smile, "It's useless. This land of exile was personally created by Zhuo Bufan. Forget that I'm just lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Even if I reach grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven, it's also impossible to go out." Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what? Only with an unyielding heart can one reverse the firmament. Could it be that you accept your fate?" The martial artists in the land of exile all had ways of seeking death. But each person's circumstances were different. Han Yi ascended from a great trichiliocosm together with his wife. They were originally a pair of immortal lovers. Han Yi's wife was also very beautiful. Who would have expected that his wife was actually fancied by a small country's prince and actually forcibly defiled? His wife was ready to die to preserve her chastity and felt ashamed to face Han Yi, so she committed suicide. Han Yi at that time had just ascended not long ago. His strength was not strong, so how could he resist a country's power? In his rage, Han Yi cultivated frenziedly. Not only did he cultivate to grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum very quickly, he even comprehended great Tao transformation. Who knew that, under his fury, he actually massacred a country with his power alone? This matter caused a great sensation. Later, he was captured and thrown into the land of exile. After Yi Yuan learned about this matter, he also sighed endlessly. Han Yi's methods were too fierce. Being captured and put inside, he only had himself to blame as well. However, his nature was not like this. His beloved wife suffering this kind of humiliation. Anyone would probably go crazy too. Han Yi's gaze turned intent, and he immediately revealed a hint of a smile and said, "Fine lad. I, Han Yi, never accept fate. After going out, I have to cultivate well. Don't get surpassed by me instead after I go out." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Just the likes of you, you aren't qualified enough yet. Han Yi's face turned black, but he also felt that it was not too likely. This boy was simply a freak. Han Yi felt that he was already monstrous enough. But this boy was even more monstrous than him. In future cultivation, if there were no accidents, Yi Yuan would only shake him off further and further behind. However, Yi Yuan's monstrousness also deeply stimulated him. Han Yi also secretly resolved himself to definitely work hard and not lag behind Yi Yuan. You this fellow really not cute at all. However, you'll be dragged down by the secular world after going out. But I can only advance in the midst of slaughter. So I might not be worse than you. Han Yi's gaze was piercing. He was not someone who easily admitted defeat. On this day, 2 array formation lights descended on top of Xianyun Mountain. Watching the 2 people disappear, everyone's faces revealed a trace of relief. Finally gone. With these 2 around, I was even doubting life. These 2 people's talents are too terrifying. Staying together with them can cause us to lose motivation. I have to cultivate hard. I have to regain confidence. When Jingxian, even if you watch here eagerly every day, it's also impossible for that brat to come out. When sect disciples enter the land of exile, the casualties are extremely high even if they travel in groups. Let alone that he's alone. I reckon that brat already died God knows how long ago. Han Xianyun looked at the Wen Jingxian with a haggard face as he said those words very smugly. In a blink of an eye, it had already been nearly 20 years. There was no news from Yi Yuan. Right now, in Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, everyone already thought that Yi Yuan was long dead. But these days, when Jingxian would practically come to Flowing Cloud Peak every day. When Jingxian ignored Han Xianyun and did not even glance at him. Heh, if not for that punk, how could our Martial Secure Heavenly Sect be sanctioned by the Pill Alliance and fallen to this point now? The sect from top to bottom currently hates that boy to the bones. Yet you, this lass, fail to appreciate favor and still yearn for him to come back? Forget that he's not coming back. Even if he got incredibly lucky and came back, he'll also have to be sanctioned by the Elders' Council, Han Qianyun said with a cold smile. These 20 years that Yi Yuan entered the land of exile, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's days had not been easy. In the beginning, the Alchemist Hall's development went very smoothly. The Heavenly Alchemist's strength also grew with each passing day. But the good times did not last long. In the second year that Yi Yuan entered the land of exile, the Pill Alliance launched an attack. The Pill Alliance launched an extremely harsh blockade against the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. Firstly, the Pill Alliance withdrew all cooperation with the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect and made all Heavenly Alchemists related to the Pill Alliance withdraw. In fact, the Pill Alliance completely cut off the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect in terms of the supply of heavenly medicines and heavenly pills. This move was really destroying the ground on which one stood on. For a colossal sect like the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, the number of heavenly medicines and heavenly pills that it consumed every day was a huge quantity. All at once, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect ran out of food. Without the supply of heavenly medicines and heavenly pills, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect plunged into a crisis all of a sudden. The Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's heavenly alchemists were unable to satisfy the needs of the massive sect in the first place. For so many years, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect needed to buy large numbers of heavenly medicines and heavenly pills from the Pill Alliance. The supply of the sect's heavenly pills dropping sharply would have a huge impact on the cultivation of the disciples. Now, more than 10 years had passed. The Martial Secure Heavenly Sect was struggling more and more to make ends meet. As a result, many disciples' hearts have started wavering. Starting from a few years earlier, many people turned the spearhead toward Yi Yuan, feeling that all these were caused by him. Among them, Shi Feiyu was the most lively. Hence, everyone related to Yi Yuan was affected. Now, Lin Lan was relegated to a miscellaneous affairs servant and had his fill of contemptuous looks. When Jingxian was even going to be sent to the Pill Alliance to be Qin Shun's furnace. Within the next few days, she would be setting off soon. There was also Luo Yunqing going along with her. Luo Yunqing was going to represent the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect to accept a false accusation. To him, this was simply unprecedented shame. But there was no choice. This matter could not be delayed. Although the one who made the decision was Feng Shuani, as the sect master, What Feng Shuani represented was the martial secure heavenly sex final phase. Hence, he could only sacrifice Luo Yunqing. Now, even Feng Shuani could not hold on anymore too. When Han Qianyun saw Wen Jingxian ignore him, he could not help but feel angry. He snorted coldly and said, "Are you still hoping for that brat to be able to save you? Humph. If he really comes out, Han Qianyun will be the first one to not let him off. What bullshit, elder. He's our martial secure heavenly sex sinner. Now, the other 4 great heavenly sects are all watching us as a joke. This was all single-handedly caused by him. When Yi Yuan entered the land of exile back then, it shocked the entire martial secure heavenly sect. What was even more aggravating was that Yi Yuan even stepped on his face. This matter became the entire sect's butt of a joke. He, Han Qianyun, had always remembered it. When Jingxian gave him a glance and said coolly, "If Master comes out, the first one he'll take care of will definitely be you." Han Qianyun was furious and gave Wen Jingxian a slap and said, "Little wench, do you still think that you're an elder's disciple? You're merely a commonplace where now." 5 fingerprint marks could be seen distinctly on Wen Jingxian's face. Han Qianyun did not go easy. She glared at Han Qianyun hatefully, her eyes full of fury. This master and apprentices few people did not stint with doing evil these few years. She was still all right, but Lin Lan's outcome was very miserable. If not for Luo Yunqing protecting him, Lin Lan would probably have long been tormented to death already. Seeing Wen Jingxian glaring, Han Qianyun laughed instead and said, "Little slut, you're really a beauty. No wonder Qin Shun is so tempted by you. The first condition he stated was you. If not for Qin Shun, I'd also want you right now." When Jingxian ignored him, getting to her feet, she silently kowtowed thrice in the direction of the land of exile's transmission array. Although Yi Yuan was universally condemned right now, in Wen Jingxuan's heart, Yi Yuan was her savior. Furthermore, the alchemy Dao technique that Yi Yuan imparted her let her alchemy path strength increase greatly. She came today to bid farewell to Yi Yuan. She was powerless to resist the sect's decision. Wiping away her tears, Wen Jingxian turned around and was about to leave. But Han Qianyun was unrelenting and said in a cold voice, "Little slut, do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" As he said, he was about to make a move again. "Master!" But right at this time, when Jingxuan's entire body trembled, looking in the direction of the transmission array with a look of disbelief. A figure was currently walking over from there. But very soon, the shock turned into a pleasant surprise. Han Qianyun had his back towards the transmission array and could not help laughing as he said, "Little slut, have you gotten hysteria? Do you think that by bringing out that rubbish master of yours, I won't dare to touch you? Just you try touching her." Right at this time, a voice came over from behind. Han Qianyun's expression changed wildly, and he turned around to look. Yi Yuan was currently looking at him not far away with a gloomy expression on his face. Yi Yuan already saw the distinct slap print on Wen Jingxuan's face. Han Qianyun had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he cried out in surprise, "Why you actually came out of the land of exile? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan ignored him and looked towards Wen Jingxian and said, "Was it him who did it?" Wen Jingxian nodded her head. Ignoring the fiery burn on her face, she said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Master, it's good that you came back. It's great that you came back." As she said, her eyes were already holding tears. These few years had seriously been too horrible. Han Qianyun's eyes turned dark and he said with a cold snort, "So what if you came out?" "Humph. Just nice. I'll take you down and detain you to go and ask Sect Master for punishment." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a frown, "Looks like I stepped a little light on your face." Han Qianyun's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, it was still fine if you didn't mention this. Mentioning this matter, let's settle the old scores anew." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Oh, is that so? Could it be that you're not afraid that I'll trample on your face again? This time, I'll have to trample harder to make you remember it." Han Qianyun said disdainfully, "This time, I'm prepared. Just the likes of you also want to paralyze me." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Is that so? Seems like you're already poisoned." Han Qianyun's expression changed wildly. Suddenly, he felt a paralysis all over from head to toe. Then he experienced a spasm. Smack, smack, smack. Yi Yuan lifted his legs and stepped a few times on Han Qianyun's face viciously before giving vent to his anger. Han Qianyun's face was full of shoe prints. This strengthened version of Windward Topple, he conveniently kept a little when Windward Topple refined it back then. He did not expect that it was actually put to use now. Smack, smack, smack. What took Yi Yuan aback was that when Xianxia suddenly rushed over and also stomped a few times on Han Qianyun's face. These few years of repression made her finally explode the moment she saw Yi Yuan. Huff! Stomping him a few times? It feels much better, Wen Jingxian said with an unrefined look. But, seeing Wen Jingshuan's appearance akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. Instinct told him that most likely Martial Secure Heavenly Sect had some changes. Jingxian, what happened to the sect? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. When Jingxian looked at Yi Yuan, finally feeling that she had found a backer. For a moment, grievances that filled her welled up in her heart, and tears burst out uncontrollably. Complaining tearfully when Jingxian recounted the changes these few years for Yi Yuan to hear, making Yi Yuan somewhat reproach himself too. He did not expect that the Pill Alliance's influence was actually so great, to actually be able to directly boycott a great heavenly sect. In reality, even Feng Shuani did not expect it either. The Pill Alliance, this faction, was very low profile. It normally concealed its abilities, but once it erupted, its power was astonishing. Qin Shun's matter was merely a fuse that let the low-profile Pill Alliance reveal a power that was as strong as Mount Tai. Indeed, the Pill Alliance's attack this time shocked the entire Rainclear continent. Only then did the people realize that the Pill Alliance's tentacles had already reached into the corners of the 5 great heavenly regions. Even a colossal sect like the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect actually had no choice but to lower their head and admit their fault too. Fury rose in Yi Yuan's heart. With the Pill Alliance attacking, this had no cause for much criticism. But making Luo Yunqing lower his head and making Wen Jingxian become a furnace were too much. Disregarding Wen Jingxian, if she was sent to Qin Shun there would presumably be no good end. Even if it was Luo Yunqing, once his head was lowered, the effect on him would be too great. He, Luo Yunqing, one person and one sword. How unrestrained and uninhibited was he? How arrogant at heart and haughty in manner was he? Yi Yuan was perfectly clear that after going, the effect on Luo Yunqing's cultivation in the future would be too great. In fact, making no more progress was also not impossible. A gentleman's sword would not bow its head. Whoever stopped me, I'll kill with one sword move. Lowering one's head meant the sword breaking. The sword was already broken. So still cultivate what sword then? If Luo Yunqing was just by himself, he would definitely kill his way up to the Pill Alliance. But for the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to lower his head. A hint of coldness exuded from Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said in a solemn voice, "Come." When Jingxian was taken aback and said, "Go where?" "To save your senior apprentice brother." Li Zhua had been riding on the crest of success recently. Not only did he break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum and become an outer sect disciple, he even found an even stronger backer. Han Qianyun felt that Li Zhua was sensible and took him in as a disciple. To outer sect disciples, being able to acknowledge a protector as one's master was also a remarkably great thing. Additionally, abusing Yi Yuan's disciple, Lin Lan, also became one of the joys of his life. Bang! Li Zhua kicked Lin Lan flying with a kick and said with a sneer, "Old thing, crawl through under my crotch and I'll spare you today. Otherwise, you'll have to lie on the bed for a few months again." Lin Lan was relegated to a servant and had his cultivation sealed. He could only unleash the strength of a lesser sublime heavenly stratum and was not Li Zhua's match at all. These few years, Li Zhua tormented Lin Lan a lot too. If not for Luo Yunqing specifically giving warnings, Lin Lan would have long died already. Although Luo Yunqing had lost power, his strength was placed there. It was not what the likes of Li Zhua, this kind of outer sect disciple, could provoke. Lin Lan spat and said disdainfully, "A lapdop wanting to make this old man crawl under your crotch, dream on. If you have the capability, kill me." Li Zhua was currently a salted fish that gained a new lease on life. He was most upset by others calling him a lapdog. Hearing what Lin Lan said, He was immediately furious and directly broke Lin Lan's legs with a kick. Kill you? You don't want to live anymore and want to drag me together to die? Heh. What a shame it would be to kill you. Your Lord Zhua will lose out on a lot of fun in the future, Li Zhua said with a sneer. Indeed, Lin Lan did not want to live anymore. Each time Li Zhua came, he struck extremely heavily. Lin Lan still had to do manual labor with serious injuries in tow. His body had long already been worn down. Rather than living like this, he might as well die. Lin Lan did not believe that Yi Yuan would die in the land of exile. After all, he had seen Yi Yuan create too many miracles. But he felt that he could not wait for Yi Yuan to come back anymore. This kind of situation, each day was worse than death. Tomorrow, when Jingxian was going to be sent to the Pill Alliance, Luo Yunqing also had to go and apologize. He planned on ending his life tomorrow. If he could drag this dog down before dying, it was also pretty good. But sadly, Li Zhua did not fall for it. Lin Lan spat out a mouthful of blood and said with gritted teeth, Li Zhua, don't you get cocky. After Master returns from the land of exile, it will be your death date. But when Li Zhua heard that, he laughed loudly without ceasing and said that dead ghost had probably long already been dismembered in the land of exile, right? You're making that dead ghost come and deal with me? Haha. What a joke. Li Zhua seemed to have heard the funniest joke, raising his head and laughing loudly without ceasing. But all of a sudden, he felt the surroundings suddenly quieten down, and he could not help feeling a little curious. When his gaze landed, his entire body could not help shuddering. The dead ghost that he talked about was currently looking at him. This scene seemed to be a supernatural event, making his hair stand on end. Thud. Li Zhua plopped down onto the ground, scared out of his wits. Why you? Why are you here? Aren't you already dead? Li Zhua was scared silly as he stammered. Yi Yuan's gaze when looking at him was like looking at a dead person. It was not just him. Everyone around him looked at him like looking at a dead person. Back then, before Yi Yuan entered the sect, he killed Lu Zhanyuan in public. He would naturally dare to kill Li Zhua. And this scene was also announcing to everyone that he, Yi Yuan, had returned domineeringly. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just looked at Li Zhua quietly like that, and paced forward slowly. Li Zhua was already overwhelmed with terror and kept saying, Why you? Don't come over. Yi Yuan ignored him and continued advancing. Li Zhua was horrified and said, I'm Protector Han Chenyun's disciple now. Why you can't kill me? Yi Yuan ignored and still closed in. Each step that he took forward, Li Zhua would shift a step on the ground using his buttocks. He could not stand up at all. The people all felt that Yi Yuan was already greater sublime heavenly stratum presently. Recalling back then, Lu Zhanyuan was not even Yi Yuan's match in the same cultivation realm, let alone Li Zhua this kind of trash. Therefore, he had no chance of winning. One step, another step. Along with Yi Yuan's closing in, everyone's breathing became hastened. Ugh! Arg! Suddenly, Li Zhua raised his head to the sky and roared. His eyeballs protruding, fresh blood and unknown fluids flowing out of his mouth. Bang! Li Zhua fell to the ground with a loud bang and actually already breathed his last. When everyone saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. A greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse was actually scared to death by Yi Yuan? No way, right? How can this Li Zhua be so useless to actually be frightened to death? It's not that he's useless, but that Yi Yuan's aura is too strong, that Li Zhua had his legs broken by Yi Yuan, and then Yi Yuan killed Lu Zhanyuan in front of him. Now, he entered the land of exile and could still return safely. These cast a huge shadow in Li Zhua's heart, coupled with the fact that he's someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong to begin with. That's why he'd be scared to death. Ever since Yi Yuan entered the sect, the impact that he caused is seriously too great. Killing Lu Zhanyuan, battling with Qin Shun and Shi Feiyu, paralyzing the entire sect, entering the land of exile, which incident wasn't earth-shaking. Becoming his enemy is the most terrifying thing. Yi Yuan scaring Li Zhua to death in 3 steps caused a huge shock on Thousand Bird Peak. His domineering return spread throughout the entire Martial Secure Heavenly Sect very quickly like a hurricane. Ever since entering the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, each incident that Yi Yuan had done, they were all shocking. Now that he returned domineeringly, just what kind of sensation would he cause? Everyone was also waiting to see. Of course, the first thing that Yi Yuan had to face was the sect's fury, being completely boycotted by the Pill Alliance, resulting in humiliating the sect and forfeiting its sovereign rights. All these made Yi Yuan become the common target for scorn. If he died in the land of exile, then forget it. Yet he came back. This matter, how should he get through it? But everyone was not optimistic about it. This matter was already not what human strength could change. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, it was also impossible to resist the entire Pill Alliance. Especially these few years, everyone had already completely witnessed the Pill Alliance's strength. Right at this moment, a powerful aura was heading straight for Thousand Bird Peak. When everyone saw the situation, their expressions changed one after another. Yi Yuan, hand over your life. Han Qianyun's furious to the extreme roar instantly reverberated throughout the entire Thousand Bird Peak. The pressure of a limitless sublime heavenly stratum was also urged by him to the extreme in an instant. When Han Qianyun woke up, he felt his face hurt badly. He transformed a mirror with a spell to look at the reflection and discovered that his face was trampled full of shoe prints. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not trample plainly but employed divine essence to leave many shoe prints on his face. These shoe prints could not be removed in a short time, with Yi Yuan stepping on his face time and again. This made Han Qianyun unable to tolerate it. In his rage, he sprinted straight for Thousand Bird Peak. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently treating Lin Lan's injuries. Lin Lan had a lot of old injuries he could not recover in a short time at all. Yi Yuan could only ease them for the time being. Facing the Han Qianyun who came in a rage, Yi Yuan just turned his head back and gave him an indifferent glance. The expression of the enraged Han Qianyun suddenly changed drastically. Swoosh! He retreated at an even faster speed than when he came. When this scene landed in everyone's eyes, they were incomparably stupefied. What was going on? Didn't you come to kill people? He gave you a glance and you had the piss scared out of you? Repelling the enemy with one look. Furthermore, the enemy here was even Han Qianyun, a sect protector. This made Yi Yuan's image become incomparably stalwart in everyone's eyes. Cultivation realm never seemed to be a big deal in front of Yi Yuan. Didn't you want me to hand over my life? My life is right here. Come and take it. Yi Yuan's words also revealed a trace of iciness. Li Jue said it earlier. He acknowledged Han Qianyun as master. Then Li Jue treating Lin Lan high-handedly probably could not dispense with Han Qianyun's instigation. If he had long known it would be like this, he should have finished him off on Flowing Cloud Peak just now. But sadly, the enhanced version of Windward Topple was already used completely. He only put on an empty fort strategy just now. Han Qianyun, this idiot, indeed fell for it. Of course, it was also primarily because Han Qianyun was frightened into intimidation by Yi Yuan. So he was the same as Li Jue. He already had a psychological trauma toward Yi Yuan. Don't you be arrogant. Since you came out, the crime of the sect's suffering distress should also be repaid. I want to see how you get through this today, Han Qianyun said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, then don't need you to worry about it. I feel that you'd better worry about yourself. Jingxian, send him back. Finished saying, Yi Yuan directly got up and left. Han Qianyun's expression changed and he said, You want to run? Yi Yuan sneered and said, Run? Why'd I have to run? Jingxian, Lin Lan, and Elder Luo's matter, you master and disciple played a part, right? You'd better wash your neck clean and wait for death. Finished saying, he went straight down the mountain. Han Qianyun wanted to stop him, but he also did not dare. However, Yi Yuan's action attracted many people's gazes. People also followed him one after another and went down the mountain. Outside of everyone's expectations, Yi Yuan arrived at True Feather Peak. This place was Luo Yunqing's residence. As sect elders, they all had independent mountain peaks as residences. However, on this True Feather Peak, there were no luxurious buildings and also no disciples that crowded around. There was only a thatched cottage and a tiny courtyard. In the courtyard, a sword was hanging in it quietly. Luo Yunqing was currently looking at this sword intently, his face full of solemnness and a conflicted expression. After a long time, he extended a finger out and was going to tap the sword body. He gave a long sigh and said, "I'm sorry, old pal. Senior Luo, this you came to seek guidance. Will you grant a battle?" Right at this time, a voice came from outside the thatched cottage. It was precisely Yu Yuan. Luo Yunqing's expression changed, immediately revealing a look of wild elation. He suddenly stood up and looked outside of the courtyard. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? "Brother Yi, you came back," Luo Yunqing said with a pleasant surprise. Yi Yuan's face had no joy nor sorrow, but then a surge of sword intent billowed to the sky, and he said coolly, "Brother Luo, fight or not?" Luo Yunqing's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a hint of solemn melancholy as he shook his head and said, "Brother Yi, from today onward, I'm swordless." Yi Yuan did not have the slightest ripple and spoke up again, "Brother Luo, fight or not?" His aura became stronger and stronger, surging straight for the sky. This kind of astonishing sidelong glance also made everyone give sidelong glances. Even Luo Yunqing revealed a look of surprise too. How could a guy who just broke through to greater sublime heavenly stratum have such a fierce sword intent? As if sensing Yi Yuan's sword intent, the long sword hanging in the courtyard actually emitted a series of light cries. Luo Yunqing had become one with his sword. He could naturally feel his old pal's intention. It wanted to fight. Just earlier, Yi Yuan saw that Luo Yunqing actually wanted to break his sword. With this thought, Luo Yunqing's ambition was ground flat. Not others who ground down his spirit, but he himself. Not grinding it down, he could not lower his head. Only by breaking the sword could he step out of the martial secure heavenly sect. The cutting edge of the sword depended on the saying, "If gods block, kill gods, if Buddha blocks, kill Buddha." Once the spirit was lost, one would no longer advance an inch. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to allow this sort of thing to happen. Therefore, he did not have small talk with Luo Yunqing, but he directly declared battle. The noise and shouting were long already in great commotion outside of the courtyard. Everyone was shocked by Yi Yuan's way of doing things. He actually challenged Luo Yunqing. Doesn't he know that Luo Yunqing is a transformation powerhouse? He's helping Luo Yunqing find himself again. This guy is really nuts. Luo Yunqing isn't Lu Zhanyuan, that sort of farce. Even if he suppresses his realm, he can also instantly kill Lu Zhanyuan. Facing Yi Yuan's sword intent that surged to the sky, Luo Yunqing fell silent. He knew that Yi Yuan was doing it for his own good. It was just that, at this time, was he still going to fight? Yi Yuan returned. Could he overcome the raging tides? Luo Yunqing thought about it and felt that there was virtually no possibility. Maybe a few thousand years later, Yi Yuan could lead the martial secure heavenly sect to rise up domineeringly. But at present he could not. "Brother Luo, fight or not?" Yi Yuan spoke for the third time, his voice akin to thunder, howling above the ninth heaven. And his sword intent climbed to the limit. Everyone's countenance changed visibly. What a strong sword intent. I'm forced by this sword intent until I somewhat can't open my eyes anymore. His sword is God knows how many times stronger than when he killed Lu Zhanyuan back then. It's also no wonder that he dares to challenge Luo Yunqing. This sword intent made the martial secure heavenly sect's disciples extremely shocked. There was an additional hint of surprise in Luo Yunqing's eyes. The fighting intent in his chest was virtually surging out uncontrollably. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was a lot lower than him, his sword intent seemed to be able to evoke the soul, leaving him nowhere to hide. Clank! A sharp and sorrowful cry emitted from Luo Yunqing's sword body. That was the sorrowful cry of when a bird was about to die. Its cries would be sorrowful too. Onlookers might not feel it, but Luo Yunqing's heart was practically shattering to pieces along with this sorrowful cry. He gave a bitter laugh and said, "Forget it. I'll fulfill your wishes and accompany you to fight another battle. Come on, old pal." Luo Yunqing reached his hand out and beckoned. The long sword emitted a light cry of unwillingness and flew straight into his hands. Yi Yuan held his palm out. The all-encompassing sacred tree appeared. Luo Yunqing's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "Great Tao transformation." Swoosh! Yi Yuan ignored Luo Yunqing's astonishment and directly urged universe. The two swords, rushing toward Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing gave a light snort, fighting intent rising, as he raised his sword to meet it. However, Luo Yunqing suppressed his cultivation realm to lower greater sublime heaven. With his pride, he naturally would not take advantage of Yi Yuan. But as soon as they exchanged blows, he felt that something was wrong. Too strong. Yi Yuan's universe two swords were like a storm, suppressing him until he could not catch his breath. Only then did he know just how much Yi Yuan improved in the land of exile. Luo Yunqing was a one-law transformation. He specialized in sword Dao and had no other distractions. But it was also precisely because of this that the power of Luo Yunqing's sword was even stronger. His transformation was none other than this sword in this hand. This sword accompanied him to grow until this day. Hence, his transformation was directly integrated into the sword. Luo Yunqing was nurturing the sword with his intent. What Yi Yuan's sword pursued was great Dao accommodation, and what Luo Yunqing's sword pursued was the limit of sword Dao. What the two people walked, each was a completely different sword Dao. Luo Yunqing's sword was by no means inferior even if fighting ordinary 3 laws or 4 laws. But he encountered Yi Yuan. Coupled with that, Luo Yunqing had no intention to fight at this time. He was already no longer the Luo Yunqing in the past. This battle made martial secure heavenly sex people dumbfounded with shock. No one expected that martial secure's #1 sword would actually be completely suppressed. The news of Yi Yuan returning to the sect already spread throughout the sect at this time as well. Many Jade Sovereign Heaven elders, even including Feng Shuani, had already quietly arrived at True Feather Peak as well. When they saw Yi Yuan's great Dao transformation, each and every one of them was shocked and speechless. These people were all people with extremely high cultivation realms. How amazing was their eyesight! Yi Yuan's great Dao transformation already reached the limits of the first form. This was still not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan's sword Dao simply had no weakness to exploit. There was virtually no possibility of winning him in the same realm. Each and every one of these elders substituted Luo Yunqing to fight with Yi Yuan. But very soon, they all secretly shook their heads, because they discovered that, in the same realm, they were not Yi Yuan's match at all. In fact, even if they suppressed their cultivation realms to middle greater sublime heaven, they were completely not a match either. Back then, when Yi Yuan slew Lu Zhanyuan, he definitely did not have such fearsome strength. Concerning this point, many people had seen it with their own eyes. But after Yi Yuan made a trip to the land of exile, he seemed to have been reborn anew. Now, even Luo Yunqing was not a match. Who was Luo Yunqing? He was the sword path's #1 person. This guy was a sword fanatic. His heart yearned only for the sword Dao, and there was never anyone in his eyes. Back then, when Luo Yunqing just entered Jade Sovereign Heaven, he could even overpower Shi Feiyu under the circumstances of not utilizing Great Dao transformation. The might of his strength could be seen. However, in front of Yi Yuan, Luo Yunqing completely could not do it at all. Is this Martial Secure's #1 sword? When did Martial Secure's #1 sword become such a joke? Each of Yi Yuan's words cut deeply. He knew that Luo Yunqing's strength was definitely more than this. The land of exile was indeed an excellent place to train. But being in the midst of this bottomless secular world tempered the sword heart even more. Yi Yuan could feel Luo Yunqing's sincere heart toward the sword. Therefore, Yi Yuan guessed that in the same realm, Luo Yunqing's strength definitely would not be much weaker than Han Yi. But Luo Yunqing's current strength, most likely not even 1/10 of it, was unleashed. Luo Yunqing's expression changed slightly and he said, "Brother Yi, don't force me. No matter how strong my sword is, I can't be stronger than the Pill Alliance too." Yi Yuan said angrily, "Those who practice the sword would rather break than bend. If you break your own sword, you are lowering your head to others. Are you worthy of your sect, worthy of your own sword? If I were you, I'd kill my way up to the Pill Alliance by myself with a sword. Even if I die, I also wouldn't allow the enemy to humiliate me." Insolence. In the crowd, Shi Feiyu said in a great rage, "Luo Yunqing admitting his fault is showing consideration for the sect's overall situation. Wouldn't killing his way up to the Pill Alliance cause the Pill Alliance to retaliate even more strongly? A traitor like you, deluding people with fallacies. Just what are your intentions? Yi Yuan had a proud look as he said loudly, "In the past, us Ascenders have no place that we belong to and no territory. We relied on an unyielding heart and forcibly carved out this foundation. The four great heavenly regions united to encircle and suppress Ascenders. Xue Bufan led our martial secure heavenly sect to kill the enemy bravely. When had we lowered our heads to the enemy to admit our fault before? Now the foundation is achieved. Have we lost our guts? If our martial secure heavenly sect lowers our head today, it will never be able to raise its head. Old fogey, you're deluding people with fallacies here, humiliating the sect and forfeiting its sovereign rights. You're the treacherous one." Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a great bell, each word enlightening the benighted, making many sect upper echelons feel extremely ashamed. And Luo Yunqing's eyes were also regaining clarity bit by bit. "You!" Shifeiyu was angered until his entire body was trembling, going crazy. But Yi Yuan did not give him the chance and continued, "Old fogey, you beguiled the sect master to offer up my disciple. Once this precedent is made, I want to ask, what face does sect master still have to go and meet our ancestors? In the future, if the Pill Alliance wants our martial secure heavenly sect's cultivation method and secret skill books, should we offer it up on a silver platter too? Or if they want your dog head?" Yi Yuan suddenly turned around, looked at Luo Yunqing, and said, "Today you, Luo Yunqing, break your sword. In the future, the Pill Alliance can exterminate the sect. Weighing what's more important, you judge it for yourself. If you've set your mind on breaking your sword, it's better to die under this Ye's sword. There will naturally be this Yi to bear the responsibility for the Pill Alliance's matter alone." Done talking, Yi Yuan swung his sword and advanced, heading straight for Luo Yunqing. This sword move, Yi Yuan did not hold back in the slightest. Clank! Yi Yuan's figure was repelled back, but Luo Yunqing's eyes had completely regained clarity. "Brother Yi, many thanks. This Luo knows what to do now. Come, you and I, let's have a good fight." Luo Yunqing brandished the long sword in his hand, his entire person immediately in flourishing spirits, becoming like a different person from the decadence earlier. When Shifeiyu saw this scene, his expression could not help changing. He schemed for a long time to ruin Luo Yunqing's sword heart. He did not expect that the moment Yi Yuan came back, he made him regain it. "Ha-ha! That's more like it." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Brother Yi, you have to be careful." "I won't hold back this time," Luo Yunqing said with a light smile. "Hoo-hoo, wanna win me? You're still lacking." Yi Yuan laughed loudly, two green leaves turning into a myriad of sword lights and rushing toward Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing, one person, and his sword became a unified entity, revealing its sharp edge. Clank, clank, clank. In an instant, the two people exchanged countless sword blows, making people see things in a blur. Yi Yuan's advantage previously was all gone. In everyone's eyes, the two people seemed to have turned into two sharp swords, crisscrossing. What the two people developed was both the limit of sword Dao. At this moment, Luo Yunqing finally returned to his soul, his entire person revealing a sharp edge, clanking extraordinarily. But Yi Yuan was not the least bit inferior. Yi Yuan's sword Dao was mellow, very well balanced, and stable, not leaving the slightest flaw. No matter how sharp Luo Yunqing was, he was also unable to break through. Feng Shuani watched until his eyes sparkled brightly, secretly crying out lucky in his heart. Rare talents such as Luo Yunqing and Yi Yuan. Gaining them were his good fortune. Losing them were his fate. If not for Yi Yuan returning, the martial secure heavenly sect would really suffer a huge loss. Yi Yuan's words earlier also made him feel extremely ashamed. The master of a sect had too many misgivings. Luo Yunqing was also like him, willing to sacrifice himself for the sect. But could sacrificing him be exchanged for the benevolence of the enemy? In this world, there had never been anyone who survived by wagging their tails and begging for pity. Want to survive, you could only continuously break through. People were like so. The sect was like so too. When he chased Qin Shun away, he had anticipated today's result. It was just that he did not expect that the Pill Alliance was so strong. Hence, he was overcautious and indecisive again. sacrificing the sect's most outstanding disciples to exchange for the Pill Alliance's short-term compassion. Was this really worth it? The onlookers did not have his complicated thoughts. Yi Yuan and Luo Yunqing's battle of Sword Dao made all of the disciples' hot blood seethe with excitement. Especially disciples that used the sword, they were even more intoxicated from watching. Even many protectors gave sidelong glances too. The two of them really developed Sword Dao to the limit. Putting Elder Luo aside, why is Yi Yuan, this heavenly alchemist's Sword Dao, so sharp and fierce too? Really incredible. Yi Yuan's great Dao transformation first form has actually already been perfected. What in the world did he experience in the land of exile? The two people's battle attracted bursts of exclamations. Luo Yunqing's might, that was within reason. But no one expected that Yi Yuan was so strong too. Boom! Suddenly there was an intense collision. Luo Yunqing flew out backward. This bit of fluctuation was naturally nothing to him, this Jade Sovereign Heaven. But everyone could tell that he was defeated. This time he really lost. One astonished gaze after another locked onto Yi Yuan. He defeated the same rank Luo Yunqing. Didn't that mean that the sect's #1 genius currently was Yi Yuan? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. But Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha! Awesome! I, Luo Yunqing, am wholeheartedly convinced at my loss." Didn't expect that after Brother Yi entered the land of exile, not only did he comprehend great Dao transformation, you even comprehended it to the extreme. Remarkable. Incredible. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Brother Luo is too humble. I faced one law with 3 laws. It was an unscrupulous win." Luo Yunqing waved his sleeves grandly and said, "Victory is victory, defeat is defeat. I, Luo Yunqing, am not someone who can't take a loss. But this fight let me understand that my Sword Dao still has room for improvement. Of course, more importantly is that I, Luo Yunqing, have found myself again." Finished saying, Luo Yunqing said to Feng Shuani with clasped hands, "Sect Master, I'm sorry. This fault I, Luo Yunqing, can't admit it. From now on I, Luo Yunqing, will withdraw from the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. My grudge with the Pill Alliance has nothing to do with the Pill Alliance. Farewell." Luo Yunqing's figure moved slightly and he was about to leave. Feng Shuani's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Impudent. Is the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect somewhere that you can come and go as you please? Get back for me." Only to see him reach his hand out and point at the void. A piercing cold air billow instantly exploded. Luo Yunqing was actually forced back. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils also constricted slightly. Indeed, well-deserving of being the master of a sect, this kind of strength was simply shocking. "Sect Master," Luo Yunqing said anxiously. "Shut up." Feng Shuani's brows furrowed and he shouted coldly. Indeed, Luo Yunqing did not dare to speak anymore. Shi Feiyu saw through Feng Shuani's intention to protect him and suddenly said, "Sect Master, this farce is already over. Since Yi Yuan has already returned, then he should be held solely responsible for the Pill Alliance's matter. This matter was caused entirely because of him. If we don't hand him over to the Pill Alliance, it will likely be hard to appease the Pill Alliance's wrath." Feng Shuani's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "If we hand Yi Yuan over to the Pill Alliance, will they be willing to drop the matter? Could it be that what's lost isn't our Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's face?" Shi Feiyu said, "Sect Master, while the sect's face is important, long-term development is more important. We're currently already completely boycotted by the Pill Alliance. Over the past 2 decades, our disciples' cultivation speed has been getting slower and slower. If we're unable to appease the Pill Alliance's fury, this disparity will grow greater and greater. At that time, the 5 great heavenly sects will probably become the 4 great heavenly sects." Feng Shuani was just about to speak, but an old man suddenly spoke up. "Feiyu's words are reasonable. Although Yi Yuan's talent is decent, his talent can't save the sect. If we allow the Pill Alliance to continue boycotting 100 years later, our Martial Secure Heavenly Sect will probably withdraw from the stage of history." The moment these words came out, even Feng Shuani's expression changed too. But when Shi Feiyu heard that, he was overjoyed. The one who spoke was Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's head elder, Xianxia. Head elder's prestige in the sect was extremely high. It did not even lose to the sect master Feng Shuani. The moment he spoke up, the weight became heavy. Sect master, being protective of your own at this time, is playing a joke with the sect's fate. Sect master, please think thrice before acting. Yi Yuan is lawless and unbridled. Angering Qin Shun away, he has to give an account for this matter. Sect master, please put the interests of the whole above all else. Sure enough, the moment head elder opened his mouth, many elders spoke up to concur one after another. The height of his prestige could be seen. But Feng Shuani's expression became ugly to the extreme. This matter concerned the sect's destiny. Even head elder was not optimistic about Yi Yuan either. This put tremendous pressure on him. Enough! All shut up for me! Feng Shuani shouted coldly, quelling everyone. His gaze swept across everyone, and he said in a solemn voice, Qin Shun was chased away by me, Feng Shuani. This matter, if responsibility needs to be taken, I'll take full responsibility. If the elders have any dissatisfaction, I, Feng Shuani, am willing to give up the position of sect master. But, regarding Yi Yuan and Luo Yunqing, I'm shielding them. On True Feather Peak, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. No one expected that sect master did not stint to abdicate and actually wanted to protect these two people too. Even Yi Yuan was shocked for a while too. A sect master was a sect's stabilizing needle. Unless a huge change happened to the sect, otherwise there would be extremely few changes. Especially the master of a sect who was like the noonday sun, such as Feng Shuani. But now he actually took the initiative to abdicate for him and Luo Yunqing. A warmth flowed through Yi Yuan's heart. Just for this high regard, Yi Yuan also had to help the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect tide over the difficult hurdle this time. Head elder Xianxia's gaze turned slightly intent, showing a visible change in countenance all over his face. He did not expect that Feng Shuani was actually so determined. Sect master, you're speaking too seriously. Xianxia let out a sigh and said. But Feng Shuani said calmly, Head elder, it isn't too serious. This matter concerns the sect's destiny. I'm also not impassioned with excitement. I admit that when Qin Shun was expelled from the sect back then, this sect master severely underestimated the Pill Alliance's strength. But since shedding all pretenses of cordiality is already unavoidable, we have no need to offer ourselves up to be humiliated anymore. If we lower our heads this time, disregarding how the other sects would view us, could it be that the Pill Alliance will let us off? No one will pity the weak. Want to resist the Pill Alliance? We can only continuously strive to become stronger. Shi Feiyu smiled coldly and said, Sect Master, you said it just nicely, but without the assistance of heavenly pills, how do we continuously strive to become stronger? Disregarding ordinary disciples, even you and I, these Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, also have to purchase heavenly pills from the Pill Alliance there, right? Feng Shuani's brows furrowed, immediately feeling put on the spot. The Martial Secure Heavenly Sect did not have grade 4 heavenly alchemists. These elders' heavenly pills had to be purchased from the Pill Alliance. It was also precisely because of this that the Pill Alliance's boycott was a powerful deterrent. Feng Shuani being forced to nod his head previously, actually, the biggest reason was also precisely because of this. Without grade 4 heavenly pills, it was not that these Jade Sovereign Heaven's cultivation would come to a standstill, but it would definitely become much slower. If things went on like this, the sect's strength would definitely have the distance pulled apart quickly. Heavenly pills were not a must, but without heavenly pills, it was hard to take a single step. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he only successfully broke through after consuming several dozen heavenly imperial pills too. Xianxia also nodded and said, Sect Master, this crime of forcing you to abdicate, this old man can't bear the charge. But you've got to come up with a solution for the sect's current predicament, right? Saying to continuously strive to become stronger with all talk but no promises. That is useless. These words were somewhat penetrating criticism. It was also equivalent to checkmating. Feng Shuani's expression became even uglier. But now he already mounted a tiger's back and found it hard to get off. At this time, Yi Yuan walked out slowly and said coolly, Is head elder asking for a solution with all talk but no promises here is useful? Xianxia's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, impudent. Brat, is it your turn to speak here? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I wonder if my position as an elder has already been revoked? If it hasn't been revoked yet, my status in the sect should be equal to head elder. It shouldn't be considered impudent, right? Shun Chang's face turned face, and he was choked on the spot until he could not speak. These few years everyone all thought that Yi Yuan was dead. So nobody went to care about this elder. A lesser sublime heavenly stratum elder, if he was dead, he was dead. Even if he caused a stir for some time, it was also just akin to a comet. But now it made Xianxiang unable to speak. Looks like I, this elder, still have the right to speak. Then, I'll say a few words. Yi Yuan cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the elders and said with a sneer, with all due respect, everyone present here is a trash. One sentence caused everyone's faces to suddenly change. Even Feng Shuani's expression changed slightly too. This guy was really hellbent on shocking people to death with his words. Yi Yuan, you, a mere greater sublime heavenly stratum, actually dare to engage in wild talks here and insult all the elders. Shi Feiyu said in a great rage. Brat, you caused such a terrible disaster, and yet you actually still have the face to insult the sect's elders now. Do you really think that this elder doesn't dare to kill you? Head elder also flew into a great rage. But Yi Yuan smiled brightly and said disdainfully, TSK, turns out that head elder still knows that it's a terrible disaster, huh? Since it's a terrible calamity, what have you all done these few years? Amen? Sent the sect's most talented disciple in alchemy onto the enemy's bed. Made the elder with the strongest combat power in the sect heartbroken and break his sword? Heh? Are you all our martial secure heavenly sect's elders? Or that Pill Alliance's elders? An enemy is invading, you guys don't think to unite against outsiders. But you exhausted your abilities and means against your own people. Head elder, let me ask you, do you know how many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses the Pill Alliance has? Do you know how many Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists the Pill Alliance has? Do you know which are the Pill Alliance's forces? Hoo-hoo? Looking at your expression, you don't know. You all can't even figure out your opponent's exact details, but you only know to exhaust your abilities to deal with your own people. Scolding you all trash is thinking highly of you all. Yi Yuan was stern in voice and countenance, stating the painful aspect in grief. His fingers almost pointing at head elder's nose and making the group of elders lower their heads dejectedly. Yes, they did not know how strong the Pill Alliance was at all. The Pill Alliance's boycott came very suddenly. Then the martial secure heavenly sect discovered that they could not purchase heavenly medicines and heavenly pills anymore. Their original channels for purchasing heavenly medicines and heavenly pills had all disappeared. Feng Shuani had also thought of various methods for this, but it was to no avail. As a result, the Pill Alliance's mysteriousness and power became deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But being pointed out by Yi Yuan at this time, many people's faces turned red with embarrassment. Indeed, they had done nothing in these past 20 years. Yi Yuan looked at the Shi Feiyu who was glaring at him and said with a sneer, What are you looking at? Not convinced? I'm scolding you. Shi Feiyu answered back sarcastically. Hoo-hoo? You're impressive. Having caused such a terrible disaster, you still dare to scold people here. You're impressive. If you have the capability, resolve the sex crisis. Yi Yuan said coolly. Wasn't counting on you in the first place either. Other than ranting a few words and racking your brain to deal with your own people, you have no other capability either. Done talking, he turned to Feng Shuani and said with cupped fists, Sect Master, since this matter was caused by Yi Yuan, then the deadlock will be broken by Yi Yuan. Leave this matter to me. Feng Shuani smiled bitterly and said, This Sect Master knows that you're amazingly talented, but your cultivation realm is too low. What can you do to a behemoth like the Pill Alliance? Forget it. This matter still needs to be discussed at length. Yi Yuan scolding them was to give vent to his anger. But Feng Shuani felt that his blood was currently boiling with zeal. There was no need to come forward forcefully at this sort of time, and it was also impossible. How could a mere Yi Yuan be the Pill Alliance's match? But Yi Yuan said, Sect Master. This Yi isn't showing off momentary bravery. I'll give the sect an explanation for this matter. But this Yi also needs the sect's support. Give me 20 years, and I'll break the situation of the Pill Alliance's monopoly. In 20 years, not only will I break this deadlock, I'll even return the sect a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. At that time, the sect won't need to live at the whims of others too. Yi Yuan's words made Feng Shuani's expression change slightly, but Head Elder smiled coldly and said, "Bragging too hard. If you can't do it, what will you do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "If I can't do it, this Yi will commit suicide by cutting my throat to thank the sect." Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect was the central planes of the Five Light Heavenly Region and also the spiritual leader of the Five Great Heavenly Sects. None other than because the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect produced Zhua Bufan, who was eminent above all others. It was not long ago that the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect was infinitely glorious, suppressing the Rain-Clear continent. Although they had already declined now, they were still much stronger than the other four sects. The Fire Peace Great Nation was one of the 9 major great nations under the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect's jurisdiction. Its status was extremely high. Brother Yi, the Pill Alliance has talented people lying in concealment. Is it really okay for you to do this? I heard that in the Pill Alliance, there is no lack of some powerhouses who are capable of refining heavenly imperial pills. Even if none of them is your match in the same realm, but if they send grade 3, or even grade 4 heavenly alchemists over, what will you do? I'm afraid that they won't come. Brother Luo, don't worry. You just have to care about being a hired thug will do. Do it then. All right. Whoosh. A ray of sword light flashed past. The Pill Verdant Establishment signboard was directly divided into 2, falling to the ground with a clang. This action immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. These 2 people were precisely the Yi Yuan and Luo Yunqing who came from afar. This Pill Verdant establishment in front of them was a branch that the Pill Alliance set up in the Fire Peace Great Nation, which specialized in selling heavenly pills. With the support of the Pill Alliance, this Pill Verdant establishment's business was naturally doing incomparably well. The Pill Alliance's power and influence were like a golden signboard, especially within the 5 great heavenly sects' sphere of influence, making all cultivators flock to it like ducks. The Pill Alliance's products were definitely top-quality goods, but the Pill Alliance's heavenly pills were also extremely expensive. The Pill Alliance's heavenly pill business within the boundaries of the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect had practically all fallen into a stagnant state, but they were still operating in the other 4 sects. Feng Shuani had once attempted to come to the 4 great heavenly sects to purchase heavenly pills and heavenly medicines, but distant water could not quench present thirst. It was also impossible for the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect to run to the 4 great heavenly sects to rob heavenly pills. 8 years had already passed since Yi Yuan's oath. In these 8 years, Yi Yuan had been in closed seclusion all along, only leaving seclusion today. Bringing Luo Yunqing, he came to Fire Peace Great Nation. During these 8 years, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect virtually used the entire sect's strength to support Yi Yuan to practice heavenly pills. The Martial Secure Heavenly Sect was one of the 5 great heavenly sects at any rate. Even if the Pill Alliance boycotted them, it was also impossible that there was no inventory at all. Moreover, what Yi Yuan needed to cultivate were just grade 2 heavenly medicines. This Pill Verdant establishment was an important stronghold of the Pill Alliance in the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect. Furthermore, when Feng Shuani sent people to request for pills back then, the attitude of this Pill Verdant establishment's establishment lord, Feng Jing, was also the worst. Therefore, Yi Yuan's first stop was to come here. Who is this kid to actually dare smash the Pill Verdant establishment's signboard? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Heh! Didn't you make it out? This boy definitely came to smash the place. This boy is crazy, right? Master Feng is from the Pill Alliance. His alchemy path strength is exceedingly formidable. Yet this boy actually dares to come and smash the place? Heh heh. He'll probably be unable to bear the consequences of failure. Look at the attire he's wearing. He should be the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's disciple, right? The Martial Secure Heavenly Sect was boycotted by the Pill Alliance. Did he come to win back face? Yi Yuan, 2 people's actions immediately caused a commotion. They did not hide their tracks and wore the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's attire. Yi Yuan wanted everyone to know that the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect had declared war on the Pill Alliance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 7 to 8 limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses dashed out of the pill verdant establishment and surrounded Yi Yuan. Two people. One of them said sternly, "To dare tear down the pill verdant establishment's signboard, courting death." Luo Yunqing was unmoved, the jade sovereign heaven aura on his body suddenly blooming. "Get lost." The expressions of these limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses changed drastically, but they still refused to give in. That limitless sublime heavenly stratum in front said in a solemn voice, "Your martial secure heavenly sect dare to cause trouble on the Pill Alliance's territory? Could it be you think that by destroying the Pill verdant establishment, it can relieve the martial secure heavenly sect's crisis?" A fool's talk. Although he was surprised at Luo Yunqing's strength, he did not care. Experts were plentiful like clouds in the Pill Alliance. Jade sovereign heavens were nothing. Luo Yunqing said indifferently, "Today, our martial secure heavenly sect is declaring war on the Pill Alliance. Have Feng Jing come out." That person's expression changed slightly and he said with a frown, "You're the jade-faced swordsman, Luo Yunqing, right? Didn't hear that you become a grade 4 heavenly alchemist." Luo Yunqing's fame spread far and wide and he carried a sword on his back. It was clear at a glance. It was just that the words of the person at the foremost implied sarcastically. Luo Yunqing was indifferent. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said coolly, "Not me, it's him." The person in the foremost was stunned, then immediately snickered and said, "Him? A greater sublime heavenly stratum came to challenge Master Feng? Your martial secure heavenly sect probably has no one who can be used, right?" Not just him, a wave of ridiculing voices immediately came over from the surrounding onlookers. Martial secure heavenly sect actually sent a grade 2 heavenly alchemist to challenge the place? Is this trying to make people laugh their heads off? Heh, this guy probably doesn't know Master Feng's terror, right? Being able to hold down the fort in the 9 great nations. Master Feng's strength is among the top in the Pill Alliance too. TSK, looks like the martial secure heavenly sect is taking desperate measures after being cornered this time. And right at this time, a middle-aged man in white robes walked out slowly. Seeing him, those onlookers greeted one after another, paying respects to Master Feng. This person was Feng Jing. Clearly, his prestige in Fire Peace Great Nation was extremely high. Feng Jing just waved his hand nonchalantly and it was considered to have returned the greeting. Very clearly, he was already used to this sort of acclamation. Feng Jing's gaze landed on Yi Yuan and he said coolly, "Does your martial secure heavenly sect have nobody you can use? To send someone like you to intentionally come and humiliate me?" Yi Yuan said indifferently, "That's right. It's to come to humiliate you. Of course, you're just the appetizer. Later, the 9 great nations' establishment lords will all be humiliated." Feng Jing chuckled and said, "What high-sounding sentiments." Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "Whether or not it's high-sounding sentiments, you'll know in a while." Feng Jing smiled coldly and said, "Just the likes of you, this grade 2 heavenly alchemist, you're also worthy of competing in alchemy against me?" At this time, the sword intent on Luo Yunqing's body rose with a loud bang and he said coolly, "If you don't fight, die." Feng Jing's expression changed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "You dare to kill me?" Luo Yunqing gave him an indifferent glance and said with a smile, "You can try." The threat. This was a blatant threat. The surrounding onlookers all sucked in a cold breath. They had never seen before such an alchemy battle. Luo Yunqing's sword intent was akin to the piercing cold gale, wandering around Feng Jing. Feng Jing was helpless and could only grit his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll fight. Since you guys are wholeheartedly seeking humiliation, I'll sweep away your martial secure heavenly sect's face today." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop posturing. Choose the heavenly pill." "You pick the heavenly pill, but I advise that you'd best pick a harder one. If it's basic grade 2 heavenly pills, you'll die very horribly." Feng Jing could not help choking, feeling an intense humiliation. This punk really slapped the face when hitting people. Except, your strength had best be worthy of this arrogance. Feng Jing sneered and said, "Fine. Then I'll choose the Green Feather Point Star heavenly pill. Don't tell me that you don't know how to refine." Yi Yuan smiled and said, Your pill alliance really has quite a number of pill formulas. I really don't know this heavenly pill. So hand over the pill formula for me to take a look. What? Never refined before and he also dares to come out and posture? Isn't he scared of being struck by lightning? Is the martial secure heavenly sect going to become the laughingstock of the whole world? This boy is also too ridiculous. Haha, looks like this kid came to amuse everyone. It's not bad either. Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted a burst of ridicule. In reality, Yi Yuan had indeed never refined the green feather point star heavenly pill before. In these 8 years, he had been cultivating grade 2 basic heavenly pills as usual. However, Yi Yuan already laid down a solid foundation in terms of grade 1 heavenly pills. When he cultivated grade 2 basic heavenly pills, it clearly went much faster than during grade 1 heavenly pills. Furthermore, after Yi Yuan refined a grand completion level grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill, it indeed similarly had a miraculous effect, making his affinity increase to 10 points all of a sudden. From 4 points to 10 points, this was a huge leap. To Yi Yuan, the strength increment brought by this increase in 6 points was unimaginable. The higher the heavenly pill's grade, the higher the requirement of affinity naturally. If he remained 4 points always, then the road in the future would naturally be difficult for Yi Yuan. Perhaps he could become strong, but it would definitely be impossible to rampage in all directions. Fortunately, the results were pretty good. Feng Jing was also slightly stunned, then he immediately sneered and said, "Is that so? Then wonder what pill formula will you use to bet with me?" Don't use those pill formulas of your martial secure heavenly sect. Those were all brought over by our pill alliance. If you can't take one out, please go back. Feng Jing's attitude was as domineering as before. Members of the pill alliance all had this sort of superior mentality. Even if the widely renowned Luo Yunqing was present, he did not care either. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Dustfall heavenly pill. I believe that your pill alliance should be interested, right?" Sure enough, Feng Jing's pupils constricted when he heard that and cried out in surprise, "Dustfall heavenly pill. You actually have the Dustfall heavenly pill." It was not up to Feng Jing to not be surprised. This Dustfall heavenly pill was an ancient pill formula being stored in Zhang Jianqiu's jade slip. This pill formula was a type of grade 2 heavenly imperial pill. Hence, that was why Feng Jing would be so surprised. After Yi Yuan broke through, he did not have time to unlock the contents behind the jade slips yet. But this Dustfall heavenly pill was in the previously unlocked content. It was a very valuable kind of pill formula. Yi Yuan took a piece of jade slip out and directly threw it to Feng Jing. After Feng Jing looked, his expression could not help changing greatly. Very clearly, he had verified the authenticity of this pill formula. Of course, there were only the heavenly medicines that the Dustfall heavenly pill required in the jade slip. As for the specifics of how to refine it, it was all hidden by Yi Yuan. On Rain-Clear Continent, alchemy battles between heavenly alchemists would be held under a fair premise. If the one party did not have the pill formula taken out by the other party, then they also needed to provide a pill formula as an exchange. Of course, the prerequisite was that they won. If Feng Jing lost, this green feather point star heavenly pill would be equivalent to being given to Yi Yuan on a silver platter. And Yi Yuan did not need to take the Dustfall heavenly pill out either. The alchemy battle with Qin Shun previously, that was originally the sect's internal alchemy battle. There were naturally not so many rules. But now Yi Yuan publicly challenged Feng Jing, then he would have to follow the rules. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How would I dare to come and challenge without some goods?" But a hint of greed flashed across in Feng Jing's eyes and he said with a cold smile, "If heaven bestows it and you don't take it, you'll definitely be condemned by the heavens, since you're in a hurry to give such a precious pill formula. Then does this Feng have a reason to not want it? This green feather point star heavenly pills pill formula, take it." As he said, Feng Jing likewise threw out a piece of jade slip. After Yi Yuan got it, he began to digest it on the spot. While on the pill verdant establishment side, they also started preparing matters related to the alchemy battle during this period. Seeing this scene, Luo Yunqing was speechless for a while too. This guy had always been learning on the spot when competing in alchemy. The key was that his ability to learn on the spot was extremely strong, clearly never refined before. but the quality of the heavenly pill produced was surprisingly high. It was just that, did not know whether he could still rampage in all directions like before when refining grade 2 heavenly pills after he broke through. After all, grade 2 heavenly pills were undoubtedly far more complicated and difficult to understand when compared to grade 1 heavenly pills. 6 hours later, Yi Yuan finished deducing. Feng Jing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Boy? Making a frantic last-minute effort and you want to win my pill alliance? You're too naive. This green feather point star heavenly pill, even if this Feng performs below usual standards, I can reach 6th grade too. If I perform exceptionally well? Heh. Upper 8th grade is nothing difficult. Boy, resign to your fate." Feng Jing's words immediately attracted a burst of exclamation. Even if it was a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, being able to refine a grade 2 heavenly pill to the realm of upper 8th grade, it was absolutely extremely rare. Especially that the difficulty of this green feather point star heavenly pill was not an ordinary kind of hard. Even Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. The other party dared to say this, he was probably not bragging. Furthermore, he let the other party choose the heavenly pill, the other party definitely picked what he was best at. Very clearly, this Feng Jing was God knows how many times stronger than that dabbler Qin Shun. Being able to hold down the fort in a region, Feng Jing's strength was indeed not what Qin Shun, that sort of guy who did things carelessly, could compare to. Even Luo Yunqing, a hint of surprise flashed across in his eyes too. Clearly he was shocked. Upper 8th grade, it was not easy to reach. He felt that if Feng Jing could refine 6th grade or 7th grade, Yi Yuan still had the strength to fight. But if it reached 8th grade, probably even Yi Yuan would feel anxious too. However, Yi Yuan did not care and said coolly, "Begin then. Talk so much crap." Feng Jing's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you'll be crying in a while." The two people each arrived in front of a medicine cauldron. Feng Jing assumed his responsibility and directly started extracting the heavenly medicines. That natural and smooth process made people dazzled for a while. Even Yi Yuan also could not help having higher regard for the other party. This Feng Jing really had the skills. This pill alliance was not simple. Just based on Feng Jing's strength, Yi Yuan estimated that this pill alliance's pill refining standard might be more than 100 times stronger than the outside world. However, he did not care either. This alchemy battle was just the start of his colossal plan. If he lost here, then he might as well find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Yi Yuan restrained his mind and started refining the heavenly pill. However, the moment he took action, it immediately attracted a series of snickering. This boy is indeed a joker. This affinity probably doesn't exceed 10 points. Right? Haha, look at Master Feng there again, his affinity is at least 50 plus. Just this affinity, there's no comparison between the two, right? I understand, this boy probably thinks that heavenly alchemists fighting in alchemy are still the same as in the lower realms? Ha ha ha. This was something within reason. Yi Yuan's greatest shortcoming was affinity. Sure enough, he became the object of ridicule now too. Affinity determined the limit that a heavenly alchemist could reach. Therefore, using affinity to judge a heavenly alchemist's strength was acceptable. But clearly, this did not apply to Yi Yuan. But very soon, those people could not laugh anymore. The heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan extracted were crystal clear, without any flaws. It was actually not the least bit inferior to Feng Jing's. The pill refinement was in progress. After experiencing the initial choppiness, Yi Yuan's condition got better and better. In terms of essence, there was not much difference between grade 2 heavenly pills and grade 1 heavenly pills. It was merely going from simple to complex. Of course, there were not many who could understand this point. Not that they did not want to, but that they could not. But without a doubt, Feng Jing's foundation skills were extremely solid. Even if he did not comprehend the essence of pill refinement, based on the strength of a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, it was still very easy to refine a grade 2 heavenly pill. But Yi Yuan's strength was not the least bit inferior to him. It was very hard for people to imagine. A guy whose affinity was only 10 points, how could he bring to people such a dazzling refinement? The refinement ended. Feng Jing thought that he could draw a round of applause. However, he did not. Feeling everyone's somewhat strange gazes, he could not help looking toward Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He discovered that Yi Yuan was currently calm and relaxed. Could it be that this boy's refinement was very impressive? Shouldn't be. Feng Jing thought in his heart. Open the furnace, Yi Yuan said coolly. Feng Jing could not help laughing as he said, really in a hurry to go and reincarnate. Forget it. I'll make you give up. The refinement this time. His condition was unprecedentedly good. He even wondered whether he could break through the shackles or not and reach that legendary realm of 9th grade golden pill. Therefore, he did not feel that the Yi Yuan who was refining for the first time could match up to him. The moment the medicine cauldron opened, a dark red medicinal pill flew into the container. People craned their necks one after another, wanting to see the quality of the heavenly pill. You all, look, there's actually a hint of golden color on this green feather point star heavenly pill. Almost, and it would have advanced to the legendary realm of 9th grade. Master Feng is Master Feng. Under the heavy pressure, he broke through the shackles instead. The surrounding crowd immediately started boiling over. A hint of a smile appeared on Feng Jing's face. This was the effect that he wanted. Not that he hungered for fame and reputation, but that he felt that people should flatter him in the first place. But what he wanted was this kind of heartfelt admiration. This was his glory and also the Pill Alliance's glory. Feng Jing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Did you see it? This hint of golden color? There's already no need to test the grade of the heavenly pill, right? A touch of gold in the dark red, it indicated that the heavenly pill already reached the peak of 8th grade and was also not far away from 9th grade anymore. Of course, this narrow step was not easy to take. 9th grade, that was a legendary realm. It was not something that could be entered as you wished." But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need, quasi-9th grade." Feng Jing could not help laughing as he said, "Looks like you're not worried at all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What do I have to worry about? It's merely quasi-9th grade." Feng Jing seemed to have heard the funniest joke and said, "Merely quasi-9th grade. Heh, what high-sounding sentiments. You probably completely don't know what 9th grade means, right?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "To me, those lower than 9th grade are all trash. If it doesn't enter 9th grade when refining pills, still refine pills for what? Did your Pill Alliance groom only trash like you? Clearly didn't reach 9th grade, but you're proud of it, hoo-hoo." Hiss. These words were domineering. One sentence degraded the Pill Alliance to nothing. Everyone was stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Although your refinement was very impressive too, these words were too much, right? Posturing had to have a limit too. Sure enough, Feng Jing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha, boy, I'm somewhat doubtful now, whether you know how to refine pills or not. 9th grade, that's a legendary grade. When it comes out of your mouth, it becomes the lowest threshold." "All right, stop talking big. I really want to see your 9th grade golden pill." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "As you wish." It was only to see him flip his palm over. A green feather point star heavenly pill flew out. A dazzling golden light shone until everyone could not open their eyes. 9th grade golden pill. The crowd instantly exploded. This guy really refined a 9th grade golden pill. Feng Jing was still harboring the mentality of watching a good show a second ago. But in the next instant, his entire person was stupefied there. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Jing and said coolly, "My green feather point star heavenly pill doesn't need to be tested anymore either, right? You're indeed much stronger than Qin Shun, that fellow. I was still counting on you to give me a bit of surprise. But I didn't expect that you haven't even entered 9th grade yet, and you were already patting yourself on the back. That's also all there is to you then." Feng Jing looked at Yi Yuan with a shocked face and muttered, "This? How is this possible? Isn't it your first time refining? Why, you're actually able to refine a 9th grade green feather point star heavenly pill. You tricked me." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tricked you? Do you feel that I have a need to trick you? This is my first time refining. Of course, it's also the most rubbish refinement. If you're not convinced, let's compete again. I dare guarantee that you'll be beaten down very hard." Feng Jing gritted his teeth and said, "Compete then. I don't believe that you can really hit the jackpot and be so lucky every time. He was unresigned. As a Pill Alliance's powerhouse, how could he possibly lose to the Martial Secure Heavenly Sex trash? He could not lose and could not afford to lose as well. He came to challenge the dojo. If he were to lose, where would the Pill Alliance's face go? Yi Yuan shrugged and said with a smile, "Then don't waste time anymore. Begin then." He was deliberately triggering Feng Jing, making him do it again. Slapping face had to be slapped thoroughly. One time could still say that it was by chance, but the second time you would have nothing to say, right? The second refinement, Yi Yuan was even more accomplished with high proficiency. The choppiness from before had long already disappeared. On the other hand, Feng Jing's mentality had already been affected after his first miserable defeat. The second refinement ended. The quality of Feng Jing's heavenly pill was only lower 8th grade. However, the moment Yi Yuan's heavenly pill came out of the furnace, the light radiated even stronger. After testing it, Yi Yuan's heavenly pill reached upper 9th grade. One was improving, the other was regressing. Whoever was stronger and weaker was clear at a glance. With this, the powerhouses of Fire Peace Great Nation were completely shocked. An unknown greater sublime heavenly stratum actually completely defeated the Pill Alliance powerhouse Feng Jing, who had already become famous for a long time. This conclusion was what everyone could not have imagined previously. Yi Yuan looked at the downcast Feng Jing and said coolly, "You don't need to feel pessimistic either, because very soon the 9 great nations' Pill Alliance strongholds will be trampled underfoot by me." "Doesn't your Pill Alliance like to trample on people? Then I'll also make you all savor the taste of being trampled." Luo Yunqing felt refreshed. During these 20 years, they had had enough of the cowardly spirit. Today, they finally regained face. Yi Yuan raised his head and swept across everyone's faces and said coolly, "Our Martial Secure Heavenly Sect has already established the Pill Pavilion. Friends who have aspirations in Alchemy Dao can all join the Pill Pavilion. We recruit disciples regardless of faction or talent. Furthermore, we won't force you to join the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. If you feel that you have gotten somewhere with what you learned, you can return to your original faction anytime. From now on, our Pill Pavilion's aim will be to break the Pill Alliance's monopoly and let everyone be able to learn alchemy." Yi Yuan's words echoed loudly, evoking a huge response in the crowd. The Pill Alliance's monopoly on alchemy Dao not only held back the 5 light heavenly regions' 5 great heavenly sects, but it also greatly impeded the other 4 great heavenly regions' various major sects. But Yi Yuan's action was tantamount to reducing the Pill Alliance's advantage until nothing was left. It was just that, would the Pill Alliance take things lying down? On a long path of the street, an old man and a youth were walking slowly. One could tell that the blue-robed youth walking in front was very haughty. Suddenly, a talisman appeared out of thin air. The old man reached his hand out to seize, grabbing the talisman in his hand. Browsing entirely the contents of the talisman, the old man's brows knitted together tightly. The young man said indifferently, "Why? Lost again?" The old man nodded slightly and said, "This is already the 17th match. Even Xianxia Heavenly Sect's Chen Yao Great Nation's Mu Lianqing was defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. He's in existence who fought with you for the position of Holy Sun back then." The young man said disdainfully, "Humph, what does Mu Lianqing count as? What you're talking about is just something back then. Now, he isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes." The old man said, "True. Lord Holy Sun is a candidate for the next alliance chief. How can you be what Mu Lianqing can compare to? It's just that this Yi Yuan can't be underestimated." Mentioning Yi Yuan, the young man was similarly disdainful as he said, "If he didn't have some skill, the alliance chief wouldn't have sent this Holy Sun over too. However, no matter how monstrous he is, he's still not worth mentioning in front of my Pill Alliance. Let him be smug for a few days first. After this Holy Sun grinds down his spirit, those despicable ascenders will know who is the Rain-Clear continent's true ruler." 3 months had already passed since Yi Yuan caused a disturbance at Pill Verdant establishment. In these 3 months, Yi Yuan challenged 17 of the Pill Alliance's strongholds in a row and consecutively defeated 17 of the Pill Alliance's alchemy path experts. The 5 great heavenly sects were in a huge stir, especially Qianyao Great Nation's Mu Lianqing. He refined a middle 9th grade golden pill, but he was still suppressed by Yi Yuan. Originally, when Yi Yuan threw out the name of Pill Pavilion in Fire Peace Great Nation, people were all still indifferent to it. But now, the name of Pill Pavilion already reverberated throughout the 5 light heavenly region. The various major factions sent disciples with aptitude to marshal secure heavenly sects Pill Pavilion one after another to cultivate alchemy Dao. 5 light heavenly regions, 5 great heavenly sects were virtually all ascenders. Those capable of becoming heavenly alchemists could be counted on one's fingers. Hence, the 5 great heavenly sects' reliance on the Pill Alliance was especially so. With the Pill Alliance carrying out a boycott against the martial secure heavenly sect, the other 4 sects naturally had a feeling of the fox mourning the death of a rabbit. But the more it was so, the more they did not dare to offend the Pill Alliance. However, the appearance of the Pill Pavilion completely changed this situation. Yi Yuan already used his strength to prove to the world that the Pill Pavilion's strength was not the least bit inferior to the Pill Alliance. It was even stronger. At least, up until now, no one in the Pill Alliance could win him. With regards to this kind of sensational effect, it was naturally impossible for the Pill Alliance to resign themselves to death. Hence, they sent out Song Yongning, who was this blue-robed youth. He was the Pill Alliance's holy son, and also the strongest alchemy path powerhouse of the junior generation. The Pill Alliance had always been mysterious. Nobody knew just how strong the Pill Alliance was. And the Pill Alliance sent out Song Yongning this time. Firstly, it was in order to strike Yi Yuan down, while secondly, it was in order to demonstrate their strength. The old man nodded and said, "That's of course. No matter how monstrous this boy is. He's naturally too weak to stand up to the competition in front of Holy Sun. Our Pill Alliance has always been low-key. It's also time to let Rain-Clear Continent know our Pill Alliance's strength." Song Yongning smiled slightly and said, "Where's that punk now?" The old man said, "Cloud Arch Great Nation." Song Yongning nodded his head and said, "Amen, it's already not far from here. Let's go." In Cloud Leisure Establishment, Ken Feihong was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He paced back and forth, cold sweat already pouring profusely on his forehead. By the side, Establishment Lord Sun Su also had a solemn look. "Is there no news from Lord Holy Sun yet? That Yi Yuan has already entered the city. What should we do?" Ken Feihong said anxiously. The defeat of Qianyao Great Nation's Mu Lianqing completely shattered Ken Feihong's fantasy. He knew that Mu Lianqing was in existence on par with the Holy Sun. Although he was defeated in the end, his strength could not be ignored by anyone. However, even such an existence was defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. How could he be a match? Sun Su shook his head and said, "How can Lord Holy Sun's whereabouts be what we can grasp? However, I reckon that he shouldn't be too far away anymore, right? Maybe he's already on the way to Cloud Leisure Establishment. After all, even Mu Lianqing was defeated. If Lord Holy Sun still doesn't appear, our Pill Alliance's face will have nowhere to put." Ken Feihong said angrily, "By the time Lord Holy Sun comes over, the flowers would have turned yellow." Boom! Right at this time, a loud noise came from outside. No need to guess, it must be that Yi Yuan had arrived. Whenever they reached a place, Luo Yunqing would directly tear down the signboard without exception. At least up to this point, there was no one in the Pill Alliance who could win back this face. Mu Lianqing was also very domineering back then. But he suffered a crushing defeat and was ashamed and resentful. Ken Feihong's expression changed and he said, "Damn it, that brat is here. What to do? Fight, we will definitely lose. Not fighting, it's shameful." Alas! Seeing Ken Feihong sigh heavily, Sun Su also had a helpless look. He understood Ken Feihong very well. Ken Feihong was not like this originally. Before Yi Yuan challenged Mu Lianqing, he even pledged in all solemnity that he would definitely stop Yi Yuan's footsteps of continuous victories. But now he did not dare to say it anymore. Sun Su heaved a sigh and said, "No matter what, go out first. Even if our Pill Alliance loses, we can't be cowardly turtles too." Ken Feihong had a bitter face and nodded his head. Outside Cloud Leisure Establishment, it was already seething with excitement. Martial Secure Heavenly Sect produced an alchemy path expert who beat the Pill Alliance to the ground. This matter had long already spread throughout Cloud Arch Great Nation. The people had long already heard of Yi Yuan's great name. Upon seeing him today, he was indeed extraordinary. Hey, I even thought that it was boasting previously. Looking at it now, the rumors are true. Cloud Leisure Establishment's master Qin Fei Hong is actually scared until he doesn't dare to come out. This Yi Yuan is really too formidable, fortifying the spirits of us Ascenders. Every day they talked about how the Pill Alliance's people are so formidable. Looking at it now, it's also nothing more than this. Seeing that Cloud Leisure Establishment's front door was tightly shut and no one dared to come out, the people were all snickering without ceasing. It was also no wonder that these people exclaimed in surprise. It was undeniable that the Pill Alliance powerhouses that Yi Yuan challenged, they were all alchemy path powerhouses who garrisoned a region far and near. These people's alchemy path strength was even stronger than the various major heavenly sects retainers. However, Yi Yuan could win 17 matches in a row. It was sufficient to prove how terrifying his strength was. Creak. Cloud Leisure Establishment's front door was finally opened, revealing Qin Fei Hong and Sun Tzu's figures. Qin Fei Hong's expression was slightly dark and he said to Yi Yuan, "Punk, don't be arrogant. My Pill Alliance has already sent out Lord Holy Sun. Once he arrives, you'll get it." Yi Yuan looked at Qin Fei Hong and said with a faint smile, "Why? Your Pill Alliance all became cowards and don't even dare to accept the challenge anymore?" Seeing Qin Fei Hong's being threatening in manner but inwardly shaky appearance, everyone was shocked. This guy who came from the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect was really too strong. To actually scare Qin Fei Hong until he did not dare to make a move. One had to know, Qin Fei Hong's alchemy path strength was extremely strong. It could be seen how great a deterrent Yi Yuan's consecutive wins previously was. Qin Fei Hong's expression was ugly to the extreme, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, I admit defeat, but don't leave if you have the capability. When Holy Sun comes, you'll be embarrassed." "Uncle Wen." "Yes." In the crowd, a fist shadow rumbled out. Qin Fei Hong was directly blasted into meat paste. By the side, Sun Tzu's expression suddenly changed, not understanding why. Everyone looked sideways. They saw an old man and a youth in the crowd. The young man walked out slowly and said with a cold snort, surrendering without fighting, humiliating the Pill Alliance's face, "You deserve to die." "El Lord Holy Sun?" Cloud Leisure Establishment's Sun Tzu pays respect to Lord Holy Sun. Sun Tzu's expression changed slightly, already guessing Song Yongning's identity. Beside Yi Yuan, Luo Yunqing also had a solemn look as he said, "That old man's strength is quite strong. He's a Jade Sovereign Heaven expert." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, paying no attention to it. Since it was an alchemy competition, he was not afraid that the Pill Alliance would cause problems. While killing people was easy, wanting to restore reputation was difficult. Wanting to win back face, the Pill Alliance would have to compete in alchemy honestly with him. Song Yongning did not even look at Sun Tzu, but he turned to Yi Yuan and said with contempt, "The light of a firefly also dares to contend for glory with the bright moon. Brat, you dare to provoke my Pill Alliance, do you know the consequences?" The moment Song Yongning took the stage, he gave people a powerful deterrence. That aura of looking down on everything made people give sidelong glances. Yi Yuan seemed to be an ant in his eyes. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Provoke the Pill Alliance? Ho-ho, do you want face or not? Your Pill Alliance boycotted my Martial Secure Heavenly Sect and forced Brother Luo to break his sword and lower his head, and coerced my disciple to become a furnace. But now, you want to make a false countercharge. Is your Pill Alliance all born under the year of the dog?" Song Yongning's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "How razor-tongued and eloquent. Boy, arrogance needs to be backed using strength. Otherwise, you'll only become a laughingstock. Do you really think that by winning some trash, you have the qualifications to challenge the Pill Alliance?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "You're associated with this trash. Doesn't that make you a trash too? So your Pill Alliance is a pile of garbage." "Ha ha." Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted a burst of laughter. Song Yongning's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Punk, you're very arrogant. Since you're so arrogant, Do you dare to bet your life or not? What's not? No way. Yi Yuan spoke halfway and was interrupted by Luo Yunqing. Yi Yuan's existence was the martial secure heavenly sect's future hope. There must not be any accidents. This holy sun gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He could not watch Yi Yuan take the risk unfeelingly. It was not that he was not confident in Yi Yuan, but that he did not want Yi Yuan to take risks. Song Yongning laughed mockingly and said, "If you don't dare, kneel down and admit fault." Brother Luo, calm down. You don't think that I wouldn't even be able to win a trash, right? Yi Yuan gave Luo Yunqing a glance and said with a faint smile. Luo Yunqing's brows furrowed slightly, but he was still not at ease. This young man was guarded by a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. He was definitely not an ordinary person in the Pill Alliance. With the Pill Alliance sending him here, they probably had the confidence that he would definitely win. Therefore, he had no choice but to be careful. Yi Yuan looked at Song Yongning and said, "I'll bet with you." Song Yongning smiled and said, "Okay, you and I draw up an Origin Divinity curse. The loser will die by Origin Divinity backlash." Yi Yuan said coolly, "As you wish." Luo Yunqing still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan said, "Brother Lu, shrinking back here, it will waste all the previous efforts. You wouldn't think that the Pill Alliance really only had this sort of trash, right? Their strength is stronger than we imagine. Furthermore, only by defeating the Holy Sun can it demonstrate the Pill Pavilion's might even more." In reality, Yi Yuan had long felt it. The Pill Alliance was an extremely powerful organization. Their heavenly alchemists had gained knowledge on the essence of alchemy Dao. In fact, it achieved the same wondrous effect with different means as his alchemy path. The opponents that Yi Yuan defeated along the way, their basic skills were all extremely solid and their strength was extremely formidable. And these were still merely just the heavenly alchemists garrisoning outside. Then how strong were the Pill Alliance's internal heavenly alchemists? With Yi Yuan fighting all this way, it was in order to force out the Pill Alliance's true strength. If they could not even see the opponent's true strength, then this war need not be fought anymore too. Since this young man in front of him was able to become the Holy Sun, his strength was naturally extraordinary. At least, it would definitely be much stronger than those before. Luo Yunqing's expression flickered indeterminately, and he could only say, "Then you be careful." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, turned around, and set up an Origin Divinity curse with Song Yongning. But after signing it, Song Yongning laughed loudly and said, "Boy, wait to suffer the Origin Divinity curse and die. You probably haven't even figured out the grades of heavenly pills, right? The world only knows that heavenly pills are divided into 9 grades, and grand completion 9th grade is the limit. But they don't know that my Pill Alliance can refine even higher grade heavenly pills. Above 9th grade is true grade. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples." Song Yongning's words immediately caused a huge response. They had never heard before that there was an even higher quality above 9th grade, because no one had ever been able to refine it. 9th grade was already a legendary grade in their mind, much less true grade that had never been heard of. True grade, what kind of grade is that? Since the Pill Alliance's Holy Sun said so, doesn't that mean that he can refine it? It turns out that he dug a hole for Yi Yuan. After the shock, people also understood one after another the reason why Song Yongning was betting his life with Yi Yuan. He was certain that Yi Yuan had never heard of true grade before. It was naturally even more impossible to refine true grade. As long as Yi Yuan signed an Origin Divinity curse with him, then Yi Yuan would die without a doubt. What a malicious guy. Luo Yunqing's gaze turned sharp and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, you cheated." Without another word, Luo Yunqing's long sword was unsheathed and he rushed over. Uncle Wen gave a cold snort and slammed a fist out. Boom. With a collision, Luo Yunqing was actually shocked until he fell back. But Uncle Wen did not budge an inch. "Jade-faced swordsman, indeed extraordinary. Blocked my punch and you can actually come out safe and sound," Uncle Wen praised. But Luo Yunqing's expression was very ugly. This old man's strength was extremely strong. He was not a match. Brother Luo, betting lives was something that both parties were willing to do in the first place. Since the Origin Divinity contract is already signed, let's talk about it after fighting. Moreover, I believe that it isn't such an easy thing for him to want to refine true grade either, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. Song Yongning smiled and said, "That's right. Refining true grade can come by with luck but not by seeking it. In the Pill Alliance, many elders have refined true grade and they could only reach it 1 in 10 as well. But my strength has already surpassed many elders. When I refine 5 times, there will be 1 time where it can reach the realm of true grade. Otherwise, how do you think I became the Holy Sun?" True grade, this was an unfamiliar term to everyone. They had never heard of it before, let alone seen it. But without a doubt, this was definitely a realm that was out of reach. The Pill Alliance's elders were at least grade 4 heavenly alchemists too. This kind of realm can only reach 1 in 10 too. It could be seen how strong Song Yongning's strength was. Before this, Yi Yuan had never heard of this realm before as well. Even Zhong Jiancho's jade slips did not have it. Clearly, Zhong Jiancho had never reached this realm before too. Yi Yuan's heart sank slightly. This Pill Alliance's background was deep beyond imagination. One could tell from Song Yongning's words that most likely, the vast majority of the Pill Alliance's grade 4 heavenly alchemists could reach the realm of true grade. After the two decided on the pill formula, Song Yongning said with a contemptuous look, "This holy sun will let you broaden your horizons today. I'll make you understand what's called a frog at the bottom of a well." His words also made people realize the truly powerful aspect of the Pill Alliance, this faction. 9th grade golden pills were already legends in the outside world. But the Pill Alliance could refine even rarer true grade heavenly pills. This disparity was too great. What Song Yongning represented was just the tip of the iceberg of the Pill Alliance. He was just the Holy Sun. Then what about the Pill Alliance's elders? Also, what about the even stronger Alliance chief? Unimaginable. Furthermore, the Pill Alliance practically monopolized Rain-Clear Continent's heavenly medicines and heavenly pills. Then how many powerful martial artists had they groomed? Thinking about it like this, everyone could not help being fear-stricken. At the same time, they also silently mourned Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was indeed a genius who rose up like a comet. Nobody could deny this. But what he did wrong was that he should not have provoked the Pill Alliance. Now, he ended up with the outcome of perishing and Tao dissipating. No one felt that Yi Yuan would win. This was because the outside world had never heard of true grade before. Never even heard of it before, so how to refine it? The moment Song Yongning made a move, everyone's expressions changed. His every action and conduct, every move and stance, carried the accumulations of great Tao. The place where he stood, every inch of it formed a world of its own. And the aura radiating from his body quickly affected Yi Yuan. So strong. Is this the Pill Alliance's true strength? When Holy Sun is refining pills, it's completely different from ordinary heavenly alchemists. The relative superiority or inferiority can be distinguished in virtually one glance. Such a refinement combines Tao into one. One pill, one world. It's exhibited to the extreme in Holy Sun's hands. Looks like Yi Yuan really has no hope. Alchemy battles between heavenly alchemists. Sometimes, the relative superiority or inferiority could not be differentiated until the moment the quality was tested. But as soon as Song Yongning made his move, everyone noticed the difference. Some people refined pills by intuition. Some people refined pills based on experience. But some people relied on powerful strength to refine pills. The vast majority of the heavenly alchemists in this world were the former two kinds. And the first two kinds of heavenly alchemists, no matter how sensitive your intuition was, no matter how experienced you were, there was also a feeling of groping for fish in muddied waters. It was merely a matter of knowing how to do something but not understanding why. But the third kind of heavenly alchemist operated from a strategically advantageous position, with a definite target in mind. They rarely made mistakes when refining pills and the quality was extremely high. This kind of heavenly alchemist was like an extremely sophisticated instrument. Each step of the pill refinement was carried out according to a set route. Such a refinement would not make any mistakes at all. Holy Sun clearly belonged to this type of people. Yi Yuan also felt Song Yongning's power. It was just that he did not care. The stronger the opponent, the more it could stimulate his fighting spirit. He restrained his mind and cupped his fists. A Tai Chi diagram suddenly formed. A surge of Great Tao accumulations erupted vigorously. It actually pushed Holy Sun's Great Tao accumulations out. Song Yongning already had no distractions in his heart. But being scoured by this power of Great Tao, he could not help being surprised in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength was actually so strong. But when competing in alchemy, he had no time to spare for other things too. They were betting lives and could not crack any jokes. Hence, the two started an alchemy battle that left people dizzy. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it could not avoid arousing a wave of shock. They did not expect that what Holy Sun could do, Yi Yuan could do it too. The two people's alchemy battle was very anxious. No one could predict how the final result would be. This kind of alchemy battle did not have glints and flashes of cold steel, but people similarly felt the intensity. As if these two masters were currently going back and forth, fighting fiercely without ceasing. After several hours, the two people virtually finished refining at the same time. Holy Sun's gaze turned toward Yi Yuan, frowning slightly. This boy's stubbornness somewhat exceeded his imagination. He was sure that his alchemy Tao was definitely above Yi Yuan's. But that was just because his cultivation realm was higher than Yi Yuan's. Song Yongning was a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with this result. Open the furnace. Looking at your expression, true grade should be hopeless, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. Song Yongning's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Boy, winning you don't have to be true grade either. If you don't reach grand completion 9th grade, you'll likewise lose." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you." Song Yongning said in a solemn voice, "Open the furnace." The two people's divine essence shook, each opening their furnace. Two dazzling golden medicinal pills flew out. It naturally attracted a wave of exclamations. The moment they made their move, it was a 9th grade golden pill. These two people's strength was really ridiculous. Disregarding the Pill Alliance's Holy Sun, being powerful was to be expected too. But they did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually not the slightest bit inferior when facing such a powerful opponent. Song Yongning sneered and said, "Boy, don't be pleased with yourself too early. Even if it's the same grand completion 9th grade, there are minute differences too. The result still needs to use the Cloud Mount Mother Stone to test before it can be confirmed. No need to doubt it. This Holy Sun is definitely peak 9th grade without the slightest flaw. As for you?" Heh. Song Yongning's words had unfinished meaning, but the meaning was already very obvious. He completely did not believe that Yi Yuan's medicinal pill could compare to his. The quality of heavenly pills, even if there was the slightest error, would have subtle differences. Pills were divided into 9 grades. This was just a rough differentiation. In reality, even if similarly upper 9th grade, the quality of the medicinal pill still had minute differences. Normally, there naturally would not be anyone who would care about these minute differences. But, when two people's strengths were extremely close, this trace of difference was of utmost importance. This kind of minute difference could not be felt. Only through a sophisticated treasure like the Cloud Mount Mother Stone could it be discerned. When Yi Yuan heard that, he just shrugged and said coolly, "Since when did a trash can be so confident? Stop talking rubbish and appraise it." Song Yongning gave a cold snort and reached his hand out to beckon, and his heavenly pills arrived on the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. The scales soared madly all the way until it rushed to the peak in the end and had no way of rising anymore. Buzz! There was an uproar from the crowd. They were all stunned by this scene. What did this show? This showed that Song Yongning's heavenly pill already reached the perfection of 9th grade. Just as he said, without the slightest flaws. It's over. Holy Sun won for sure with this. At least, Holy Sun is already established in an undefeatable position. Yi Yuan can at most just tie with Holy Sun. But I reckon that it's very hard. Holy Sun's strength is absolutely at peak 9th grade, and it's even possible to refine true grade. But Yi Yuan's heavenly pill likely still has a tiny trace of flaw. Everyone shook their heads, knowing that the outcome was a foregone conclusion. This was competing against 9th grade perfection unless Yi Yuan could refine true grade. Otherwise, he could at most fight to a draw. But how difficult was it to reach a draw? Song Yongning gave a cold laugh and sent the Cloud Mount Motherstone in front of Yi Yuan and said, "Punk, it's your turn. At the thought of you suffering the agony of the origin divinity curse, this holy sun finds it very enjoyable right now. Ha ha ha." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not talk nonsense either, sending his heavenly pill onto the Cloud Mount Motherstone. The scale soared all the way straight up to 9th grade. Everyone held their breath, staring fixedly at the Cloud Mount Motherstone. Only 2 people were aloof and indifferent. One was Song Yongning. A hint of an arch appeared at the corner of his mouth, already feeling certain that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to reach 9th grade perfection. While the other was Yi Yuan himself, it was as if nothing could move him. Or should one say that was confidence? It was just that this confidence was so laughable when it landed in Song Yongning's eyes. Did this guy really think that 9th grade superlative was so easy to achieve? What kind of pain Song Yongning himself experienced in the process of 9th grade to 9th grade only he himself knew. Without endless tempering, without willpower and perseverance, it was simply impossible to achieve. How many complicated procedures were there in a pill refinement? If it really needed to be sorted it out in detail, that was absolutely an astronomical order of magnitude. Even if there was just a tiny trace of oversight, it would also make the quality unable to truly be consummated and reach perfection. Even in the Pill Alliance, there was also a sentence that was circulated. 9th grade was easy, perfection was hard to seek. Even some senior elders found it very difficult to truly reach perfection too. It could be seen how difficult this step was. If not for this, he, Song Yongning, would also have not been able to overpower all heroes and become the Holy Sun. Therefore, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to reach perfection. The scale rose little by little. It reached grand completion 9th grade very quickly. This was also within reason. Yi Yuan's heavenly pill could be discerned to be grand completion 9th grade using the naked eye. But whether or not it could reach 9th grade perfection, this was the crux. As the scale continued rising continuously, approaching the peak bit by bit, the audience was silent. Song Yongning smiled and said, "Being able to reach this step, your strength is already very good. Of course, if not because of this, it would have been impossible for you to force this holy sun out too." Watching the scale approach perfection little by little, Song Yongning was still talking in a jovial manner. But the scale did not have the intention of stopping. It still closed in on perfection bit by bit. Everyone's hearts were pounding. There was only less than the distance of a fingernail to perfection. Could it reach perfection? At this time, even Song Yongning's breathing became somewhat uneven too. A thread away. The scale continued climbing and reached half a fingernail very soon. Then, it closed in on perfection little by little. Song Yongning's breathing became more and more labored along with the increase of the scale. Maxed. Right at the moment when the scale reached the limit, Luo Yunqin was the first to yell out. He should be the most worried among the audience. During this testing, he felt even more nervous than experiencing a great battle. The slightest difference determined Yi Yuan's life and death. That instant when the scale reached the limit, Luo Yunqing felt his nerves that were tightly bound finally loosen. 9th grade perfection. Yi Yuan also reached 9th grade perfection. My God, he actually fought to a draw with the Pill Alliance's Holy Sun. It turns out that Yi Yuan's strength is actually so strong. No wonder he dares to set up the Pill Pavilion and contend with the Pill Alliance. There was a series of exclamations all around. Everyone was also extremely amazed. They did not understand alchemy, but this did not prevent them from knowing about the difficulty of 9th grade perfection. It could be said that for the scale on the Cloud Mount Motherstone to reach the limit, this was originally something that was theoretical. During the complicated and elaborate refinement, who dared to guarantee that there would be no mistakes? The Pill Alliance's Holy Sun could do it, but that was because he was standing at the very summit of the Rain-Clear Continent's alchemy path. He had the Pill Alliance's deep legacy. He had endless heavenly medicines to practice. He had conditions that other heavenly alchemists were not equipped with. But Yi Yuan had nothing. He reached this step too. How could this not make people marvel? Song Yongning's expression was ugly to the extreme. What right did this guy have? How much hardship had he suffered? How many trials had he gone through to reach this step himself? What right did this guy have to reach the sky in one step? The Pill Alliance had naturally investigated Yi Yuan before. Song Yongning knew that the time Yi Yuan ascended had not been long. In fact, when this guy just ascended, his affinity was only 1 point. If not for this, he also would not have underestimated Yi Yuan so much. But what right did this guy have to reach 9th grade perfection in such a short time? No, it must be a fluke. Definitely a fluke. Lord Holy Sun, this 9th grade perfection doesn't seem to be so hard. You said it like flowers were cascading from the sky, saying to let me broaden my horizons. I was wondering how difficult it was. Yi Yuan looked at Song Yongning and said with a smile that was not a smile. Song Yongning's face turned black, instantly having a feeling like he had his face slapped. He postured too hard previously. Who knew that this guy was lucky and refined 9th grade perfection in one go? He gave a cold snort and said in a solemn voice, "Humph. Just got lucky. That's all. Do you think that you can reach 9th grade perfection each time? Furthermore, don't you forget, this round is the heavenly pill of your choice. In the next round, I'll choose. Let me tell you, refining grade 2 heavenly pills, 9th grade perfection is my bottom line. Also, you have to prevent me from refining a true grade heavenly pill at any time." Yi Yuan shrugged and said with a smile, "We'll wait and see then. I want to see whether this 9th grade perfection is really that difficult or not." Both were 9th grade perfection. They naturally could not differentiate the relative superiority or inferiority. The second round alchemy battle was naturally prepared ready very quickly. The first round was the pill formula that Yi Yuan picked. This round, it was Song Yongning's turn. Song Yongning directly chose a heavenly imperial pill. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Heaven Decree Ice Marrow Pill. It's my Pill Alliance's unique pill formula. It has never circulated in the outside world before. It should be your first time refining, right? This Holy Sun wants to see whether you can still reach 9th grade perfection or not." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a faint smile, "Another kind of heavenly imperial pill formula, is it? Your Pill Alliance's foundation is really deep enough. Thank you for your pill formula." Song Yongning sneered and said, "You'll be crying in a while." A few hours later, the second round alchemy battle started again. Sure enough, it was still evenly matched in strength. This Heaven Decree Ice Marrow Pill, Yi Yuan refined it without the slightest sluggish feeling, as if he had gone through severe training. During these 3 months of alchemy battle, Yi Yuan was already very familiar with grade 2 heavenly pills. Whether or not it was the first time refining, it did not make a big difference to him. Actually, when Song Yongning took out this heavenly imperial pill, he was not hoping that it could stump Yi Yuan all at once. He understood that for Yi Yuan to be able to refine 9th grade perfection, his understanding of alchemy Dao was already tracing back to the source. A heavenly imperial pill was not enough to stump him. However, when tracing back to the source again, there were still many uncertain factors in an unfamiliar pill formula. As long as Yi Yuan's foundation was the slightest bit not solid, flaws would occur. If flaws occurred, it would not be able to reach 9th grade perfection. This way, his victory would be within grasp. At this time, what they competed in was true strength. Refining a heavenly imperial pill, the two people's commotion was greater than before. As intense as always. After a few hours, the two people finished refining. After opening the furnace, sure enough, it was both grand completion 9th grade again. This spectacular sight naturally attracted another wave of exclamations. This kind of pinnacle showdown was simply enjoyable to them. Song Yongning was brimming with confidence, directly placing the heavenly pill onto the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. The scale reached its peak very quickly. 9th grade perfection again. 9th grade perfection again. Tied again. Too strong. The two are both too strong. When heavenly imperial pills reach their hands, it can actually reach 9th grade perfection too. Really too monstrous. Yi Yuan's heavenly imperial pill reached 9th grade perfection again. This made the whole audience seethe with excitement once more. They had never seen before such a fierce alchemy competition. The two people's alchemy Dao had both reached the extreme. There was no way of determining the victor at all. Bringing out a heavenly imperial pill now, the two people similarly reached 9th grade perfection. Especially that the Cloud Arch Great Nation at this time, many Ascender heavenly alchemists had already gathered. They were astonished by Yi Yuan's performance. Song Yongning was a native heavenly alchemist. His affinity even reached a horrifying 70+. His strength being powerful was within reason. But, as an ascender heavenly alchemist, Yi Yuan could actually contend with Song Yongning, this holy son, with 10 points affinity. How amazingly talented was that? Song Yongning's smugness had not lasted very long and his expression had already become very dark. Got slapped in the face again this time. The pill formula came from him. Furthermore, it was even a heavenly imperial pill. Yi Yuan definitely had not refined it before. But he still reached 9th grade perfection. He discovered that he severely underestimated Yi Yuan's strength. This guy was likely not far away from true grade as well. Of course, Song Yongning was clearly that 9th grade perfection to true grade. That was a great chasm. Even in the Pill Alliance, the elders capable of refining true grade were very few too. Yi Yuan being able to reach 9th grade perfection did not mean that he could refine true grade too. However, Song Yongning also realized that 9th grade perfection was likely unable to defeat Yi Yuan anymore. Wanting to defeat Yi Yuan, there was only true grade. Lord Holy Sun, the question that you asked is just SOSO as well. Seems like reaching 9th grade perfection isn't too difficult. Yi Yuan mocked. Song Yongning calmed down instead at this time and said in a solemn voice, "It's your turn to pose the question." Seeing Song Yongning's appearance, everyone was slightly somber in their hearts. They all realized that Song Yongning was serious. Once Song Yongning got serious, it meant that the chances of true grade appearing would probably greatly increase. Song Yongning said it before that when he refined grade 2 heavenly pills, the probability of true grade was about 1 in 5 times. Now, 2 times had already passed. There were not many chances left for Yi Yuan anymore. Yi Yuan did not care and said with a faint smile, Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill then. Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. He's mad, right? Choosing this kind of basic heavenly pill, wouldn't the probability of Holy Sun reaching true grade be higher? What's Yi Yuan thinking? Isn't this digging his own grave? Those ascender heavenly alchemists directly burst into an uproar. If one had to say, they were the same as Yi Yuan, all ascenders. There was naturally a natural sense of closeness. If Yi Yuan could really win, the Pill Pavilion would be able to stand up to the Pill Alliance as an equal. Then, the springtime of them all, these ascender heavenly alchemists would be here. But Yi Yuan actually dug his own grave now and ruined the Great Wall himself. Song Yongning narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Very good. Looks like you're very confident in the Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. Do you want to use the Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill to break through to true grade?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why? Can't I?" Song Yongning nodded slightly and said, "Of course you can. However, you'll have to hurry it up." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Amen? I'll hurry up." The 3rd round began very soon. This time it was even more thrilling. Song Yongning said that he would reach true grade 1 out of 5 times. This did not mean that he would only refine a true grade on the 5th try. This was an issue of probability. A probability of 1 in 5. This was also to say that Song Yongning might be able to directly refine a true grade heavenly pill this time. After all, a Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, the sort of basic heavenly pill, it was seriously too easy to Song Yongning. The simpler, the higher the probability of refining true grade naturally. Refining a Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, the situation was far more intense than everyone imagined. The two people's alchemy Dao were virtually brought out to the extreme. That profound and inscrutable accumulations of great Dao seemed to be like a splendid burst of martial techniques, clashing chaotically all around. While Song Yongning's great Dao accumulations were incomparably powerful, Yi Yuan's great Dao accumulations were extremely solid. Refining a Grade 2 basic heavenly pill, the two people clearly accomplished it with even greater ease and could put more energy on the other party. This battle dazzled everyone's eyes. The refinement ended. The furnaces opened. Song Yongning's expression was very ugly. He failed. This guy was seriously too hard to deal with. Sure enough, the end result was still both 9th grade perfection. Unexpectedly, Song Yongning also chose a Grade 2 basic pill in the 4th round. But the two still drew a tie in the 4th round. following which the 5th round, 6th round, all the way until the 19th round, the two still only refined 9th grade perfection. Song Yongning did not use a true grade heavenly pill to seal the victory like he said. A total of 19 rounds were carried out for half a month. The crowd in front of Cloud Leisure establishment gathered more and more and was already densely packed. Many people even inquired and rushed over from various places. This kind of pinnacle alchemy battle already attracted more and more people's attention. And at the scene, the people were almost asphyxiated by such fierce alchemy battles. Too nervous. Too exciting. These two practically represented Rain-Clear Continent's pinnaclemost alchemy path standard. When Song Yongning brought out true grade this obstruction, everyone all thought that Yi Yuan would lose. But he persevered for a full 19 rounds. Yi Yuan's stubbornness surpassed everyone's imagination. This was a fierce battle. It was not just a test of strength, it was a test of character, spirit, and endurance. After half a month, this level of peak showdown, the two people's minds were already tightly wound to the extreme. Even if Song Yongning was a grade 3 heavenly alchemist and was much stronger to begin with, it was already more than he could bear. This alchemy battle had an even greater expenditure than experiencing a war unequaled by contemporaries. Since it was called an alchemy battle, the two people's refinement, great Tao accumulations, aura perception, all were crossing swords every hour and moment. He was somewhat unable to imagine how Yi Yuan persevered. Apart from the first round and second round, the remaining 17 rounds, the two people both chose grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill. But no one broke through. The 19 rounds were tied without exception. After a bout of adjusting his breathing, Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Hoo, you said 1 in 5. Now, there have already been 19 matches, you haven't even refined true grade once. The Pill Alliance's holy son is merely thus." Song Yongning got serious, but he really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. He discovered that this guy was simply too difficult to deal with. Yi Yuan was like a perpetual motion machine. After fighting 19 consecutive matches, he could still keep up with his pace. Song Yongning was very certain that Yi Yuan's mind had already reached its limit. Because he, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist, the Pill Alliance holy son, had already reached his limit too. But he was just able to hold on. Song Yongning had to admit that if it were him, he would not have been able to hold on. At this point, what they competed in was already not just strength, but even more of will. Whoever failed to persist first would be eliminated. Yi Yuan had to admit that Song Yongning was the strongest opponent that he had encountered so far. Not one of. Even the medicine ancestor back then was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan too. Medicine ancestor's might was merely just because his cultivation realm was high, that was all. When Yi Yuan's cultivation realm came up, he became too weak to stand up to the competition. But regarding Song Yongning's might, that was a strength like a piece of steel that had been tempered 100 times. The power of the Pill Alliance's foundation exceeded Yi Yuan's imagination. If one holy son was already like this, then how strong was the alchemy path strength of the Pill Alliance's leader? Unimaginable. In terms of talent, in terms of strength, in terms of cultivation realm, Yi Yuan even lost by a hair. Even if it was the foundation that Yi Yuan had always been proudest of, Song Yongning was extremely solid too. It might not be as good as Yi Yuan, but it would absolutely not go so far as to become a shortcoming. Such an opponent, it was far too difficult to want to beat him. But it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan was even more eager to defeat the other party. If that Han Yi was his whetstone in martial Tao, then this Song Yongning was the best whetstone on his path of alchemy Tao. In the current circumstances, it was simply impossible to determine the victor within 9th grade. Only whoever could break the shackles and reach true grade could win. 8 years of closed seclusion, Yi Yuan had long detected that there was likely an even higher grade above 9th grade perfection. But this step was fleeting and ephemeral. He was separated by a layer of windowpane paper from this, but could not piece it all along. Yi Yuan had no succession of teachings from a teacher. With no foundation, he could only rely on his own fumbling. But Song Yongning was the best whetstone that the Pill Alliance gave him. Therefore, he did his utmost to prevent Song Yongning from refining true grade for now. While he himself also had to break the shackles amidst this tipping point, this alchemy battle could be said to be the most difficult battle on his path of alchemy. 30 matches. Tied. 40 matches. Tied. 50 matches, still tied. In a blink, the two people had already been fighting fiercely for more than 3 months. Even those people who had been watching the battle from the start could not quite hold on anymore. But the two people in the field were still fighting non-stop. Yes, this alchemy battle already evolved into a war. The outcome was this battle was too important. Regardless of whether it was Yi Yuan or Zhang Yongning, neither could afford to lose. This alchemy battle already caused a great sensation in the Five Light Heavenly region, even in the entire Rain-Clear continent. Countless heavenly alchemists gathered at Cloud Arch Great Nation. The 5 great heavenly sect masters were also all present at this time. Countless powerhouses' gazes focused on a measly little Cloud Arch Great Nation. Before this, even if Yi Yuan challenged 17 grandmasters in a row, these sect master overlords also did not feel that there was anything. In their view, that was merely martial secure heavenly sect's deathbed struggle. But after 3 months, everyone's views had changed, because they all realized that this alchemy battle would probably affect the entire Rain-Clear continent's structure. If Yi Yuan won this battle, the Pill Pavilion would immediately become a superpower capable of contending with the Pill Alliance. Henceforth, Ascenders did not need to be restricted by the Pill Alliance anymore. This battle held extraordinary significance. But the prerequisite was that Yi Yuan won. In the royal palace of Cloud Arch Great Nation, the emperor could only wait outside Jinwan Hall. The sect masters of the 5 great heavenly sects were gathered here at this time. The 5 people's gazes were staring at the light screen in front. What was displayed on the light screen was precisely the projection of Yi Yuan and Zhang Yongning's alchemy battle. Shangyu Heavenly Sect's sect master, Ling Wancheng, could not resist exclaiming, "Feng Shuani, I didn't expect that your martial secure heavenly sect actually produced such a rare prodigy. If he wins this battle, Yi Yuan's name can likely be on par with Lord Shuabufan." Xingyun Heavenly Sect's sect master, Hua Zio, nodded in agreement and said, "After Lord Shuabufan, our 5 great heavenly sects met with hindrance everywhere and were powerless to support the frontiers. The biggest reason is this heavenly pill. If the momentum of the Pill Pavilion is formed, we Ascenders won't have to be restricted anymore. In as little as 1,000 years or as many as 3,000 years, our 5 Light Heavenly region will definitely be able to replicate our glory." Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect's sect master, Yang Jie's brows furrowed slightly, having much unhappiness with these remarks. After all, the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect was the central sect, the leader of the 5 sects. But he also had no choice but to admit that Ling Wanqing and Hua Zio's statements made sense. Shuabufan was amazingly talented, standing proudly in the firmament. But such a person was too rare after all. However, if the Pill Pavilion's momentum could form, it would be able to create a large number of experts. The combat power of Ascenders greatly surpassed native powerhouses in the first place. If there was the help of heavenly pills, it would naturally be even more like adding wings to a tiger. It was no exaggeration to say that it was changing the structure of Rain-Clear continent in the slightest. When he heard the news of Yi Yuan battling Zhang Yongning, Feng Shuani was dumbfounded too. The Pill Alliance came into being domineeringly. Who would have expected that they were actually forced by Yi Yuan into such a situation? Yi Yuan's agreement of 20 years was really not empty talk. If the Pill Pavilion's momentum formed, why would his martial secure heavenly sect still need to be scared of whatever Pill Alliance? What was laughable was that those short-sighted people in the sect were probably embarrassed until they had no face to come out anymore now, right? Feng Shuani, if Yi Yuan can really win, you can't go back on the promise that your Pill Pavilion made back then. Otherwise, my Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect will be the first to disapprove. Xianxia suddenly said. The so-called promise was Yi Yuan saying back then that the Pill Pavilion was an open faction and would not forcefully recruit heavenly alchemists like the Pill Alliance. This was of utmost importance to the other 4 sects. The heavenly alchemists were snatched away by you alone. What had it got to do with us still? At that point, after the Pill Pavilion rose, wouldn't it become another Pill Alliance? Feng Shuani nodded and said, "Central sect, please rest assured." Yi Yuan said before that as long as it's the 5 great heavenly sect's disciples, the Pill Pavilion will be completely open to them. As long as they are heavenly alchemists who joined the Pill Pavilion, they will be able to browse all of the pill formulas and receive the best training. After success, the 5 great heavenly sects disciples will return to their sects respectively and be their own masters. If Yi Yuan can win, the 5 of us can sign a treaty on the spot and keep to this constraint for generations to come. It's just that our 5 great heavenly sects are of the same breadth and branch to begin with. The rise of the Pill Pavilion also needs the support of the central sect and the 3 sects. Yang Jie's expression eased up slightly, and he said with a nod, "That's of course. If the Pill Pavilion is formed, our 5 sects should join forces and drive the Pill Alliance out of 5 light heavenly region." Feng Shuani nodded slightly, his gaze landing on the light screen again. He secretly cheered Yi Yuan on in his heart. There were no two ways about it. It all fell under the prerequisite that Yi Yuan could win. If Yi Yuan failed, the martial secure heavenly sect would likely suffer a devastating blow. The implications of this alchemy battle were seriously too great. No one expected that things would actually play out until like this. Each of the 2 people's alchemy battle was like a layer of a whirlpool. As the number of matches increased, this whirlpool got bigger and bigger, increasingly larger. Finally, it affected the entire Rainclear continent. Now, the general trend had already formed. No one could reverse it anymore. Most likely, the Pill Alliance's alliance chief also did not expect that there would be such consequences when he sent Song Yongning out. Right? The situation could no longer be controlled. These 2 people's alchemy battle would eventually collapse. Either the Pill Alliance collapses or the 5 light heavenly region crumbles. If the Pill Alliance collapsed, they would merely withdraw from 5 light heavenly region. But if the 5 light heavenly region collapsed, their days in the future would be difficult. Suddenly, Feng Shuani's gaze turned sharp. This alchemy battle that had dragged on finally made waves again. Dao Rule. Yang Jie's gaze turned intent and he cried out in surprise. "This is alchemy Dao Rule. But who brought this down?" Hua Zio said with a frown. At this time, the entire Cloud Arch Great Nation was in a stir. The sky was normal, but the air pressure over Cloud Arch Great Nation was low until it was depressing. Everyone felt as if the sky was pressing down. People started to realize that the victor of this drawn-out pinnacle showdown was finally going to be determined. It was just that, who on earth brought down this alchemy Dao Rule? Or maybe they both attracted it. On a watchtower in the city, 2 men were currently watching this alchemy battle from afar. Noticing the descent of the Dao Rule, one of them, a white-robed middle-aged man, had a hint of a smile revealed at the corners of his mouth. "Looks like the die is cast. Our arrangements are no longer necessary. Fei Bai, looks like your day of becoming famous worldwide will be postponed again." The white-robed middle-aged man looked at the man with a cold expression beside him as he said smilingly. The identities of these 2 men were extraordinary. The white-robed middle-aged man was the Pill Alliance's deputy alliance chief, Huangfu Cloudthink. And the man with a cold expression was the Pill Alliance's heavenly martial hall's hall master, the number 1 swordsman, Xiao Fei Bai. It was naturally impossible for this alchemy battle that swept throughout the entire Rainclear continent to not arouse the Pill Alliance's attention. In reality, the Pill Alliance's attention to this alchemy battle exceeded the 5 great heavenly sects' imagination. The Pill Alliance's deputy alliance chief and number 1 swordsman turned up in person. It was just that their whereabouts were very secretive. Plus, no one saw them at all. It was naturally not easy to be exposed. Furthermore, listening to the meaning in Huangfu Cloudthink's words, the Pill Alliance even made considerable arrangements targeting this alchemy battle. Xiao Feibai stood with his hands behind his back and said with a frosty expression, "To this Xiao, becoming famous or not isn't important. What's important is pursuing the limit of Sword Dao. I heard that the 5 great heavenly sects sect masters have formidable strength. This Xiao had the intention to fight. But unfortunately, the opportunity has yet to arrive." If these words were heard by others, it would definitely set the world on fire. The meaning in his words was actually to challenge the 5 great sect masters at the same time. Such words were seriously too arrogant. What kind of powerhouses were the 5 great sect masters? One could say that similarly heavenly sects, the sect masters of the 5 great heavenly sects, were much stronger than the likes of J-True heavenly sect. These were ascenders. Huangfu Cloudthink smiled and said, "Relax. There will be a chance. It's just that, a shame about Yi Yuan this boy. If he can join my Pill Alliance, it will definitely be like adding wings to a tiger." Even someone as cold as Xiao Feibai also nodded in agreement and said, "A grade 2 heavenly alchemist and even an ascender, being able to force Song Yongning to such a situation? Remarkable." His face did not have any expression, but the word remarkable was already sufficient to prove his approval of Yi Yuan. Song Yongning's strength, regardless of whether it was Xiao Feibai or Huangfu Cloudthink, they were well aware of it. Furthermore, Song Yongning's character was level-headed and he was absolutely not a flippant person. Otherwise, even if he was the Holy Sun, he could not have persevered through 3 months of alchemy battles too. Facing Yi Yuan's entanglement and being able to proceed steadily without making the slightest mistake for 3 months, this in itself explained everything. But it was also precisely because of this that it exhibited Yi Yuan's amazingness even more. Just as Song Yongning said, Yi Yuan was just an ascender, just a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Huangfu Cloudthink smiled and said, "It's just a pity. He's destined to be a dead man." It was not just the two of them from the Pill Alliance that came in. They already had more than 10 assassins lie in ambush in front of Cloud Leisure Establishment. If Yi Yuan won, Huangfu Cloudthink would give the order immediately to kill Yi Yuan. The implications of this battle were too great. Even the Pill Alliance could not afford to lose too. If they let the Pill Pavilion rise, it would cause tremendous losses to the Pill Alliance's interests. It was impossible for the Pill Alliance to sit by and watch the Pill Pavilion rise up. Dao Rule was invisible. No one knew who caused it the moment it dropped down. But in the view of the vast majority of the people, this was likely brought down by Holy Sun. Although this alchemy battle was deeply worrying, wanting to reach true grade just based on an alchemy battle, it was a little too ridiculous. True grade, since it was called a legendary grade, it was naturally difficult to the extreme. Didn't you see that even Holy Sun was unable to refine it after being disturbed by Yi Yuan for so long? The appearance of this scene caused many people to sigh. A rising alchemy overlord actually fell just like that. Song Yongning and Yi Yuan had clearly felt the appearance of this Dao Rule too. After 3 months of fierce fighting, it was finally time to show true ability. A hint of excitement and smugness flitted across Song Yongning's face. This battle was the most difficult to win since he made his debut. When the Pill Alliance sent him out, he absolutely never thought that this opponent would actually be so difficult. In these 3 months, he did not dare to relax the slightest bit. His entire person forced until he almost went mad. But he still did not dare to slack off. This was a test of will. He understood that even if there was any slacking off, the one who dies would be him. Fortunately, the clouds were dispelled and the bright moon could be seen. The Dao Rule finally came. Song Yongning knew that this battle was very hard won. But the benefits obtained were unimaginable too. This kind of tenacious and formidable opponent could only be encountered with luck but not by searching for it. He could feel through the aura that even at this moment when the Dao Rule had already descended, Yi Yuan was still completing the refinement fastidiously. This opponent was worthy of respect. The Dao Rule descended little by little. People could feel its existence, but could not see it. But they could feel that the falling speed of the Dao Rule was currently getting faster and faster. The two people's refinement reached the most critical moment. Condense! At virtually the same time, the two people yelled out this word. Then, the Dao Rule suddenly accelerated and dove down. Song Yongning laughed loudly and said, "Boy, you're an opponent worthy of respect. To be able to force this Holy Sun to this point, you can be sufficiently proud of yourself. But you're destined to become a stepping stone on this Holy Sun's alchemy path. You can go with peace of mind." Sigh, 3 months. To actually lost just like that. Really not resigned to it. This Dao Rule is indeed brought down by the Pill Alliance's Holy Sun? Us Ascenders finally had a chance to rise. But I didn't expect he is going to be defeated just like that. A series of lamenting came from all around. As Ascenders, they naturally hoped for Yi Yuan to win. It was just that sadly, no. There was only one Dao Rule that fell. If it was 2, Yi Yuan still had hopes of drawing. The result was already destined. At this time, the invisible Tao rule rushed faster and faster, falling straight to the mortal world. Boom! There was an intense tremor on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Among the dumbfounded people, it naturally included Song Yongning too, because this Tao rule did not fall into his medicine cauldron, but it landed in Yi Yuan's medicine cauldron. The whole place was deathly silent. In the royal palace, the 5 great sect masters had stupefied faces. On the watchtower, Huangfu Cloudthink and Xiao Feibai had shocked faces. Also, the various factions' big shots all had disbelief written all over their faces too. Yi Yuan won. Fighting fiercely for 3 months, Yi Yuan actually broke the shackles and suppressed the Pill Alliance's holy sun, refining true grade. Yi Yuan looked at Song Yongning and said with a slight smile, "I'll return those earlier words to you. You're indeed an opponent worthy of respect." Song Yongning was indeed an opponent worthy of respect. This was Song Yongning's most difficult battle. So how was it also not Yi Yuan's most difficult battle? Although this guy was haughty, one had to admit, he was absolutely an alchemy path genius. In alchemy, Yi Yuan had never been unduly humble. He knew that he himself was a peerless genius. But Song Yongning was no less inferior to him from any angle. This guy was remarkable, but that was also more worthy of victory. This battle, the harvest that Yi Yuan obtained, was inestimable. 3 months of fierce fighting had stimulated all the potential in his body. If he still could not break through like this, then Yi Yuan would also be too much of a failure. In reality, what was hard was not refining true grade. The truly difficult thing was refining true grade under the suppression of your opponent. That needed your strength to truly overwhelm your opponent. After 3 months of fierce fighting, Yi Yuan's and Song Yongning's improvements were tremendous. It was just that, the two of their suppression on their opponents kept maintaining the results at 9th grade perfection, that was all. If Song Yongning refined a pill by himself now, the chances of refining true grade would likely greatly increase. Actually, during the 26th match, Yi Yuan already felt that he had broken through. And all the way until now, the two had already fought 47 matches. Only then did Yi Yuan completely suppress Song Yongning in terms of strength and bring down the Tao rule. Of course, these were all internal. Only Yi Yuan himself knew about it. Even Song Yongning himself did not detect it either. Therefore, he thought that this Tao rule was attracted by him. The entire process was like boiling the frog slowly in warm water. By the time the frog realized the truth, he could not jump out anymore. Shock and disbelief were written all over Song Yongning's face. You, this is impossible. This isn't possible. He had never had such a setback in alchemy before. After 3 months of fierce fighting, he was actually surpassed by Yi Yuan in all aspects. This sort of thing should not have happened in his understanding. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and fired a stream of divine essence into the medicine cauldron. Buzz! The moment the medicine cauldron opened, an aura of great Tao instantly spread out. A crystal-like medicinal pill flew onto Yi Yuan's palm quietly. There was no dazzling brilliance of a 9th grade golden pill and also no medicinal fragrance that greeted the nose. There was nothing other than the simple and unadorned of returning to one's original simplicity. That was a crystal. It looked just like an ordinary glass ball, but it gave people an extraordinary feeling at a glance. On the watchtower, Huangfu Cloudthink's eyes turned sharp as he said, "Great Tao unembellished, returning to one's original simplicity. It's indeed true grade. If this boy isn't eliminated, he'll surely be my Pill Alliance's mortal calamity." Xiao Feibai nodded slightly, his figure flashing and disappearing on the spot. True grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill. It suspended on Yi Yuan's palm quietly just like that. After Song Yongning saw it, his expression could not help changing greatly, his eyes full of horror. True grade. It was really true grade. He was defeated. It's also my first time refining this. Since you're the Pill Alliance's holy son, you should be able to tell whether it's true grade or not, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile. He was not afraid of Song Yongning lying. Even if Song Yongning lied, Heavenly Tao would not lie. The two of them swore an origin divinity curse to Heavenly Tao. Regardless of whether or not Song Yongning admitted it, Heavenly Tao would judge it by itself. Song Yongning's expression was ashen. and his lips turned purple. Suddenly, he raised his head to the sky and gave a long howl and fell down in pain. The origin divinity curse erupted. Heavenly Tao backlash was immensely painful. And this scene also confirmed that the heavenly pill in Yi Yuan's hand was indeed true grade. True grade heavenly pill. It showed its true face in front of the world for the first time. This is a true grade heavenly pill? It's pure like white snow. Too incredible. Really too impressive. The spring of us ascenders is finally coming. Master Yi is mighty. Master Yi is mighty. No one paid attention to the loser. The ascenders present were all cheering joyfully. In the royal palace, Feng Shuani almost jumped up. He had an excited face as he said, "True grade. It's really true grade. This guy really did it. Ha ha ha." After the other 4 great sect masters' shock, they were also extremely envious when they saw Feng Shuani's appearance. But sadly, Yi Yuan was born in the martial secure heavenly sect. If he was born in their sect, how great would that be? Although the Pill Pavilion would not restrict the background of the disciples, as martial secure heavenly sect's subsidiary force, the benefits obtained by the sect were self-evident. Quickly go to the scene. The more commotion it is at this time, the more careful we have to be, Xianxia suddenly said. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly put away their excitement and rushed to Cloud Leisure Establishment. The entire Cloud Arch Great Nation was seething with excitement. All of the ascenders were cheering joyfully. Yi Yuan's victory was not just his own victory, it was also the victory of ascenders. His victory would usher in a new era and bring glad tidings to ascenders. In a sense, the significance of Yi Yuan's victory even surpassed Xue Bufan. The cheers even drowned out Song Yungning's painful groans. Amidst these cheers, Song Yungning's voice gradually weakened and finally quietened. An alchemy genius of his generation fell here. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan. I indeed didn't misjudge you. You vented my martial secure heavenly sex frustration for the past 20 years. Amidst the loud laugh, Luo Yunqin headed straight for Yi Yuan. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. In the crowd, several dozen piercing cold killing intent suddenly lit up. All of a sudden, corpses flew about randomly around Yi Yuan. At the same time, there were actually several dozen figures that charged towards him. Each one of them, their strengths were so powerful that it was suffocating the people around them. Jade Sovereign Heaven. Dozens of Jade Sovereign Heavens. Yes, dozens of people more than the assassins arranged by the Pill Alliance. The ones who wanted Yi Yuan dead were not just like Pill Alliance. The other 4 great heavenly regions' heavenly sects did not want Yi Yuan to live either. The sensation caused by this matter was seriously far too great. It was naturally impossible for the 4 great heavenly regions to stay aloof from the affair. The rise of the Pill Pavilion did not just threaten the interests of the Pill Alliance. There was even the safety of the 4 great heavenly regions. Therefore, Yi Yuan must die. Luo Yunqing's expression changed wildly, immediately feeling his scalp tingle. In just an instant, he felt it. 31 people. 31 Jade Sovereign Heavens. In order to kill a greater sublime heavenly stratum, 31 Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratums were dispatched at once. The Pill Alliance really put down the blood capital. However, he did not have time to think too much either. His entire person immediately turned into a sharp sword and rushed toward Yi Yuan. At this moment, he only had one thought: to protect Yi Yuan from dying. Even if he died, Yi Yuan could not die. The significance of Yi Yuan's existence was too great. But he just moved, and Uncle Wen moved already. Uncle Wen, Song Yongning's follower, was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse too. Furthermore, his strength was only stronger and not weaker than Luo Yunqing. Get lost! Luo Yunqing's eyes turned bloodshot from anger and he roared furiously. Uncle Wen was expressionless and said with indifference, "Give up. Even if immortals come today, they can't save Yi Yuan either. He must die." Bang, bang, bang. In virtually an instant, Uncle Wen and Luo Yunqing exchanged more than 10 moves. But Luo Yunqing could not shake Uncle Wen off. And those 31 Jade Sovereign Heavens already rushed over. Yi Yuan was in grave danger. Audacious fellow. To dare cause trouble on my Xianxia heavenly sect's territory. Deserves to be killed. A stern yell came from above the void. It was Ling Wanqing. The 5 great sect masters rushed over at the same time. The Pill Alliance made thorough preparations. So how could the 5 great heavenly sects be amateurs? The 5 great sect masters moving out at the same time, how shocking was the commotion? And right at this time, an astonishing sword rose to the sky, flying straight for the 5 great sect masters. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being greatly shocked. Who was this? To actually dare make a move against the 5 great sect masters with his strength alone? Who could this person be if not Xiao Feibai? In a single breath, Xiao Feibai clashed with the 5 great sect masters. In a blink, Xiao Feibai and the 5 great sect masters exchanged more than 100 moves. The 5 great sect masters were actually unable to free themselves for some time. It had long already fallen into a mess in front of Cloud Leisure Establishment. The 5 great heavenly sects Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses also moved out in full force at this time. It was just that their reaction was clearly not as fast as the Pill Alliance and other factions. Even though they made a move, they could only hinder a dozen over people. There were still nearly 20 Jade Sovereign Heavens who rushed in front of Yi Yuan. When Feng Shuani saw this scene, his heart could not help palpitating, thinking inwardly that it was over. With Yi Yuan's bit of strength, how could there be any fluke under the joint killing of 20 Jade Sovereign Heavens? The nearest one was less than 200 feet away from Yi Yuan. This bit of distance was but a single breath to a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. From the start until now, Yi Yuan did not even move a muscle, looking like he was scared silly. When that Jade Sovereign Heaven saw this scene, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Personally killing a genius who could defeat Holy Sun was a great sense of accomplishment. When the Huangfu Cloud Think on the watchtower saw this scene, a hint of smile similarly flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "No matter how monstrous the genius, it's also useless if he's dead. Boy, you showed too much of your ability." But very soon, the smile on his face froze. Those dozen over people rushing towards Yi Yuan actually stopped at the same time, and Yi Yuan's figure also floated out from under the siege of more than a dozen people unhurriedly. An expression of shock appeared on Huangfu Cloudthink's face, and he muttered, What's going on here?" Suddenly, his gaze turned intent. He saw that wafts of hot steam actually emerged on top of those Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses' heads. Seeing this scene, how could Huangfu Cloudthink still not understand what had happened? Used poison? A greater sublime heavenly stratum, what kind of poison did he use to be able to affect 20 Jade Sovereign Heavens at the same time? Huangfu Cloudthink's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice. This scene similarly landed in the eyes of Feng Shuani, Luo Yunqing, and the rest. Seeing Yi Yuan succeed in breaking out of the encirclement, their minds could not help quivering. This boy had such shocking moves. Facing the besiegement of nearly 20 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, he could actually escape safe and sound. Seeing Yi Yuan float out unhurriedly, the faces of those Jade Sovereign Heavens all revealed indignant expressions. Not that they did not want to kill, but that they were strong in will but lacking in strength. Although this poison was not lethal, it severely affected their movements. Especially one of the poisons, it even had a numbing effect. That Jade Sovereign Heaven who charged right at the front had a baleful look on his face. Just earlier, he suddenly discovered that he was poisoned. Furthermore, he got hit by many poisons. He suddenly discovered that he actually got caught in a poison formation. Roughly calculating, he was actually hit by 100 kinds of poison. Furthermore, the effects of these poisons were different from each other. Some targeted the meridians, some targeted the divine essence, some even targeted the origin divinity. With 100 types of poisons superimposed together, it actually made his bodily functions temporarily fall into paralysis. Just like a machine that suddenly jammed. This guy was clearly right under his nose, but he was unable to take action. Damn it. These Jade Sovereign Heavens did not dare to dawdle, expelling the poison on the spot. There were many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses of the 5 great heavenly sects lying in wait on every side. Getting poisoned at this time, even if it was just getting poisoned a little, it would be fatal. Sure enough, right at this time, the 5 great heavenly sects Jade Sovereign Heavens arrived. The last 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens at the back were directly hacked to death. Just this tiny bit of delay, Those Jade Sovereign Heaven assassins all fell into passiveness. And Yi Yuan also directly floated to the safe area. Ha ha ha? Terrific lad. Indeed you didn't let me down. Yi Yuan, wait a moment, this sect master will be there right away. When Feng Shuani saw Yi Yuan escape with his life, he could not resist letting out a loud laugh and said to the other 4 great sect masters, I'll leave this guy to you all. I'm going to protect Yi Yuan. Go on. Xianxia answered. No matter how strong Xiao Feibai was, it was also impossible to tie down 5 great sect masters at the same time. His appearance earlier was just in order to buy a little time for the people below. Now that the plan fell through, with 4 great sect masters pinning him down, it was enough. Feng Shuani forced Xiao Feibai back with one move, his figure flying toward Yi Yuan like an arrow that left the bowstring. Xiao Feibai still had a frosty expression, but during the fierce battle his brows furrowed slightly. He knew that the plan failed. However, Xiao Feibai's strength still shocked the 5 great sect masters. Facing the siege of 5 great sect masters, Xiao Feibai could actually hold out for so long. This level of strength was simply astonishing. The 5 great sect masters knew in their hearts that Xiao Feibai's strength was not beneath any of theirs. Just who is your esteemed self? Xianxia asked. Xiao Feibai's hand movements did not slow as he said coolly. Pill Alliance's Heavenly Martial Hall, Xiao Feibai. This battle today, the name of the 5 great sect masters indeed lives up to the reputation. Unfortunately, I can't battle to my heart's content. In the future, this Xiao will naturally seek guidance from the 5 of you. Farewell. Sword intent surged on Xiao Feibai's body, and he suddenly slashed out with a sword. This sword was amazing to the extreme. When the Luo Yunqing, who was currently in a fierce battle, felt this sword intent, his expression immediately changed wildly. His gaze revealed a strong battle intent. Xiao Feibai's sword shocked him immensely. Too strong. Talented people indeed remained in concealment in the Pill Alliance. Repelling the 4 great sect masters with a sword, Xiao Feibai's figure moved, disappearing from the sky. Withdraw. At the same time he even left behind a word. The Pill Alliance's powerhouses knew that this matter already could not go through and retreated one after another. On the watchtower, Huangfu Cloudthink frowned and said, 100 poison formation. I didn't expect that this boy's poison path can actually reach such a level. What a formidable boy. Finished saying, Huangfu Cloudthink's figure flashed, disappearing. Looking at Xiao Feibai's distant figure, the 4 great sect masters had solemn faces. I didn't expect that the Pill Alliance actually has such a formidable expert. His strength is likely not beneath any of us. Hua Zio exclaimed with a sigh. Heh. No need to put feathers in your own cap. In a one-on-one we might not be his match, Xianxia said with a cold smile. Hua Zio's expression choked. But he did not refute as well. He knew that what Xianxia said was the truth. This Xiao Feibai's strength was extremely strong. Ling Wanqing sighed and said, This Pill Alliance has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Within a short 2 months, they could mobilize so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Most likely, their strength far exceeds our imagination. This faction is even more terrifying than we imagined. Xianxia nodded slightly and said, Our 5 sects can't be in a state of disunity anymore. At this rate, the dominion that Lord Zhuobufan won over will be lost by us eventually. In Shangyu Heavenly Sect's main hall, the 5 great sect masters were seated according to guest and host. The 6th seat was Yi Yuan. Even many highly qualified Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were positioned below Yi Yuan too. It could be seen what kind of height this battle made Yi Yuan's status reach, becoming famous across the land with one battle. Yi Yuan and Cang Yongning's alchemy battle subverted the world's understanding of alchemy, including these sect elders present. Only now did they know that there was even true grade above 9th grade. It turned out that affinity was not set in stone. Only then did they know how deep the Pill Alliance's foundation was. In reality, after this battle, the 5 great sect masters' dread toward the Pill Alliance grew deeper. What kind of terrifying powerhouses could such a powerful alchemy path faction groom? Xiao Feibai was merely one of them. Gentlemen, for so many years, we've been frogs at the bottom of a well. The strength that the Pill Alliance exhibited this time astonishes this sect master greatly. Not just their alchemy path strength, but also martial path strength. Yang Jie's gaze swept across everyone's faces, his words full of solemnness. Xiao Feibai's appearance gave the 5 great sect masters tremendous pressure. When Ling Wanqing heard that, he also followed up, "The strength of that man with a cold expression is only more and not less compared to the 5 of us. The sensation that this alchemy battle caused is too sudden, most likely the Pill Alliance is caught off guard too. But, just judging from the strength that they displayed this time, the Pill Alliance's strength is unfathomable." Yang Jie nodded slightly and said, "The Pill Alliance rose after Lord Zhuo went missing. This faction is very mysterious. It rarely shows its strength in front of others. All along, we only know that the heavenly alchemists that come from the Pill Alliance are very strong. But only all the way until today do we know that they are not just strong, but strong beyond our imagination. With their alchemy path strength, they can completely create a batch of martial Dao army whose strength doesn't lose to us ascenders." Feng Shuani nodded and said, "The Pill Alliance boycotting my martial secure heavenly sect this time. It has likely been premeditated for a long time. They should have felt that their accumulated strength is already sufficient to go from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. They boycotted my martial secure heavenly sect in order to awe the world and reveal its strength. It's just that they didn't expect that my martial secure heavenly sect produced a Yi Yuan, completely disrupting their plans." The words of the few great sect masters made the expressions of the various sects' elders become very solemn. Clearly, they felt tremendous pressure too. In the Pill Alliance, the vast majority were native powerhouses. And native powerhouses and ascenders were naturally 2 camps that had clear distinctions between each other. Even wanting to fish in troubled waters was very, very difficult. Therefore, the Pill Alliance's existence was like a sharp sword, suspending high above their heads. Yang Jie said, "Presently, our 5-light heavenly region has already made a clean break with the Pill Alliance. Our 5 sect masters have already decided that from now on, our 5 sects will work together to completely eliminate the Pill Alliance's forces." The elders trembled all over. Many people's faces revealed looks of hesitation. A white-browed elder said with a frown, "Sect Master Yang, this matter is likely inappropriate, right? Completely breaking away from the Pill Alliance, the disciples are still fine, but how will we, these Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratums, cultivate in the future?" Although the 5 great sect masters already reached a consensus on this matter, but within each sect it was also not harmonious. Those who took issue with it were not in a minority. In reality, with regards to the operation this time, each sect had many elders who objected to it in the first place. Otherwise, how could it be the Pill Alliance and other sects turned to act wildly in the 5-light heavenly region's territory? The various sect elders that came to Cloud Arch Great Nation this time were just a few. At this time, another elder spoke up and said, 5 sect masters, just a holy son of the Pill Alliance already has such formidable strength. Then what kind of realm would the alchemy Dao of the leader of the Pill Alliance reach? Yi Yuan's talent and strength are indeed very strong. But can he refine grade 4 heavenly pills? Our 5 sects added together currently only has Chu Yen and Dong Rui, 2 grade 4 heavenly alchemists too. Can the Pill Pavilion take out grade 4 heavenly pills to support our 5 great heavenly sects' Jade Sovereign Heavens? No matter how strong Yi Yuan is, he's also merely on the same level as the Pill Alliance's holy son. He isn't Lord Zhuo Bufan and can't support us ascenders. It's all this brat's fault. If not for him, we also wouldn't have ended up in this situation with the Pill Alliance. Yang Jie's suggestion was strongly opposed by many elders. Although these people were not the leaders of a sect, they had a great say in the sect. The weight of the words that they said was very heavy. Although the sect master was strong, it was also impossible to cover the sky with one hand in such a large sect. Therefore, there was an alliance this time. Hearing these elders' righteous objections, the 5 great sect masters all furrowed their brows tightly. Being able to become sect masters, their horizons and courage were not what these elders could compare to. Perhaps the 5 great heavenly sects each had their own interests, but on major issues of principle the 5 people were surprisingly unanimous. Witnessing the Pill Alliance's might, the 5 people all deeply realized that they could no longer do things independently. If the 5 great heavenly sects still did not band up, the crisis of the 5 light heavenly region would probably be arriving soon. But these elders clearly could not see this. In their view, immediate interests were more important. What interests? Heavenly pills. Grade 4 heavenly pills, high-quality grade 4 heavenly pills. Only the Pill Alliance could provide them. Therefore, they did not want to shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Pill Alliance. Each and every one of these elders' blood boiled with indignation, but the spearhead of the words gradually pointed toward Yi Yuan. The fiercest one was the white-browed elder. He was the myriad manifestation heavenly sect's second elder, Duan Yongchun. Do as I say. Take Yi Yuan down and send him to the Pill Alliance to make amends and appease their wrath, Duan Yongchun said. Enough! Feng Shuani seriously could not listen anymore. He berated angrily and said, Duan Yongchun, use your brain to think properly. Do you really think that the Pill Alliance is a charity? They are actually using heavenly pills to control the entire Rainclear continent. Duan Yongchun sneered and said, Hoo-hoo. This Duan's words. If Sect Master Feng doesn't like to hear it, forget it. But these words are overly exaggerating things to raise an alarm. The Rainclear continent is so big. How can it be what a Pill Alliance can control? Feng Shuani still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan suddenly stood up. The 5 great sect masters were taken aback, not knowing what he was going to do. Yi Yuan slowly walked towards Duan Yongchun, but the latter was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, What? Master Yi is going to denounce this Duan publicly for some crimes. Fool! Yi Yuan spat out a word indifferently. Duan Yongchuan's gaze turned sullen and he said in a cold voice, What did you say? Yi Yuan said coolly, I said, Fool! Everyone present, you are all fools. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the various sects' elders changed one after another. Boy! A measly little greater sublime heavenly stratum actually dares to insult us, deserves to die. Who the hell do you think you are to actually dare utter wild ravings? Do you really think that this elder doesn't dare to do anything to you? Sect Master Feng, does your marshal secure heavenly sect disciplined disciples like this? The elders were furious and scolded Yi Yuan angrily one after another. Yi Yuan just smiled indifferently and said, Sorry, I'm not a disciple. This Yi is marshal secure heavenly sect's elder. My status being equivalent to everyone. So, what's wrong with scolding you fools? Duan Yongchuan's gaze turned dark, and he looked toward Feng Shuani and said, Sect Master Feng, don't blame me for not giving you face. If your marshal secure heavenly sect doesn't give this elder an explanation today, don't blame this Duan for not being courteous. While talking, Duan Yongchuan's aura suddenly erupted, looking toward Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression. Feng Shuani's expression changed. He knew that Duan Yongchun really got angry. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, An idiot like you don't know how you became an elder. You want an explanation? Fine. I'll explain it to you. Wu Chengchao, come in. Yi Yuan's voice passed right through the great hall. Very soon, Wu Chengchao came in. Wu Chengchao was just a sect protector. He did not have the qualifications to take part in this level of alliance meeting. However, Yi Yuan specially summoned him over. Seeing Wu Chengchao, everyone was very puzzled. Wu Chengchao pays respect to the sect masters and elders. Facing so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, Wu Chengchao's expression was somewhat pale. Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of you calling a sect protector here? Duan Yongchun said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan ignored him, turned to Chu Yan, and said, Elder Chu, are you interested in fighting a match with our martial secure, heavenly sect's grade 3, heavenly alchemist? Chu Yan raised his eyebrows, obviously a little surprised. He was Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect's Elder and also Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect's 1 and only Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. He naturally had the qualifications to be here. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had him compete in alchemy with a martial secure Heavenly Sect protector. If it was Yi Yuan taking action, he would naturally directly surrender. But, against a puny little Grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist, he did not take him seriously. Chu Yan smiled and said, Looks like Elder Yi feels that this old man isn't his match? Yi Yuan was not reserved either. nodding as he said coolly, "That's right. Xianxia was single-handedly trained by me. You're not his match." Murmur. There was an uproar in the Great Hall. This boy was also too not low profile. Did you think that everyone was a genius like you? Yi Yuan had not entered the sect for a long time either. It was merely a short 10 years. Considering this period, he was not in the sect for a very long time. Yi Yuan casually taught Wu Chengqiao, and then he could deal with Elder Chu Yan? Highly boastful. Ha ha ha. It's hilarious. Yi Yuan, is it possible that you saw that the current atmosphere was very depressing and are deliberately trying to diffuse the tense? When Duan Yongchun heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said coolly, "Elder Duan, when I competed in alchemy with the Pill Alliance's holy son, I signed an origin divinity curse. Why don't you try it too?" Duan Yongchun's expression changed and he immediately shut up. Although he did not feel that Wu Chengqiao could win in his heart, but agreeing to an origin divinity curse because of this sort of thing, he would be pretty much insane. Seeing Duan Yongchun's expression, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "If you don't dare, shut up, Elder Duan. No one will treat you as a mute." "You!" Duan Yongchun choked up until he could not speak. Chu Yan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not understanding where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. He naturally knew about Wu Chengqiao. The 5 great heavenly sects only had few famous heavenly alchemists. Even so, who did not know the others? No matter how terrible Wu Chengqiao was, he was, at any rate, a grade 3 heavenly alchemist too. He could barely manage to enter Chu Yan's sights. It was just that in his view, Wu Chengqiao's strength was very average. In fact, he belonged to the low end among the 5 great heavenly sects grade 3 heavenly alchemists. Such a guy was casually trained by Yi Yuan for a few dozen years and he could defeat him? He did not believe it. Since Elder Yi has this intention, fine then. What's the harm in this old man taking action once? Chu Yan said. Actually, Chu Yan admired Yi Yuan very much. An ascender whose affinity was only 1 point being able to reach this point, it was simply outrageous to hear. Chu Yan's affinity was very high. That was how he could reach the realm of grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Yi Yuan's appearance could be said to be a milestone figure to ascender heavenly alchemists. If there was an opportunity, he would naturally be willing to ask Yi Yuan for advice or two. As for why Yi Yuan was so strong, as a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, Chu Yan naturally wanted to know very much. Therefore, he gave Yi Yuan some face. "This, Yi Yuan, can Wu Chengqiao do it?" Feng Shuani pulled Yi Yuan to one side and could not resist asking. He also did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly pull an unusual move to actually make Wu Chengqiao go against Chu Yan. He had confidence in Yi Yuan, but Wu Chengqiao, he really did not have much confidence. One had to know these few years martial secure heavenly sects heavenly medicines were scarce. Wu Chengqiao did not have that many heavenly medicines to practice as well. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Sect Master, rest assured, Yi Yuan won't mess around. Wu Chengqiao's current strength is definitely above Chu Yan's." Although Yi Yuan said it with certainty, Feng Shuani was still not confident. When this scene landed in Duan Yongchun's eyes, there naturally could not dispense with a bout of cold sneers. If Wu Chengqiao won, then things could naturally be discussed. But if Wu Chengqiao lost, this matter could be seized on to make an issue out of it. In his view, the Pill Alliance was not very aggressive and would not take part in the 5 great heavenly region struggles. How could an alchemy faction have such great ambitions? The main hall was very large. The alchemy battle venue was in the center of the main hall. All of the elders could see the 2 people compete in alchemy clearly. Chu Yan's strength naturally went without saying. When grade 4 heavenly alchemist was put out there, no matter how weak he was, he could not be that weak. Rather, it was Wu Chengqiao. No one was optimistic about him at all. These 2 people's alchemy battle was not as earth-shaking as Yi Yuan and Holy Sun. It could be said that it was all within the scope of mortals. Therefore, until that moment when the medicinal pill's quality came out, there was no way to tell who was stronger. After several hours, the 2 people's grade 3 heavenly pills came out of the furnace respectively. The heavenly pill was chosen by Yi Yuan, grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill. When Chu Yan's heavenly pill was put on the Cloud Mount Motherstone, the scale reached upper 7th grade very quickly. This result naturally attracted a series of exclamations. Haha! Good! Indeed well deserving of being Master Chu Yan. His skills are extraordinary. A grade 3 foundation establishment, heavenly pill being able to reach upper 7th grade, it already exceeded the limits of a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Heh? I don't believe that he, Wu Chengqiao, can reach 8th grade. When many elders saw this result, they all had gloating faces. Clearly, Wu Chengqiao's foundation establishment heavenly pill did not reach 9th grade. Then, only by reaching 8th grade could he suppress Chu Yan. This was virtually impossible to a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Actually, Wu Chengqia himself was also not confident. In the past 20 years, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect did not have sufficient grade 3 heavenly medicines for him to practice at all. But he did not spend his days in a muddle-headed manner. These 20 years, he used even more time to study grade 2 heavenly pills and grade 1 heavenly pills. These methods were all taught to him by Yi Yuan. Wu Chengqiao did not feel resentment because Yi Yuan made use of him. On the contrary, he was very grateful to Yi Yuan, because he could see his own improvement in alchemy path strength. With a flustered feeling, Wu Chengqiao moved his own grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill onto the Cloud Mount Motherstone. The scale skyrocketed. The moment when the scale stopped, the entire hall cried out in exclamation. Middle 8th grade. How is this possible? Based on Wu Chengqiao's strength, he can actually cultivate the grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill to middle 8th grade. Duan Yongcheng cried out strangely with a look of disbelief. A salted fish had a day where it gained a new lease on life too. Even Wu Chengqiao himself also did not dare to believe this result in front of him. Look at the surprised expression on his face and one would understand. When did I become so strong? Wu Chengqiao looked at his own 2 hands as he said with a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan smiled and said, It's not that you're strong, but that they are too weak. Your current strength is not even as good as those establishment lords that I challenged. Hearing this, Chu Yan's old face could not help turning red, immediately feeling a little angry from embarrassment. But, on second thought, what Yi Yuan said was the truth too. Compared to the likes of Yi Yuan and Song Yongning, he was really far too lacking. One had to know he was already a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, but he was not as good as a grade 2 heavenly alchemist in refining grade 2 heavenly pills. The difference in between was not just an iota. Yi Yuan looked at Duan Yongchun and said with a cold smile, Elder Duan, don't know if you're satisfied with this explanation or not? Duan Yongchun's face turned black, and he said with a cold snort, What can this explain? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Can't even tell from this. That's why I called you stupid. You. Duan Yongchun nearly lost it. Yi Yuan ignored him but had a serious expression as he said in a solemn voice, calling everyone stupid might sound a little nasty, but this is how things stand. One sentence made the expressions of these elders become even uglier. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all and continued, Why does the Pill Alliance sell medicinal pills to you all but also cherish their heavenly medicine techniques? If not for the Holy Sun making a move, you all, these Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, probably won't even know that there's true grade, right? Use your brain slightly to think, and you'll also know that there are malicious motives being covered up here. The hostility between native powerhouses and ascenders has been long-standing. If Shuabufan had the same thought as you guys back then, pinning hopes on that native powerhouses will coexist in peace with you all, then there also wouldn't be today's 5 Light Heavenly region anymore. Or is it that you all have ascended for too long and already take yourselves to be a native faction? It's just that, you take yourselves to be a native faction, but do others treat you as their own people? Yi Yuan's words were naturally filled with ridicule. The words were harsh, but the logic was not wrong. Got to admit, these people indeed had this kind of mentality that was making mischief. They naturally would not think that they were native powerhouses. But the long period of peace had ground away their spirit. They were already not those ascenders back then long ago. There were reasons why ascenders were powerful. Firstly, it was because their road toward their present status was filled with trials and tribulations. Secondly, it was because of the rain-clear continent's environment. The 5 great heavenly regions were extremely hostile towards ascenders. This also left ascenders no choice but to rise up in resistance. But Shuabufan won over a great heavenly region and let ascenders have a place to rest. Hence, people started living a peaceful life after achieving some small accomplishments, feeling satisfied and content. It was also precisely because of this mentality that propagated the attitudes of the likes of Duan Yongchun. What's most laughable is that the 5 great heavenly sects are of the same breadth and branch. In the end, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect was boycotted by the Pill Alliance. There was actually not one sect that lent a helping hand. It seemed like the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect getting destroyed will give you all a great deal of benefits. Have you guys thought before that the Pill Alliance wants to crumble the 5 great heavenly sects through precisely this kind of means? Today, it's the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. Tomorrow, will it be your myriad manifestation heavenly sect? These words made the faces of the 4 sects' sect masters become unnatural. They only made up their minds to fall out with the Pill Alliance because of Yi Yuan's rise too. If not for this, they really would not have been able to make up their minds. Prior to this, they indeed had the thought of protecting personal interest and staying out of trouble. But Yi Yuan and Cang Yongning's alchemy battle directly swept them in and forced them to break away from the Pill Alliance. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching as he continued, "That's right. Breaking away from the Pill Alliance now will indeed have a pain period for a while. But if we don't experience this period of pain, Ascenders will never be able to lift our heads up. Yes, my current strength is indeed inferior to the chief of the Pill Alliance. But how can you dare say with certainty that I'll be inferior to him in the future? If the Holy Sun came into being, can you imagine that there would be an Ascender heavenly alchemist to defeat him? As for grade 4 heavenly alchemists, this isn't a problem at all. You guys have seen Wu Chengchao's strength too. I have the confidence to let him reach the realm of grade 4 within 10 years. Moreover, we still have Chu Yen and Dong Rui, the 2 elders. Their realm is already there. It's just that their foundation isn't stable. As long as they join the Pill Pavilion, this Yi dares to guarantee to let them take out heavenly pills that won't lose to the Pill Alliance within 30 years. These words made the 5 great sect masters shudder all over. What they wanted was this. It was just that in their view, while Yi Yuan was formidable, it was far too difficult to make others reach Yi Yuan's realm. This was why they were somewhat lacking in confidence. "Elder Yi, is this true?" Xianxia could not resist asking. "Yeah, Elder Yi. You can't make this joke in front of all of the elders." Feng Shuani also said rather worriedly. Even Chu Yen was also somewhat nervous as he said, "Elder Yi, can this Chu really do it?" Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Elder Chu, you don't need to belittle your own capability. Actually, you guys merely had both eyes hoodwinked by the Pill Alliance. Under such shallow and ignorant circumstances, you guys could still reach the realm of grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Your alchemy path talent is likely even stronger than the Pill Alliance's elders. It's just that you guys didn't know the right way to cultivate. That's all. As long as you guys join the Pill Pavilion, this he dares to guarantee to let your strength be reborn anew within 30 years. Yi Yuan was naturally not saying these with all talk but no promises. In reality, he already had a score in his heart when he observed Chu Yen refining the pill just now. Wu Chengchao's talent was pretty good too, but Chu Yan's talent was significantly stronger than Wu Chengchao. The things that Wu Chengchao could do, if Chu Yen wanted to do them, it would not take much time at all. Just as grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, for example, Yi Yuan spent nearly 20 years' time in order to cultivate it to the extreme back then. But to Chu Yen, probably spending a few months' time would be enough. It was just that they did not know the right method. The words made Chu Yen feel like a maiden with love in the air, his heart going pit-a-pat. Virtually without thinking, Chu Yen said, "Okay, I'll join the Pill Pavilion." At this time, Dong Rui also stood up and said, "This old man joins the Pill Pavilion too." With 4 grade 4 heavenly alchemists joining the Pill Pavilion at the same time, this weight became heavy. To Ascenders, these 2 were solitary seedlings. Their statuses were evident at a glance. In the sect, the 2 of their statuses even did not lose to the sect master. Yang Jie's gaze swept across everyone's faces and he said coolly, "Who else has objections?" Duan Yongchun opened his mouth, still wanting to say something. But in the end, he did not speak. "All right, then this matter is settled like this. From today onwards, the 5 great heavenly sects will join forces and completely purge the Pill Alliance's forces out of 5 light heavenly region. In addition, we'll also exhaust the power of the 5 sects to help strengthen the Pill Pavilion. Yi Yuan, whatever your Pill Pavilion needs, feel free to open your mouth. But all jokes aside, if the big talk that you boasted today isn't realized in the future, don't blame this sect master for not being courteous. Xianxia said in a loud voice. After the Shangyu Alliance meeting, the 5 great heavenly sects started mopping up. However, the Pill Alliance's withdrawal was also within expectations. As if overnight, all of the Pill Alliance's forces became devoid of people. Having orders executed without fail like this, it also made the 5 great sect masters secretly heighten their vigilance. This Pill Alliance was not simple. The Pill Pavilion officially went into operations and recruited disciples with the name of the 5 great heavenly sects. Yi Yuan was the first Pill Pavilion's pavilion lord. His status equivalent to the 5 great heavenly sects sect masters. For some time, the Pill Pavilion's limelight had no equal. Very soon, Yi Yuan published a series of measures and established a complete set of measures within the boundary of the 5 light heavenly region, replacing the gap left behind by the Pill Alliance's withdrawal. With regards to this set of measures, Yi Yuan was long already very accustomed to this due to his past experiences when in the lower realms. So when he executed it, it went very smoothly. And these measures also gained instant results, letting the Pill Pavilion gain a firm foothold very quickly. The status of the Pill Pavilion was established swiftly, and it also made the 5 great sect masters and each sect's elders secretly speechless, marveling at Yi Yuan's ability to be in control. Different from the Pill Alliance's cherishing of their own belongings, the Pill Pavilion was completely open style. Firstly, the 5 great heavenly sects' heavenly alchemists could browse the Pill Pavilion's pill formulas and heavenly medicine techniques unconditionally. As for some of the other factions' heavenly alchemists, after confirming their loyalty, it would also be released to varying degrees. In fact, Yi Yuan even invited the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect's Formation Master, cracking the few pieces of jade slips that Zhong Jianqiu left behind, sharing it to the Pill Pavilion. With regards to the 5 great heavenly sects' valuable pill formulas, heavenly medicine techniques, and such, Yi Yuan carried out a tidying up effort and consolidating them and categorizing them into different classes. It was equivalent to establishing the cultivation system of Ascender heavenly alchemists anew. His series of moves made the heavenly alchemists prostrate on all fours in admiration. Very soon, Yi Yuan gained extremely high prestige among these heavenly alchemists. In addition, the appearance of the Pill Pavilion also made the 5 great heavenly sects band up together tightly. All of these changes made the 5 great heavenly sects take on a completely new outlook. In the 9th year, Wu Chengxiao broke through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum, becoming the 3rd grade 4 heavenly alchemist of the 5 great heavenly sects. And at this time, there was still over 1 year left from the 20-year deadline that Yi Yuan had once said. No one in the martial secure heavenly sect from top to bottom dared to criticize or comment anymore. Even Shi Feiyu and Head Elder also shut their mouths sensibly. As for Han Chenyun, he even had his position of protector taken away by the sect, his cultivation sealed. He was detained at the Remorse Cliff, disciplining him as a warning. By the 20th year, 3 more people broke through to grade 4 heavenly alchemist consecutively. The Pill Pavilion's grade 4 heavenly alchemist grew to as many as 6 people all at once. As for grade 3 and grade 2 heavenly alchemists, a blowout-style eruption also emerged. Clearly, Yi Yuan's influence on the Pill Pavilion already gradually formed an effect. It seemed as if the 5 light heavenly region had entered a period of revitalization. Everything was moving towards prosperity. But it was also right at this time that there was a sudden turn of events. Apart from the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect, the other 4 major sects were being continuously harassed by the 4 great heavenly regions. The frontier area was in constant chaos. Very clearly, the 4 great heavenly regions could not hold back anymore. Sect Master, I said it long ago, can't do things like this. At least, can't shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Pill Alliance for the time being. Now I hit the mark, right? That bullshit Pill Pavilion seems to be doing really well, but until now they can't bring out a decent heavenly pill. The heavenly pills that Chu Yen refined are still significantly worse when compared to the Pill Alliance's heavenly pills. Heh! I want to see how that boy gets through it when the time comes. In Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect's main hall, Duan Yongchun said with a sneer on his face. With the 4 great heavenly regions launching an attack at the same time, the border hostilities were intensified. As the central sect Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect, it was naturally impossible to look on with folded arms. At this time, the various great elders were gathered here to discuss this matter. But since the beginning, Duan Yongchun already pointed the spearhead at Yi Yuan, feeling that this matter was entirely caused by him. Even after 20 years had passed, he was still an advocate of peace. Of course, this was also because the quality of the grade 4 heavenly pills that Chuyen they all refined kept failing to improve. When it reached grade 4 heavenly pill this level, how could wanting to improve by a little be that easy? And this also gave Duan Yongchun a handle for gossip. With Duan Yongchun jumping like this, Yang Jie was very irritated too. The results that the pill pavilion had obtained, that was obvious to all. As long as the pill pavilion was given enough time, the pill pavilion would definitely be able to reach the point where they could contend with the pill alliance. Yet, Duan Yongchun, this fellow, was indifferent to it. Yang Jie said impatiently, "Elder Duan, it's only been 20 years. Do you think that grooming heavenly alchemists is like kids playing house? Let alone it's grade 4 heavenly alchemist." Duan Yongchun smiled coldly and said, "It's indeed not playing house, but now the pill alliance won't give us time. I want to ask Sect Master. Once a full-scale war is launched, with our 5 great heavenly sects' current strength, can we be the 4 great heavenly regions match? Let alone that there's even a pill alliance casting covetous eyes at the back. The matter this time, no need to guess, and one would also know that it was the pill alliance manipulating at the back." In reality, the 5 great sect masters were all secretly shocked. They did not expect that the pill alliance's power and influence actually already had such a deep influence. At present, the 4 great heavenly regions' various major sects were in an even greater state of disunity. For the pill alliance to be able to consolidate the 4 great heavenly regions together, it served to show the terror of its strength. The 5 great sect masters were also greatly troubled because of this. Got to admit, Duan Yongchuan's words struck Yang Jie's sore spot. Seeing Yang Jie keep quiet, Duan Yongchun sneered even harder and said, "If we did it according to what I originally had in mind, the 5 sects pretending to be polite and compliant with the pill alliance first, after an even more talented powerhouse rises, he'll be able to replicate Lord Shua's miracle back then. But now, the pill alliance won't give us the chance anymore. Enough. Elder Duan, since you look down on the pill pavilion so much, then if you have the capabilities, don't take a single one of the pill pavilion's heavenly pills in the future." Yang Jie said angrily. Duan Yongchun laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Sect Master, don't you worry. I've never taken a single one of the pill pavilion's heavenly pills before in the past. In the future, I definitely won't take a single one as well. My meaning is still this. Hand Yi Yuan over, in exchange for temporary peace." Yang Jie was just about to fly off the handle, but a subordinate came to report. The pill pavilion sent people to deliver a large batch of heavenly pills over. The person escorting the heavenly pills was precisely Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect's grade 4 heavenly alchemist, Chu Yen. "Elder Chu, have you been well?" Seeing Chu Yen, Yang Jie had an excited look too. After Chu Yen bowed, he smiled and said, "Many thanks for Sect Master's concern. This old man is very well. This time I was entrusted by Pavilion Lord to escort a batch of heavenly pills over, and I want the sect to send troops to support the 4 sects." Hearing this, Duan Yongchun laughed coldly. But Yang Jie's eyes flashed, and he asked, "Oh? I wonder what Pavilion Lord Yi has done this time." Chu Yen smiled and said, "Pavilion Lord Yi personally took action this time. Even this old man hasn't seen him take action for more than 10 years too. The moment he made a move, it's earth-shattering." Chu Yan's words made Yang Jie's mind quiver. Yang Jie received the list and took a look and could not help drawing a cold breath. True Grade Fire Unicorn Heavenly Pill, 50 of them. True Grade True Marrow Heavenly Pill, 50. True Grade Primordial Star Astral Pill, 30. Yang Jie recited the names from the list. The expressions of the elders present changed one after another. All true grade pills. Duan Yongchuan's face alternated between red and green. appearing extremely conflicted. Suddenly, he seemed to have made up his mind. Opening his mouth, he said, "Sect Master, that, the primordial star astral pills, can you reserve 3 for me?" Concerning the primordial star astral pill, being a grade 2 heavenly imperial pill, the medicinal effect was comparable to grade 3 heavenly pills. A powerful heavenly pill that consolidated the small world and consolidated one's cultivation realm. Duan Yongchun was extremely talented, but his 3 grandsons had average aptitudes. At present, these 3 people were all stuck at peak greater sublime heavenly stratum and have been unable to break through. True grade primordial star astral pill was simply a panacea to the 3 of them. Duan Yongchun did not know how strong the medicinal effect of true grade was, but without a doubt, it would be unbelievably strong. Therefore, when he heard that true grade primordial star astral pill, the self-slapping law activated. He knew that when he said it at this time, it slapped his own face very hard. But for the sake of his 3 grandsons, he was risking it all. Sure enough, Xianxia looked at Duan Yongchun with a smile that was not a smile and said smugly, "Elder Duan, didn't you say earlier that you won't take a single one no matter what?" Duan Yongchun's old face turned red and he said, "Yi Yuan, this boy really mustered up a big move. I also didn't expect that he actually took out so many true grade heavenly pills all at once." Yang Jie nodded slightly, expressing agreement. In reality, he was shocked by this list too. Taking out several hundred true grade heavenly pills in one go, this was absolutely a big move. Although these heavenly pills had little effect on Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, to lesser sublime heavenly stratum, even limitless sublime heavenly stratum, they held extraordinary significance. This batch of heavenly pills could definitely create a large batch of powerhouses. The world knew that Yi Yuan could refine true grade heavenly pills. It was just that the true grade that Yi Yuan refined back then was also just the foundation establishment heavenly pill, this sort of basic heavenly pill. There was still a huge gap from wanting to refine heavenly imperial pills to true grade. However, they all did not expect that in a short 20 years, Yi Yuan's improvement would actually be so big. In that case, you don't have objections about the pill pavilion anymore? Yang Jie said with a serious face. Duan Yongchun chuckled and said, "No objections. Of course, no objections. That, Elder Chu, you have to buck up too." Chuyen smiled and said, "Elder Duan, don't panic. This old man also has some gifts here." The moment these words came out, Duan Yongchun and Yang Jie were both surprised. As he said, Chu Yan also took out a list and passed it to Yang Jie. After Yang Jie looked, he could not help turning pale from shock and said, "Elder Chu, these heavenly pills are all refined by you?" Chu Yan nodded and said, "These few years under Master Ye's guidance, this old man's strength had great advancements, especially these 2 years. It even reached an eruption period. The heavenly pills on the list were all grade 4 heavenly pills. Furthermore, the quality was very high. Although there was still a gap compared to the Pill Alliance's grade 4 heavenly pills, the difference was already not big anymore. After all, it was also impossible for the grade 4 heavenly pills that the Pill Alliance took out to sell to be the best. At the rate of this progress, Chu Yan surpassing the Pill Alliance's grade 4 heavenly pills within 10 years could be easily accomplished. Duan Yongchun opened his mouth wide, having a look of shock on his face. Honestly speaking, he completely did not believe that Yi Yuan made Chu Yan's strength reach this level within 30 years. Grade 4 heavenly alchemists were not grade 1 heavenly alchemists, the latter having very obvious improvements if any. Without the accumulation of time, how could wanting to improve be so easy? It was just that he never thought that he was still questioning just now and Chu Yan already returned to slap his face. Yang Jie even noticed that Chu Yan's term of address for Yi Yuan already underwent a change. A grade 4 heavenly alchemist actually called Yi Yuan as Master Yi. It could be seen that Chu Yan was really prostrating on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan. Terrifying. Seemingly seeing through the 2 people's surprise, Chu Yan smiled and said, "Sect Master, Elder Duan, you guys rest assured. With the Pill Pavilion's current strength, we'll be able to stand up to the Pill Alliance as an equal before long. And currently, we completely don't need to rely on the Pill Alliance anymore. In the future, when Master Yi breaks through to grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist, even grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, a mere pill alliance will probably be merely thus too. These 20 years, Chu Yang had long already been brought into submission by Yi Yuan's monstrousness. In reality, after learning about Yi Yuan's cultivation method, Chu Yan's sense of mysteriousness toward Yi Yuan immediately reduced a lot. After all, hard work, this sort of thing, was what anyone could do. Even Wu Chengqiao could reach that step. So it was naturally not a problem for him, Chu Yan. But along with the passage of time, he discovered that it was not the case at all. This cultivation path was easy to learn but hard to master. Just like when he refined Grade 1 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, he could reach grand completion 9th grade very quickly. But 9th grade perfection, he spent a tremendous amount of effort and had never been able to reach it. Only at that time did Chu Yan know what kind of gap was there. He could not even reach 9th grade perfection, let alone talk about true grade. All the way until Yi Yuan came out of seclusion this time and took out a bunch of true grade heavenly pills, the pill pavilion was thoroughly stirred. True grade was already not something that was far beyond reach to Yi Yuan. Chu Yan thought that he could catch up to, even surpass Yi Yuan very quickly. But 20 years had passed. Chu Yan understood that not only did he not surpass Yi Yuan, but he also opened up an even greater distance instead. Good, good, good. Xianxia said 3 goods in a row and exclaimed, looks like us 5 sect masters didn't misjudge him. The pleasant surprise that this kid gave to us is even bigger than imagined. Since even Elder Duan isn't objecting, our myriad manifestation heavenly sects disciples will support the 4 sects from now on. The heavenly pills outputted by the pill pavilion completely exploded. For some of the 5 great heavenly sects' core forces, their strength and combat power soared after taking the true grade heavenly pills. Without any surprises, their combat power on the battlefield also increased crazily. The strength of Ascenders stood head and shoulders above all others to begin with. Now, with the help of true grade heavenly pills, they overwhelmed native powerhouses even more. On the frontline battlefield, the 4 great heavenly regions steadily lost ground. The morale of the 5 light heavenly regions' 5 great heavenly sects was unprecedentedly high. Only at this time did people realize what a wise thing it was to decide to set up the pill pavilion back then. But in the pill pavilion, Yi Yuan's brows were knitted tightly together. When Feng Shuani saw his expression, he could not help being very puzzled and asked, Yi Yuan, we've won a complete victory presently and killed the 5 great heavenly regions until they are filled with trepidation. The name of Pill Pavilion has also shocked the 5 great heavenly regions. Why are you still frowning like this? Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Sect Master, you've witnessed the power of true grade 2, right? Upon mentioning this, Feng Shuani immediately perked up and said with a smile, of course. True grade heavenly pills are truly remarkable. The strength of many of the 5 great heavenly sects' limitless sublime heavenly stratum soared after consuming your heavenly imperial pills. And they were also the main force of the great battle this time. True grade heavenly pill was not just increasing strength, being that simple. Its improvement of Ascenders was all around. That was equivalent to integrating Tao rule into the martial artist's body. This kind of power was unimaginable. When Feng Shuani saw the power of true grade, he was incredibly moved too. After Yi Yuan broke through in the future, he also had to sample the taste of this true grade heavenly pill. But Yi Yuan was not as optimistic as Feng Shuani and said in a solemn voice, our 5 great heavenly sects disciples have soared in strength within a few short months. But the Pill Alliance has possessed true grade heavenly pills for a long time. Then how strong is the strength of the Pill Alliance's powerhouses? And how strong is the strength of the Pill Alliance's leader? One sentence made Feng Shuani's expression change suddenly. On the surface, our 5 light heavenly region has the upper hand. But you have got to know that up until now, the Pill Alliance hasn't made a move. Yi Yuan's words made Feng Shuani's heart sink to the bottom. The Pill Alliance, this faction, was seriously too mysterious. But without a doubt it was very powerful. It was just that currently, no one knew what on earth the Pill Alliance was trying to do. This was what made Yi Yuan most uneasy. But Yi Yuan had a feeling that the Pill Alliance probably came with unkind intentions. How strong do you think the Pill Alliance is? Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan's expression was solemn as he said, I originally thought that the appearance of this batch of true-grade heavenly pills can force the Pill Alliance onto the stage. But I miscalculated. Therefore, the moment they make a move, it will probably shake the entire Reincarnation continent. Feng Shuani's brows furrowed a little tighter. Only until now did he know Yi Yuan's thoughts. It turned out that taking out this batch of true-grade heavenly pills was in order to force the Pill Alliance out. But until now, the Pill Alliance did not appear, which meant that they did not care at all. Boom! All of a sudden, the earth quaked and mountains shook. The entire martial secure heavenly sect started swaying. Feng Shuani and Yi Yuan's expressions changed greatly. The two exchanged a glance and two words popped out of their mouths at virtually the same time. The Pill Alliance! When the two arrived before the mountain, they were immediately stunned by the scene before their eyes. In front of the sect-protecting Grand Array, more than 100 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were currently accumulating their strength and preparing for the next attack. And the sect-protecting Grand Array in front of them was already teetering on its last legs. Clearly, the power of the attack previously already brought the sect-protecting Grand Array to the brink of collapse. The entire martial secure heavenly sect was full of alarmed and panicky voices. There was a large group of powerhouses in front of the mountain pass gates, surrounding the martial secure heavenly sect until not even water could seep through. Is this the power of the Pill Alliance? More than 180 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, what a big move! Feng Shuani's gaze was solemn to the extreme. Sweeping a glance over, there were more than 180 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in an array. For a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, each one was extremely hard to come across. In the entire martial secure heavenly sect, there were also merely 40 over of them. The vast majority of them were even just lower and middle Jade Sovereign Heaven. But the moment the Pill Alliance made a move, it was 180 people. The number was more than 4 times compared to the powerhouses from the entire martial secure heavenly sect. Which was also to say that one Pill Alliance's Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was virtually equivalent to the sum of the 5 great heavenly sects. This contrast of power was simply too terrifying. The martial secure heavenly sects powerhouses all sucked in a breath of cold air. This mysterious to the extreme faction finally revealed its fangs to the world today. Yunqing. Immediately ask the 4 sects for help. Activate the reverse transmission array and have them hurry over as soon as possible. Feng Shuani said to the Luo Yunqing who rushed over. But Luo Yunqing did not move. His expression being solemn as he said, Sect Master, it's useless. The transmission array between us and the 4 sects has already been destroyed. Right now, we're fighting alone. Feng Shuani turned pale with fright and said, What? The nodal points of the transmission array are extremely secretive. Only our 5 great heavenly sects upper echelons know about it. How did they destroy it? The 5 great heavenly sects were very far apart and needed to pass through many spatial nodes to transit. These spatial nodes were very hidden and belonged to the sect's secrets. Such a secretive thing was actually discovered by the Pill Alliance. Yi Yuan frowned and said, Looks like the Pill Alliance has been planning for a long time. Feng Shuani said furiously, Damn it! They manipulated the 4 great heavenly regions to provoke us. It turns out that it's in order to lure the tiger away from the mountain. These few years, the martial secure heavenly sect pretty much had close to half of its powerhouses on the frontier battlefield. Right now, the powerhouses that were still in the sect were only half of their full strength. The martial secure heavenly sect was in imminent crisis. Boom! Right at this time, brilliant divine essence fluctuations lit up in the sky. Over 140 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses attacked together. It was only to hear a loud noise. The sect-protecting Grand Array directly fell apart. Another earthquake. The martial secure heavenly sect's disciples were in a constant state of anxiety. Once the Grand Array was broken, more than 140 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses slowly flew towards the top of the mountain. That intense sense of oppression made people virtually unable to breathe. A white-robed middle-aged man walked out slowly. A middle-aged man with a frosty expression even followed beside him. Feng Shuani recognized the middle-aged man with a cold expression with a glance. The person was precisely Xiao Feibai, who battled with the 5 great sect masters back then in Cloud Arch Great Nation. The white-robed middle-aged man was naturally Huangfu Cloud Think. Huangfu Cloud Think looked toward Feng Shuani and said with a slight smile, Sect Master Feng, let me introduce myself. This humble self is the Pill Alliance's Deputy Alliance Chief, Huangfu Cloud Think. This one beside me, you should have fought with him before. He's my Pill Alliance's Heavenly Martial Hall's Hall Master, Xiao Fei Bai. Feng Shuani's expression was very ugly and he said in a solemn voice, what's with all the crap? If you want to fight, then fight. Our martial secure heavenly sect inherited Lord Shua's ambitions and absolutely won't take a step back. Seeing this scene, Feng Shuani naturally would not be stupid enough to think that Huangfu Cloud Think came to chat with him. This battle was already unavoidable. Furthermore, Feng Shuani had an idea in his heart. It was likely impossible for the martial secure heavenly sect to escape its doom today. The Pill Alliance schemed for a long time, causing such a big commotion. Yet, the martial secure heavenly sect still did not have the slightest inkling. This battle was not lost in vain. But Huangfu Cloud Think smiled and said, Sect Master Feng's personality is very strong. However, this alliance chief isn't very interested in Sect Master Feng. I wonder if Sect Master Feng can hand Yi Yuan over to me? The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan. The Pill Alliance came up with such a grand lineup, it was actually for Yi Yuan? Many people let out a sigh of relief when they heard this. If it was just for Yi Yuan, then there was still room to salvage the situation. Feeling everyone's gazes, Yi Yuan's expression was calm. Feng Shuani looked toward Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. But very soon, he gave a cold snort and said, Don't play this with this sect master. Do you take this sect master to be a 3-year-old kid? You Pill Alliance brought out such a grand lineup. I don't believe that it's just for a Yi Yuan. Huangfu Cloud Think still had not spoken and Shi Feiyu could not hold back first. Sect Master. The martial secure heavenly sect ended up at this point today. It's all the trouble caused by Yi Yuan. Already reaching this point, you're still protecting him. Shi Feiyu rebuked angrily. The head elder also said, That's right. If not for Yi Yuan provoking the Pill Alliance time and again, the martial secure heavenly sect also wouldn't have today. Yi Yuan should take responsibility for today's matter. With these two people taking the lead, many of martial secure heavenly sect's elders all spoke up to reproach, expressing dissatisfaction towards Yi Yuan. Seeing martial secure heavenly sect's internal strife, Huangfu Cloud Think just smiled slightly and did not speak, and also did not interject. All shut up for me. Suddenly Feng Shuani roared angrily and interrupted everyone's words. He said in a solemn voice, You fools, such an obvious plan to sow discord and you can't even discern it? That's right. They indeed came here for Yi Yuan, but it definitely won't be just for Yi Yuan. Already at this point, are you all still naive enough to think that by handing Yi Yuan over, the Pill Alliance will let our martial secure heavenly sect off? Feng Shuani was extremely disappointed in Shi Feiyu and head elder. Very clearly, the Pill Alliance had planned for a long time with regards to the 5-light heavenly region. Yi Yuan merely just happened to be there at the right time. Sect Master Feng, you can't say that. As long as you all take the initiative to hand Yi Yuan over, and take the initiative to plant an origin divinity your martial secure heavenly sect will still be your martial secure heavenly sect. From now on, you'll be responsible for managing ascenders. Huangfu Cloud Think still had a faint smile, but the words said made the martial secure heavenly sect from top to bottom feel a bone-penetrating chill. Planting an origin divinity it was becoming the Pill Alliance's minion servant. To proud ascenders, it was even more unacceptable than killing them. Only then did people come to realize the truth. What Feng Shuani said was right. The Pill Alliance's goal was not just Yi Yuan. Feng Shuani suddenly gave a cold laugh and said, Your esteemed self wouldn't really think that my martial secure heavenly sect is easy to bully, right? Today, even if we fight until the last man, you all can forget about getting any bargain. As he said, a completely black long spear with electricity, dancing around it, appeared in Feng Shuani's hands. The moment the long spear appeared, the expressions of everyone present changed. Huangfu Cloud Think was not surprised and said with a smile, Heavenly Spirit Treasure, Heaven-Killing Battle Spear, the lifeblood treasure of martial secure, heavenly sect's founding ancestor, Chu Tiange. Back then, Chu Tiange followed Zhe Bufan and relied on this heaven-killing battle spear to kill until the 4 great heavenly regions were terrified. Today, it finally sees the light of day once more. On the rain-clear continent, treasures were divided into 3 levels: mortal spirit, earthly spirit, and heavenly spirit. Heavenly spirit treasures were extremely seldom seen existences on the entire rain-clear continent. When Yi Yuan saw the heaven-killing battle spear, he was stunned. The undulations coming off from this battle spear were actually identical with his heaven-span mountain. Yi Yuan could jump realms to kill an enemy by wielding the heaven-span mountain. It could be seen that this treasure was not at all inferior to it as well. Feng Shuani snorted coldly and said, "You really know quite a bit." Huangfu Cloudthink smiled and said, "It's just a shame. Chu Tiange was a saint sovereign heaven powerhouse of his generation. This battle spear can unleash 120% power in his hands. But you probably can't even unleash 70% of it." Above Jade Sovereign Heaven was Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was just that, at present, Saint Sovereign Heavens were already extinct on Rain-Clear Continent. This step was far too difficult. "It's enough to deal with you." Feng Shuani gave a cold cry, his body turning into a streak of electricity shooting straight for Huangfu Cloudthink. In order to catch bandits, round up the ringleader first. This was the only lease of life that Feng Shuani saw. However, right at the moment that Feng Shuani moved, Xiao Feibai moved too. It was only to see his entire person transform into a sharp sword, clashing with Feng Shuani instantaneously. Bang! 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 The 2 people instantly exchanged more than 10 moves above the void, evenly matched. What made people despair even more was that the undulations of the sword in Xiao Feibai's hand were actually not the slightest bit inferior to the heaven-killing battle spear. An elder cried out in despair, "Heavenly spirit treasure." The sword in that Pill Alliance powerhouse's hand is a heavenly spirit treasure as well. This Pill Alliance's strength was powerful until it made people lose all hope. They even had heavenly spirit treasures. "Your opponent isn't me." Huangfu Cloudthink had an indifferent look as he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, you killed the Holy Sun. Are you willing to join my Pill Alliance and become the new Holy Sun?" "What?" "The Pill Alliance actually wants Yi Yuan to directly become the Holy Sun. It turns out that they are not taking revenge for the Holy Sun, but took a fancy on Yi Yuan's strength. To be able to have the Pill Alliance take such great pains, Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength is likely not the slightest bit worse when compared to the Pill Alliance's powerhouses." Huangfu Cloudthink's words immediately caused an uproar in the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. They all thought that the Pill Alliance came to denounce publicly for crimes. Who knew that the moment Huangfu Cloudthink opened his mouth, he actually wanted to solicit Yi Yuan. For a moment, everyone looked over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face. No inclinations could be seen. After being silent for a moment, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If I agree, can the Pill Alliance let the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect off or not?" Everyone trembled all over, after which, their eyes revealed hopeful looks. But Huangfu Cloudthink shook his head and said coolly, "The Pill Alliance has the intention to unify the 5 great heavenly regions. However, the 5 great heavenly sects are stubborn and unruly. They are the Pill Alliance's greatest stumbling blocks." Actually, the Pill Alliance's plan to devour the 5 great heavenly sects was currently being carried out systematically. But your appearance completely disrupted our plans. If not for so, we also wouldn't resort to this plan, to forcefully attack the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. What follows can't dispense with a bout of bloody battle. Huangfu Cloudthink's words made everyone stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. It turned out that the Pill Alliance's ambition was actually so great, to actually want to swallow the entire 5 great heavenly regions. Compared to native factions, the 5 great heavenly sects ascenders not only had formidable strength, but their personality was also arrogant and unyielding. Wanting to make them submit was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Therefore, the Pill Alliance had long been planning it out to slowly gobble up the 5 great heavenly regions. But who would have expected that someone threw a wrench in the works? Yi Yuan's domineering rise completely disrupted the Pill Alliance's plan. And Yi Yuan even made Holy Sun Song Yongning perish in the alchemy battle. Hence, that was why the Pill Alliance was forced to dispatch troops to attack the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. But after destroying the martial secure heavenly sect and destroying the Pill Pavilion when facing the other 4 great heavenly sects, the Pill Alliance would have already walked to the front of the stage from behind the scenes. They would surely have to face a bloody battle. And this sort of situation was not what the Pill Alliance wanted. In a way, Yi Yuan's domineering rise brought tremendous losses to the Pill Alliance. Yi Yuan looked at Huangfu Cloudthink and said coolly, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to discuss. Fight then." Huangfu Cloudthink's eyes turned sharp and he said, "Yi Yuan, your talent is above holy suns. It's too much of a pity to die like this. Do you really want to fight?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "For a man, death is but dying. Why would I fear a fight?" His words made the countenances of the martial secure heavenly sect's disciples change. This was his only lease of life. Yi Yuan actually gave it up just like that. Previously, Yi Yuan was still being universally condemned. One could say that ever since he entered the sect, he had been enduring criticism every minute and second. But he did not grumble in the least bit. In this moment of life and death, he chose to live and die together with the martial secure heavenly sect. "Ha ha ha. Well said. My good brother, I didn't misjudge you. Sect Master, I'll come and help you." Luo Yunqin laughed wildly, drawing his sword and looking around. The moment he moved, the Pill Alliance's side also moved. More than 100 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses rushed over in succession. The great battle shocked the heavens. It was just a pity that on the martial secure heavenly sect side, there were only a scanty 20 over Jade Sovereign Heavens. Virtually one person had to face 7 to 8 people by themselves. Although Ascenders had unparalleled combat power, they also could not fend off such a huge difference in numbers. Huangfu Cloudthink smiled slightly and said, "Martial secure heavenly sects people. Whoever takes Yi Yuan down can not only not die, you can even have a place in the Pill Alliance." At this time, the martial secure heavenly sect still had a small portion of people who were hesitating. Among them, included Shi Feiyu. Huangfu Cloudthink's words made his 2 eyes lit up. Almost without hesitation, he rushed toward Yi Yuan. "Brat, he who understands the times is a wise man. Alliance Chief Huangfu already made you the Holy Sun. What are you still discontented with?" Shi Feiyu said with a cold smile. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. No one expected that Shi Feiyu could actually do such a shameless thing. But his strength was too strong. "Shi Feiyu, you old fogey, how can you be so shameless?" In the midst of fierce fighting, when Feng Shuani saw the scene, he immediately burned with fury. Normally, when Shi Feiyu targeted Yi Yuan, although it was inappropriate in his eyes, it was also just a dispute caused by personal feelings. But now, during the sect's time of crisis, he actually did this kind of despicable thing. It was truly shameless to the extreme. "Shi Feiyu, if you want to seek death, I won't stop you, but I, Shi Feiyu, don't want to die." Shi Feiyu laughed coldly and smacked a palm toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, his expression changed, his entire body going numb and divine essence immediately became sluggish. 100 Poison Formation. More than 20 years had passed. Yi Yuan's 100 Poison Formation became several times stronger than back then. Yi Yuan had unlocked Zhong Jianqiu's Jade Slips. There was a dazzling array of methods of using poison inside, greatly broadening Yi Yuan's horizon. These poisons were added into the Poison Formation by Yi Yuan, its power multiplying. Even Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses would succumb too. When Huangfu Cloudthink saw the scene, he did not reveal a look of surprise. He had long known that Yi Yuan had this move. This guy was not easy to capture at all. The power of this 100 Poison Formation increased significantly again. Although it isn't lethal to Jade Sovereign Heavens, they will probably have to stagnate for 3 to 5 breaths of time. 100 Poison Formation exclaimed in admiration. Back then when Yi Yuan was at Cloud Arch Great Nation, the 100 Poison Formation could only stop Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses for half a breath of time. Now the power grew by at least 3 to 5 times. Just as Huangfu Cloudthink was gasping in admiration, the aura on Yi Yuan's body suddenly skyrocketed. A grayish-black small mountain suspended in his palm. Huangfu Cloudthink's gaze turned intent, and he cried out in surprise, "Heavenly Spirit Treasure!" This small mountain was naturally the Heavenspan Mountain. At this point, Yi Yuan also did not have anything to hide anymore. Shi Feiyu wanted to kill him time and again. Now he was even shameless to the extreme. Yi Yuan naturally would not hold back. The 100 poison formation could only stop Shifeiyu for 3 to 5 breaths of time. But to Yi Yuan it was sufficient. Feeling the heaven-span mountain's powerful undulations, Shifeiyu's expression changed abruptly. How could he expect that Yi Yuan actually still had this level of weapon on him? Yi Yuan did not even give him time to be surprised. The spell in his hand trembled and the heaven-span mountain turned into a streak of flowing light, smashing right towards Shifeiyu. The power of the heaven-span mountain was even a notch above the heaven-killing battle spear. Although Yi Yuan could not unleash all of its power, it was enough to inflict severe injuries on the Shifeiyu, who was completely unguarded. Boom! Shifeiyu's chest took a solid hit, his entire being flying out backward, fresh blood spurting wildly. His cultivation realm was high and his powers were profound. Otherwise, this blow could have taken his old life. But even so, he suffered heavy wounds too, as if his internal organs had been displaced. But Yi Yuan was clearly not prepared to let him off. The remaining time was still enough for Yi Yuan to launch another attack. Dedant. Elder Yi, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Shifeiyu was utterly terrified, feeling the threat of death. But Yi Yuan ignored him and just silently made his move. Boom. Another blow. Shifeiyu's chest directly caved in. When everyone saw this scene, each of them was dumbfounded. A greater sublime heavenly stratum bashed a jade sovereign heavenly stratum to heavy injuries. This scene was too shocking. Forget about a greater sublime heavenly stratum. Even if it was 1,000 greater sublime heavenly stratums, it was also impossible to be a jade sovereign heavenly stratum's match. The gap between sublime stratum and sovereign stratum was not small. But Yi Yuan inflicted heavy wounds on Shifeiyu to this extent. Shifeiyu begged for mercy pitifully, but there was no compassion on Yi Yuan's face at all. Due to being seriously injured, Shifeiyu's speed of detoxifying the poison also became much slower. And Yi Yuan was currently launching the third attack. Know how to beg for mercy now? Don't you normally jump around very merrily? No need to look at him. Do you really think that the Pill Alliance will come to save you at this time? Elder Shi, are you thinking too much? Yi Yuan said calmly. Shifeiyu looked with pleading eyes at Huangfu Cloudthink. But the latter did not have the intention of rescuing at all. Clearly, Yi Yuan grasped Huangfu Cloudthink's mentality very well. To Huangfu Cloudthink, Shifeiyu was merely a tool to probe Yi Yuan. Now Yi Yuan showed his trump card. Huangfu Cloudthink's goal was also achieved. Shifeiyu became useless too. If he died, then he died. Huangfu Cloudthink's attitude made Shifeiyu despair. If he had long known it would be like this, might as well have risked his life. Elder Yi, I was wrong. It was all my fault in my past. Let me off. I'll go and fight it out to the death with the Pill Alliance's people, Shifeiyu said with an indignant look. But Yi Yuan said coolly, no need. Currently in this situation, having you or missing you is inconsequential. You set out on your journey first. Remember to run faster. Otherwise, if the sex people come, you'll probably have to die again. Boom. As he said, Yi Yuan urged the heaven-span mountain again and smashed toward Shifeiyu. Attacking for more than 10 times in a row, Shifeiyu finally died completely. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces could not help changing. A jade sovereign heavenly stratum was smashed to death just like that. This greater sublime heavenly stratum was really scary. But right at this time, Huangfu Cloudthink's expression changed and his figure suddenly moved. It was only to see him tap the void in the direction of his own people. The void trembled violently. However, it was already too late. A large swathe of the Pill Alliance's limitless sublime heavenly stratum and greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses died all at once. Huangfu Cloudthink's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "You boy are really a genius. This 100 poison formation utilizes spatial rule to be as elusive as a ghost. Even this alliance chief still fell for your trick in the end. However, you don't have a chance anymore." Turns out that when Yi Yuan was bashing Shifeiyu to death, he already quietly revolved the 100 poison formation and quietly moved it to this side through spatial rule. This 100 poison formation was colorless and odorless. It was extremely difficult to distinguish, but it clearly could not escape Huangfu Cloudthink's eyes. It was just that he was also stunned by Yi Yuan killing Shifeiyu just now. That was why he overlooked it. Even if he had been keeping an eye out for Yi Yuan's 100 poison formation all along, Yi Yuan still succeeded. Yi Yuan just said indifferently, "Oh, is that so? 100 poison formation, spread?" It was only to see him pointing in the void. Everyone was uncertain what it meant, because at the place where Yi Yuan pointed was completely void of anything, as if nothing happened at all. But Huangfu Cloudthink's expression changed greatly, because he felt this 100 poison formation scatter all at once, becoming one miniature poison formation after another, dispersing in all directions. Furthermore, each miniature poison formation had spatial rule concealing its figure. The power of these miniature poison formations naturally could not compare to the large-scale poison formation. The damage it dealt toward Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was negligible. But it was tremendously harmful to Limitless Sublime Heavenly Stratum and Greater Sublime Heavenly Stratum powerhouses. Suddenly, a large swathe of the powerhouses on the Pill Alliance's side collapsed loosely. "What are you all still in a daze for? Everyone listen up. Break out of the encirclement. After getting out of the mountain, escape in all directions. Remember not to stop. As long as the green hills remain, there'll always be wood to burn." Yi Yuan shouted coldly, reverberating throughout the entire Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. This cold cry finally made the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's disciples wake up. They flung caution to the wind and started breaking out of the encirclement. Under the protection of Yi Yuan's 100 poison formation, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's disciples mowed down all resistance. Seeing this scene, Huangfu Cloudthink's gaze revealed a chill. "Humph! This alliance chief felt that you're a talent. That's why I kept showing mercy. Since that's the case, then this alliance chief can only resort to force." A powerful to the extreme aura instantly locked onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt as uncomfortable as if his throat was being clutched. Huangfu Cloudthink was actually a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Feeling Huangfu Cloudthink's strength, Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart too. A deputy alliance chief actually had grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven strength. Then what about the alliance chief? Could it be that fleeting and ephemeral Saint Sovereign Heaven? If that was the case, then the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect would really be finished. Huangfu Cloudthink did not look very awe-inspiring either. He just struck a palm over so lightly. Yi Yuan felt a lofty mountain-like force come at him head-on. Yi Yuan's mind shook heavily. This palm seemed unremarkable, but actually its utilization of rule was brilliant to the max. Virtually without hesitation, Yi Yuan executed spatial rule to try and avoid this blow. Yi Yuan's speed was quick to the extreme. But Huangfu Cloudthink sneered and said, "It's useless. If I can't even take care of you, a greater sublime heavenly stratum, I can forget about being the deputy alliance chief." Yi Yuan was greatly shocked. That invisible force seemed to be like a bone-infesting maggot, chasing after. Furthermore, the speed was even several times faster than him. In a blink of an eye, it caught up to Yi Yuan. He could not escape. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and silently recited a spell. Suddenly, a giant mountain suddenly rose sharply in front of him. The small and exquisite Heavenspan mountain grew into a giant mountain as high as the sky all of a sudden. Boom! That force just happened to arrive, directly landing on the giant mountain. The force penetrated the huge mountain. Yi Yuan felt a surge of huge force transmit right into his four limbs and bones. His body flew out backward involuntarily, fresh blood spurting wildly. This Huangfu Cloudthink was too strong. Yi Yuan had some guesses in his heart. Sure, Feiyu was utterly not worth mentioning in front of Huangfu Cloudthink. In fact, probably even Sect Master Fengshuani was not his match. This person's combat power was not the least bit inferior to Xiao Feibai, another Sect Master level powerhouse. This Pill Alliance actually possessed two Sect Master level powerhouses all at once. This was simply terrifyingly powerful. More importantly, that mysterious Alliance chief never showed his face from start to finish. A puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum could actually block my Windrise ethereal palm. Truly incredible. Not only is your alchemy path talent extremely high, but your martial path talent is also frighteningly strong. Are you really not considering joining the Pill Alliance? Huangfu Cloudthink looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. In reality, Huangfu Cloudthink had long seen through. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to join the Pill Alliance. If he did not even have this bit of ability to discern people, this deputy alliance chief, would also have an undeserved reputation. But he still did not give up. A talent like Yi Yuan was absolutely hard to come across in a million years. Even he felt ashamed of his inferiority in front of Yi Yuan too. He relied on the Pill Alliance's profound foundation to have today's achievements. But what did Yi Yuan have? Nothing. Yi Yuan forcefully reached the realm of true grade with his strength alone and started a Pill Pavilion, even causing a huge impact to the Pill Alliance. This was a Grandmaster-level figure. In time, Yi Yuan would absolutely be a Zhua Buffon-level existence. There was no doubt about this. Yi Yuan was heavily injured, but his face was very resolute as he said coolly, "You know the answer. Why bother to waste your breath?" Huangfu Claothink sighed slightly and said, "I know the answer, but I'm also earnest in my love for talents. In my eyes, a martial secure heavenly sect is less important than you." These words made the faces of many Pill Alliance powerhouses change. Even when Holy Sun came into being back then, Alliance Chief Huangfu did not give such a high evaluation either. Yi Yuan smiled brilliantly and said, "But in my eyes, 100 Pill Alliances isn't as good as a fraction of martial secure heavenly sect. It was hard to come across a bosom friend in life. Luo Yunqing laid low for 10 years just in order to move Yi Yuan. After entering the sect, Feng Shuani overrode all objections. This trust deserved Yi Yuan's repayment. It was undeniable that there was a scum like Shi Feiyu in the sect. But there was more warmth. Humph. Don't know how to appreciate favors. Since that's the case, then this alliance chief will send you off." Huangfu Claothink's expression was frosty, a palm wind arising again. This palm was even fiercer than before. Yi Yuan's divine essence was lacking. He was already unable to urge the Heavenspan Mountain anymore. Being a sect masterclass powerhouse, his strength was not what the current Yi Yuan could resist at all. Even if he had a heavenly spirit treasure like the Heavenspan Mountain in his hand, it would not work either. If the disparity in Cultivation realm could be made up for by just using a treasure, then wouldn't Cultivation be a joke? The force carried the sound of the wind, making Yi Yuan's clothes flutter wildly. But facing this outrageous palm, Yi Yuan had a calm and collected look. Far away, martial secure heavenly sect's disciples already broke out of the encirclement, fleeing in all directions. On top of the mountain, Feng Shuani and Luo Yunqing were soaked in blood, killing their way in and out, practically already exhausted. Facing more than 180 Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratums, and also Xiao Feibai, this kind of sect masterclass powerhouse, it was useless no matter how strong he was. For the first time, facing death, Yi Yuan felt that he was very powerless. He could not even struggle. The Pill Alliance was too strong. No, it was him who was too weak. Even if he had limitless sublime heavenly stratum strength, he would not be so powerless too. Boom! There was a loud noise. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes. That fearsome palm actually disappeared into thin air. A black-robed old man appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Yuan, leaving him in a trance. This black-robed old man gave him an indescribable feeling. A kind of fleeting and ephemeral feeling. Arriving at Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Yi Yuan felt like he had returned to the feeling when he had just been reborn again. Everything was without bluster and ostentation. All powers were operating under the shackles of this heavenly Tao. But this old man in front of Yi Yuan shattered his understanding. This old man seemed to have broken away from the shackles of heavenly Tao, becoming a god who could fly up to heaven and tunnel into the earth. "Boy, take it." The black-robed old man did not even turn his head back. A streak of white light arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to grab it and discovered that it was a fragmented piece of jade. "Senior, this is..." Yi Yuan said uncertainly. The black-robed old man said coolly, his tone being very calm, "This is the heavenly phoenix jade penannular pendant that Lord Zhua passed down. Each of the 5 great heavenly sects holds one of them. Lord Zhua said that when the 5 great heavenly sects reach the brink of life and death, we can combine these 5 incomplete jade pendants together and tide over the hurdle. But sadly, it seems like it can't be used anymore. Take this piece of jade pendant and go." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Senior is Saint Sovereign Heavenly Stratum, right? With you around, Could it be that you can't stop the Pill Alliance too? The black-robed old man laughed loudly and said, "Boy, you're a clever guy. Can't you see through it? It's impossible for the martial secure heavenly sect to escape its doom." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. The black-robed old man's meaning was very clear. There was indeed a Saint Sovereign heavenly stratum powerhouse in this Pill Alliance too. Furthermore, the black-robed old man seemed to lack the confidence to win. No need to struggle anymore. You have no hope. Surrender. Xiao Feibai looked at Feng Shuani, who was covered in blood, and said calmly. Xiao Feibai's opponent was Feng Shuani. But Feng Shuani's opponent was not just Xiao Feibai. This was a sect-destroying battle, not an individual challenge. Xiao Feibai was strong, but among these 100 over Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, many of them were quasi-sect master level. They were also Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Although they were not as strong, they were absolutely not what ordinary elders could compare to. The Pill Alliance's strength was definitely more than just Xiao Feibai and Huangfu Cloud think. Feng Shuani's clothes were tattered, his hair disheveled. How did he have the appearance of a sect master of his generation? It was just that the firmness in his eyes made him not have the slightest dejection in terms of aura. A sect master of his generation was a sect master of his generation. Even if a hero reached a dead end, he would still shine with boundless radiance. Beside him, those from their martial secure heavenly sect who were still fighting became fewer and fewer. Under the Pill Alliance's might, the martial secure heavenly sect did not stand a chance at all. But during the battle, he glimpsed the sect's disciples rushing out of the heavy encirclement through the corners of his eyes, and a hint of relief flashed across his eyes. He was grateful to Yi Yuan in his heart. He knew that only Yi Yuan could do this. Ha! My martial secure heavenly sect has heaven-surmounting pride. There's only a sect master that dies after defeat. No lackey that drags out an ignoble existence. Yunqing, Yi Yuan, you must live on. With you guys around, my martial secure heavenly sect will illuminate the world again one day. Martial Uncle Yen. Feng Shuani will go first. Feng Shuani held the heaven-killing battle spear in his hand. All of a sudden, his aura surged to the sky. A vague and insubstantial fluctuation instantly rendered the entire world with color. At this moment, martial secure sect master was akin to a fiend god on earth. When Xiao Feibai saw this scene, his expression could not help changing slightly, a hint of respect showing in his eyes. He knew that Feng Shuani was burning his own world power here, to assault that fleeting and ephemeral Saint Sovereign heavenly stratum at the final moment. It was not for others, just for the last wisp of brilliance in life. It was impossible to reach Saint Sovereign heavenly stratum. But Feng Shuani's strength would rise dramatically in an extremely short time. This was his final glory. After burning, he would be ashes. Sect Master, I'll accompany you. Seeing Feng Shuani like this, Luo Yunqing yelled angrily. In this martial secure heavenly sect, the one that Luo Yunqing respected the most was Feng Shuani. Back then, he had faded into the crowd. It was Feng Shuani who had discerning eyes, noticing him in the crowd, encouraging him, walking all the way until today. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. For the martial secure heavenly sect's sake, Luo Yunqing could likewise sacrifice himself. But, right at the moment he immolated his world power, a powerful force suppressed over, scattering his immolation. Yunqing, you can't die. Remember, from now on, Yi Yuan is the new martial secure heavenly sect's sect master. You have to assist him and revitalize the martial secure heavenly sect. Feng Shuani said in a cold voice. Luo Yunqing's whole body trembled, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan, who was behind the black-robed old man. Yi Yuan himself also trembled all over. Feng Shuani did not choose Luo Yunqing, but chose him. This was a heavy entrustment. Feng Shuani's gaze similarly landed on Yi Yuan. He was clear that Luo Yunqing's sword intent surmounted the heavens and was arrogant and unyielding, just like a sharp sword. But he was not the best candidate to revitalize the sect. In contrast, Yi Yuan had more leadership qualities and was more suited to leading the sect to rise again. Luo Yunqing clenched his jaws tightly and said with tears in his eyes, Sect Master, Yunqing got it. Feng Shuani held the long spear out and said in a solemn voice, I'll open up the path. You go out. Swoosh. Feng Shuani stabbed with the long spear in his hands, his entire person turning into a streak of electricity, tearing across the sky. His speed and strength soared significantly in an instant. Clearly, it already exceeded the domain of Jade's sovereign heavenly stratum. All move away, Xiao Feibai yelled coldly, immediately moving aside. He knew that the Feng Shuani at this time was like a firework shooting into the sky, shining with boundless radiance. Nobody could stop him at this moment. Xiao Feibai retreated quickly, but some Jade's sovereign heavens did not have time to retreat and was directly pierced through by Feng Shuani. Luo Yunqing did not dare to be neglectful, enduring the tremendous pain and following after. Yi Yuan had a calm look, but his heart hurt like it was pricked by a needle. Everyone listen up. I, Feng Shuani, immediately issue a sect master order and appoint Luo Yunqing and Yi Yuan, two people, as martial secure heavenly sect's elders. I, Feng Shuani, am willing to give up the position of sect master. But Luo Yunqing and Yi Yuan, I'm protecting them for sure. Scenes of past events flowed in Yi Yuan's heart. The braver the current Feng Shuani was, the more painful it was for him. This sect master with great courage and great bearing would soon disappear like the wind. Feng Shuani's life was flowing away rapidly. When Huangfu Cloudthink saw the situation, he could not help frowning slightly. He gave the black-robed old man a glance, then turned around and flew straight for Feng Shuani. Boom! Huangfu Cloudthink actually confronted Feng Shuani head-on. With one blow, Huangfu Cloudthink was directly blown away. But he did not suffer much damage. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. It turned out that earlier, Huangfu Cloudthink actually did not use his full strength yet. At present, Feng Shuani was a terrifying half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven existence. Huangfu Cloudthink could actually clash with Feng Shuani. This Huangfu Cloudthink's strength was likely not far from Saint Sovereign Heavenly Stratum too. Feng Shuani was greatly surprised too, but he did not care about it, brandishing his spear and rushing forward again. The two people unfolded a terrifying to the extreme great battle in the air. Luckily, under Feng Shuani's lead, the two already charged out of the encirclement. Luo Yunqing turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the horizon. However, another streak of light followed closely behind, chasing after. Who could it be if not Xiao Feibai? Clearly, the Pill Alliance was going to tear the weed out by the roots. But Feng Shuani was already powerless to stop him. The black-robed old man did not say anything all along. At this time, he suddenly spoke up, "Boy, you should go now. Did you hear Shuani Boy's words just now? Crack, crack, crack." Yi Yuan's finger joints were clenched by him until it made cracking sounds. The things that he had experienced were far too many. But such a terrible battle today still touched his nerves. The martial secure heavenly sect that was once powerful and prosperous was destroyed just like that. Yes, from today onwards, the martial secure heavenly sect would have its name removed from the rain-clear continent. Yi Yuan was not a saint. Even if he had experienced too much, the hatred in his heart currently still filled his chest. He nodded his head fiercely and said, "Senior, rest assured, I'll avenge this hatred." The black-robed old man turned his head. Yi Yuan could see the wrinkles on his face clearly. But there was a faint smile on the other party's face, and he said, "There's no need to take revenge. But you must pass down the martial secure heavenly sect's inheritance. The Pill Alliance's foundation surpasses your imagination. They are not what you can afford to provoke. Remember, before accumulating enough strength, you mustn't take revenge." Finished saying, the black-robed old man flicked his sleeves grandly. Yi Yuan only felt his two eyes go dark, directly being pushed into the space. He was greatly shocked in his heart. He did not expect that this old man's understanding of spatial rule was actually so strong. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Boom! An invisible fist force punched into the void at this moment. When the black-robed old man saw this scene, his expression could not help changing wildly. He had the mind to drag Yi Yuan back, but already could not do it. He knew that the void seemed calm, but this punch rendered the void completely chaotic. The shattered space would tear Yi Yuan to shreds. When the black-robed old man saw the handsome youth who stepped out of the void, he had a solemn expression on his face. The youth looked at the black-robed old man and said smilingly, "The new sect master is already dead. You guys can go with peace of mind." "Don't you say so, He Shuyan?" The black-robed old man's pupils constricted and he said coldly, "Your Pill Alliance really knows quite a lot. It's just, I wonder if you guys really came from the south or not." The youth smiled slightly and said, "Guess. Yi Yuan." Feng Shuani's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, his gaze full of unwillingness. The undulation just now, he felt it clearly. Under this power, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to survive. Feng Shuani thought that by relying on He Shuyan's strength, he could at least send Yi Yuan out. Who would have thought that this Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually so powerful? This was getting rid of the weeds by uprooting them. Xiao Feibai went to chase after Luo Yunqing too. Could he escape with his life? Feng Shuani felt that the world suddenly became incomparably dark. The martial secure heavenly sect did not even have a final trace of life anymore. Boom! Under Huangfu Cloudthink's palm, Feng Shuani spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. His time was up. His life was fading rapidly and his strength was also falling rapidly. The current Feng Shuani was no longer Huangfu Cloudthink's match anymore. Huangfu Cloudthink laughed loudly and said, "You all are too naive. How can Lord Alliance Chief possibly let Yi Yuan leave? Since he wasn't willing to surrender, then he's the Pill Alliance's mortal enemy. Letting such an opponent live will find it hard to eat and sleep." Each of Huangfu Cloudthink's palm moves was stronger than the last. Feng Shuani was already powerless to parry. His pupils gradually dilated, carrying a strong unwillingness. All the way until the moment he died, he did not close his eyes too. The youth looked at He Shuyan, still smiling brightly as he said, "All right, now the new and old sect master are both dead. Your martial secure heavenly sect can officially withdraw from the stage of history." The aura on He Shuyan's body gradually rose. He was different from Jade's sovereign heaven powerhouses. His aura was illusory, giving people a sacred feeling. This was the unique charm of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. "I know that you're very strong, but if you want to chomp down on me, this old bone, it will probably injure you badly too." He Shuyan seemed to have seen through everything, planning on fighting to the death. The youth was still very calm and said with a smile, "Is that so? I'm afraid that this is just your wishful thinking." As he said, there was an additional piece of jade ornament in the youth's hand. When this jade ornament appeared, He Shuyan's pupils constricted. He cried out in surprise. Could this be the legendary Grand Mist treasure? The youth smiled and said, "That's right. At least you have some knowledge." He Shuyan said in surprise, "Looks like you guys indeed came from the south." The youth said coolly, "Whether or not we came from the south isn't important anymore. From now on, your 5 great heavenly sects will become the past. My Pill Alliance will unify the Rainclear continent." Waves of gentle light halo emitted from the jade ornament. Although the light halo was gentle, He Shuyan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. 3 months later, in the extreme south of the martial secure heavenly sect, above the vast expanse of ocean, a ship made out of fine steel was currently approaching the shore. On the ship, 4 to 5 young men and women were rather excited. "Heh! It's the offshore water region not far ahead. After reaching the offshore water region, we'll be completely safe. The harvest this time is so big. It's all thanks to Brother Haoyan." Not only did Brother Haoyan obtain the water concealment pearl, this kind of treasure, but he also even attracted more than half of the true Spirit Sea race troops with his power alone. Hoo-hoo, to talk about credit, it's of course still Peiyun who contributed the most. She is of the grade 5 prenatal water spirit physique. She's most suitable for the water concealment pearl. If not for her, we also wouldn't have accomplished this feat. Huang Haoyan looked towards Su Peiyun with a look of adoration. Su Peiyun was Com South City's city lord's daughter. Huang Haoyan had courted her for a long time already. This time, he finally succeeded with the water concealment pearl. Su Peiyun looked at Huang Haoyan and found him pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at him and said smilingly, "Big Brother Yan is too modest. Peiyun only went in to take some things. What credit is there? Rather, it's Big Brother Yen, your strength stands head and shoulders above all others. Facing 3,000 true Spirit Sea race members, you didn't show the least bit of fear too. A real man." When Huang Haoyan heard that, his heart burst with joy and he repeatedly said, "Dare not." You guys, look! There's someone in the sea!" Suddenly a companion shouted. That person in the sea clearly saw this large ship too and had a look of joy on his face as he shouted loudly, "Friends on the ship, can you give me a ride? I'll be extremely grateful." As he said, he did not wait for everyone to agree either and actually leaped straight onto the large ship. When Huang Haoyan saw the arrival, his brows furrowed hard. This person was dressed in white clothing, full of bloodstains on it. His aura was also very disorderly. Clearly, he had sustained considerable injuries. With regards to such a guy with unknown origins, Huang Haoyan was naturally unwilling to bring alone. "Who are you? How rude. Did this young lady let you onto the boat?" Su Peiyun flew off the handle first. The youth in white clothing smiled bitterly and said, "Really sorry about it. I got lost in the sea and have already drifted for more than a month. I finally managed to run into you all. Can you let me hitch a ride? Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to find the way back." Su Peiyun rolled her eyes and said, "Your direction was completely wrong. Of course, you couldn't find your way back. This guy is so reckless, to actually dare rush the Thistle South Sea region all alone by himself, courting death, to be able to reach here alive. Really don't know how lucky you got. Brainless fellow." The youth in white clothes smiled bitterly and said, "What Miss said is true. I don't have any malicious intent. These few heavenly pills, just take it as recompense to thank the few of you, how's that?" As he said, the youth in white clothes took out 5 heavenly pills. The moment Su Peiyun and the rest saw, they could not help crying out in surprise. Grand completion 9th grade. Grade 2 heavenly pith pill. The few people exchanged glances, clearly moved by it. The heavenly pith pill was a superb heavenly pill for cultivation. Furthermore, it was even grand completion 9th grade. It was not up to them to not be moved. The youth in white clothes gave Su Peiyun a glance and said with a smile, "Miss seems to cultivate a water attribute cultivation method. I just happen to have a water intent condensed fragrance pill on me. I believe that Miss has use for it." Su Peiyun opened her mouth wide and was rendered speechless and lifeless. A grand completion 9th grade level water intent condensed fragrance pill was simply a priceless treasure to her. The things that they obtained in the True Spirit Sea clan might not compare to this when added up too. One had to know the water intent condensed fragrance pill could help her increase her rule realm. A grand completion 9th grade water intent condensed fragrance pill was sufficient to improve her power of rule further. The gazes that the few people looked towards the man in white with immediately became different. Just as everyone was surprised, a huge wave suddenly stirred up behind the large ship. Huang Haoyan's expression changed wildly and he said, "Not good. Those guys must have discovered that the treasure depository pavilion in the tribe was robbed. They are catching up."